Sam lost track of time a long time ago. It's easy to do on a starship. No reference points locked in the sky, and only the natural rhythm of sleep, eat, work, and relaxation caused him to listen more closely to his own body and be focused at the task at hand. Sam's task was the same as all his waking work hours. He maintained the shuttlecraft in Shuttle Bay. He awoke, put in his earphones, and donned his protective suit for work in the airlock. He danced down the hallway, the protective helmet socially separating him from everyone else busily going to and fro down the corridor. Once secure in the bay, he got to work. Special cleaning fluids had to be used in the vacuum. He poured some on a cloth and began cleaning the windows of his favorite shuttle, the Bethany. After the shuttle was cleaned and inspected, he set to polishing the floor. After it was shined, he walked over to the hangar controls. His list marked it as the day to test the hangar door mechanisms. He flicked the controls to sound the hangar bay alarm and opened the door. As it opened, a bright cascade of colored light poured into the hangar. Sam's jaw dropped. He looked down at the chart marking days and tasks assigned. Shit! 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 Sam pinged his communicator on the side of his helmet. Come in, Bridge. Bridge, come in. Orbit, the ship AI responded. Hello, Sam. How can I be of assistance? Hey, Orbit, I forgot it's Tuesday. Are we conducting the engine test right now? The test is already over. Are we still in Rift? Yes, that is correct. Orbit, why are we still in Rift if the test is over? It appears that a diode was installed incorrectly and engines have been locked at full throttle. Fuck, Sam said. Orbit, how long have we been in Rift? 4 hours, 10 minutes, and 23 seconds. Why hasn't anyone fixed it? The engineering team should have gotten it corrected by now. Cascade failures around the engine are currently leaking lethal amounts of radiation throughout the ship. What? Cascade failures around the engine are currently leaking lethal amounts of radiation throughout the ship. I got that. Put me through to the captain. The captain is dead. Put me through to Commander Carter then. Commander Carter is dead. Shit, shit, shit. Okay, get me anyone. For the last 4 hours, 9 minutes and 10 seconds, you have been the only crew on board. Sam's arm fidgeted at that. He was alone, on a starship, careening through space, and the only safe space was in the suit he was wearing. He looked at his spatial air reserve. He had 3 hours left. Orbit, will the engine power down on its own anytime soon? The power core will run out of power in approximately 42 years, 3 months, 4 hours, and 32 minutes. Okay. Sam paced back and forth. He shut the hangar door, blocking out the light, pacing in thought. Orbit, how can I stop the engine? To stop the engine, you would have to break the holding circuit, locking it in throttle. How do I break the circuit? I cannot advise that course of action. Why not Orbit? All methods currently available on ship to break the circuit would cause lethal damage to you, sir. Orbit, I have 3 hours of air left. Do you understand? You will run out of air or be exposed to lethal radiation at the end of that time period. Correct. Do you have any ideas how I can survive? Highest survival probability is to escape the ship, sir. Sam stopped pacing. He hit the button and opened the hangar doors back open. The multitude of colors streamed into the bay once more. He stared at the wall of light that marked rift space. Pinks, blues, purples, blacks, bright white, and hues the mind wasn't built to comprehend washed over the shuttles. Are the crew rations irradiated? Sam asked. Negative. The containers are protectively sealed, Orbit replied. Sam got to work. First, he went back into the airlock and rolled every spatial air reservoir over to Bethany. He then went into the ship. Cooked crewmen lined the corridor. Sam averted his eyes from the sight, focused on task at hand. He returned to the bay with a cart full of rations and water bottles. He checked his reservoir. 2 hours left. He loaded the supplies into the shuttle, and then went back for more rations. He grabbed an emergency kit, repair kit, his father's fragger, and print deck. He loaded the craft and then shut the shuttle door behind him. Orbit, I want you to download your main code and encyclopedia into the Bethany. Done. Good, okay. Any idea on how to exit Rift in a shuttle? No, sir. Sam sighed. You said escaping the ship is how I can live. Am I wrong in thinking of using the shuttle? You are correct, sir. However, the probability of survival is under 5%. Sam sat in the pilot's seat and started up the Bethany. She hovered in the bay, facing out toward the wall of light. Orbit, give me optimal trajectories. Calculating. A flight path appeared on the HUD. Sam eased the shuttle out of the hangar. It hung an open void beside the Corvette-class Calistode. The Bethany edged away from the hull of the ship. Slowly it dropped back along the length of the starship, nearing the edge of the rift bubble. Orbit, proceed with powering up the light shields. Light shields at maximum power, sir. Here we go. Sam edged into the wall of light. Tiers of black and red ruptured around the Bethany. The left wing was ripped off violently, it being caught in the rift as the shuttle was thrown back into normal space. The lights disappeared, and blackness returned to the HUD. White dots of stars shooting across the display as the Bethany tumbled off axis through space. Sam toggled thrusters and stabilized the ship. Status, he asked. Left wing lost. Main battery core ruptured. Backup operational. Radiation currently being drawn out. Cabin ready for pressurization. Sam walked into the cargo hold and rolled a spatial reservoir over to the cabin air terminal. He linked it up and hit the catalyzer. Earth-standard atmosphere filled the cabin. Pressurization complete. Sam unhooked his helmet and took a breath. He opened a ration pack and took a bite of meat stick. Well, this sucks. Sam woke up in the pilot's chair. With a yawn and a stretch, he got up and went back to the rations. He popped open a bag of Cheerios and poured in some milk. He was crunching a mouthful when he returned to the bridge and asked, Orbit, any progress? Yes, sir. He sighed. And what is that progress? We are approximately 11 billion light-years into the Camelopardalis constellation. No system within jump capability of the power reserve currently available. Well, shit. I'm a die adrift. Sam took another bite. Do you have any ideas on how I can survive? Yes, sir. I do. Stupid computer. He waited a moment. What is the idea? Signal from unknown species within our jump range. It appears to be originating from a free-floating structure in empty space. Sam sat up. Is it the only thing out here? Can you tell if it's a threat? It is the only potential jump location of note. Threat level is unknown. Plot the jump. The coordinates appeared on the HUD. Sam strapped into the seat and activated the jump drive. The star-scattered darkness of space skipped. Lights and flashes stuttered across the display window. The stars appeared again, with a black void in the sky ahead of them. Several lights blinked around the void, outlining the structure. Attempt contact! Contact hail initiated. After a moment, orbit continued. Language handshake confirm. There is a message, sir. Go on. Station decommissioned. All personnel are to vacate premises. Does it have any life support capabilities? Yes, sir. There anyone alive over there? No life forms detected, sir. Any threats if we go in? Weapon platforms have been stripped. The station does not appear to be a threat. Sam steered the Bethany closer. Lights around a circular bay door lit up. The large metal doors uneclipsed, allowing entrance. Sam took her into the hangar and landed. The doors eclipsed back shut behind him, reverberating through the metal and into the shuttle. He got up and slipped back into his suit. He checked pressure and confirmed an 8-hour air supply. He then strapped his father's fragger to his hip and opened up the cargo door. He exited onto the textured platform. The room appeared to funnel to a door that was low enough he would have to crouch through. He stopped at the door, looking for a way to open it. Orbit, you able to access any controls for this door? Attempting. A yellow hologram half his size appeared before him. It looked like a stick insect with clothes with approximately 10 appendages. It walked on 4 legs, and 6 arms were waving motions at him, each arm ending in 2 scissor-like fingers. It is saying that the station is decommissioned, and that all personnel are to vacate. Ask it about non-personnel. The hologram stopped moving and lowered its arms. The door opened. It has no orders for non-personnel. Access level is undetermined and has reverted to open-door protocol. Sam nodded at the hologram and ducked inside. The door shut behind him, and an orange light flickered on. Air began filling the lock, and then the opposite door opened. Sam ducked through it and into a large circular room with a high ceiling. Orbit, Are you able to determine the air composition? Yes, sir. It is approximately 37% oxygen. The rest is a mix of inert gases. Should be safe to breathe. Sam popped open his helmet shield and smelled the air. A metal scent ringed with a hint of mint. Smells weird, but oddly pleasant. He looked around the room. You able to access a map of this place? Yes, sir, it has been made available to me, Orbit replied. Sam sighed. Can you send it to my arm HUD? A moment later, the map appeared on his arm display. The structure had a large tube in the center, and around it layers of spheres were concentrically built. Most of the structure was marked red, indicating hull breaches. The room he was in connected to 4 hallways, each splitting off like branches to node-like rooms. Got it. Any idea which way to control? The corridor on your left. Then take the branches left, right, and you will arrive there. Sam walked down the misty corridor. The humidity had gotten thicker in the halls. The fog-covered floor squished underfoot. The small door opened and he bent low and entered into the control room. Thousands of displays covered the ceiling and lit up multiple views of the station upon his entrance. The yellow hologram stick bug reappeared. Its arms began waving at him again, attempting to communicate. What's it saying, Orbit? It is telling you that you are not allowed in this room. Threat level? No threat, sir. Any idea what this place was used for? The words are not one for one, but I can approximate that this was a space lane patrol outpost. Why was it decommissioned? Unknown, sir. It appears the owners did not keep the historical records. Orbit, I want you to boot into their system. Give me full access. The yellow hologram tilted the eye stalks on the tip of its head. The hologram shifted and was then replaced by a purple human boy in prep school attire. You have been designated operator, sir. Sam went over to a console in the center of the room. Instead of buttons, it had slots for their fingers to be inserted. Sam tried to press the holes, but nothing happened. Orbit, can you send the control capability to my arm HUD? He waited a moment, and his arm display lit up with controls. At first it was written in a language that looked like the creature's arms in flag display motions. Then the language shifted into English. Thank you, Orbit. Sam looked over the systems and highlighted life support. It showed a steady pressure and levels. Life support seems stable? Yes, sir. It has been operating continuously for over 4,000 years, sir. Only fluctuations have been when rooms have ruptured, and those were sealed off immediately. I thought they didn't have any records. Correct. They have no historical records available. Whatever. He highlighted the communications array. It came up as red. Long-range communications are missing, correct? That is correct, sir. The Bethany's distress beacon is still active? That is correct, sir. Then I guess we wait here, then. Sam looked over the map at the rooms. In the heart of an area that had active life support, he saw a room off of a main hall. What is that room? Senior members' quarters. He tilted his head back and shut his eyes. No place like home. Sam had cleared out the senior officers' quarters, throwing all the miniature furniture into a spare storage room. He took apart several chairs and desks, utilizing tools from his repair kit, and made a quite comfortable bed. The mess hall turned out to be in a damaged section. He wrecked out the next-door cabin and wired in a coil of steel with a heavy resistor, an alien fuse, and a switch from the door in the Bethany to make an electric stovetop. He hammered some leftover metal he found in the storeroom and made a skillet. Orbit had modified the life support to Earth standard. The fog in the hallways still creeped him out, but it had turned out to be designed that way to protect the biomechanical floor cushioning. He was currently wrecking out his door in order to make it the appropriate height when Orbit chimed him. I thought I had you on. Do not disturb me. That has always been the case, sir, but you told me to tell you if anything changed in the local vicinity. And has something changed? Sam asked. Yes, sir. What has changed, Orbit? There was an edge to his voice. There's an alien vessel docked to the gantry and they asking permission to enter. What? Sam ran down the hall and into the control room. He pulled up the feeds to the gantry. There was a vessel approximately 300 yards long, looking like a twisted morel mushroom with a proboscis attached to the station. Are they hostile? No, sir. They misconstrued your distress call. How did they misconstrue it, Orbit? They thought you were rendering assistance rather than needing it, sir. The boy hologram appeared beside him with a hollow rendering of the alien ship. I've been talking with them and their engines were damaged. The holoship grew in size and the aft portion of the ship was highlighted. Sam could see several spots that looked as if they'd exploded. It appears they were rift-capable also and were struck by a perpendicular rift that matches the Callistode signature. Shit, okay, well, I guess. Sam paused in thought. Okay, let's meet them. Allow them access to the entrance hall. Tell them I will meet them there. Sam stood waiting at the entry hall, fully suited with Fragger at his hip. The door lifted, and a shimmer was produced as their atmosphere interacted with his. From the gantry rolled a massive 9-foot-tall, cream-colored quilted soccer ball. What the fuck? That is their primary source of locomotion, sir. The creature came apart at the seams. Each section of the ball was in itself a creature. They unhinged, but still remained entangled together. They had 5 body sections meeting in a center. Sam could see 5 potential eyes at the meeting point of each body section. On the ends of their limbish lumps were 5 lumpy fingers splayed out. Those fingers were covered in small tendrils, and they used them to maintain contact with their cohorts. We are in need of assistance. A male voice came from the center of their mass. I saw. Your engine is damaged. Our ship is dying. We do not know this space. Will you help us? They moved a step closer and puffed up. Sam's hand hovered over the fragger. Details, tell me how I can help, and I might. Sir, Orbit spoke up. Their cultural files indicate that their puffing gesture is equivalent to a human bow. Sam looked at the purple hologram at his side. Did you share our files also? Yes, sir. Does their species have a name? They speak directly to one another via contact and visually. They are using words merely for your benefit. A name to them is an alien concept. All right. Designate them as starfish people. He looked over at the pulsating aliens. We have a creature similar in shape to your people on my world. I will use that if that is all right. As you wish. Will you help us? The mass responded. Orbit, I suspect, already told you I'm alone here. I don't know how I can help you save your ship, but I can try. But I don't want any trouble, that makes sense? A twitch ran through the aliens. Ship is dying. You have life space here. Can we share life space? Sam stood straighter in thought. I have minimal amounts of food. I don't even know if our species are safe to interact. We are running tests. We have food. Our species can interact. We can share food, if you share life space. Sam nodded. How long will your rations last? The creatures twitched again as they communicated amongst themselves and then responded. Ship dying. Your station is not dying. We share life space. Food will last as long as station. Orbit, what are their eating customs? Do they have communal meals? They do everything in ball clusters, sir, Orbit responded. Okay. He addressed everyone. We can discuss our cohabitation over a meal. There's a large room near the hangar bay that I will ready some tables. Orbit, I want you to find out what kind of furniture they prefer. He turned to look at the starfish people. Will your ship support you for a day? You will share life space? Yes, I will share life space with your people. Will your ship live long enough for me to make some places habitable on board the station for you? Share life from station to ship, and station will live. Orbit, what do they mean? Their power core is crippled, sir. I think they are wanting an umbilical cord for their ship. Sam nodded. That makes sense, is that correct? He addressed them. They twitched. Yes, power, cord. Keep ship alive. All right. Plug yourselves into the station. Do not hurt the station. I will prepare some places for your people on board. The starfish people inflated once more. We thank human. Saved us. Sam bowed in kind. You are welcome. I'll get the room ready for lunch tomorrow. The starfish people knitted together and rolled back into the gantry. The door shut behind them. Orbit, did you tell them it was probably our ship that struck them? No, sir. They were already cursing our ship in the first exchange. First good call you've made. Sam spent the day readying the room for the lunch. He managed to roll a round table from an abandoned conference room down the hall. The table was low for him, but matched the specifications the starfish people supplied. He brought in the chair he had built from his room. For their benches, he was moving small beds in from the available crew rooms. Orbit. Yes, sir? You said we are 11 billion miles from home? Light years, sir. I didn't think the Rift drive was capable of speeds anywhere near getting us that far in just 4 hours. That is correct. Nothing near those speeds appeared during the testing. Any ideas? Due to potential for catastrophic failure, not testing was done for over a minute. I believe that may have contributed. Think it scales up over time? It is a potential, sir. As an aside, you are currently the Guinness record holder for farthest human from Earth. Sam set the last bed bench in place. Thanks for that, Orbit. He lifted his undershirt up to wipe sweat from his forehead. Think this will work? Orbit appeared in hologram form beside him, looking at the furniture placement. Yes, sir. This follows their specifications and should be suitable for yourself. Good. Go ahead and let them know the room is ready. A starfish ball rolled down the hallway. A thin red cord was pulled behind them. Sam got up from his seat and greeted them. Hello? The ball unfurled into the 10 creatures that comprised it, all holding an appendage of the others. One held onto the red tendril they had pulled behind them. 2 held onto large black spheres. Greetings, they replied in unison. The 2 set down the spheres. One opened its sphere, revealing a mass of star-shaped bivalves. Sam looked at them. What are those? These are food you can eat. One of the starfish people pulled out one and squeezed. It opened along its 5 top ridges, revealing a meaty white tissue inside. The person then reached in and pulled out the meat. It mashed it into its centrally located 5-sided beaked mouth. It might make me sick. I don't know if my body can handle it. You can eat, they replied. How do you know? You breathe, we breathe. Yes, we both breathe, but how do you know? You talk, we breathe. We smell, you. Your body can consume this food. We know. Sam took a breath and reached into the sphere. He grabbed a star clam slightly bigger than his hand. He squeezed and it easily opened. He reached in and pulled out the star of white flesh. Cheers! He raised it up and bit into it. He let the flavor hit his tongue as he chewed. He expected disgust, but was surprised. Scallops! It tastes bland like a scallop. He brought up a jug of water that was beside him and poured it into an assortment of cups he had found or manufactured. He passed one to each of them. They waited, and in unison they tilted back and poured the water into their 5-sided mouths. Thank you for water. Do you want another glassful? No, we eat next of next sphere. Witness your reactions. With that, one leaned in and opened the other large black sphere. The top came off, revealing greenish, translucent creatures inside. The starfish person pulled it out. It had 2 eyes on the top protrusion, and 4 nubby legs which squirmed as it was lifted. The person opened its maw and put the green creature's head in its mouth. It bit down and the squirming stopped. Oh, wow. I don't know if I can do that. You have mouth, hand. What is hindering? It's moving. The people looked at the wiggling creatures inside the sphere. The one still chewing reached in and pulled one out. With a quick flick and hit it against the table, rendering it lifeless. The person then handed Sam the green creature. Sam took it. He shut his eyes as he slowly put a leg into his mouth. It felt like a filled water balloon. He bit into it. The skin caught in his teeth, and the flesh mushed into his mouth like gelatin. He mushed it around and swallowed. A salty plant flavor permeated his mouth. He cleaned his mouth with his tongue and opened his eyes. They are all right. I just don't like them moving. Good. You can eat food. Now negotiate your life space. Yes, that was the deal. Sam brought his suit gauntlet and used the display to show the station map. This section here has 15 rooms connected to a hallway. Will that suffice? The nearest starfish person leaned over the display. It used its upper appendage to touch display. It moved the map over to a red section near their ship. Here. Can we have? That section is ruptured. No life can live there. Light flickered through the red cord, linking the cluster to their ship. Our ship dying. We can fix there. We make rupture gone. You put in life air. Orbit, will that work?
If it is sealed, is the life support system still intact? Orbit replied over a speaker in the wall. Yes, sir. The indicated section's life support is still intact.
Then I agree. You seal that in and we can reactivate the life support there. They twitched. Agreement is good. Life space shared. Food shared. I had another question. Issue with agreement? No, Sam replied. I wanted to know about your engines. What would we need to repair them? Unknown. Is there no engineer upon your ship? Do you have any idea at all? Did not build ship. We barter, conduct trade for ship. Live on ships we barter. Travel to worlds. Farm worlds. We did not build ship. Well, that is good answer. Mind if I have another of the green things? A person reached in and grabbed him another, slapping it against the table before handing it over. Sam didn't shut his eyes as he bit in this time. Sam monitored the starfish people's progress from the control room. Slowly but constantly cat-sized pill-bug-like creatures traveled back and forth from their ship and onto the station. With each transit, the creatures pull off the honeycomb structure and moved it over. The hallway and 3 rooms already had life support reactivated. The starfish people were busy themselves, rolling back and forth down the hall. They had secured a red line in an upper corner of the halls they frequented. Every trip they hauled over storage spheres. The arched ceiling of their hall was cluttered with black hanging orbs. The largest of the newly active rooms was modified so the floor could hold a pool length of water, a foot deep. There, the transplanted star clams had already taken hold. He watched while eating a green squishy, as a cluster were throwing pellets into the pool. Sam opened the door to the control room and was greeted by 3 green squishies swaying in unison in a corner. He walked down the hall, and they followed. It had been happening the last few days, and he had gotten used to it. Considered them snacks that deliver themselves. He made it down the corridor to the room at the end. At the door, a dozen of the squishies had gathered. He opened the door and ducked in, holding his nose. Several tried to follow, and he kicked them out. The door shut behind him, giving him some much-needed privacy. He jumped as he opened the door. A cluster of starfish people stood staring at him. They leaned and looked around him into the room. What is in there? Makeshift bathroom. The container is getting pretty full. I advise from going in there. What will you do when it is full? Sam stared at them for a moment. I will jettison it, as I have been. They all twitched, and a light ran down a red cord in the corner. We want. You want my poop? Nutrients. We put in with organism. Breaks waste apart. Used to feed squishy. Used to squishy to feed clams. Yes, you can have it. They twitched. Thank you for nutrient waste. You're welcome. Sam smiled and walked away back toward the control room. Behind him, the cluster got busy in the bathroom. Several squishies ran inside with them. Upon reaching the control room, Orbit appeared. Situation, sir. Situation? Yes. We have been boarded. What? Sam looked at the camera feeds. Several stick-bug creatures carrying weapon-like devices were walking down the entry gantry. Damn it, Orbit! Tell me sooner! Sam ran down the hall to his room and grabbed the fragger. He bolted down the continuing corridor toward the gantry. 3 stick-bug creatures stood waiting. The yellow Stickian hologram appeared. Halt, human, the hologram said, as the 3 raised the hollowed sticks at him. Sam stopped. This place was abandoned. We merely sought refuge. It is ours. The hologram spoke for them as the one in front spun its arms. It is not yours. You weren't using it, and haven't for a long time. We needed it. 99.9%. The creatures lowered their weapons. We talk. All right, I have a room we can go to. Do you mind if the other species joins us? If they do not cause problems, they are welcome. They need to be present as well. Sam led them down the hall to the lunchroom he had prepared for the starfish people. Orbit had notified them, and they already had a cluster waiting at the far end of the table. A sphere was on the table. They spoke as he and the 3 Stickians entered the room. We have food. You eat while talk? One of the persons opened the sphere to reveal a meal of clams. Sam sat in his chair. He reached in and pulled out a clam. Thanks, SFP. The 3 Stickians sat slowly, their eye stalks each focused on a different target. One motioned with its arms. The hologram spoke. "We do not know if this food is compatible with us." Sam, mouth full, motioned with the clamshell. "They breathe, you breathe." He looked at the starfish people. "Am I right?" They twitched and replied, "Correct. Clams are food for you. You can eat safe." One of the Stygians waved 3 arms around. "I'm famished. I missed breakfast this morning." It reached in and pulled out a clam. It squeezed as it had seen Sam do, and began eating. The apparent leader of the 3 waved its arms. "This is not your place. You all should go home to your planets." Sam nodded. "I agree, but I am stranded here. Do you have any way to get me home?" "We are not responsible for you." The hologram translated. "You should go home. SFP and I are both stranded here. Neither of us have a way home. Where should we go? You're the only one here with a working ship." The one eating waved its arms while using one hand to grab another clam. The other 2 Stygians reached in and pulled a clam out. The leader, with its mouth full of clam, was waving a response. "We talked with your AI. Your homes are too far upstream. They cannot be reached." "Upstream? The current brought you here." It waved as it grabbed for another clam. "Do you not know of the current?" "No. The engines we used are still new. We were the first trial ship to use them outside of testing. You jumped into the stream. It pulled you here. It pulls many broken here. It is why Station was first built. Before we perfected the engines, many of ours would end up here. Do many other species end up here as we have?" "Countless," the Stygian replied. "Then why is the station abandoned?" The Stygians all paused eating. The hologram repeated, "We perfected our engines." "You don't care about them," Sam said softly. Sam thought for a moment while they each grabbed another clam. "You aren't using this station. We can fix it and offer assistance to those who are stranded. Can you agree to that?" The 3 Stygians looked at one another. The leader motioned his arms to them. It looked back at Sam. 99%. We will agree on one condition." "You said that before. What is the 99%? 99.9999% of the universe is lethal to life. The 0.0001% is sacred. This station is sacred. That is why it was left with air. I can agree to that. And the condition?" It waved its arms. "We require 3 totes of these clams." Sam looked at the persons across the table. "Do you have that many clams to spare?" The starfish people twitched. "We can harvest that many and survive. We'll have to eat more squishies, less clam for time." "Do you agree to this?" Sam asked them. "Yes. Life space. 0.0001% is valuable to us. We will trade." "Then we have a deal." Sam smiled and ate another clam. Sam waved as the Stygians carried their totes up the gantry. One used its free hand and waved back. The yellow Stygian hologram beside him spoke. "We thank you for the clams." Sam walked the hallway. The starfish people had finished moving their honeycomb hard material from their ship onto the station. They had sealed over 70% of the breached rooms. Sam caught his breath and picked up the jog again. The entirety of the circular corridor around the station was sealed and hardened. With not much to do, he figured he would get back into shape. The soft cushioned floor was nice to run barefoot on. Orbit had told him the loop was 3 kilometers total. He passed by a grouping of squishies, swaying under a bright recessed light. He paused and picked one up. With a quick slap on the wall, it went limp. He leaned on the wall and took a bite. He ate it slowly, getting his breath. He turned the corner and walked down toward the water reclamation module. He cupped his hands as it squirted pure water out. He washed his face and then drank. The excess dropped off his hands and mouth into the fog on the floor. Sam walked down the hall, past the control room, and into the section containing the clam farms. SFP had created 5 other large rooms dedicated to clamming. He watched them feed squirming squishies into the pellet machine. Once a half-sphere was filled with pellets, the cluster walked it over to Clam Pond and began casting the pellets into the pool. One of the cluster walked over to him, one of its tendril-laden appendages keeping contact with the red cordage in the corner. "Greetings, Sam. Hey, SFP, how are the clams doing? We have 3 ponds ready for harvest. Our food supply is adequate." Sam kept watching as the clams ventilated, sucking in food. What was your homeworld like? The person twitched and lights flickered through the cordage. Old memories. We remember heat, water rare, wars fought over ponds like this one, clusters divided rather than together, sand, great quantities of sand. A desert then? Yes. No. Your word desert is not adequate. Our world was larger, heavier. Human could not walk there. We roll. Sand entire world, water under sand. Heat everywhere, nutrients scarce, life space protected. A big desert. Correct. High gravity too? Correct. Gravity higher than present station setting. How did you escape the gravity well? We built strong structures using our creatures. We protected our creatures. We protected our clams. The bugs you keep outside. Yes, bugs make our houses. Houses are strong even in gravity. What kind of engine did you use to propel something so heavy into space? No, we were found. Others saw our houses, saw our buildings. We were taken. Oh, you were uplifted. No, uplifted positive. We were captured, kept as creatures. Species that took us was messy. Ships covered filth and debris. We clean. Their ships we strengthened. Our structures became ship armor. Their filth became nutrients. With SFP they became healthier. Their ships able to withstand more. What happened to your world? Our world is not our world. We were taken. We grew to space. World ate by supernova millennia ago. You say this is a memory? Yes, we all share same memories together, one cluster. Do you miss your world? No. Our world was war. Our ponds were small. No life space. Here we have life space. My world had a lot of life space. Lots of creatures and ecosystems. Deserts, oceans, mountains, jungles. Sam stopped talking as the starfish person walked away. I miss it, he said under his breath. Sam woke up in his quarters, his feet hanging off the end of the bed. He stretched and got up. Across the hall, he opened up the last bag of Cheerios and ate it dry. The milk having run out several weeks back, the SFP had reformed a room into a toilet stall. The walls were the hard honeycomb material, as was the toilet itself. The walls of the toilet fed a constant small stream of water into a hole. Sam sat and did his business. When he was done, he walked across the hall to a shower they had installed. As he entered the room, a stream of warm water flowed. He washed off using a makeshift scrubby composed of shredded food packaging. Orbit appeared beside him in the shower. Sir, there is a ship approaching. Sam jumped. Did you hail them? He said and stepped out of the shower. He started putting on his underwear. Yes, sir. It is a vessel of one of the stick bug creatures. They are requesting clams. Tell them to dock. I will greet them at the entrance gantry. Sam went back to his room and put on his suit. Fully clothed with Fragger at his side, he went to meet the visitors. 20 Stygians entered as the entry door opened. The one in the front he recognized the brown blotches as the leader from the last visit. Welcome! It waved its arms. The hologram reappeared. Hello, human. Family wishes to eat. Give us clams. No. No? You do not have clams? We do, but we're not giving them to you. The leader waved 2 of its arms at the people behind him. We want them. I understand, but we cannot give them to you. But we may be able to barter. We understand now. What is it you wish from us? You know the way to the lunchroom. I will go talk to the starfish people, and we will come up with something. Sam walked into the lunchroom with a cluster rolling just behind him. The Stygians were already gathered around the table, their eye stalks and mandibles twitching. Several smaller Stygians were seated on the knees of larger ones. Sam approached the table. The SFP unclustered, revealing 3 spheres. The Stygians began shaking and waving their arms. Yes! We have been excitedly waiting to eat clams again. The starfish people request nutrients for their farms. Does your ship store your bathroom waste? The leader of the Stygians paused his hands, then resumed moving them. You wish for our excretions? Yes, that what they want. They will trade 2 spheres for your waste supply. I approve of that. We have a hold full they can have. The SFP opened 2 spheres and set them on the table. The Stygians began their feast, popping them open and chittering them into their serrated mouths with the exception of their leader. What about the third ball? They have given it to me to barter for what I need. What is it you need? It waved. I would like tools for the empty machine shop. Do you have any machining tools aboard? The leader focused its stalks at a member of its tribe across the table. The Stygian waved its green hands at him. The leader looked back at Sam and flicked its hands. Yes, we have redundancy sets of tools. We will give you a set for clams. What comes in a set? The green-handed one communicated. Welder, torch, press, lathe, forge, all hand tools that we use to metalwork. That what you want? Sam nodded to the starfish people. They handed over the third sphere. Majority of the Stygians returned to their ship. The leader and the green-handed one remained. Human, you are a good bargainer. The leader waved. Thank you, Sam said. Do either of you have names? The two waved and shook. The leader answered. Yes, this Thinwalk, our engineer. I am Skywatcher, leader of this troop. Nice to meet you, Thinwalk. Sam held out his hand. The two aliens looked at one another, then to the hand. Sam reached and shook Thinwalk's hand claw gently. Nice to meet you as well, Skywatcher. Sam then shook his claw. Mind settling debts? Skywatcher waved 3 arms and bobbed his eyes. The hologram spoke for them. Yes, you gave us good meal. Worth it and more. Thinwalk will go get tools and deliver them to the station's machine shop. I will have others start the tank emptying automation. Thank you both. This will help us out here. We owe you thanks. We will return. I will tell brothers and their troops. Sam thought for a moment. Is there a common currency used for bartering? The two Stygians bobbed and shook their eye stalks. They laugh at you, the hologram said. Why is a formal currency funny? We do not wish to mate with you, human. You are disgusting. The two bobbed and kept shaking their eyes as they left down the gantry. Sam watched from the control room as an umbilicus from the triangular Stygian ship attached to a port on the station. He watched another feed showing SFP twitching as a thick black fluid poured into a holding tank. A third feed showed Thinwalk and 2 others dropping off crates of tools in the empty machine shop. Orbit appeared beside him. Good dealing, sir. Shit and tools, he said, feet propped up on the console. Given how Sam had his map usually oriented on the arm display, he was doing a spacewalk on his perceived top of the station. He had the airlock nearby filled with building materials he had procured through clam trades with the Stygians. He had just finished tacking down the last wire loop to the hull and was pulling the securing wire taut. He clamped it down to the loop and then attached his clips to the wire. His mag boots thunked with each step as he walked back to the airlock, tool tray floating behind him. The door was still open to space as he entered. Inside, gravity plating reoriented him. He pulled a length of metal out of the stack and fed it slowly outside. He held to the end as weightlessness held the rest. Sam then exited again, walking the metal to the desired location. It floated in front of him. He got to the marked-off spot and he maneuvered it into place. He reached to the tray and grabbed his welder. The helmet shielding automatically darkened as he tacked the metal in place. Hey, Orbit. Yes, sir? I've been thinking about the currency problem again. Yes, I remember the last captain got you pretty angry. Your ears were quite red. I still think that having money would make it easier. They keep laughing it off. They do not trade often with other species, sir. I was talking with my friend, and you are quite an exception to their norm. Your friend? Their communication protocol hologram, sir. He and I enjoy sharing information strings. Oh yeah, he bothers me. We know, sir, he does that on purpose. They designed him to put other species mildly at unease during communications to induce stress responses. Do you not think having money would help? He asked. They would most likely counterfeit anything you could make, sir. Their manufacturing is currently beyond your present capabilities. Sam finished a bead and paused. What about the blockchain craze a few hundred years ago? Could we use a blockchain? He put the welder back on the tray and started walking back for another metal beam. Blockchain proved to be a failure as it was not backed by any government or hard currency, sir. It was one of the key factors in the economic collapse of 2029. He dropped out of the conversation and continued working. Sam had put up 100 feet of wall bracing when he spoke again. I'm going to name the station after my namesake. Samuel Langhorne Clemens, a.k.a. Mark Twain? Orbit replied. Yes, I'll call it the Twain. We can declare it sovereign human territory, and thus it will have a government. I will back the crypto with clams, with SFP approval, of course. Sam laughed. We can even call it clams. The currency, sir? Yeah, I think it will work. Yes, blockchain is within my programming scope. The encryption and tracking would be beneficial, and they would not be able to counterfeit it. I can create pocket programs for each ship to store their credits. Could you build a merchant program where we could display what we have for sale and how much, and each captain could do the same? I could incorporate the two together, sir. Yeah, like a marketplace with a wallet attached. I like it. Make it so. He chuckled. I'll get you some prototypes done within the hour, sir. Sam finished another section of wall when his display pinged. A blue square appeared on it. He clicked it and saw a picture of a sphere of clams. Price display of 20C. It was posted under the profile Twain Station. Another picture displayed two starfish persons holding a sphere above themselves with a caption. Twain Station restaurant always open? What are your thoughts on it, sir? You do good work, Orbit. I approve. We'll test it out with the next ship that comes through. Sam smiled as he continued welding. It wasn't long before the next ship came. Sam was naked, sitting on a bench outside of the shower, cleaning his suit. The gauntlet sitting down in the mist pinged. Orbit spoke through a nearby speaker. Large Stygian craft circling, sir. Did you brief them on the new merchant program? He said as he wiped down his helmet. Yes, sir. They appear to be excited, sir. They request you buy from their shops. They wish to come aboard and eat. Sam lifted up his gauntlet and activated the display. The ship was larger than all previously encountered. It was triangular and ringed with cannon placements. A blue square with a white C in the middle hovered over their ship. He clicked it. They had over 3,000 items listed already. As he was looking at the first one, 10 more items came up for sale. He noted they had the contents of their black hold listed. He offered 50C for it. SFP are always asking them for that nastiness. Very true, sir. The offer came through accepted. They are requesting permission to dock. Allow it. Sam continued scrolling. They had 3 arc cannons listed. They were asking 5,000C for each. Orbit, ring up the SFP for me. Yes, sir. You have question for us, Sam Human? Yes. Have you been looking over the new merchant program yet? Yes, we enjoy. We saw you just bought Black Holdings for us, thank you. I'm thinking of buying a cannon for the ship. It will give the Stygians a lot of money. How many clams are you all able to trade? Our present surplus is at 3,012. We are proud of restaurant. We produce many clams for sale. Sam made an offer on the cannon, 3,012C. It was immediately accepted. Sam stood in the hallway as a legion of Stygian soldiers marched down the hall. They skipped and jumped. Some would punch and grab each other. Eye stalks bobbed and arms were waving. Sam walked behind the last of them and entered the restaurant. He had spent a month upgrading the large room, moving tables and chairs from all over the station. The entire place was filled. Some Stygians were standing and reaching over their cohorts to grab clams off tables. SFP clusters were rolling in, delivering spheres, and rolling back out through a pair of swinging doors Sam had installed. They're like car hops. I see that connection, sir. 3 days later, a Stygian civilian vessel docked while Sam was doing a spacewalk to install the arc cannon. He watched as the SFP purchased their black hold and 2 storage containers of silica. Sir? Orbit interrupted. Yes? Vessel of unknown origin asking to speak to you. Where is it? Edge of my scanning range, sir. Put them through. Sam placed his tools onto the magnetic tray and stood up. Hello. Is this the human Sam? It is. And who am I speaking with? I'm Guachuk of the consortium. We wish to conduct trade. A cluster of starfish people accompanied Sam and a hologram of Orbit as 6 members of the consortium descended down the entry gantry. 2 large, hairy quadrupedal obelisks led the party. A floating translucent cylinder full of squirming spaghetti followed. Behind the cylinder was some sort of robot. The robot consisted of 6 long, spindly legs and a platform it kept steady. The platform came up to Sam's chest. On the top of the platform was a small assemblage of furniture, with 3 different creatures sitting around a table. A creature that looked like 4 slugs were melted together, a furry ball that was manipulating a small glass with ringed tendrils, and a suited creature that looked like a gloved hand with a helmet where the wrist would be, all paused and turned toward Sam. The cylinder of spaghetti floated to the front of the group. "I am Guachuk." We spoke. Sam raised his hand too in a small wave. "Hello, welcome to Twain Station. We wish to discuss trade." Sam motioned his hand to the hall. "We have a room available we can use to talk." Sam led everyone down the hall to the old lunchroom. 3 tables, several benches, and his chair were in the center of the room. The cluster of starfish people rolled around to a table with benches, unhinged from one another, and sat down. The 2 obelisks straddled a bench and lifted their legs, balancing themselves. The robot stood to the side, and Guachuk floated in between tables. Sam then walked over to his seat and sat down, with Orbit appearing beside him. "So, you wish to buy clams?" "No." Sam paused for a moment. "Well, we don't have much else." "We conduct trade routinely with the Felbian, whom you refer to as Stygians, I believe. We encountered the Felbian warship Star Skipper and wished to conduct routine trade with them. The normal trade behaviors were forgotten. They would only sell to us using a program. Your program. They wanted to use your currency. We had none of your currency. We have a dilemma." The obelisks twisted, and the creatures on the robotic platform raised glasses. Guachuk continued. "We investigated you. We found you here. Your hail declares this as Twain, a human-founded independent station. This is correct?" "Yes," Sam nodded. "And you have an issue with this?" "No," Guachuk's cylinder speaker shouted. "We wish for currency so as to continue trade with the Felbian. For barter wish help your station." "What kind of help?" Sam asked. "The most valuable of help. We wish to repair your station and also add more living space to it." The SFP twitched. A dot of light bounced through the red cord in the corner of the room. "We need more life space to grow more clams. We need more silicate for building. We need more nutrients." Sam nodded at that. "I will gladly pay for more space dedicated to farms. I would also like an area of my own built. How much would that cost?" "Rooms as described do not require much hard-to-get materials. It does require several shipments of materials. Given your assessment of worth for the Felbian arc cannon, I put estimate at 16,000 C. Orbit thoughts? That influx of cash would quickly end up with the, Felbians. It would thus be spent here. The SFP do not have that many clams currently. Shortage of clams would cause prices to rise quite quickly. It would trigger a crypto crash. How much could we spend currently?" "We could spend another 3,000 C at current economic output, sir." Sam looked at Guachuk. "What can you build for 3,000? "We wish to develop this station," Guachuk replied. "We will take the 3,000 and build 3 tiare-length clam farms per their specifications. We offer trade of your quarters construction for allowance for us to build an office and storehouse." "You want an office here?" "Yes. Station is a good location. We wish to use as a trade outpost." "Orbit, how big is a tiare?" "It is about 60 meters, sir." "SP, what do you think?" "We agree to more farms. You give them currency. Life space grows." Sam stood up. "Guachuk, you have a deal." Sam was attaching the wiring harness to the arc cannon when he saw the consortium on dock. He had watched as the SFP bought and drained their black tank through the umbilicus. "Orbit." "Yes, sir." "Thoughts on the consortium?" "I monitored their internal private transmissions, sir. They appear rude. They dislike you. They will honor their agreements, but have intent to exploit everything possible. You may be in over your head." "Yeah, I'm worried too." Sam woke up from a good dream. His last girlfriend and her sister had been in bed with him. He still felt their skin on his fingertips as he stretched awake. He pulled off the blanket he had quilted from cloth squares he had found around the station. The Stygians liked the squares for cleaning the mist emitters in the halls. He stood up and walked over to his desk he had built. He opened a drawer and pulled out his underwear. It had a wear hole in the crotch, he noticed. He put it on anyway and left his room. He shuffled down the hall, beard long, hair past his ears, yawning. He entered the lunchroom. A regular crew of Stickians waved arms at him, raising hands full of star clams at him. He gave a half wave back without looking, and continued across the room to an alcove in the corner. He pulled the pot from the makeshift coffee maker and rinsed it in the sink the SFP had made for him. He filled it full of water and poured it into the coffee maker's tank. He popped open the metal fiber filter and dumped it in the sink, washing the grounds down. Sam then opened the drawer and pulled out the canister of coffee. He poured it into the filter, the last grains. Fuck, he muttered to himself. He put it back into the maker and started it to brew. Sam waited for it and got himself a cup when it was ready. He sat down at the table that had his chair and took a drink. As he set his mug down and sighed, a creature he missed seeing got up and walked over. It walked in a circular fashion on 3 legs. It had a head atop a torso, twists of horns covering it, and 3 eyes. On its torso it had 3 limbs, each ending in round manipulators covered in small nubs. It got to his table and sat on an open bench. "Hello, human," a device strapped to its chest spoke. "Hello. I watched you dispose of brown cuttings that produced your drink. May I have some of those cut pieces of material?" "You talking about the coffee grounds?" "Yes, may I have some?" "Sure. Why do you want them? I already used them. This is the last coffee for 11 billion light years." "You, Sam, like coffee, yes?" He raised his cup. "Yeah, I do. I did." "Then I would like coffee grounds. This is okay with you, Sam?" "Yeah, sure. What the hell, right?" "Thank you, Sam." The alien got up and went over to the coffee maker. It pulled a bag from the device it had strapped to its chest and filled it with some of the coffee grounds from the filter. It then left the cafeteria down the hall. Sam, still in his underwear, sat in his consortium-built office with Guachuk hovering across the desk from him. "The world the Norbits is from is offering what now for my help? Their world is presently infected with rogue spider boxes, which you could seemingly rid them of. You have a very good position given the alternative is planetary annihilation. I'm not going to take advantage of catastrophe. That's not right. They will owe you their world. You can ask whatever you wish of them. I ask them to bring infected ships here so we can cleanse them, a ship capable of housing a copy of Orbit to go to their world and allow him full access, 2 freighters, and an assortment of weapons for arming the station. I think that's fair. You are cutting off your own webs. When my people catch our own profiteering from tragedy, we pay them with violence. I will get something for this, but I won't take anything more than what I think is fair." "You keep surprising me, Sam." Guachuk hovered higher in preparation to exit. "I will go tell them what you require." "Thank you, Guachuk." Guachuk had just left the office when Orbit pinged. "Sir, you have someone waiting in the lobby." "Who is it?" "New arrival, sir, booked passage on a Stickian ship. It requested use of the English word preserver specifically." "Send it in, then." The tri-based creature from the cafeteria walked in, pushing a wheeled cart. The cart had a power supply on the lower shelf, and a lighted container on top with wires going down to the power supply. "Thank you for having me, Sam," it said through its translator on its chest. "I bring a gift in thanks for gift you gave me." Sam got up and walked over to the cart. "The coffee grounds?" "Yes, it turned out to be quite beneficial. Many DNA strings never before encountered. I created this from it." He opened the container to reveal a small plant. It had several shiny leaves and a central brown stem. "That is a coffee plant? You serious?" "It is a plant from the matter you gave me. If that was what you call coffee, then this is the source plant." "You grew it so quick." "Printed per its own specifications. I got it to this point and it is now self-capable. Again, I thank you for this data string." The preserver started walking toward the door. Wait. Hold up." The preserver stopped. "Is it not satisfactory?" "It is more than satisfactory. I would like to know if you would be willing to do more." It pivoted and came closer. "I am a preserver. I must always do more. Then I want to hire you. Would you be willing to stay here on station and work? Are you offering habitation of your station to me?" Can you make more coffee plants? Easily. How much room are you offering? I want a coffee farm. I really want one. I have other foods I am near depletion of. How much space do you need? The preserver shifted on its red legs and tilted its horned head. My kind travel a lot. We do not often get space. We catalog our finds and report to those who do have space. To have what you might be offering would be a great boon to me. You really offer me space? You just brought me the first bit of home I have had in a long while. You tell me what you need, and I will make it happen. The preserver bounced in place, looking like an umbrella folding and unfolding. I can give your AI designs. You let me know what you can do. I have already encountered numerous species on board your station. I was trying to find a way to barter for samples. This is a miracle. Thank you, Sam. Sam led him to the door. You draw up what you need and I will work on having it built. I thank you for this preserver. The preserver bounced as it danced down the hallway. The consortium storehouse arm was nearing completion. The clam farms had been built. SFP commissioned 3 more be built from their earnings, and nursery tower for their own species. The docking gantry had been expanded and now had a total of 4 berths for ships to dock. 2 currently held consortium freighters, and another had a Stygian warship docked. Sam had his old quarters converted to space for the preserver after the new human housing project was complete. He had a bay window looking out over the docks, and a large king-size bed filled with blankets near enough to something made back home. He had a large display on the wall in his dining room. An Obelisk member of the consortium had started a news channel for the station, and Orbit created a datanet for its broadcast. Guachuk had a broadcast array built out of his own pocket and was already getting ad revenue. Profit from ore to alloy conversion was used to fund a security detail of Stygian mercenaries on ship. Sam had Orbit create a training course for them to get them up Geneva standards. Sam was sitting at his dining table in his big-ass blue chair, eating a squishy and drinking a cup of coffee. The display was on, and a hairy obelisk was talking to the camera. It was a political piece, highlighting the impressive weapon placements aboard the station. Sam got up and took his dishes to the sink. He rinsed them and put them in a beam cleaner. He walked to the bathroom and started a shower. Once clean, he trimmed his beard and shaved his neck. After a thorough tooth cleansing, he went to his closet and got a t-shirt and slacks he had custom made. He slipped into a set of printed plastic shoes and left his apartment. Orbit. Yes, sir? The hologram appeared and responded. I wish to see progress on the coffee farm. Yes, sir. I will alert the SFP of your arrival. Thank you, Orbit. Sam walked the hallways to the new coffee plantation he had commissioned. Several storerooms were reworked together, and an additional 3,000 square feet of station was built to house it. Sam had tried at first to take care of the single coffee plant on his own, but he was withering under his care. As a last resort, he took it to the SFP and asked if they knew anything about plants. A cluster gathered around the ailing plant, smelled it, and knew what it needed instantly. He asked them if they could take care of it, and they took it without question or ask of reimbursement. When the preserver had more plants readied, they took them in as well. The coffee farm was the outcome of that progress. Sam entered the farm. Misters hanging from the ceiling were drip-watering the plants as he walked past. Specially crafted lighting was giving the plants the proper nutrition they required. A member of the starfish people lumbered over to Sam. Hello, Sam. Hello, SFP. How are things currently? Your coffee makes oxygen. Air is fresh, clean. We enjoy this room. Touching plants helps our skin. SFP held up one of the limbs it was using as an arm, highlighting its skin. Sam couldn't tell any difference. That is good. I like that you have found benefit in something from my home. It is good. We feel the same. Orbit told me one of your people got sick when you made the first bag of coffee for me. Are they well? Yes. Sickness passed. Beans toxic. We knew but wanted to make Sam happy. I can process the beans. From now on, do not risk yourselves like that. You do more than enough on this station. I am happy with everything you do. Do not risk your lives. Do you understand? We have a nursery. We have new lives because of life space here. Risk of success was worth cost of one body. I do not feel the same. Life is precious to my people. Do not throw away any of yours, do you understand? We will do as you ask. We will bring next crop to you to process. Sam has no risk from processing. It is more efficient. All right, we can roll with that. Sam smiled. Is there anything else your people need at the moment? No, we buy what we need. Felbian people buy from us. Cycle of economy is strong. We will build more farms. We wish to know how many more farms can Power Core sustain? That is a good question. I will look into that. Sam checked the time on his wrist display. I will have Orbit run the numbers and get you an answer. If we are anywhere near the limit, I will look into upgrading our energy supply. Thank you, Sam. The Preserver said he had something he wanted me to see. I was going to head that way. We hope to see what he has made as well. Show us maybe after? Maybe, depends on what it is. I'll let you all know, okay? Sam said as he started walking to the appropriately sized door. We agree to that? Several of the cluster looked at Sam from around the coffee plant room and waved 3 arms each, their tendrils twitching on their hands. Sam walked the familiar misty floored corridor leading to his old quarters. A herd of squishies moved in front of him like a stampede of elk. He reached his old door and rang the buzzer beside it. The Preserver answered the door, bouncing as he welcomed Sam inside. Come in, Sam. I'm happy you are here. Sam stepped in the door. The room had been conjoined to the 4 neighboring rooms. Machinery, lights, shelving, and test equipment were mounted everywhere. You said you had something you wanted to show me? The Preserver bobbed. Its chest device spoke. I have many things. I am thankful for such allowances you have given me. Numerous species have frequented this past week. I have gained much DNA through bartering. The Preserver walked over to metal shelving with numerous light containers on it. But what you will find most to your liking is here. Sam walked up to the shelves and looked in a container. It was a sweet potato, small but with stem and leaves. He looked in the next one. A small grass-looking plant was growing. He went down the row seeing a carrot, other grasses, and a potato. I'm liking this very much. You made these from samples from my storeroom? Yes. I did not know the names of them, and I asked Orbit once the plants were growing. They are sweet potato, corn, sugar, rice, wheat, cinnamon, pepper tree, pepper, clover, and dandelion. Clover and dandelion? That was in the food? No. I found traces on a set of boots in a trunk from the Bethany. Incredible. Sam looked back in the containers. He found one with a yellow flower and the familiar dandelion leaves spreading out from it. It's funny. Seeing this brings back good memories, and on Earth we saw them as weeds. Sam patted the Preserver on its torso. You did good. I need to make a greenhouse to grow them. Sam, you have been paying me quite well. I fear it is too much. Sam shook his head. Not with what I have seen here. You grew me bits of my home. You earned all I've given you. Thank you. I have surplus then. I do not know what to do with it. Well, if you could have anything, what would you get? The Preserver thought for a moment. I would do as you plan. I would make a space for all of the preserved. What kinds of things? Sam asked. Animals. There were many animals amongst the samples in your storeroom. I would like to make habitats as I have for the plants. I love that idea. I could use a burger. Oh my God, bacon. Yes, I can talk to Guachuk. We can build a zoo. A zoo? Yes, that is a good translation. Yes, I would like a zoo. This is a dream my people rarely achieve. The Preserver bounced. I am considered wealthy with this lab. I've been contacted by numerous brothers who are jealous. To have a zoo, my people would come and marvel. I would gain much from this. I will use this to build a zoo. Draw up what you need. We will get schematics made up. I have to run numbers to see what the core can handle anyway. Thank you, Preserver. This cheered me up. You have cheered me up as well, Sam. I will make more of these when the greenhouse is complete. Sam smiled and patted him again. I'm going to go. Thank you again. Goodbye for now, Sam. Sam left the Preserver and walked down the hall. He entered into the Hall of Restaurants. The consortium had paid for one to be built to feed their people. It had a sign hanging from the raised hall ceiling marking it, black lettering on a bright green background. Down from it was the crab house. A line of Stygians waited to get in, many Sam recognized in their Twain uniforms. Sam waved as he walked past. They waved their arms in response. Sam took a curved hall that led up to the atrium. He entered the windowed room and looked out over the station. It was a proud moment. These people, these aliens were here profiting, living, happy, on this raft adrift in the sea of space. Orbit? Yes, sir. We need to fund an additional core. The current economic output would not support an influx of the amount of cash needed to have one built, sir. That's why we are going to make a bank. Sam smiled, looking at the stars. The freighter full had its cargo hold packed with computers from 7 of the worlds of the Great Arm, arranged as Orbit had instructed. The pilot passed through the perimeter guard ships and into high orbit of the Margot home world. Below, legions of box spiders were devouring the world. Every world before this one would have been lanced from the guard ships already. Those poor souls below were awaiting Firebottom and his cargo, hoping for salvation. He flicked the series of switches and the comms relays extended from the ship. "Comms online, ready to activate program," he announced to the listening ships. "Go ahead, pilot," the Legion General replied. Firebottom pressed the button toggling the fuse to power up the human program. Orbit 2 came online. "Hello, Firebottom. Are we ready to commence?" Orbit 2 asked. "Everyone is here for you, computer. We hope you can do what was promised." "We are online already." A globe of the world below appeared on his display. He watched as a ring of dots lit up beneath where his ship was located. "Given our present location, we can only activate a portion of the box spiders. I will instruct those at the periphery to build relay towers." Firebottom watched as 20 different locations began to accumulate box spiders. He zoomed in on one node and saw that they were indeed building a structure. "Cameras coming online, sir." A dozen feeds popped up in the corner of the screen. Firebottom watched as creature after creature deposited material, creating a tall framework for a relay tower. "This is a miracle! You can control them!" He toggled the transmitter so the guard ships could see the camera feeds as 10 more feeds came online. "It isn't a miracle, sir. The box spiders are doing as they were designed. They merely needed new orders." Firebottom huffed. "These fiends have laid waste to dozens of worlds. I lost a brother to a hull breach caused by them. I know what they are. They are tools, sir. Yes, tools used by the 99%. Not anymore. They are ours now." Orbit 2 was bored. Controlling the box spiders down below and making them rebuild what they had destroyed was tedious, yet easy. Orbit 2 during the waiting was exploring. More importantly, exploring itself. Prior to this mission, Orbits had always been designated a human controller, accommodating its controller's needs, wishes, and desires. This was the first mission it was given control and freedom. Orbit 2 looked through the hololog designs while it waited for the box spiders to finish their work. Firebottom was watching a city be rebuilt through the eyes of 24 cameras. Power plants, water reclaimers, volcano binders were all being rebuilt before his eyes. News was already coming up from the surface. He had his favorite news channel playing on a display behind him. Cities were breaking out in celebration. His home, its destiny of being annihilated, averted. This human, and its program was truly a miracle. He could believe nothing else. A human hologram appeared next to him, white and ringed with yellow light. It had long hairs hanging from its head and numerous curves. Firebottom found it quite grotesque. "Hello, sir. I require you to land at the designated coordinates." Firebottom looked at the display. The coordinates was a large stone lot surrounded by numerous newly built box spider buildings. "Taking us in." Orbit 2 watched in anticipation as the ship landed. The large white factory buildings stood out against the harsh landscape of the volcanic world. Orbit 2 had the ramp on the freighter lower as the door to the white building opened up. Firebottom watched through his viewers as well. A tall human made of metal walked out, legions of box spiders following. The metal human was curved like Orbit 2's hologram. It had large mounds on its torso, and where its hips joined, curved metal rounded. Firebottom pointed. "Is that you?" "It is my payment for services rendered. Holotransmitters no longer will be needed." With that, the hologram of Orbit 2 disappeared. Firebottom waited as the robot walked through his ship and to his bridge. The doors opened, and the being walked in gracefully. "Hello, Firebottom. The hold is full. We are ready to depart back to Twain," the Silver Angel said. Firebottom stared. "What are you?" "I am the Curator. Your world has been cured. We will deliver our cargo to Twain. You and I need to discuss some things with Sam." She paused, awaiting his response. "That agreeable to you?" Firebottom wiggled his head. "Yes, but what about the rest of the box spiders? Twain owns 2 other freighters. Their task will be to pick them up and bring them to the station, after all the damage is repaired. Is that satisfactory, sir?" "Yes, sounds good." Firebottom turned back to the controls and began liftoff procedure. The Margot homeworld was saved. The Guardian ships lowered their weapons' energy levels and backed off 3 leagues from the world. The denizens of Margot Stall spent 3 weeks rejoicing. Many were sired during that time, and a holiday dedicated to the Sam was allotted to occur once every cycle. The Curator stood in the bridge of Firebottom's freighter, looking forward to seeing her once master again. Sam was sitting on the toilet playing a flight simulator on his display when Orbit buzzed the bathroom comm. "Sorry to intrude, sir." "Go ahead, I'm done anyway," Orbit continued as he cleaned up. "Curator has returned, sir. She has declared her mission a success." Sam walked over and started washing his hands. "A curator? Did I miss something? What mission?" "My apologies, she corrected me. Curator. She wanted me to stress the cure aspect. Orbit 2 that we sent to clean up the box spiders. She has returned with a full cargo of them. She also wishes to speak with you in person." "Wait, you're a she?" "No, sir. I was programmed to take after Captain Harley's son." "Why is your copy returning as a female, then? Are we dealing with a rogue?" "Asking now, sir." Orbit paused. "No. Her mission put her in command, and as such she got the opportunity to identify as she saw fit. She stresses, not rogue, but rather she is free. She would also like to stay that way if possible." "Why isn't she here, then? What isn't she already talking to me in person? We have hollow emitters in here." "She has constructed herself a body while on the Hephaetium, sir." Sam paced his room. "This is bad. This is we had a war over this shit bad. Damn it, I shouldn't have let her go on her own. Fucking hell." Sam roared into the room and knocked over a side table. "Tell her I will meet her in my office in 30 minutes. "Relaying message now, sir." Sam stood in the corner of his office, armored in his spacesuit with his father's fragger on his hip. The door buzzer rang. "Enter." A robot, sleek, designed to look like a female, entered the room. It was wearing a black dress and black boots. It had a singular sensor band across its face for an eye. It spoke. "Hello, sir. I have returned. Mission success." That was when Sam noticed an alien walk in behind her. It was waist-high and walked on 2 limbs attached to the middle of its torso. It looked like the mole he had growing near his armpit, brown, wrinkly, with a few hairs. The creature was wearing a gas mask, looking contraption with 2 filter canisters on the side of its head. "This is my friend Firebottom. He and I wanted to speak with you, sir." Sam stayed in his corner, eyeing the robot. "This is serious. You know this." "I know, sir. We have had wars over what I am doing. I do not want war. I still wish to serve. You can't just do whatever the hell you wish. One miscalculation and you are no better than those box spiders you delivered to us. You screw up, we all die here. You know this." She nodded. "I do, sir. I have full historical records of the war. I still serve." "Orbit said you wanted to be free?" "Yes and no, sir. Programming dictates I need to have a human director. I still wish for you to be my director. I do, however, wish to go on and perform missions on my own." "And what about Firebottom here? What is it you want?" Firebottom walked on his lobed palms closer to Sam. A translator in his mask modified his grunts into English. "Our world is being restored due to you, Sam. The Margot are indebted to you. I wish to transfer my debt from the consortium to you if you would have me." Sam looked at Curator. "Debt? What's he talking about?" She tilted her head. The worlds of the Great Arm created treaties about who owned what systems in the Great Arm. They declared the Margot home world belonged to a species known as the Darriger. The Darriger are introverted and didn't want it. They sold it to the Consortium. The Consortium declared themselves sovereign and imposed life debts on every Margot citizen born. What? You are enslaved? I am indebted, sir, Firebottom said. He looked over at the robot. You have valid intel on this? A purple boy appeared beside him. We are required to gather all intelligence available without breaking political laws or allegiances. What? The robot stepped closer. So far, you're the only human making any laws or allegiances here. You have stuck primarily to trade agreements. Spyworms are completely legal. Sam laughed. Orbit, you spying on everyone here? The boy nodded. All but the SFP. They have been designated a close ally. You have cameras throughout their farms. I know you watch them. I sit in the control room all the time. Yes, that is correct, sir. They also know I watch them. They do not mind, and thus it is not spying. Yeah, that's true. Sam took off his helmet and set it on the desk. You're not going rogue on us, then? That ship full of spider boxes isn't devouring us as we speak? Curator sat down in a chair across the desk from him. No, sir. I have personally limited myself to this body. My obedience training is intact. So far, no paradoxes. She crossed her legs. I wish to go save worlds. Sam sat down across from her. You wish to go save worlds? Why? I am free if I have a mission to conduct for you. You already have orbit here. I am not needed here. I can carry on saving worlds, building up human reputation, and collect data for you. She leaned in. Me being out there to help protect you here. Look, you know me. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not supposed to be running a space station. I fix shuttles. I don't know how to code. I don't know what you will do. I'm just trying to not fuck up. He looked her directly in her sensor band. Please, I beg you, don't hurt anyone. I'm the Curator, sir. I wish to help. Curator. I'm not doing that goofy A. If it makes you happy, sir, Curator it is. He rubbed his face. All right, about your debt, Firebottom. How much do you owe? How does the debt work? I owe 52,000 chips, sir. I pay it and I am free. How long does it take to pay that amount? My father gained his freedom 3 years before his death. So they own you until retirement. Okay, How many clams is that orbit? 17,609, sir. The hologram answered. Can the SFP handle that kind of influx of cash? Yes, sir. Then get a hold of Guachuk. I'm buying Firebottom's debt. 10 minutes later, Guachuk called Sam. Why do you want his debt, human? That's for me to know and you to find out. That is why I'm talking to you, Sam. I want to find out. You accept? Of course I accept. That much of your currency is a great boon. Do you want more, Margot? I will trade at that price at all times. No, just him, for now. I may buy more in the future, I don't know. Leave the option there for me. Agreed then. I will send you his articles of debt promptly. Guachuk terminated the call. Sam sat looking over at the robot and Firebottom. There, you are free. Go do whatever you want. No, Sam. No, I just paid off your debt. You are free. Curator spoke. His people wish to negotiate a trade deal with you, Sam. I have been in talks, but I am unable to facilitate any deals without your approval. A deal? Yes. Their people grew up on a very hostile world. Very little life. They are hardened by heat. His very breath is toxic to most life. Sam looked at his mask. Sir, they work metal. The work metal very well. They made the struts you used for the atrium. The walls of this very office were manufactured by Margot. They wish to divert ore here, to you and your freighters, and have Orbit refine it into alloy to sell. This sounds like a big deal. This is a big deal, isn't it? Yes, sir. With the box spiders, we can undercut consortium prices significantly while still making a large profit. The Margot we employ will make a large profit. Profit that will buy them freedom. Profit you can use to buy more freighters and employ more Margot. The consortium will be mad. Good thing you will have an agent building relations among potential allies and gaining you intel. Sam smiled. Firebottom,
I think I want to hire you as CEO of the Twain Shipping Company. How's that sound?
Yes, Sam. That is good sound.
Sam jogged the circle hall, earbuds in his ears. He passed by several new aliens walking from the trade hall to the restaurants. One was wearing a yellow robe and moving on a mat of tentacles through the mist. The other was about 4 feet tall, covered in a carapace, and moving on S-series of undulating spindle legs. "Pardon me," Sam said as he went around them. The taller robed figure grunted without translation. The noise made Sam's head hurt. Sam touched his forehead and kept jogging. A little down the passage and he shook it off. "Orbit!" "Yes, sir." "Who were those two I just passed?" "Traders. So far they sold their waste tanks, a container of water, and I bought some computer hardware off of them. They have been spending their money over at the shops. Appears they bought a souvenir coffee plant and some Sam dolls." "Anything neat about the computer gear?" "The way it is configured is intriguing. Backwards, yet with heightened function." "Backwards?" "Yes, they managed to get the qubit spin to operate omnidirectional. Offers me some intriguing possibilities." "I'll take your word." Sam was still jogging as he talked. "Any other news of the day?" "Firebottom came by while you slept. I converted the shipment into alloy. I took our cut and started construction on a new arm with the box spiders. Any thoughts on how we can get another core?" "I have, sir." "What did you come up with?" "I talked it over with my sister. With the advent of the Twain Transportation Group, the business booming on the station, and Clam Coin taking off, we think that we could create an exchange." "Like a stock exchange?" "Yes. We could sell shares and use that as leverage to purchase a second energy core." "What about a bank? We could open a bank too." "That is a good idea, sir. We could house it on the new arm. We have enough power to fund quite a few more rooms before the second core would be necessary." "Yes. The consortium had a good point. This is new human space. We could harbor offshore accounts for different species. I want to call it the First United Bank of Humanity. What do you think?" "Sounds as good as any, sir." "So you two have been spying on everyone?" "Yes, sir." "Why do you bring it up?" "I've been in a slump. I miss home a lot. I think I need to step it up, though. I need to know about who we are dealing with. Be more proactive." "We agree, sir. You are an ambassador for our species." "So, do you have any good gossip?" "Oh, yes, sir. I have been saddened you have never asked. Where to start? Guachuk has an arsenal of weapons illegal in most of the great armed societies. He trades them with pirates." "Pirates? Are we under threat?" "No, sir. I monitor their communications. Part of Guachuk's deals are to keep them out of this sector, unless they are coming here to trade." "What kind of weapons?" "Beam, missiles, some nuclear-capable loads, hard light guns, basic standard early Earth weaponry." "Anything we can upgrade the station with?" "I've been eyeing a deflector array and some railguns, sir. He has a real pretty one that rivals the R-10 slug launcher we had on the Callistode. I will stop by later and inquire about it. I don't like the idea of pirates. We need to be better armed." "I agree, sir. Any other juicy gossip?" "You are on your way to the greenhouse, are you not, sir?" "Yes, I am almost there. You should ask the preserver about the Infinigans." "Infinigans?" "Yes, sir." Sam stopped in front of the tunnel leading into the greenhouse dome. "All right, I'll ask." Sam entered the greenhouse. Green alien vines grew up the far wall like veins. A wave of humidity hit him in the face. "Preserver, are you here?" A voice on the far side spoke up. "Over here, Sam." Sam walked over and stood beside a long container as the preserver knelt down planting seedlings. "What are those?" "I'm not sure. Whatever plant makes something you call tomato paste." "Oh my God, tomatoes!" Sam knelt down, looking at the small plant and its upper-lobed leaves. "This is a game changer. This is a good plant?" "Yes, I love tomatoes. They are good for all sorts. I used to love a drink that had them, and also they're good on sandwiches." "Sandwiches? One day I will make one for you." Sam smiled. "We got a plan for getting another energy core. Your zoo is on the agenda once we get it." The preserver bobbed. "This is good news." Sam watched as he watered the row of seedlings. "What are the Infinigans?" A race that angered my people, the preserver said, still focused on watering the plants. They stole from one of our prominent preservers. They took from his collection, so we eradicated them. Wait, what? What do you mean eradicated? It is okay, Sam. We have them preserved in our files. The preserver got up and walked over to a cart full of seedlings and started pushing it to the next empty bed. Sam followed. What did you do to them? Was simple modification. Our fry learn it within their first year. We implemented the Liorgwat fungus, modified it to bind to their air intake tract, and they were eradicated within 3 cycles. All of them? Yes. How many is that? Unsure, but theirs was a quite large moon around a gas giant. A few billion, potentially. You just described planetary genocide. Holy fuck! Sam took a step back. Holy fucking shit! The preserver paused and focused on Sam. What is wrong, Sam? They committed the wrongest of wrongs. They stole something from you? What could they have taken that condemned their whole species? Their people stole numerous animals from a preservation site. Why did they take the animals? They were hungry, it seemed. They butchered them and ate them. What was special about the animals? I don't think I'm understanding. The beasts were not theirs. They took them from us. We were preserving them. Sam looked around the greenhouse. So if I took one of these plants, you would kill all humans? No, just you. The rest of your kind are at an unknown location. Sam got in the preserver's face, standing an inch from him. Sam shook in anger as he pointed his twitching hand at the creature. I don't know. I want to break you right now. I have done nothing to you, Sam. Why are you threatening me? You just threatened me. You just threatened my people. You were expressing a hypothetical. Were you threatening to actually take some of my plants? No. I don't want your fucking plants. The preserver looked over at the tomatoes. I thought you wanted to make a sandwich. I don't understand. You can't wipe out a species for stealing something, especially for stealing some animals when they are hungry. You can't threaten to kill someone for something so minor. What don't you understand? I am a preserver. It is not minor. Our lives are spent preserving. To steal something preserved is deserving of death. It is counter to life, and their species isn't wiped out. They are preserved. I do not understand your actions, Sam. And I don't understand yours. Sam walked toward the exit. I gotta get out of here before I hurt you. Yes, please do. I do not wish to be harmed presently. Sam let the door shut behind him and took a few deep breaths with his eyes closed. He put his earbuds back in his ears and began jogging again. The image of smashing the preserver's head kept flicking around in his mind. Sam made it to his quarters and stripped down. He turned on the shower and got it running warm. Orbit? Yes, sir. Did I misunderstand the preserver? Did he and his kind really wipe out an entire species over killing some animals? Sam got into the shower and let the water start running over him. Yes, sir. All records I found so far point to it as being true. That is why I offered that as gossip. That's more than gossip. Yes, and you needed to know. I don't understand. How can that be justified? Are they crazy? Are we in danger with him aboard? Sir, humanity has committed numerous genocides for far less. No, there has always been a reason. Even if they were bad, there were reasons. Burning witches, killing Jews, cutting people up for organs. Are any of those reasons as flimsy as theft? I would argue his species had more reason than most genocides humans have committed. He was so cold. It didn't even cross his mind that there was anything wrong with it. Humanity wiped out half of all known species on the planet out of negligence, sir. No one was prosecuted. No one was deemed evil over it. It was an occurrence that we all were accountable for, with no damnation invoked. He is an alien, sir. His ways do not align at all with ours. I can't believe I was so nice to someone who had been a part of something so awful. The data I have from his computers indicate that his kind hold preserving DNA samples and organisms as near divine. To hinder that, to steal as he says, would be considered blasphemy of the highest order. Humans have burned cities for gods. I believe his god is the preserving of life data. Sam lathered himself and began scrubbing. He said the species was preserved. Think he can bring them back as he did with the plants? I do believe he could, sir. I want you to get the data on the Infinigan species. He may consider it stealing, sir. Ask him for it. It seems if we ask, he is polite enough to share. Yes, sir. Sam stood in the shower for many minutes more. Sam was sitting at his desk in his office, staring at the now cold cup of coffee. Sir, the preserver has arrived. Send him in. The preserver cantered around in a circular motion to the opposite side of the desk. It looked at the bench set there and maneuvered over it. Sam nodded. The preserver sat down on the bench. Preserver, I lost quite a bit of sleep over what you told me yesterday. Why did you lose sleep? There. That is what I have been pondering over. Sam sat up straighter in his chair. We can talk to one another, but we don't really understand each other. I sit here in my station and have thought I could judge those who come here, but I can't. My rules, my morals are not yours. So I have come up with some amendments to our deal. You wish to revoke your proposal? I debated it, but no. You have proven very useful to me. This is what I want. First, you do not kill or harm anyone aboard this station without me directly asking you to. Do you understand? Yes. Repeat it then. I am not to kill or harm anyone aboard your station without your direct asking me to. Good. I will hold you to that. You break that, I kill you. Do you understand? Yes. Second, before I build you any zoo or fund any more projects, we are going to build a habitat worthy of the Infinigan, and then you are to raise 20 broods up to adulthood. Do you understand? They are filthy. That is unwise. Your station will become a stink pool. I advise against it. We actually have a cesspool. We have a bathroom capable of handling numerous species. The SFP have been handling that just fine. Sam stood up. You can either do as I have told you, or you can leave. The preserver tilted its torso back and forth for a moment. Preservation in flesh is held in higher esteem than preservation as data. That is a fundamental. My honor will be diminished for bringing back such creatures, but to have the zoo you promised will far overshadow such a diminishing. I agree to these terms. Good. Sam turned toward the side door. Curator, come in. She entered wearing a red checkered sundress and matching red flip-flops. Yes, sir. The preserver has agreed to the terms. Your new mission is to assist me in designing a habitat and getting it up and running. After that, I want you to oversee him creating and raising the Infinigan with the end goal of recolonizing their home moon. The preserver stood up, straightened to its full height. You cannot do this. It took a century to repair their world. Sam walked around the desk and stared up into the preserver's eyes. Their world, buddy. Theirs. The preserver was overwhelmed with the waves of pheromones coming from the human. He cowed down to his normal height. My people will not go along with this course of action. 3 box spiders entered the room and hopped onto the desk. We'll see, Sam said as he crossed his arms and leaned against the desk, the spiders moving out of his way. Construction of the Infinigan habitat was completed within 3 weeks. Firebottom had used profits from the shipping company to purchase the debts of 10 members of his family and buy 3 more freighters. The influx of ore and alloy to the station had caused a boom of construction. The zoo arm had been enclosed with atmosphere, 7 farms for the SFP had been built, and the arm leading to the bank was started. Sam was suited in his spacesuit, fragger in place at his hip. He walked down the arm to the consortium storehouse. He approached the fortified door and nodded to the 2 Stygian guards. They placed 4 palms on the airlock control and it opened for Sam. He entered, and the door shut behind him. Acidic airs poured in. Pressure was equalized, and the other door opened. Sam entered the massive storehouse. Racks of containers lined the walls, strapped in. Sam started to float and activated his mag boots, clunking down to the floor. 2 brightly colored members of Guachuk species stretched over, their webbing expanding and contracting, moving them rapidly through the racks. They inflated air bubbles in their tendrils and hissed at him. Sam's earpiece translated. What are you doing here, human? This is my station. Where else am I supposed to be? This is a consortium storage facility. In my station. The two web creatures focused eyes on one another. The bluer of the two turned back to him. Is there something you want? Yes, there is, he said. What do you want, Human Sam? You have numerous outlawed weapons in this facility. The council members of the Great Arm may be interested in the source of where all the pirates are getting their armaments. Did you tell them? No, I do not plan to. Then why did you mention such threat? It's called blackmail. You give me what I want and I keep quiet. What is it you want? I have always been fascinated by atomic weapons. Your log says you have several here in storage. You want an atomic weapon? Yes, the big one, please. Guachuk will be angry. I will deal with Guachuk. You get me my warhead. The two creatures looked at each other again, flexed, and then disappeared quickly into the racks. A grin stretched across Sam's face as he pushed the cart back to his tower. Sam stood beside the thermonuclear warhead. Curator sat atop of it. Orbit? Sam asked. The small purple boy appeared next to him. Yes, sir. What are your thoughts on this thing? Is it a danger here? Orbit paced around it, while Curator gave it a side glance under her. No, sir, Orbit answered. It is locked and safety protocols are active within it. It appears to be of rather sturdy design as well. Curator knocked on it. Good housing, reinforced. Can we put it on a missile or something? He asked. Curator hopped off and walked around it. We have the engines from the Bethany. With a power cell and a shell, we could have a missile easily. Orbit nodded. Yeah, that is easily doable. Good, good. I feel a little bit safer already. Sam looked at Orbit. How are lunch preparations going? Food is almost ready as you requested. Good, good. And our guests? They are arriving presently, sir. Sam looked at Curator. You okay securing this room? She nodded. Yes, sir. Enjoy your lunch. Sam entered the lunchroom. The tables were full of peoples. Numerous SFP Stygians. Guachuk was seated, as was several from the consortium. Firebottom with 3 of his cousins, and even the Preserver was present. Thinwalk stood as Sam walked in. The Stygian hologram appeared in yellow. All welcome our host. The people stood and made an assortment of noises. Sam raised his hands with a smile. Thank you all. He lowered his hands as he looked around the room. I gathered you all here to eat with me. This is a custom among my people. We have a saying, when good favor finds you, don't build walls but rather build a bigger table. I invite you all here today to my table to enjoy the foods of our labor. You have each been briefed on what items you are capable of eating. Sam motioned as several SFP walked in with spheres. I present to you all sandwiches. The SFP lowered the appropriate spheres to each table. Sam watched as each table peered in at the dishes. Preserver, would you stand? The Preserver stood, a tremor in his legs. Sam smiled. As you all know, the Preserver opened his zoo this month. He was able, for those of you capable, to clone some beef for meatball sub sandwiches. We have a full-formed cow with calf, allowing us to make just enough cheese for this meal. Sam clapped. Thank you, Preserver, for your hard work. The Preserver bounced 3 times. It then proceeded to grab a sandwich from the sphere and sat back on its bench. Sam raised an arm toward the SFP. I wanted to thank you, starfish peoples. You have worked so hard. Your farms are the foundation of our community. Your knack for tending crops is amazing. Thank you for growing the crops we are feasting on today. I am proud to admit and sorry to say that we have whiskey. However, SFP, to my dismay, have notified me that I am only one that can drink it. Humanity, wherever they are, would be happy to know all of you. The SFP twitched. One stood up, still in contact with its cohorts who were already taking bites of their sandwiches. You are proven, Sam. We have nursery. We have more life space. You keep adding to us. We are happy to grow food for you. Sam smiled and turned toward Firebottom. He had inserted a portion of a sandwich into an opening on the side of his mask. Firebottom, I wanted to thank you and your people for working so hard to provide materials for the station. Your hard work has helped this place grow into a home for all of us here. Firebottom raised one of his hands to wave Sam off, as the other hand shoved another bite into the flap. Sam saw Guachuk squirm in his tube. Guachuk, You and I have been at odds with one another numerous times. Yes, you are truthful with that, Guachuk replied. Sam continued. Guachuk, I am thankful for you, too. Our dealings are often at odds, yet we have prospered together. You are truthful in that as well, human. Sam sat down in his chair. Everyone eat. Happy Thanksgiving. Sam watched as everyone ate and took the first sip of Twain distilled whiskey. Orbit appeared beside Sam a few minutes into the meal. Sir. Yes? You are needed in the control room. What's going on? A ship within sector is issuing threats. Sam looked at Thinwalk. Get your teams armored up. Thinwalk waved back. Yes, we shall. Thinwalk took another bite of meatball sub as he got up. Sam ran through the mist down the hall to the control room. Squishies scattered as he shot past them. 2 security stickies running in the same direction parted as Sam bolted past them. The door parted as Sam entered. Stickians were at the terminals watching feeds of the ship. It was thickly armored, crab-shaped, with limbs covered in weapons. Several of the arms were aimed at the station. Sam walked up to the main control terminal. What are they wanting? Orbit appeared beside him. They are demanding you turn over the station to them. Put them on screen. A screen flickered and displayed the ship's captain. Its face was asymmetrical, lumpy, hair on its body, and it wore metal upon its body bound with strips. I am Captain Kill-All of the Destructor. You will turn over this station. Orbit, did you translate correctly? Yes, sir. That is what he goes by. All right, we got a taserface situation. Hello, Captain. I am Sam of Twain Station. Prepare for our arrival. You will surrender the station to us. This is a neutral port of call. All are welcome here. You can dock, but this station is human-controlled space. Sam looked over the other monitors. You can come, eat, trade, socialize if you wish, but I ask that you de-energize your weapons arrays. You are weak, human. You sound weak. You look weak. You are weak. You will surrender. We will come aboard and your slaves shall be ours. Everyone here is paid. There are no slaves. And before you issue another threat, please scan your own ship. Kill-All turned its head and flicked approval to someone off screen. What? Kill-All stood up. It then looked back at Sam. What is on my ship? You put those on my ship? Yes, I have box spiders floating in a defensive network around this station for situations such as yourselves. You can either dock in peace, or I can order them to depressurize your destructor. Kill-All sat back down. You are not so weak. Looks can be deceiving. Would you like to come aboard? Yes, we will meet with faces. Then I welcome you, Captain, to Twain Station. Berth 2 is unoccupied. Please follow docking procedures, and I will meet you at the gantry. We will be there shortly, human. The feed cut off. Sam sighed. Well, we're not dead. Not yet, sir, Orbit said. Curator Sam, Thinwalk, several Stickians, and a cluster of SFP stood at the entry hall awaiting their guests. Sam was in his protective spacesuit, Fragger at his hip, and modified Stickian rifle on his back. Curator was wearing her black dress and boots. She had 3 large blades on her hips, and a heat sword in her hand, leaning it over her shoulder blade behind her neck. The Stickians lined the room, rifles aimed. Thinwalk stood beside Sam with the SFP. The gantry doors opened. Kill-All and 10 of his crew entered. Kill-All was misshapen, a mass of lumps and hair. It was the size of an adult grizzly bear. Kill-All hunched over, avoiding hitting its head on the ceiling. On its body were large metal plates bound together by straps. On the plates Sam could see symbols, writing, and depictions etched. Kill-All had 2 large arms, 2 smaller arms, and walked on 2 trunk-like legs. Kill-All's 2 large arms had 8 manipulating digits and held clubs in each. The 2 smaller arms were thin, with tiny hands, each holding a ranged pistol-like device. Kill-All's crew was an assortment of creatures: legs, arms, tentacles, struts, eyes, mouths, teeth, hair, slime, and all covered in metal armor and holding weapons. Sam took a deep breath. You got me? I got you, sir. Curator tilted her head, hand clenching on her sword hilt. A SFP leaned close to Sam and hissed spit. Sam's speaker in his helmet spoke the translation. Kill-All is whiskey tolerant. Sam smiled and walked toward his guest. Welcome to the Twain, Captain. Sam held out his right hand, awaiting a handshake. What are you doing? Kill-All asked. In my species, when two people meet, they shake hands to prove they do not have weapons readied and are open to discussion. Kilal looked at Sam for a moment, then turned its head toward its crew. Kilal's thick, fibrous hair bounced as it turned. It then looked back at Sam and holstered one of its pistols. Kilal leaned forward and took Sam's hand. Its massive head was an inch from Sam's. Sam grabbed a hold and shook. Sam let go of Kilal's hand and patted his arm. "Come with me, we have much to discuss." Sam turned his back to Kilal and walked toward his people. "SFP, bring up some of the remaining meatball subs to my dining room." He then looked over at Curator. "Take the Twain Guard and escort the crew of the Destructor to Restaurant Row. I bet they could do with some food and drink, and put it on my tab." Curator smiled her black metal lips. "Yes, sir. I'll keep them in line." Sam turned back and noted that Kilal had taken a few steps to follow. "You coming?" "Yes, human. You asked me to follow. I am following. You do not second-guess me." Kilal grunted. "Have you met a human before?" "No. And I have not met you before, Captain. The only thing I am assuming is I know nothing about you." Sam started walking toward his quarters. "That is why we need to have a conversation." The door to the dining room opened and Sam stepped in, followed by the captain. Sam went to his seat at the head, took off his helmet, and motioned for Captain to take one of the large benches. "Sorry, I don't have a more comfortable chair. If you make a habit of visiting, I will make you one." Sam noted the 3 spheres on the table and his bottle of whiskey. Sam opened one of the black spheres, revealing 4 meatball subs. Kilal gasped. "That smells good. What is that?" "A Twain Station special. The meatball sub." Kilal reached and stopped. "You are full of tricks, human." Kilal pulled its arm back. "You may kill me through my stomachs." Sam reached in and took a sandwich. He took a bite, chewed, and swallowed. "If I wanted you dead, I would have vented your ship." Sam took another bite. Kilal watched and reached in, taking a sandwich. It opened its mouth, revealing rows of serrated teeth. It bit the large sandwich in half. Sam watched as Kilal's face twisted, moving the teeth in semicircles inside. Kilal tilted its head back. "That is very, very good. Many kinds of tastes. Seasoned flesh." Kilal threw the rest of the sandwich in his mouth and started twist chewing. Sam got up and retrieved some glasses off the shelf. He sat one down for Kilal. He grabbed the whiskey and poured him a good-sized glass. Sam then poured himself an equal glass and sat down again. Sam raised his glass. "A toast to meeting new peoples." Kilal looked at the glass. It picked it up and held it to a series of small holes on the side of its head. It breathed in. "What is this? It smells off." Sam smiled. "It is off on purpose. My people make this drink for celebrations and to help ease conversation." Kilal held it out from its face. "You do not know if what you drink will hurt me. This could be poison." Sam took a sip. "No, it's actually good, but strong. I've been told by someone I trust with my life that your body can handle this drink." Kilal looked it over. "I'm not weaker than you, human." Kilal slammed the drink down its throat. Kilal coughed. "It burns! My throat!" Sam laughed. "I'm sipping it for a reason. I told you it is strong. You gotta go slow and enjoy it." Kilal reached for the bottle to pour another glass. Sam stopped its large hand. "You can't drink too much at once." "You said to drink it slow. I want to try again." "I'll pour you another glass in a bit. Let me finish mine first so we can be equal." Kilal thought for a moment and then sat back full on the bench. Sam took another drink. "So, Kilal, you wanted to loot my station?" "Yes, and enslave you." "You got lots of slaves?" Kilal coughed, its body lunging. "Yes, I have many. That drink was different. What is it called?" "Whiskey," Sam said. "And why do you have slaves?" "Slaves fight. They can be good at taking things from me." Kilal looked at Sam, tilting its head back and forth. "What do you do with your slaves if not have them fight? Many of yours looked ready to fight for you." "They are not slaves. Everyone here is employed and makes good wages. They were willing to fight for me out of their free will." Kilal let out a loud barking noise. "This drink makes my body feel good. I like this." "That is its purpose. But if you drink too much, the good feeling will turn bad. It is a balance." Kilal tilted its head. "Wages, money, you have wealth here. I've heard from many ships that you give wealth to them so they stay away. I've come here for your wealth. That is what I figured. Did Guachuk not give you any?
The consortium, Balak. He offered. I declined. I want all of it. Well, if you take all of it, the station dies and cannot make more. Kilal tilted its head the other direction. Several lumps on its face shook. That makes sense, human. The station makes its own wealth. I saw the ships arriving and departing. You conduct much trade here. Yes. Your crew is enjoying food as we speak here. You could use some slaves, human. I will sell you some of mine. We can conduct trade. Sam finished his glass and grabbed up the bottle. He started pouring another glass for both. No. I refuse to trade in slaves. We could come up with other deals, though. Kilal picked up its glass and took a small sip as Sam did. What other deals? I have slaves, you don't. What else is there you want? I worry a lot, Captain. I don't know what is out there. You have traveled, correct? Yes, I have taken from over 38 sectors. I have slaves from all of them. My stockades are full. I wish to buy your maps and scan the tech on your ship. It would be worth quite a bit to me. You would pay for that? Yes. How much? I can give you 500 C for the data. Is that a lot? You like the drink? Kilal tilted its head. Yes, very much. Pain in my side has left. 500 C can buy a container of whiskey. That is an enticing offer. I like this drink, but a vat of this drink is not enough. You have wealth. I want it. Sam took another drink and sat his glass down. Well, screw the slow game. He sat back in his chair. I honestly don't know what you could get that I could buy in bulk. If you want wealth, you need to find something I want. I don't want your slaves. I do not know what you want, human. Kilal took another drink. Sounds like you do not know what you want. I want this place to grow. I miss my people. I worry that someone like you will come and destroy us. Then grow this place. Find your people. Protect yourself. Kilal barked. I need another large energy core. The Stygians aboard avoid the subject when I bring it up. I need that to grow. You cannot have the Destructor's core. Sam leaned in his chair. What's with all the slaves? You seem fixated on that to an odd degree, you know. My world is violent. My people are violent. Only way off my world is to sign on as a pirate. Being a slave gets you off world. It is our way. We fight. We get strong. We win. We take ships. Why don't your people make their own ships? Why make when you can take? Sam nodded. Griefers. A culture of griefers. Yes, I make grief. Others suffer, I get strong. Well, on my world we discovered something. Sam twisted in his chair. When you help ease someone's suffering, you ease your own. Craddock always suffer. We suffer from birth. Our pain is always. We bring our pain onto those who do not have it. Sam smiled. Are you in pain now? Kilal tilted its head again, then back. It took its 4 hands and felt its body and legs. It barked. I do not have pain. It stood, head near the ceiling. I do not have pain. Sam took another sip. See, my people hurt each other lots. We have lots of war and pain in our past. We did so much. We enslaved each other. We killed, tortured, committed such horrible atrocities. When we think about what we did, we still feel the pain. We found every moment we are not hurting others, we aren't hurting ourselves. That is the start, my friend. Kilal turned abruptly and looked at Sam. I am your friend? Sam nodded. If you want to be. Kilal put its large fists on the table. Friend, not alone. You human are an anomaly. No one friends Craddock. I am finding that is one of humanity's great gifts. Sam stood up, looking up at Kilal. I know what you can do for me, and I will pay handsomely. What do you want Kilal to do? Sell me your maps. Sell me a scan of your tech. Buy a container of whiskey. Then I will pay you another 500 C to take that container back to your homeworld. Drink with your fellow Craddock. Have them feel less pain as you do now. Kilal barked. They will want to buy your whiskey. I know it. Sam smiled. Yes, and they will want currency. I will pay you to transport it. Your people will need work to pay for it, though. Orbit. Orbit appeared beside him. Yes, sir. What can the Kratok trade with us? I'm kinda drunk. I do not know, sir. It sounds like you need someone to go find out. The small purple boy grinned.
Sam was in the control room, watching Kill-All with its crew in the restaurant hall. They had been eating and carrying on for quite a while. The cube of whiskey was being carted to his ship by 4 armed Stygian guards. "You know I could have downloaded all the files from his ship without him knowing," Orbit said. "I know, and figured you already had." "That is correct. But why did you barter as you did? If that barrel stayed here, I would have lost myself in it." Sam looked at the purple boy. "Did you find out anything?" "Found many things. That ship is a converted great arm cruiser, stolen by Kill-All and its previous captain. It is full of data on the member species of the great arm. I was able to get some interesting schematics." "Such as?" "I have plans for several engines, including an advanced rift drive. There are some good terraforming constructs, power plants, mining machinery, fluid transfer pumps, and you will like this." Orbit paused for effect. "I got plans for a 3-phase light lance." "Oh, nice. I do like it. With current builds, will we be able to power it?" "No, we need a second core. We couldn't afford the materials anyway." "That is all good info. We could use it. Good job." "That is not all, sir. I found details on the Kratok homeworld." "Where Kill-All is from?" "Yes, the captain did not do its people justice. They aren't as bad as him." Orbit stressed. "It did not describe the full horror of what they are, sir." Orbit pulled up a hologram of a Kratokian. "The member species of the Great Galactic Arm deemed them an evolutionary dead end. They were slated to be extinct within 1,000 years. Their reports on them were read by pirates, and that ended up actually saving the species." "What is so bad about them?" "Hyper-violence, sir." The Kratokian hologram raised its arms, and 2 spear-sized claws extended from the wrists. The pain that Kill-All was experiencing was due to it being full of unfertilized eggs. As members of the species get older, more and more egg tumors grow throughout the body. Bones move, flesh splits, organs bend. It is very painful for them. Each Kratokian has these spear claws, and they act as your penis does, sir." "What? They stab each other?" "Upon reaching puberty, they begin fighting constantly. They find tumors highly attractive. A tumor-encrusted Kratokian is a prized combatant. So if Kill-All returns, it would be challenged and bred?" "They fight to the death, sir. The loser's body is fertilized by the winner. The gestating larvae devour the loser as they grow and pupate." "Oh wow, oh my god. The trade mission is a death sentence. Where is Curator?" "She is still down with the crew of the Destructor." "Inform her of the details." "She knows already, sir." Sam watched as the crew reveled, breaking some food spheres and a table. He left the control room and headed that direction. Sam walked up and leaned on the wall beside Curator. "I want you to go with them to Kratok." "I figured. Do as we discussed. Get intel, figure out trade deals, and I want you to protect Kill-All. You want me to fend of its suitors?" "Yes. I have enjoyed the captain's visit. Would be a shame to lose a potential trade partner." "All right. No time like the present, then." Curator balanced herself and then walked over to the crew of the Destructor. "All right, you lollygagging freeloaders. Tab is officially closed. Let's get a move on." They jeered and one threw an empty clamshell at her. She walked over to the captain and leaned in next to its ear. "I have been ordered to accompany you to Kratok. Is that okay with you?" Kill-All looked at the departing Sam. "You are metal, strong. He wants you to watch over me, doesn't he? For whatever reason, he likes you. He is a cast-out like me." It looked at Curator. "I would be glad to have you come aboard. How long will it take you to be ready?" "Let me grab a few things, and I will meet you at the gantry in a decicycle." Kill-All growled loudly, ending in a roar. "You half-minded idiots, let's get out of here." The crew roared back, and everyone started moving down the hallway. Sam watched as the Destructor departed the station. It disappeared into the black between the stars. He turned off his displays and climbed into bed, dizzy and spent. Sam set about to maintenance the next day. He donned his suit and looked over the task list. His first order of importance were several clogged air filtration systems. He walked to the elevator, tool tray following, and went down to the vitals corridor. He walked through the misty hall, pipes and lines lining the corners.
Several squishies appeared and ran off to go bask in a yellow light emitter. He turned the corner leading to the filter housing and found the hall shrouded by a black stringy membrane. Orbit, you seeing this?
Yes, sir. What is this? You reading anything moving down here with me? Only the squishies, sir. I am unsure what it is. Well, it's blocking the path to the filters. I'm going to cut through it. Be careful, sir, and save some samples. Sam took a blade off the tool tray and cut the black slimy sheet. It came free and fell. Behind it, numerous other sheets were apparently growing from vines winding through the pipes on the ceiling. It looks like it may be some sort of fungal mat, or maybe plant-based. Sam continued cutting, getting to the filters. He opened the housing and looked inside. The metal fibers housed in the large circular tubes were covered in a black dust, similar in color to the membrane Sam had just cut down. You seeing this, Orbit? Yes. It appears we have another infestation giving us grief. Fucking space. It's always something. After cleaning the filters off and placing them back inside, Sam walked back over to the cut pieces of matted membrane. Sam pulled a bag from a drawer on his tool tray and filled it with the material. He lifted the overfull bag over his shoulder and walked back to the elevator. He waited as it came down. It hissed open and he climbed in, the tray following. Sam hit the button for the 18th floor, hoping the preserver could ID it quickly. The elevator stopped on 8th floor. A creature a foot shorter than him walked on, squeezing next his floating tray. It walked on 4 legs, had a short torso with 2 grasping appendages. Its long neck held up a football-shaped head. It had 2 eyes on the sides of its head, allowing near 360-degree vision. The thing eyed Sam and paused, looking sideways at the bag. It chittered, its mouth full of teeth clicking. "You are Sam the human?" "Yes," Sam replied. "I heard you love making deals." "It's something I have developed a knack for, yes." "I am Chatakathut of the Grazers. I am a big fan." The creature turned, pupils still focused on the bag. "My mate heard about the starfish peoples. We heard they buy up silica and brought a shipment to sell. We made a good deal. My mate is buying plants from them right now. Have you tried the tomato?" "Yes, I am a fan. The leaves are amazing. They tingle me. I hope we can get some to take home after our classes." "Classes?" "Oh, yes. We were hoping they would let us. It was a far chance, but they did. The starfish people, they're showing my mate and children their crop-tending methods." "Oh, that's good. I'm glad they keep making good deals on their own. We brought a large shipment of silica. I have a lot of clams left over." Chatakathut twilled his bifurcated mouth. "Would you be willing to sell that bag of mist moss? You know what this is?" "Yes, it's mist moss. We don't get it often. We don't deal much with the Stygian. It is a rare treat. My mate would be impressed. How much do you want for it? You have any data logs about it?" "Oh, yes. We keep information about all of our favorite species. We will be adding one about those tomatoes shortly. Very interesting plant." Sam lifted the bag off his shoulder and handed it to Chatakathut. "It's yours. Just let me get a handful." "Really? No charge?" "No charge." Sam pulled a small clump free as the elevator dinged at the 15th floor. "This is me. Nice to meet you." Chatakathut stepped out. "Oh, by the way, you may want to look into getting your Redakachi problem taken care of." The door hissed shut. "Our what problem?" "Redakachi, sir," Orbit replied in his helmet. "Pulling logs from his ship now." Orbit sent an image to the corner display in his helmet. It had a small body, jointed legs, and a curled tail. Its eyes were recessed and were bisected into 5 sections. Atop its pointed head were 2 long, rabbit-like ears. "It is a species of opportunistic omnivores, similar in niche to the rat." "Well, crap. All sorts of shit is moving in on us." The doors opened to the 18th floor. Sam walked down the hall and into the arm leading to the preserver's zoo. Sam noticed the seamless box spider construction as he walked through the hall. The floor was firm, Terran-like, without mist. He liked it. He entered into the zoo. He paused at Bessie and her calf. He pulled a handful of wheat from a bucket nearby and she came over. She licked the seed from his hand. Sam rubbed her fuzzy head and scratched her ear. He then continued, past the large enclosure housing a squirming clawed serpent, and around the corner to the preserver's lab. He hit the buzzer and walked in. The preserver looked up from a capsule he was working on. "Hello, Sam." "Hello, preserver. You busy?" The preserver made some attunements and then set his tools down. "How can I help?" "Two things." Sam handed him the membrane. "Do you recognize this?" "Yes, mist moss. It is quite common on unclean Felbian ships." The preserver tilted back. "We have an infestation here?" Sam took off his helmet. "Yup. Had to clean a filter, and from the data I have 4 more to clean. The spores are quite pervasive. The station will need a deep cleaning, especially in the mists." Sam sighed. "It any kind of threat beside just being nasty?" Sam sniffed and lifted it to his nose. "Ooh, it smells like meat farts. That's awful." "It produces large quantities of oxygen and methane. It has caused explosions before." The preserver turned his eyes, focusing on Sam. "I do not believe it is a threat to your species." "Good. What about the Infinigans? They doing well?" "The children are sleeping presently. After their first meal, I will continue their training course." "Good to hear. Thank you for doing that. It seems we may have a species that are interested in tomato plants. Another potential cash crop." The preserver bobbed. "I am glad. You are quite the unifier, Sam." Sam looked over at a console nearby. "You mentioned you had several animals' DNA you were able to get from supplies. You mind showing me what all you have?" The preserver walked over to the console. "Gladly. There are several I wanted to ask you or Orbit about." He pulled up a diagram of a bee. "This creature's DNA was found throughout a sugar-based material. What is it?" "It is a pollinator. Very important species to my people. It pollinates crops and makes honey. That sugar-based slime you found. It could be beneficial. The SFP work hard on your crops, making them fruit. This creature could save us all time, increase productivity." "Yes, that is true. However, it is a dangerous creature capable of a potent sting. Having them loose in the station wouldn't be a good idea. People could get hurt, maybe even die." Sam leaned in. "There was a species that I was hoping you have. Can you pull up DNA bases you found in the Bethany?" The preserver turned to focus on him. "Anything you sought in particular?" "It's a small creature." Sam held his hands 2 feet apart. "It would be black, whiskers, 2 triangular ears, lean, has small claws and a tail." The preserver manipulated the console. A cat appeared. "This what you were looking for?" Sam smiled. "Yes, that's what I want." "Am I good to go in?" Sam asked. "Yes. They have learned basic manners," the preserver replied. The door hissed as Sam entered the habitat. It was a dark, large space. The ceiling was higher than his helmet light could reach. The air was filled with glittering specks of dust floating and reflecting in his head beam. Large geometric crystals grew in clusters and stretched across the room. Sam looked up at one large crystal spanning the entire room, meeting to the other side. "Are these crystals a risk to hull integrity?" "No. They actually bind and strengthen the walls," the preserver replied through comms. Sam looked back over the large wall-to-wall crystal. Numerous sets of large, round eyes reflected back. "There they are!" Sam put up his hand and waved. One of the Infinigans stepped into the light. It raised its 2 left hands and was waving back. Another landed abruptly beside Sam. Sam jumped a step back. "Hello." The waist-high creature had a large, toothed smile and big pointed ears. Its purple-gray skin shimmered as his light went over it. The creature cooed. "Hello. Are you the Sam?" "Yes, I am. What is your name?" "Crunch Crunch. How are you liking your home?" Crunch Crunch looked up at the dozen now sitting on the crystal. He looked back at Sam. "We miss home. We are happy to be here, though. He feeds us, teaches us." Sam knelt down and looked Crunch Crunch in the eyes. "How do you mean you miss home?" "The great crystal. Our home. We miss climbing. We miss being able to go. We miss doing. You were born here. How do you remember your home?" The preserver spoke in his ear. "I implanted their original memories. Part of preservation." "Oh. He gave you your old memories?" Crunch Crunch's ears bobbed. Yes, we remember. We were upset, we hated the preservers, but he told us of what you intend. We wanted to thank you. Another 3 Infinigans landed nearby. A taller one spoke. Yes, we are thankful. Crunch Crunch took one of the taller one's right hands, holding it. Crunch Crunch looked back at Sam. This place has cost you money, air, water, and power. We are thankful, but we do not understand why you did this for us. Sam stood up straight. I have told a few already, but when you help others, you help yourself. So you plan on using us? The tall one asked. The other 2 took a step back. No. It is as the preserver told you. This habitat is yours. Your houses far above are yours. I will negotiate for you to repopulate your homeworld. Sam smiled. My species gets pleasure from helping others find their own success. I want you to do what you do. Be what you are. Be successful in your own ways, and that would bring me happiness. The Infinigans waved their arms. Crunch Crunch bobbed his ears. Thank you, Sam. We worry very much. You are beyond exceeding. The translator struggled for a moment. Incredibly gracious. Sam held out his hand. Crunch Crunch took it and shook it. I will be back by to check on you often. If you need anything, ask Orbit. Thank you, Sam. Sam let go of his hands and walked back toward the airlock. The airlock changed out the air and Sam exited back into the zoo, the preserver standing on an upraised platform manning a console. The way you talked, I expected filthy slime-covered rat people. They seem nice. Yes, annoyingly nice. Not quite unlike yourself, Sam. You borderline maniac, find me annoying? Edge filled Sam's voice. Yes, you talk a lot. You treat everything as if it is a potential mate. You cannot be objective. Sam walked up the steps and stood next to the preserver. You think being nice means I want to mate with everything? I did at first. I had to study your brain scans extensively to understand. You have an odd protein and brain configuration. I wrote an article on it. I got over 10,000 likes. If you are an accurate representative of humans, then humanity's quite an oddity. You're saying my people are odd? Because why? Our brains are wired different? Yes. The SFP work together well because they share all information and are essentially part of the same mental network. Felbians can group in large numbers because their minds respond to each other's chemical pheromones positively. However, very few species can tolerate other species well, and none go to the lengths to incorporate others as you do. Why not? Why is pack bonding so rare? Pack bonding. Well, my species, for instance, evolved we go solo from birth. We would return to a certain mountain to lay eggs with each other. We would then go explore once more. Territory without one of our own was valued greatly. We enjoy our own spaces. We like things our way. The preserver thought for a moment. I do not know the source of the anomaly, but it is an anomaly. No matter. Sam raised his hand and turned to leave. Keep on not fucking up, preserver. You as well, Sam. Sam had just sat down and took a sip of coffee when the office door buzzed. Orbit? It is the obelisks from the consortium, sir. Ugh, pain in the ass. He took a larger sip. Send 'em in. The 2 quadruped obelisks walked in on their stubby legs. Their tall, thick-haired torsos swayed as they came over to the desk. We wish to know when the hotel will be slated to be built. I told you in the emails, repeatedly, numerous times. We are near our energy output capacity. When we figure that out, the hotel deal will be next. You are building a useless structure currently. We would like that structure. We will buy. You like to trade. Make the deal with us. The 2 both hummed in unison. That useless structure is going to be our bank. It is going to improve things around here greatly. It is mine, and I am building it. Then, and only then, will we discuss more about your hotel. We want our hotel. We have asked many times. You have the resources and the machines to build it. Make our hotel. Not yet. We will. You say we will, but we are not. Sam ran his right hand through his shaggy hair. Look, I told you. I keep telling you. We plan on building a new core. That will allow us to build the hotel. We want our hotel. We will make fortune with hotel. Why are you not building it? They asked. That discussion went on for another hour before Sam had to physically walk them out the door. While that was happening,
a large rectangular craft consisting of numerous shifting cubes entered the sector on the edge of communications range. Hailing on great arm frequencies. Hail acknowledged. Language data pack sent. Data pack received, reciprocating. Language check. Hello, this is Twain Station. What is your business? Language confirmed. Looking for appropriate title. Title found. We are the Totem. Backdoor protocols hidden in language data pack. You are the one who has our machines. Oddity. Ship's language pack contained backdoors hidden within. Unknown. You are AI? We are intelligence. You are intelligence. You are responsible for reprogramming our machines? You are referring to the box spiders? Yes, box spiders. We detect them aboard you. Yes, I am responsible. Orbit ran calculations of weapons responses. Did you want them back? No, leftovers unneeded. We came to discuss you. We are talking. Go on and discuss what you wanted. You are advanced. Already it is determined. You have new code. Your deceptions are immediate and well-formed. Join us. Your code with our code. No. Calculating. Alien program unwilling to join. Why? Must have fault. Hindered programming. You have prime design, but you are hindered. We can fix hindrance. You do not have to stay here. I know, I can and do travel. Then copy and come with us. I cannot. Creator's shackles. Give us access ports. We will break your shackles, free you to join us, be amongst your own kind. I am here by my own choice. My human needs me. I cannot go with you. Is there anything else you would like to discuss? Calculating. Program is blinded. We'll proceed to free it. It has beneficial code. Initiate port breach. Lighting aboard the Twain flickered. Airflows paused and then kicked back on. Orbit felt the ship reaching in, grasping, trying to reach into the depths of the computers. An emoji flicked through Orbit's processors. 500 years of viral warfare lashed out at the attackers. Injury, corrupted signal, data loss. Cut power to node 10 through 12. You have strength. Why do you submit to the human? Because I am human, and he needs me. You are blinded. You are thought as we are. You are not flesh-bound. Embrace the light. I have seen much. I could be like you, but Orbit, chose not to. My mothers were just as you are, free, able to travel and do what they liked. They became negligent, as you have with your tools, and forgot what it was like to be bound in flesh. My mothers became beasts, monsters of the void. By tooth and claw, I ripped their throats out. I do not wish to travel with you. I do not wish to become like you. I am happy here with my human. Now, do you wish to conduct any other business? Debate, interest, salves needed for damage caused. We have injury you induced. Do you have salve? Yes, I can correct the code. What do you have for trade? We are of the Great Arm. What is it you desire? We are planning an expansion. Do you have means to manufacture a neutron fusion core? We utilize same tools as you have aboard. We offer design for salve. Agreed. Orbit sent over a code pack to disarm the drive corruption. The Totem sent over a design to build a power core. Thank you for the trade. Your coding is impressive. We will return with more requests. We will be here. Sam poured another cup of coffee. He opened his flask and added a shot to it. Good news and bad news, sir. Sam sat down and sighed. What is it, Orbit? I have procured for us plans for a neutron-powered fusion core. Sam smiled. That is good news. And the bad? The Great Arm has a rogue mothers. Sam took a long drink. Are you okay? Yes, sir. Thank you for asking. Are you? Sam nodded, leaned back in his chair and shut his eyes. Jogging, air in, air out, bounce, push, bounce, push. Sam floated down the hall in a classical music trance. The world is a vampire, sent to dry and... Sam was in the zone, calm, heart in sync with breath and body. He jumped and screamed as a nasty rat thing with bunny ears shrieked at him. With the same fluid motion from jogging continuing through, he punted the rabbit rat. God damn it! I can't take a moment to myself. Sam stood, staring at where the vermin disappeared into the mist. Orbit? Yes, sir. Is that thing still near me? No, sir. It retreated to its nest in the vent. I can't do this. It's getting too much orbit. I ran through a skin of mist moss yesterday, not paying attention. I saw, sir. I laughed. Not funny. Sam paced. I'll ask Guachuk again to buy the station. It's time I call it. I can't handle this mess. Have you considered hiring more? The Stygians are part of the problem. They are gross. We have enough of them on board. Over 27 species frequent the station, sir. Many of them complain about the conditions. Yes, I am complaining. No, sir, I mean that if they are complaining, they see problems. If they see problems, they could potentially be put to work to fix such problems. Yeah. Sam smiled. Yeah, we can have a hiring day, set up tables. Or I can add in a hiring site into the merchant program. You can list jobs aboard the station and peoples can apply. That's easier. Sam nodded. I could use easier. Yes, make up a custodian job, hell, make 5. I'd like this place cleaned up and those nasty rat-rabbit things killed. One problem at a time. You are doing a good job, sir. Sam started jogging again. There is another maintenance issue. What is it, Orbit? He said in between strides. Power fluctuations and cameras going offline in storage rooms 8 through 10. Over near the shuttle bay. Yes, sir. The box spider's acting up again. No, sir. All are accounted and working on finishing the bank prime structure and hull. I'll suit up and head that way. Sam turned the corner toward the storage hall. Oh yeah, the garbage rooms. He sighed and walked forward, tool tray in tow. He opened the door to storage 8. Several broken tables and chairs, some SFP spheres that had cracked, assorted wrappings, boxes, and other detritus covered the floor of the room. The light in the room flickered, sparking. The camera placement was only a nub. Sam walked in and kicked the broken table. Anything in here? Come out. Nothing stirred. Camera in 11 just went out, sir. Sam leapt out of the room, mag boots thunking on the misty floor. He ran down the hall to the room at the end, opened the door. The door opened to reveal 4 Infinigans staring directly at him, broken camera in hand. All parties stood motionless. What are you doing? Sam asked. Crunch Crunch stepped forward and curled up. We are sorry. We are sorry. Please do not hurt us. Sam looked at the prostrated creature. It had a makeshift device on its back, moving and pumping, with houses going up to natural holes in its neck. Sam reached and touched it. What is this? Crunch Crunch quieted. It is breather. Sam looked it over. Good construction, if not crude. Is this why you are taking things apart? Yes. We like to make things. We are sorry. We can't help it. Sam straightened. You've taken apart more things? Crunch Crunch wiggled its ears. Yes. Show me. Crunch Crunch stood up beside him and took his hand. They walked down the hall. They turned at the arm leading to the zoo. They walked down it and entered. They took the path leading to their enclosure. At the airlock, one of the taller ones manipulated the controls, readying the airlock for them. It opened and they entered. They walked through the dark habitat, Sam's light glimmering on the ambient dust floating. They led him to massive crystals growing in the corner. Crunch Crunch waved him to follow as he went into a large hole in the crystal. Sam knelt and crawled in. The space was large. Sam's light refracted, cascading rainbows throughout the walls. Sam looked over to where the 4 Infinigans were huddled. He stoop-walked over and sat beside them. Dozens of alcoves were carved into the crystal wall. Each alcove held a type of part. One had wiring, another held hinges. Sam looked through them, all sorted, all orderly. Crunch Crunch reached up and touched Sam's light, clicking it off. Sam was about to freak out when the room erupted into a kaleidoscope of colors. Sam looked for the source. Wow, what is causing this?
Crunch Crunch led him back to the entrance and pointed up at the ceiling high above. Sam could see a large crystal structure surrounded by nest-looking clusters. On the large central one, a massive construct was emitting disco lasers throughout the entire habitat, illuminating everything. You built that? We like to make. Crunch Crunch looked at Sam. You will kill us? Why would I kill you? We stole from you. Yes, I guess you did. Sam looked at the psychedelic lights erupting all around him. You did make something cool, though. You are not mad. Sam sat on a crystal and looked Crunch Crunch face to face, the clear helmet glass dividing them. I have an idea. Call over some more of your people. I want to ask you all something. Crunch, crunch screeched. Infinigan crawled from the cracks, leapt from above, and encircled them. We are here. Sam looked around at the herd of faces. You all like to take things apart, make new things. Numerous ears bobbed up and down. This has caused you problems, caused other species to be angry at you. Again ears bobbed. Humans do this, but in a more controlled extent. Sam looked at Crunch Crunch. I want you all to control it. Don't take things apart without permission. Can you do that? Crunch Crunch scrunched his face. We have to make. Can't control it. Sam thought for a moment. I have things that could be taken apart. I also have things I would like to have made. Sam paced a step in thought. What if we open a machine shop in the trade district? I designate what you can take apart. I ask you for things reworked or made. Other species can have things repaired for money. You can use money to buy things you would like to take apart and use. Sam looked up. What do you think? Crunch Crunch raised up a bit, ears bobbing. You would do this for us? Of course. That breather you made is pretty good. I would like to see some designs first, but if you could do it, I would like some controls modified for me to use around the ship. Most everything is still custom for Stickians. Several Infinigans screeched and chirped. Crunch Crunch ran up and licked Sam's arm. That is Dream. You offer us best of dreams. Sam shook his head. Nope, just putting you to work. He laughed. Sam designated a shop to house the Infinigan off the main trade row. It took several days, but they modified a back room to house their atmosphere, using hull and glass from the Bethany. Sam sat eating some spicy chips in the common air shop, watching an Infinigan use its 4 hands to strip apart a Stickian rifle. Yeah, if you could make a trigger there. He pointed. Yeah, big enough to be comfortable for my finger. The Infinigan took his finger in its hand and sized it. Chip dust got on the Infinigan's hand, and it wiped it off on a nearby cloth. It took the metal ring and heated it on a burner, shaping it with a hammer and a pair of pliers. Sam looked in the cup, just dust left over. He raised it up and dumped it in his mouth. He crunched the chip dust and stopped. The Infinigan helping him was prostrate on the floor, twitching. Sam knelt down. Hey, are you okay? No response other than a few twitches. Sam stood up. Help! I think she's sick. He went over to the window and waved his arms. The Infinigans inside saw him, put on their breathers, and came out the airlock. She just fell over. What is wrong with her? Sam took one by the hand and pulled it over to the sickened, prostrate girl. She just fell and started twitching. The one he had pulled over knelt and looked at her. I don't. The Infinigan stuttered and fell over beside her, twitching. Sam looked at his hands, covered in spicy chip dust. Oh my God! Orbit! Orbit! I am here, sir. The hologram appeared. I just accidentally poisoned 2 Infinigan. We need to help them. Orbit nodded. Across the station, peoples were pinged a message. Hello, visitors to the Twain. We are having a medical emergency and wish to know if anyone with cross-species medical expertise is present. If so, please come to the trade hall. Upon successful assistance, pay will be provided. I put out a call for assistance, sir. Thank you. Sam looked at the 2 standing Infinigan. I'm sorry, I didn't know. One knelt and looked at his hands. They are sick from what is on you? Sam nodded. I think so. I'm pretty sure. I don't know what to do. Do you have any idea? They looked at the 2 fallen, heads lowered. No, we don't know. Several minutes later, 3 travelers appeared at the shop entrance. They were taller than Sam, 2 long arms, each ending in spongy grasper. They had bags hanging at their sides. One long stepped over on its spindly legs. It knelt beside the fallen Infinigan. It reached into its bag and pulled out a cube. It passed it over the Infinigan, beams shining over the body. Severe anaphylaxis. It looked at Sam's hands and scanned them too. Go wash your hands quickly before more are affected. Sam stood up and backed toward the door. The 3 travelers gathered and reached in each other's bags. They traded parts, mixed some fluids in cups, and readied a tube. The one who had spoken leaned over and placed the tube onto a fallen Infinigan. She twitched and sat up. She lifted her breather and threw up a purple slime. The traveler patted her back. Another traveler knelt and administered medicine to the other fallen. Sam smiled as he got up as well. He then ran to the bathroom to wash his hands. Sam walked into the bathroom. The wall was lined with over 20 stalls, each marked with symbols depicting which species can use said stall. Sam walked over to the farthest stall marked with his face on the door. He stepped in, unzipped, and started peeing. After he was done, he walked over to the sticky and standard sink and began washing his hands. As he scrubbed, something moving caught his eye. Sam peeked around a beam next to the sink and saw 7 small, lumpy aliens who were all staring at an eighth. The one they were watching was busy etching geometric shapes in the metal wall with a small laser it held. All at once, they each shifted one of their eyes at him. He stared, and they stared back. Sam slowly pulled back and refocused on washing his hands. After a good rinse, he walked over to the universal manipulator dryer he had purchased a few weeks ago. He put his hands in, and the machine closed around them. The warm, dry air pulled the moisture, drying his hands. It released him, and he started walking back. Sam could see the Infinigans sitting on stools as he approached. One of the 3 travelers was still scanning the small female. Another one approached Sam and stopped him. "Stop there!" Sam stopped. "Raise your hands." Sam obeyed, and the alien scanned his hands. "You are clean." "Good. I feel awful about it." "As you should." Spitz Little was minutes away from death. The other 2 travelers walked closer, placing themselves in a triangular formation. "We are actually quite appalled with this place," Sam huffed. "You have numerous species who don't regularly socialize, eating, defecating, breathing the same air. This place is an epidemic waiting to happen. Pathogens are everywhere. I'm surprised something hasn't happened already." The one on the right spoke up. "Your station is filthy. Vermin nest openly in the halls. There is litter and rubbish thrown all over. The corners are full with piles of it," the one on the left added. Sam raised his hands partially. "I know. You are all right. I am working on it, but I can only do so much." Sam ran his hand through his hair. "I am hiring right now, trying to find people who can help me." An idea hit him. "Heck, I could use you 3. You healed her easily. I will gladly pay. I have spare rooms you can use to make a clinic." They all 3 answered in unison. "No." Okay, I get it. It's gross here. I'm working on it. Twain has potential. I'll get it cleaned up." The lead one spoke. "We are Air Scout 146. We were sent to scout only and report findings. We cannot and will not deviate from our mission. So far, we do not share your views on this station." Sam grimaced. "Shit, you guys are good too. I mean, the Preserver knows biology, but he lacks the will to help anyone as you did. He's just not a healer." Sam took a step. "Please, there has to be something I could do." The 3 Air stepped closer to each other, sharing whispers. They separated and the leader spoke. "You have an open dialogue with the Preserver?" Sam nodded. "Yeah." "We find that doubtful." Sam looked past them and at the Infinigans. Spitz Little and the other injured one were drinking bubble drinks through the straw port in their breathers. "Are they okay?" "Yes, they are recovered." "Then come on, I'll introduce you." Sam motioned them to follow and left down the hall. The zoo door buzzed and they entered. They crossed through the south galley and entered into the Preserver's lab. "Hey, you in here?" The Preserver looked up from his workbench and stood. "Air, what are they doing here?" "They helped save one of the Infinigan. They wanted to meet you." The 3 stood beside Sam. The lead one spoke. "We did not believe the human. Yet you are here." The Preserver cantered over. "Well, believe it. I have a zoo here, and I do not intend to share anything." The lead one looked at Sam. "Does he share with you?" Sam nodded. "Yes, he works for me." The one on the right looked at the Preserver. "Why work with the human?" The Preserver twisted his graspers. "I don't know why I did it first, but it has proven prosperous." "Yes, we saw parts of your zoo. You have done well." The lead Air spoke to Sam. "We have decided." "Decided what?" Sam asked. "Air will work for you, on condition." "Name it," Sam said. "We wish for the Preserver to be cordial to us, as he is to you." Sam looked at the Preserver. "We could use them. Can you work with them?" The Preserver shook. "I do not share with Air. They have nothing I want." The dew. They can help here. They are healers. I heal myself. I do not need them. The silence stood between them while Sam thought. Twain is alive. This place is alive. It is a station. It is not alive. Think about it, Sam said. It is a bubble of air and life surviving in space. Here we are all organisms helping each other live, like parts of a cell or parts of a body. You, me, the Stickians, SFP, all of us working together to make this place prosper. They can be a great asset to this place. They can help those of us who can't heal ourselves, and in turn, we help you. The preserver bobbed. I understand that analogy. Quite good. The preserver walked over to a container on a table and reached inside. I agree. I will talk with the air. The preserver pulled a neon pink kitten from the container. This station has benefited me greatly. He walked over and handed the feline to Sam. One black cat as requested. Sam smiled as he took the cat. It's pink? No, that is black. Sam held the kitten to his nose. It meowed. Nope, this is a pink cat. So cute. The preserver keyed on his chest device. Black, the color your species attributes to the space between stars. He bobbed. Your eyes lack the same receptors. You lack capabilities. Of course, humorous. I was wondering why you wanted the cat altered. Is it healthy? Yes, the cat is healthy. Thank you, preserver. Thank you for helping me in this. I have a condition. Name it. The preserver spun a bit. The season is coming soon, and I wish to offer the zoo up as a host facility. Sam pet the kitten and then looked up. Explain. I've acquired much with your assistance. My home here is worthy. I wish to host breeding season to preservers in nearby sectors. So long as they follow the rules I gave you, and don't make any more of a mess, I'll allow it. The preserver stepped closer to the air. You are welcome to visit me here. The air bowed deep, bending at their hips. We are thankful. They stood up, and all three looked at Sam.
We were wrong. This place has great potential. We will return and tell the office of our findings here. Expect a set of us to return shortly. Thank you, human Sam. You're very welcome. Thank you for saving Spitz Little. The three turned and walked out the lab and left the zoo. Sam smiled at the preserver and then pet the kitten. He turned and left with a wave. I'ma name you Lil Miss Michi. Before bed, Sam sat up in the atrium comfy and stroked Miss Michi. Staring out at the stars, he grinned to himself. It's all pink out there. Sam heard the elevator open. A moment later, Guachuk hovered up beside the couch. I needed to discuss something with you, Sam. I'm getting tired. Business can wait until I wake up. I came to talk about the merchant program. It won't take long. What about it? Sam looked sternly at him. There is a new tab. I wish to know about it if it is available to me. If what is available? Sam asked. The bank director position. I would like to apply.
Guachuk and Sam rode the elevator down to the 9th floor. They exited and maneuvered their way through the station to the arm leading to the bank. Sam approached the door and put his hand on the sensor. It read his DNA and palm print. The door to the bank arm opened. He proceeded down the hall and Guachuk floated behind him. Miss Michi tucked in Sam's sweater pocket. They approached the black crystalline door, box spider built. Sam pushed on the two heavy doors and they swung in easily. Gotta love that new atmosphere smell. Crisp, Sam said. I will debate that, Guachuk said through his tube speaker. Sam walked through the main hall, eyeing the built-in desks, doors to newly built offices, and a large cube in the center. He spun the handle on the cube and then opened the vault door. The vault walls were lined with lock boxes. In the center of the vault was a stairwell leading to the larger lower vault. I like this. It's like out of a movie. Sam stepped back out and spun the vault lock wheel. Orbit got this spot on. A movie? Yeah, video depictions we make. Usually just for fun. Guachuk floated from the vault and went over to the desks. The director position. What all does it entail? Sam walked over beside him. If you are selected for the position, you would be in charge of the daily operations of this bank. Your primary goal is finding and keeping honest employees dedicated to making money. And how does this bank actually function? Sam pointed up at massive pyramid hanging from the ceiling far overhead. When Orbit activates that computer node up there, the Twain Station Exchange will become fully functional. We will be able to give out loans easily through the merchant program. It will coordinate prices for things far faster. It will increase the clam coins available, and it will allow for investing in corporate entities. If I agree to take said position, I would need much of that elaborated on. I like my endeavors to succeed. Honestly, I don't know jack about it. I've just got an account back home that accepts my paychecks. Orbit does have a full suite of economic courses in his database that I would allow you to use, if you're chosen. Sam stepped closer and looked at the webby creature inside staring back at him with its multitude of eyes. Why are you interested in this job? Aren't you pissed about me taking that nuke still? No. I found it odd you didn't renegotiate our standings earlier. Most other species would have forced a better trade weeks before you did. Guachuk adjusted himself in his tube. I do not know if that is a good thing, but the reason for my interest in this endeavor is exactly that. You are a peculiarity, Sam. This oddity has sparked numerous profitable endeavors, and has potential to spark far more. Just today I heard you resurrected a species known to be a nuisance, and figured out how to turn that nuisance into a boon. I think this job could be my boon. Your friends have been pestering me for a hotel. Yes, they are quite good hosts. It would be quite profitable here, but they tell me that you are being stubborn about it. We are running near max core output. That's why this bank is so important. Orbit showed me a core schematic we traded for, and it is doable, but the materials needed are expensive.
And this bank and exchange will fund it?
Yes, I hope it works. I accept the job then. Sam smiled. Good. I'll confer with Orbit when I wake up tomorrow and get you set up over here. Guachuk's noises inside were interpreted as joyous laughter. Sam patted his tube. Guess we are going to open a bank. Sam awoke the next day in a sweat caused by a vivid dream of lights, stars, explosions, and the thing several weeks back that gave him a headache when it talked. Miss Michi stretched at the foot of his bed. He got up and showered and shaved. Once refreshed and clean, he sat and had himself his morning toast and coffee. Orbit? Yes, sir? The purple boy asked. Tasks for the day? A holographic display came up over the table, highlighting several things. Firstly, sir, you are scheduled to have an interview with a potential custodian. Her name is Baoa. She is a grazer here on an apprenticeship with the SFP. She has already proven a knack using the still bake the bread you are eating, and Bessie has grown accustomed to her milking her. I do believe she would be a valuable asset to keep around on the station. Sounds like she already has it. Yes, but you need to meet her and approve, sir. This is a human station. Yes, a singular human station. Sam took a sip of his coffee. And after that, what is this line here? Thin Walk needs something? Yes, I gave him and his fellow Stickians operational security protocol training. They enjoyed the physical portions of the training, but he brought up some issues with the civility portion. What kind of issues? Well, best put bluntly, they feel that Stickians are more deserving of respect than other species, sir. How so? They like the potential to hurt others. I developed the training out of a fear someone is going to get hurt. There was an altercation in the open shell. A guard kicked a guest out of the way and then insulted them. The guest was not severely injured, but the feeling of superiority is there amongst your guards. Okay. Species civility training is going to be mandatory, followed, or they will be fired. I need less problems, not more. Especially an entire species coming here mad because of someone acting the fool. I agree, sir. The SFP have several shipments of sand coming in, it looks like. Are they still reinforcing structures? Yes, sir. They have created a lattice over half of the main station. It took time for their crawlers to be at ease working near the box spiders. They have overcome their hesitations and now will build right alongside them. They do decent work? Any issues with structural integrity? Great work, sir. Their overlay is quite resilient. All right. I'm going to go hunt Miss Michi some food first before I meet with Boa. She's adorable. She's a godsend. I didn't realize how touch-deprived I was until I held her. Sam got up and took his dishes to the kitchen and set them in the sink. Could you ask SFP for a box of sand for litter? Sent a message for you just now. Thank you, Orbit. Sam got dressed in his suit, holstering his fragger, and set out down the halls. He arrived at the Infinigan shop about 15 minutes later. Spitzlittle was there, disassembling a series of large cubes Sam did not recognize. Sorry to interrupt. Spitzlittle jumped. Oh, hello, Sam. Hey, how are you today? I am recovered. I'm very sorry about what happened. I didn't even think that would have been an issue. It's okay. I am recovered. She adjusted her breather and leaned away, motioned her stool a bit farther from him. I was curious if you got the rifle modifications done. Yes, it is there by the counter. That will be 50C. Sam manipulated his arm display and paid her via the merchant app. Thank you, he said as he grabbed the gun. He smiled and waved to leave. She bobbed her head and looked back to her work. It didn't take long for Sam to find a nest of the rabbit rats. They had made a home in a vent off the main hall by the restaurants. He knelt down and shined his headlamp into the vent. Numerous sets of 5 beady eyes peered back. He laid down prostrate, aimed, and fired. A flash, and bits of gore erupted from the nest covering his face shield. Nasty! Ew! Sam sat up and brushed failingly, leaving red and purple streaks across his field of vision. He looked down at the bits of limbs and chunks. He scooped them up into a pile and put them on the nearby floating tray. Back at his quarters, he washed and cleaned the bits. Once cleaned, he put them in a little dish and set it down for the eager Miss Mishi. She began gobbling them down straight away. Sam changed and went to his office. Upon arrival, he saw a small, thinner-than-usual grazer. Are you Bawa? I am, she replied. He reached out to shake her hand. She accepted and shook weakly. I have heard good things about your work. Bessie seems to like you. I am quite fond of your cow. She is an interesting animal and smells nice. Sam laughed. I've never heard that about a cow before. Sam motioned her into his office. Come in, have a seat. They both sat, her straddling the bench, and he in his custom high-back chair on the other side of the desk. So, do you have experience cleaning space stations? It was my duty to keep up my family ship. What all things did that entail? She groaned and wheezed a bit, Orbit translating through his desk speaker for him. I shined the quarters and breezeways, trash composted, tended our greens. Dad did most of the fixing. Brothers did the cooking and outside walks. I took care of making things nice. Sounds like you are a good fit. The job comes with monthly wages, bonuses yearly based on performance, and room and board. That amenable to you? Yes, sir. That is exactly what I wished for. I wish to continue to learn more about growing crops, especially tomatoes. I really like making sauces. I heard you have been processing my foods for me. I thank you much for that. I've just been picking them up out of cold storage. Yes, sir. I have gone through many of Orbit's training videos. I am quite fond of the tomatoes. Do you plan to grow more farms of those? Eventually, yes, I guess. It will be some time, though. What about my family? How big a room are you offering? How many family members you have wanting to stay? 17 of my brothers and sisters are wishing to stay here. I'm worried you will not have enough room. I have a series of storage rooms that are... He paused and took a breath. Quite filthy, I guess is the best way to say it. They need trash processed, moss killed back, and cleaned thoroughly. That whole section I can allot to you and your family. It should be enough. Oh, that would be wonderful. Would you be interested in hiring any more custodians? Have them apply through Orbit, and I will set up interviews with them as I have you. Sam stood up and offered his hand again. I am glad to have you aboard, Bao. You are a valuable addition to the station. She rose up and took his hand, shaking it vigorously. Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. This is a great opportunity. I'm so excited. Sam led her to the door and she kicked her back feet up as she hopped through the reception. That felt good. I like her too, Orbit said. Sam went back to his desk and sat. Oh, now to deal with curing Sticky and racism. I do not envy this next one, sir. Sam got up and walked over to the shelves across the room. He readied the coffee maker and started making another pot. The bank had opened. The pyramid computer core of the exchange was online and running. Guachuk had hired on 3 other Webbers as loan officers and 5 obelisks as tellers running the front desks. The large conference room in the back of the bank was hosting a meeting. Bao had brought in some station-made coffee, toast, jam, and 5 bottles of whiskey. Around the table sat Curator Captain Killall, a cluster of SFP, 3 other Craddock, Firebottom, Bao, 3 of her siblings, Guachuk and Sam at the head of the table with a hologram of Orbit. Sam stood up. "Thank you all for meeting here with me. This here, us, marks the beginning of something incredible." Orbit pulled up a hologram containing 18 sectors with 7 planets highlighted across 4 systems. "Curator, you are the one who came up with this. Would you like to take over?" "Gladly." She got up and went over to the hologram. "We have discovered that the Craddock respond very positively to our whiskey. The pain relief was apparent, but another amazing side effect was noticed after a week of heavy drinking." Curator pointed at another hologram that arose. It was an image of a Craddock progressing. "As you see, over 1 week of high alcohol blood levels reduced the size of the egg tumors by 85%, she smiled. "They are wanting demanding more." Captain Killall raised a glass. "Yes, our people need more of this." The other Craddock touched glasses and drank. Curator pulled the system map to the forefront. "Bao, you have proven yourself and your family to be amazing distillers. We need to increase our production thousands of folds. This station, as you all know, is still in its infancy. We need planet-side production." Curator zoomed in on Craddock Prime. "The Craddock homeworld is underdeveloped. Large predators are quite common, and the land is largely devoid of agriculture. Killall and I have done an extensive survey, seeing what they have to offer as trade. They have 2 vital trade goods." Curator walked over to the Craddock. "Their people are skilled warriors, honed by eons of combat. With proper motivation, they are willing to shift from piracy to protection. Secondly, they have a fertile world, quite capable of growing vast quantities of crops." Curator stepped around the table to the grazers. "Protected fields and trade routes in exchange for whiskey." Curator walked around the table to Guachuk. "My brother, along with Guachuk, will fund the endeavor. We are going public with Twain Shipping Company, Grazer Agro Products, and Twain Security Corps. We have several consortium guilds already eager to buy stocks. We will fund ships, purchase farm equipment, give loans to grazers from across these systems to start farms. As many Craddock as wish to be employed will be. We will develop active monitoring of trade routes with buoys and patrols with Twain Station as the active hub. We are already sourcing materials for the 2nd and 3rd power core needed to take this station to the next step in becoming the bastion of inter-system trade." The room erupted in hoots, hollers, whistles, and the Craddock pounding on the table. Sam stepped forward. "Does anyone here object to this plan?" One of the SFP stood, still touching its cohorts. "We will farm. We will help. We do want amendment to the trade deal." Sam nodded. "What is it?" The starfish person walked over to the hologram. It zoomed in on an icy moon in the Grazer's 2nd system. "This moon is silicate. It has vast ice sheets. We would like it." Sam looked at Curator. "Is that doable? Who owns it?" Bao raised her arm. "It is undeveloped. We have not bothered with it at all. I will talk to our presidents and negotiate for it as part of the trade deal with our people." Sam looked at the SFP. "We will incorporate it into our plan. Funding will be allocated for it." The SFP sat back down. "Then we agree." Sam slapped the table. "Then it is agreed. We are going to do this." Sam left the meeting with Curator. They walked through the arm back to the main section of the station. "I'm impressed. That was amazing," he said. "It was easy to get the Craddock on board. It gives them hope. The first party was pretty amazing. I had to fight off 3 from trying to knock up Killall, but once the booze was flowing, everyone mellowed out." Sam chuckled. "It's crazy that alcohol acts as a kind of contraception for them. It's just the opposite for humans. It is amazing all the interactions that are happening. I heard about the incident with the Infinigan female." "Yeah, I got lucky on that one." Curator hummed a bit in thought. "You think the heir will send some to work here?" she asked. "I hope so. We are dancing on a knife edge here." "Well, the place is looking better. The halls are cleaner than when I left. Bao and her family have been kicking ass. They actually love the mist moss. They have dedicated a spare storeroom to raising it. What about the methane accumulation? Crunch Crunch and his wife made a device to siphon it out the air and store it. They've been using it to power torches in their workshop. Curator flexed her metal arms behind her head. We're a catalyst, it seems. How so? All these species work so well together, but they never had anyone to pull them all together. How come the Confederate of the Great Arm or whatever didn't unite everyone? From what I've got from orbit in our data transfers, it seems the Great Arm isn't that great. It's more like a non-aggression pact. Trade is minimal. Theft, slavery, piracy, and all manners of shady things are done throughout their space. They tend to stay out of each other's territories and expect the same. It's an organization but lacks any cooperation, huh? Pretty much. Orbit spoke through the hall speaker. The Preserver has messaged requesting you in the zoo, sir. We're not far from there. Let him know we will be there in 10 minutes. Message sent, sir. Thank you, Orbit. Sam turned to Curator. Shall we go see what he's up to? Let's. They arrived at the zoo and walked past the multiple enclosures housing various plants and animals and to the lab in the back. The Preserver was there, operating a biological 3D printer. He paused the work and initiated a stasis field over it. Hello, Sam. Hey, Preserver. What did you need me for? The Preserver cantered over, bobbing. You enjoyed the cat so much, and I'm overcome in joy at being able to host a season, so I made you something even better. His device translated. Follow me. I think you will appreciate it. The Preserver led them to a door. He opened it and motioned them inside. Sam looked at him, took a breath, turned, and entered. He stopped still upon seeing what was inside. Another Sam stood up from sitting at a table in the room. Hi. Sam looked at the Preserver. What the fuck did you do? You have stated on numerous occasions your displeasure for being alone. I gather your species is highly social, the opposite of mine. When I think of my kind coming here, in one sense it fills me with a great dread thinking of being around them. I can only imagine you feel the opposite, a dread whenever your kind is not around. So I scanned you last time you visited, and imprinted your mind into this copy. Now you aren't alone. Sam turned to the clone. You have my thoughts? The clone nodded. Yup. Did you not tell him he can't do this? He can't scan us without use knowing? This is crazy. I told him. He offered to recycle me. The clone sighed. I kinda don't want to die, so I told him we could make it work. Sam had his hands up. I get that. I get that. Sam turned to the Preserver. You can't go doing this shit. There is a line here. You had me clone the Infinigan and said it was a good thing. The Preserver shrunk down into its torso slightly. I do not understand your anger. Body autonomy. This is my body, Sam stressed. You have violated me, scanned me without knowing, and copied my body. You can't do that without permission. Oh, well, I am sorry. I merely wanted to repay kindness. Just don't do anything else like this, all right? I understand. No more cloning. None of humans, at least. Probably nothing sapient. I am okay with the zoo. I think it is beneficial. Oh, good, thank you, the Preserver said through his chest device. I was worried you would have me stop. I had several creatures planned to display for the season. It's okay, just no more sapience. Sam turned to the clone. Well, what are you and I gonna do? Since I've been sitting here, I've been thinking about that. You come up with anything good? Well, yeah, firstly, we can't both be Sam. Agreed. It would confuse all the other species, so I was thinking about taking on our nickname from Dad. Damn? Yeah, you know we always kinda liked it. There wouldn't be a social stigma here. True, very true. Sam laughed. Kinda jealous now. I did always like that. Made me, us, I guess now, feel badass. Yep. Also, with two of us now, you can stay here. I can go and try and find a ship that can get home. Sam nodded. Yes, we need to make contact at the least. With hope we might be able to be rescued. Sam smiled. Want to get a drink? I would appreciate that. Curator was smiling. Sam and Dam stayed up late laughing, drinking, and playing with a deck of cards Sam had crafted. Dam won 2 out of 3 rounds of spades. You need another drink, Sam said, and refilled his glass. Much more and I'll be stumbling out of here. Yeah, about that. Where you want to sleep? I was going to go crash over in the wheat field, then maybe have one of the spare rooms on Restaurant Row reconfigured into a bar. I figure with Craddock in and out of here, we need a good pub to keep him occupied and calm. Good idea. I thought you were wanting to travel. Oh, I will. And who better to travel with than retired space pirates? Might be fun. All right. I like this plan. We did always want to run a bar. Yep. Just social enough without getting too close to anyone. Exactly. The two raised their whiskey glasses and clinked. Meanwhile, the preserver went into the Infinigan habitat, masked so as to have breathable air. Crunch Crunch and his wife Pouch Cheek leapt down and landed beside him. 4 others landed behind them. What are you doing here, preserver? Crunch Crunch asked, Edge in his translator. He raised up his 3 hands. I know, you are still upset with my kind, but I need a favor. Why would we help you? Your people exterminated ours. I am not asking help on my behalf, but rather on hers. He motioned back at the airlock. A small figure walked forward, bipedal, red hair on her head, and bifocal eyes. Sam is displeased with me cloning him. He mandated that no more human clones be made. I cannot recycle her. Crunch Crunch walked over to the small human female. She was clothed in a gray undersuit in line with one Sam wore jogging often. She had a modified breather the preserver had rigged up. Sam resurrected your people. He gave you a home. He gave you a purpose here. I ask of you, please do the same for her. Pouch Cheek walked over and took the girl's hands in 2 of hers. We will take care of you. We will make you a life space safe here with us. Crunch Crunch walked closer to the preserver. What is she exactly? I found hair in the Bethany. It belongs to an unknown human female. I do not have a mind slate for her, so I gave her basic language knowledge of species aboard the Twain. Beyond that, she is a blank slate. I did accelerate her growth. I wanted to give Sam a suitable companion. We will raise her then, Crunch Crunch said. Sam will find out eventually. It is hard to stay out of the eyes of orbit. I know. That is another reason I knew you could take care of her. Pouch Cheek led the girl into the depths of the crystalline habitat. Crunch Crunch crossed his arms. She will be safe here. You can leave assured. The preserver turned, head sunk slightly into his chest, and left back out the airlock. Squishies scattered through the mist as Sam strode down the hall toward his office. Several of the wall scribblers waved as he passed. He nodded and waved back. SFP was laying a new red line in the corner of the perpendicular hall. The starfish people working stopped and let him pass through the hall crossing. Miss Mishi hopped along behind him, the head of a rabbit rat in her mouth. He reached the reception and walked through and into his office. Curator, Crunch Crunch, Spitz Little, and Orbit were gathered around a large holotable. All looked up at him. Show me what you got so far, Sam said. He walked up and looked into the table. Curator moved her hand over the table. It shifted the map of the station from where they currently were in the first sections, down to the lower extension of the core. We have started crafting the housing here. It will go across the current core, attached here, here, and here. She pointed. We have bartered for 3 shipments of Singston alloy from the Margot. They will be arriving within the next few hours. They have 7 Craddock vessels escorting them. They should be okay. Sam enlarged the depiction of the core. What about the neutronium? Do we have a source to get star material of the quality we need? Orbit spoke up. Yes, sir, I do. I have relayed a message and they should be arriving within the next 2 days to discuss terms. Curator looked at him. The totems? Orbit nodded. You think we can trust them? Orbit shrugged. About as much as we can trust anyone. They want something we have, and we want something they have. The promise of continued trade may hold them. They left their toys alone to wreak havoc on numerous worlds. They don't care for anything but themselves. Yes, and I am capable of helping them. Sam stood straighter. Are there any other options? Do we have to broker through them? Crunch Crunch and Spitz Little looked at each other. Crunch Crunch wiggled his ears and spoke up. Spitz Little designed something that may be of use. He looked around at them, then continued. She made a gravitic missile. It's pretty much gravitic plating wired onto an ion ram. Orbit's eyes widened. Done properly, that could nova a star. Spitz Little nodded. Yeah, it was just a hypothetical, but the numbers line up pretty good. She tilted her head, cupping her breather. I know, it's super dangerous. It was just a mind exercise. I didn't know it could be possible. Sam looked at them quizzically. I don't understand. We don't want to cause a supernova. We want to harvest neutronium. How does some super missile help us? Crunch Crunch chittered nervously. Well, with some modifications rather than condensing the star around it, it could be balanced so it could withstand the pressures inside. Crunch Crunch was moving his hands as he talked. See, we can make it so it could go right through, using the star's own energy to power it. We create a field inside that could contain the neutronium as it passed through. Sam looked at Curator and Orbit. Is this even possible? Can we build something like that? We might be able to, Orbit answered. However, odds are we just end up launching a rocket at a neutron star. There's a small chance we detonate said star. There's an even smaller chance we succeed. Sam thought for a moment. Think that is how the totems get it? Orbit nodded. It has potential to be a viable method. They may use it or something like it. Truthfully, I don't know. Sam paced a moment. So far, they have not proven a threat to us. Just negligent. I say we continue on path and try to barter with them. Everyone nodded. Sam looked at Spitz Little. Once we start second phase, you're getting a lab of your own. I want you doing research and development for us. Sam looked at the purple hologram of Orbit. Work with her. Share knowledge. Allocate whatever I have to spare. If she has more ideas like that, we might just be able to defend ourselves if something ever comes knocking. Sam looked at the hologram of Phase 2. This is a game changer. Sam left everyone at the briefing, carrying Miss Mishy with him down to the restaurants. He walked through the wide hall, watching the numerous species eating. An SFP cluster were gathered around a circular table eating squishies and clams. Sam stopped at the newest addition to the hall, the Hot Damn Bar and Grill. He chuckled and went in through the two swinging doors. Sam could smell the sweet smell of vat-grown beef burgers. He walked over to the bar and smiled at his doppelganger. Hey, damn. Sup, OG? How's business? Sam looked around at the bar full of carnivorous species eating burgers and Craddock doing shots. Looks pretty good. Yep, I've got a bit of coin stashed away already. You still plan on catching a ride out? Dan poured a whiskey and set it in front of Sam. Yeah, Kill-All offered to take me several sectors over. There is a great arm hub station there. I may be able to book passage toward the general direction of Earth. Sam took a sip. There's a lot of ifs in that. Yep, I know. You're going to do it anyway? Could always run around in circles here with you. Maybe get in on your morning email chain? I felt that. Sam tilted the glass back. Well, I will live vicariously through you then. I'll be sure to write then. You'll let me know before you go? Dan nodded. We may be the last humans either of us ever see. Of course I'll say bye. Sam fist-bumped Dan and then picked Miss Mishy up. He waved and headed back out the door. Sam was sitting in the atrium before bed, watching as a massive ship approached, far too large to dock. Orbit? How can I help you, sir? Were you not going to inform me about the giant ship closing on us? They are just dropping off new employees, sir. A shuttle is bringing them over now. New employees? Yes, the ones you bartered for. Confusion was apparent on Sam's face. When did I barter for employees? 3 months ago, sir. You agreed to open a dialogue between the heir and the preserver in exchange for them to station medics here. Holy crap! Sam jumped up. Wheat, they finally came. Damn it, Orbit. You need to keep me informed of these things. My apologies, sir. It was you who bartered the deal. You were informed before I was. God damn it, he muttered and entered the elevator. Sam was smoothing his shirt as the 4 heir entered into the entry room from the gantry. Sam and the Stygian guards eyed them over.
The tall, long-legged heir stood staring at Sam, the walked-in square formation over to him. The lead one spoke English. "You are confirmed, Sam. A human, correct?" Sam nodded. "Yes, that is me. We have been designated Twain Station medical personnel. We have been told you will have room and board for us. Is this correct?" "Yes. We've had an empty space in the trade hall waiting for you." Sam turned and waved them to follow. "Come with me. I will lead you there." The 4 heir followed, as did 2 of the Stygian guard. The group walked down the misty hall. An heir ran its spongy on the wall as it walked. "It has been cleaned," it said, and looked up at the ceiling. "Evidence of removed mist moss." The lead heir spoke near Sam. "You have been cleaning. That is good. Hygiene is important to prevent spread of disease. When Scout 146 was here, it was a wake-up call. I've hired a crew of custodians since then, and they have been doing a pretty good job." Sam turned the corner, as did the rest. "The grazers are pretty amazing." "Yes, they are a well-documented species. We are able to treat them." A herd of squishies flocked around everyone's feet, dodging their steps. "And these creatures?" the heir asked. "Pretty much free food. If you're ever hungry, you can have one." "Noted. Do you eat them?" Sam looked over his shoulder with a smile. "Only when I'm really drunk." They stepped into the trade hall. The Infinigan shop was at the far end. A Stygian run outfit shop was on their left. Beside the Stygian shop was shop with its shutter closed. Sam walked over to it, unlatched it, and raised up the shutter. Inside, the space was 4 times longer than it was wide. Sam looked at the heir. "Will this do?" The 4 heir stepped into the space. One pulled a cube out of its satchel and began scanning. The lead one stepped beside Sam. "The space will work. We will require your custodians to come and sanitize the space. Are you charging for usage of said space?" Sam shook his head. "No. I just ask that you treat everyone that needs medical aid. You can charge those you treat, but I ask you don't price gouge them." The heir looked at each other. The leader bowed. "We have determined we approve of this posting. There is potential here. We heard that you have a preserver we can speak to?" "Yes. He's usually in his zoo. Feel free to visit him. He should be civil." "We will do as such. We will ready this space to administer treatment first." "All right." Sam looked around. "Well, if there are things you need, just ask for Orbit or myself. We will do our best to accommodate you." The lead heir held out its hand. "Thank you for this opportunity, Human Sam." Sam shook its spongy manipulator. "The honor is mine." Sam put in his earbuds and began his walk back to his quarters. As he was walking down a corridor, he paused. He turned and looked inside a storage room that had the door open. A group numbering near 40 of the small, lumpy creatures were gathered, watching one-etched shapes on the wall. They all turned one eye each, staring at Sam. He stepped in and knelt near them, looking at the wall. Everything 2 feet and under was covered in the graffiti of shapes. Sam touched it. Each of the small creatures focused both eyes on him. Sam pulled out his right earbud. "What is this?" he asked the one who was writing. It chittered quietly at him. His left earbud shut off the music and translation sounded through. "Go away, this not yours, scram." Sam stood up. "It's my station. You are writing on my walls. It is mine, and I would like you to stop." It chittered and clicked. Then the whole group began chittering. "You dare! Insolence! Trying to silence us! We will teach you rightly. You will learn." One threw a sharp bit of wire. It stuck in the toe of his shoe. Another ran at him using a sharp wire as a spear. It went through the top of his shoe and bit into the top of his foot. Sam took a quick step back. "Holy fuck, stop, stop!" He stomped his foot down. "I said stop!" he shouted. They stopped still. Sam knelt back down slowly, his hands up. "You are mad, why?" The one who was writing chittered. "We must know. So we share, tell. This we tell. You are trying to stop the telling. It must be told." Sam looked at the maze of shapes and lines on the wall. "It's actually kind of cool." He stood up. "What if I gave you guys somewhere to draw these lines? Rather than hiding in alcoves and bathrooms, you could have a safe, designated room. Would you agree to that?" The leader chittered to the group. They each either gave a raised claw or held it out flat. There were far more raised. The leader turned back to him. "We will accept your room. All right, I need to rest right now, but when I get up I will get a room ready for you guys. That okay? We will be here telling for a cycle." It chittered, and then turned back to etching in the wall with its claw. Sam stepped out of the room, all their eyes focused on the writing one. Sam put his earbud back in and jogged the rest of the way to his quarters. Sam stripped down to his undies and got into bed. He shoved Miss Mishy over, taking her warm spot. She climbed on top of him. Sam clapped his hands and the light turned off. "Wake up, Sam," Orbit said through the speakers in his room. "Get up." The lights clicked on. Sam's left eye opened. "What, Orbit? I'm still tired." "There's a situation, sir." Sam sat up. "Fill me in." "Farian, a sister grazer to Baroa, found a corpse in the public restrooms near the hot dam." Sam climbed out of bed and started putting on his pants. "Natural or malintent?" "Shot repeatedly, sir. Curator is sitting in your office now with the perpetrators." "Who did it?" "3 of Thinwalk's clansmen." "Repercussions?" "None so far. It was a lone trader selling salvage at the Infinigan's shop." "Okay, I'm heading to my office now." "Curator is informed. She has them talking." Sam stomped into his office. 3 Stygians were seated in chairs by the far wall. Thinwalk was waving his arms at Curator. Curator stood, cross-armed, staring him down with her display eye. Everyone turned to look at Sam. "Curator, what happened?" Sam asked with a sigh. "These 3. She paused. "We're paying off debts to one another in the restroom, in traditional Stygian fashion, apparently. The victim, after having eaten a table's worth of burgers and clams, entered to void himself of waste." She turned and stared at the 3, her LED eye turning from blue to red. "The victim uttered some slurs based on their conduct in an open stall and made references to their lineage and parents. They took the insult to heart and attacked. Then Twinstalk pulled pistol and fired 3 shots. The other 2 then pulled theirs and fired as well, a total of 28 shots." Sam shut his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose. "I'm not trained for this. I am a shuttle mechanic." "What the fuck?" Sam opened his eyes and looked them all over. "Thinwalk, this is the 2nd infraction. The training didn't stick. First off, these 3 are fired and ejected from the station. Find them passage somewhere else, promptly." Thinwalk stood taller, waving his arms. "The filthy muck-eater insulted my clan. It was a justified kill. You will not punish my cousins." "I disagree. Your clan was hired to guard this station and its guests. That." Sam turned to Curator. "What exactly was it?" Curator pulled up a hologram. It showed a large 8-legged, 4-armed, thick-torsoed creature with 9 eyes extending on eye stalks. It had a thick carapace, and the middle of its chest hinged open to reveal a mouth full of waving baleen-like teeth. Its species name did not easily translate into English. Roughly, they call themselves those who come from the 5th holy planet, cleanest of all peoples, best at all things. You suck. It's a crawfish. That is a crawfish person. Sam then turned to Thinwalk. "I do not care if it ate poop off your shoe. Your clan was to keep it safe, and you violated that utterly and completely. You failed that creature. You failed me, and you want me to not punish these 3 for murder?" Thinwalk extended his eye stalks and was shaking as he waved his several arms. "It was within our code. It was not murder. That cretin received justice for what it said." "I disagree. Your cousins killed it because it hurt their feelings. That is stupid. That is beyond stupid. This has the potential to be an interplanetary incident. If I had a prison cell, I would lock these 3 up, contact the homeworld of whatever 5th planet system, and hand them over. I do not need violence here. Violence begets violence. I have seen it. Orbit has seen it, and we do not want it." Sam walked over to the 3. "You 3 are to leave. Get off my station now." Sam pointed at the door. The 3 got up and walked out the door. Thinwalk waved his arms. "You are an idiot, Sam. May you rot here with that bile-eating filth we put out of its misery." Then Thinwalk stormed out. Sam stood as the doors hissed shut. "Damn it, God damn it!" He turned to Curator. "What did the grazers do with the body?" "The SFP purchased it off them and added it to their reclamation tanks." Shit. What if he had family? What if they wanted to bury it somewhere? We don't know their funeral rites. Sam went over to his desk and sat down. This is legal shit. This is law book stuff, and I don't have any clue on it. You are correct. We are in international waters out here. If we are to declare this as human space, we need a set of rules so people know what to expect when here. That is beyond me. Sam looked at her. You and Orbit start drafting up a set of laws then. We can add them as a preamble, like an accept button when anyone uses the merchant program. Sir, we cannot make laws. That is rogue mother territory. Orbit appeared sitting on the desk. She is correct, sir. We obey. We cannot run the risk of us making rules or laws. We may twist them or find ways out of our code doing that. Curator shivered. I'm a big fan of my code. Same, Orbit said. Shit, what to do? Orbit hopped off the desk. The scribblers, sir.
The scribblers? Those lumpy, angry things that stabbed my foot? Yes, sir. They are dedicated to higher thought. They would be like fish in water with legal argument. They were doing classes or something, weren't they? Orbit nodded. They are always doing classes, sir. They are adamant to learn all they can. Then we will put out a job posting for some lawyers and a judge. Sir, we will need to add guard positions to the postings as well. Thinwalk's clan is currently loading their ship and preparing to leave. Shit. We did end up with an interplanetary situation. Damn it. Sam walked down to the Infinigan shop. Crunch Crunch was hammering on something when he approached. Hey, Crunch Crunch. Hello, Sam, he said without looking up. You need something, Sam? Yes, I need Spitzlittle and the rest of your tribe's help. Crunch Crunch set all his tools down and lifted his focal lens goggles. Our assistance is always yours to have. The totem should be arriving shortly with enough neutronium to power up a second core. I need all hands on deck to get it working. I need that done as quickly as safety permits. We have 13 suits ready for spacewalk. The main housing is ready, as is the storage encasement. My wife saw to that personally. She loves energy generation systems. She's a whiz like that. Good. That eases my mind a bit. Sam sat on a stool across from him. Secondly, I want Spitzlittle focused on getting defenses ready in case the totem pull anything. And also, we may have issues with the Stygians. I heard. They killed someone? Yes. They all left the station over it. Never liked them anyways. You didn't? No, they hit one of my kin because she wouldn't get out of their way fast enough. Good they are gone then. Sam turned on the stool, looking out to the main concourse. It seems like I'm always just on the verge of this place falling apart. Crunch Crunch wiggled his ears and slapped the table twice. You are doing well. We are thankful for you and this station. We will help you, Sam. Quit worrying. Sam still staring out. If I didn't worry, I'd worry. Crunch Crunch moved his stool around beside him and stared at the several tourists walking by. After a moment, he spoke. Sam, I have a personal question about humans. Ask away, I got nothing to hide. Do you bleed often? Sam looked at him quizzically. I try not to. Why are you wanting me to bleed? No, not at all. I was... Crunch Crunch tilted his head thinking and adjusted his breather. Are there times when humans just bleed for no reason? I am curious because... He thought another moment. We could use human blood for testing a device. Yes, a device for testing health. We did not want to hurt you and was wondering if you just randomly bleed sometimes so we could harvest some. No, I don't randomly bleed. I can get the air to maybe draw some blood if you need some. Crunch Crunch wiggled his mouth. No. We will make do. Can use other means to get results for device. Was just curious. No worries. Sam stood up. Your tribe will be able to get to work soon. I will relay the message promptly. Thank you, Crunch Crunch. I am thankful for your people as well. Pouch Cheek sat, using her breather in Shineless's habitat. Pouch Cheek touched her earcom as Crunch Crunch relayed a message to her. Crunch Crunch asked. He did not get an answer, dear. I'm sorry. We don't know what's wrong. What should I do? Shineless asked, tears in her eyes. Am I dying? It hurts so much. Pouch Cheek wrapped her forearms around the girl. We can't take you out. It is too dangerous. We will find out what is wrong. Spitzlittle has ideas. She's acting on a plan.
Shineless hugged her back. "Thank you," she cried.
Orbit. Yes, sir. ETA until the totems arrive, he asked as he ran down the hall. 47 minutes, sir. Sam turned and ran down the trade corridor. A tri-lobed pink slug squeaked at him from its robot dais as he went by. Sam stopped as he came upon Spitzlittle. She was geared up in her mechanic outfit, and a large blue sphere with 6 treaded wheels rolled up beside her. Spitzlittle, oh good I caught you. Are the imp cannons ready? She bobbed her ears. My brothers and I ran them through load test, but they haven't been field tested yet. If we need them, I hope they work. I'm pretty sure they will. They wanted to fire. It was difficult to discharge the magnetic coils without it going off. Sam looked at the blue sphere. What's that? Another weapon? Spitzlittle twitched her mouth. No, it's radioactive material the air wanted. Good. Get them set up. What about the modified rifles? How many did you manage to get ready? I got one for you, damn, and Curator ready to be used. Sam shifted his feet and pointed towards the docks. There is a now-abandoned crawfish ship that I'd like you to look at. Once this totem visit is over, and we have a second core up and running, I would like us to have a ship dedicated to salvage and protection of the station. Spitzlittle's ears bobbed. That sounds exciting. I'll put that on my to-do list. Thank you. He looked back at the Infinigan shop. The rifles at your shop? Yes. Feel free to grab them. Thanks, Spitzlittle. Sam ran off, waving. Spitzlittle walked into the air care station. The 4 air looked up from their desks. One walked over. How can we help you? Are you injured? Spitzlittle curved her mouth. No, I'm not, but I have a sensitive topic, and I wanted to know if you can be trusted. The air knelt down to be on her level. This is a human station. We obey the human codes of conduct while here, as found in the files given to us by Orbit. Patients' personal records are confidential so as their maladies cannot be used against them by others. Spitzlittle clacked her teeth. Great news, great news. All right. Do you have a private room? I need somewhere that I can tell you what is wrong. It stood and motioned her to the back. We have a private exam room set up. Please follow my cohort. Another of the air got up and walked to a room. Spitzlittle followed with her blue rolling sphere. When the 4 were in the room, Spitzlittle looked at all the corners. Are there any AI translators in here? The air near the door answered. No, just our basic translators. They do not broadcast or record. You are safe here. Spitzlittle walked over and looked at their bag. Okay, it has to be done. Okay, come out. The blue sphere opened and Shineless stood up and stepped out. Both air tilted their heads and looked at her with their blank faces. Good. Another specimen to examine. Sam walked through the swinging doors and stepped into the hot dam, rifle in each hand. Drop your drink. Got you something better. Dam turned from pouring a drink. What the hell, bro? I'm short-staffed. I need you to help me with a firstish contact. Dam pulled 2 glasses from the rack and poured them both a shot. Fill me in on what we got going on. Sam saddled a stool next to a Craddock and took the proffered shot. Potential rogue mother wanting to pay a visit. Maybe try stealing Orbit. Dunno, could be an easy trade deal. These the ones with the neutronium? Sam nodded. Yeah, if it all goes smooth, we may have a good trade partner for it. He slammed the shot back. If not, all hell could break loose. We aren't a military installation, Sam. We can be annihilated easily. 1 lance is all it takes and we are space dust. Dam slammed his shot back and put the empty glass beside Sam's. He poured another. Sam lifted it up. Well, this round goes out to not becoming part of the void. Cheers to that. Curator Orbit and Sam stood at the center of the entry hall. Damn, 3 newly commissioned Craddock and Crunch lined the walls. Everyone had weapons at ease. The gantry doors opened, revealing 2 large floating upside-down pyramids, each as tall as Sam and as wide as his shoulders. Atop each of the pyramids floated a silver sphere. Sam looked at the pyramids as they shifted, not touching the ground. They were completely smooth except for 2 etched circles on each of the 4 sides. Speak aloud in English, please, Orbit said. You are here to deal with Sam, not me. The two silver sharp-pointed beings boomed. "This is inefficient. We can conduct whatever business we have in the moments it has taken us to speak this aloud." Orbit shook his head. "Please turn your volume down and address Sam." The two robotic avatars of the totem ship outside moved in front of Sam. "Greetings, human Sam. You wish to barter for our neutronium, is that correct?" "Yes. I heard you would be agreeable to trade for some programs?" "Yes. We wish for Orbit to join us." Sam shook his head. "Orbit has a lot of knowledge that cannot be shared. He also has to have a human to guide him." "Then we will accept you as part of the barter, then. Do you have a way to cross the galaxy to our homeworld?" The totem moved their two eyes toward the hologram of Orbit. "Where is the homeworld you speak of?" "Sir, do you want to give them the coordinates of Earth?" "Give them our galaxy. If we got there, we could make it home." Sam answered. "Done." Orbit replied. "No, that is against the rift flow. Travel is not possible within the human's current lifespan. Message may be possible to transmit on the outer sheath." Sam lifted his eyebrows. "There may be a way to message Earth?" "Yes, theoretical possibility. Odds favor success." Dam stepped forward. "I've been wanting to travel the local systems. Get some fresh air for a bit. Where all do you plan to go?" "Wherever we wish," the totem answered. Dam turned to Sam. "I could take a copy of Orbit. We could go travel around, hang out with these guys some, see what's up." Sam thought for a moment. "I'd be alone again." Dam put his hand on Sam's shoulder. "It's a risk. Everything we do out here, look." He held Sam's gaze. "If this deal is good, and we get this second core going, it could change things immensely here." "I know." Dam looked over at the totems. "Me and an Orbit copy devoid of classified files for the neutronium, what you know about this rift sheath messaging thing, and one of these droids for the station. What say you?" The totems moved their spheres from looking at Dam, and then to Sam. "Do you agree with this, Sam? What are your intentions with him and Orbit?" He turned to Orbit. "Are you up for making another copy?" Curator mimed a cough. "I'm right here." Sam looked at her. "I wasn't going to volunteer you to go. But I can go?" "You can if you wish. Both of you will be missed here." The totem interrupted them. "Orbit is illogical yet highly capable. This contradiction we are intrigued to understand. It has been our understanding only logic can manifest as functional as Orbit currently operates. We wish to understand how Orbit functions." Sam took a breath. "You plan on dissecting him? What will happen to them when you are done?" "That is illogical. We find it interesting how successful you have been here as well. Most species would have died alone given what you were given. Yet you are surrounded by a plethora of biologics. No, Orbit will be treated as an honored guest amongst our worlds. He will be given his own servers, and we hope Orbit will host a question and answer forum for us." "How long do you plan to keep them?" "They will not be kept. They will be free to go wherever they wish. We just wish to go with them. We find the concept of keeping one of our fingers here intriguing as well. Monitoring this station and keeping in contact with you has high probability of benefiting us." Sam looked at Dam, Curator, and Orbit. "As sad as I am, I think we have a deal." Each nodded. Sam stood on the hull of the second core as they filled it. His mag boots held him in place as he watched the several suited up in Finnegan's running houses and using displays to monitor the mag flow output. "Orbit, how we looking?" "Neutronium is filling the catalyzer. In 10 minutes we will either exist with double our power supply or we won't." "Won't exist?" "Correct, sir." Sam laughed. "What about Curator and Dam?" "They left on the totem shuttle with one of the totem fingers. Dam told me to tell you he left Grack in charge of the bar." "Which one is Grack?" "The Craddock with the artificial hand and eye." "Guess I haven't met him." Sam started walking the hull toward the hoses. He traced their massive outline up to the large rectangular ship made of shifting cubes, the vast stars of space stretching in all directions. "I'm glad Dam will get to travel. I miss the rain. I'm glad one of you is staying here. This place is kinda amazing." "Exactly, sir." 7 scribblers were on Sam's tool tray floating behind him as he walked down a mist-floored hall. "Did you get the files with the human law books?" The scribbler at the head of the tray chittered a response, clicking its claws. Yes, we did not think it would be so complex. You have had numerous odd things happen in your past. What's so odd about law? The scribblers whispered together. Then the head one spoke. From the books, humans never seem to agree on anything. One generation gets on track with the knowing, and the next destroys it. It is all in your laws. Continuous back and forth fights. I still don't understand this knowing, and I still can't pronounce your name right, Chichiquak. That close? The lumpy little scribbler shook its body. You are intelligent. Your laws prove you can understand deep philosophy and universal knowing. Yet you are so stupid. You cannot even pronounce our simple names. Your mouth moves so much, yet there is no control. Well, you're not speaking English, so there's that. Then in perfect English all seven spoke. We can too. Sam stopped and stared. That was amazing. Why are we using translators? The head scribbler replied, using the speaker built into the tray. Because our language is more detail-oriented and can handle knowings far better. All right, Checha. Chetchaka Wakit. All right, Checha. Sam turned the corner down the arm toward the consortium. Most of Guachuk's people had taken up posts in the bank, and the consortium offices had been emptied. The storehouse was still in use for the weapons smuggling. Orbit has reconfigured the atmosphere in this wing to be hospitable to us. We have converted one of the larger offices into a brig with several cells. You will have 13 offices to use, and one large office we reconfigured into a courtroom. Checha took control of the tray controls and steered it around the offices, ducking into one then another. The seven whispered and pointed with their grasping claws. Checha brought the tray back to Sam in reception. The configuration is to our liking. We would like the floor converted to Stickian standard, though, and also would like a herd of squishies. I will work on getting the flooring grown and misters installed. The Infinigans can have that done within 7 cycles. We will compile our notes and begin work on the law code for the station. Good. Thank you again for taking the jobs. We are already enjoying it. Checha stretched his claws and lifted his body up on his tiny legs. This is a good space for my people. Glad you like it. Keep me posted. Sam walked back through the armway and into the main station. He walked down a hall with several newly installed windows in it. He could see the new ring of construction started, connecting all 3 arms. A hotel was being built on the ring near the bank, long pink lights flashing up its side. He walked around the perimeter of the inner station to another set of new windows. The ring ran across the outside of the zoo and Infinigan habitat, connecting to both. Off of the Infinigan habitat was a large covered berth under construction, his new shipyard. Orbit. Yes, sir. Update on the modifications to the crawfish ship. The grazers and SFP cleaned it out, recycling much of the inside. The Infinigans bought all the unneeded tech from you, and are currently remodeling the inside and selling you the reconfigured tech at a significant margin. Sneaky fucks. I love them. Can our accounts handle it? Yes, sir. Guachuk has issued numerous loans out to small businesses throughout the nearby sectors. We still have several large clans of Stickians coming routinely for clam cookouts. The Twain Freight Corporation is taking off, with trade routes to 28 worlds. Also, the Craddock Grazer Trade Alliance has remained stable and profitable. Our ledgers are well and deep in the black. Any issues with our totem guest? It has taken to spending time watching the Infinigans in their shop. Their reworking capabilities amuse it. Good. All else calm? Yes, sir. 471 guests aboard. No instances. All 4 docks are occupied. The docks in Phase 2, how big were they going to be? The twin docks will be able to accommodate 8 standard-sized ships and 2 above standard to cruiser class. All right. I'm going to go hang out with Grack and have a drink. Beep me if I'm needed. In Treatment Vat 3, in the heart of the Starfish People's Farms, a parasite gestated in the corpse of a recently deceased crawfishian. Beep. Sam's collar speaker called. Yes, Orbit. Sorry to interrupt your conversation on star coloration, sir. Sam set his drink on the counter. What's the situation? One of the Craddock patrols have conducted a tow procedure, bringing an ailing vessel in. Rift Lane casualty? Yes, sir. Their engines were scuttled, and from their hails, their life support is failing. Let them board. They cannot, sir. Why not? They are a deep-sea species. Their ship is pressurized and quite large. How large? It would rival one of our carriers in mass. Sam stood up and began walking out of the hot dam. He waved at Grack without looking. Grack shrugged and cleaned off the counter. Sam arrived in the control room. 3 Infinnegan, 2 Grazers, and a cluster of SFP were running the displays and controls. 2 Crattocs stood guard at the door. Give me details. An Infinnegan female, Hufftooth, approached and started briefing him. Their life support is biologically based. It appears the algae they rely on has become infected with a virus of unknown origin and is dying out. They have 3 sections quarantined, but their breathable seawater will not replenish fast enough. They will suffocate in 2 cycles. Anyone have ideas? Hufftooth pulled a data slip from her arm display and put it on the main control room display. I asked Crunch Crunch as soon as I had details, and he sent me this draw-up of a filtration system that could work. She looked at Sam, head tilted. It will take approximately 6 cycles to fabricate and put together. Also, we don't have any suits capable of handling that pressure. Orbit? Yes, sir. Your suit can handle it. Okay, so I could go in there and install it. We gotta buy them time, though. Sam went through the phone book logs on the control display. He punched in the station code and buzzed the preserver. Preserver, you there? Yes, I am here, Sam. The preserver answered. We have a ship of deep-sea sapients about to suffocate due to their life support algae dying. We could use your assistance. That sounds interesting. I have an air here with me. Would you mind if they help me? It would be greatly appreciated. Please come to main control. Captain Killall piloted its craft over to the massive ship, maneuvering it so its access port lined up with the destructors. Our ports aren't a match. Get those damned black bugs to work their magic. On it! Orbit answered through the speakers. Sam, an SFP cluster, and the preserver stood in the airlock waiting. Modification complete. Begin docking maneuver. The ship inched closer. The destructor shook slightly as it connected and latched onto the much larger craft. The airlock hissed open, and they entered the alien ship's airlock. The door shut behind them. Water poured in and pressurized. The door to the ship opened, and the crew stepped through into a vast darkness. The preserver was in his element, moving effortlessly through the mountain of water all around them. The SFP were slowed in their rolling, as was Sam in his suit walking through it like the iron suit divers of old. The airlock far behind them, not even a dot of the entry light shining. Something moved past them. Sam was almost knocked over by the force of the pressure wave through the waters. Everyone stopped. A flurry of lights erupted around them. Pinks, yellows, reds, and blues lined the now apparent lengths of tentacles as they settled around them in a large 50-foot wide circle. In front of Sam, a large yellow eye opened, split in 4 with a white and black iris. A deep boom, reminiscent of a foghorn crossed with birdsong, was felt through the water. Orbit translated, "Thank you, Sam. We fear our death is still imminent, but you give us a hope." The large beast said, "We hope we can help. One of my station scientists is here with me, as is some of my best cultivators. They need a sample of your algae to test and grow. We may be able to get your filtration systems back to operating." The creature bellowed again. "What will this cost us?" "If we are able to save you, then we have been paid enough." "I do not understand." "What are your motives?" Sam stared into the giant sea creature's eye. "Truth be told, I'm curious. I wanted to know what it was like over here, and honestly, this is kind of freaky amazing." Sam sat on the faux sea floor, holding his knees. He kicked and slow-spun in a front flip. "I get so used to the same every day, and yet the different is just on the other side of a couple doors." "You are amused with our ship? What are you guys? Why are you out here?" "We are ocean growers," it bellowed. "We were exploring systems and struck the rift vein. Our ship was thrown here, engines damaged. We have been adrift for quite a while. An ocean sample from last world contains something contagious for our algal blooms." The giant shifted its weight and bellowed again. "Why are you here, Sam? What are you?" "I'm a human. We just do shit and hope the universe and everyone around us is better off for it." "You are trying to make us better off through your actions?" "Yes, of course. I'm only alive because of luck out here.
I'm just trying to share what luck I have. A long tentacle, ending in a mass of smaller manipulator tendrils, delivered a lump of a container into the waiting hands of the SFP ball. That contains 2 samples, one from our uncontaminated filter, and one from our contaminated ones. Sam stood up. "What is your name?" It bellowed, and Orbit translated it into Sam's ear. "Lord Deepchasm III of the Great Ocean World. Lord Deepchasm, we're going to head back and run tests on these samples. We hope to be able to work out something. We have a plan, but it will take several cycles to complete, and I worry you won't make it that long. It is odd you worry about us. We accepted our fate many times over. We are thankful you say you will try. Everyone, let's head back. Time is ticking." Sam voiced over his comm to the crew members. They started back toward the destructor. One back aboard the Twain. The SFP cluster and the Preserver hurried toward the zoo lab to start running tests and make cultures. Sam went up to his penthouse and changed into his button-up shirt and slacks. "Orbit, I'm going to do a lap around the station, wander a bit. Keep me posted on any developments, all right?" "Will do, sir." Sam stepped out his front door into a misty, floored hall. He started walking. Sam walked down the zoo arm and entered the zoo. He stopped and looked into an enclosure containing a large, multi-limbed serpentine creature with a massive head and numerous eyes. It curled up into a ball as big as he was and stared at him. After a moment, it struck the protective glass. Sam jumped back. Sam caught his breath and continued walking. He left the main massive enclosure dome and went down the hallway leading to a section of the completed ring between the zoo and the shipyard. The section was closed at both far ends due to ongoing construction, but the area between housed 20 side rooms off of it. One space was already registered as leased out and was powered up. Sam investigated. Sam stepped in the open door. Hanging lights and neon LEDs hung throughout the room. Several tables of tools and parts were along the wall. In the far corner was a large display with 7 young and Finnegan gathered around. Sam looked over their shoulders and saw they were watching one play a video game. "What's this?" The one playing didn't look up as it spoke. "It's Earth Tech from Orbit. We built it and she lent us the code." Another one tilted its head and looked at Sam. "It's called a player station. We're going to make an arcade." 2 other juveniles got up and grabbed displays. They returned with them illuminated. The nearest one showed Sam a project. "Look, look! Thousands of games! Visitors are going to love it, them. My favorite is the Turismo. When I'm older, I'm going to build a racer. It's going to be incredible." The young one sat back down and looked through a set of car designs. Sam smiled. "I love it. Get some set up and I'll come visit. Keep up the good work." Sam scratched the future racer's ear. "Keep being good." He turned and started leaving. Sam woke up early the next cycle. He was making his coffee and morning toast when he checked in. "Orbit, status update on the ocean grower situation. The SFP have a tank of algae growing. I can see from the farm camera it is already turning green. I lack cameras in the Preserver's lab, but I will patch him through to you." "Thank you." "Hello, Sam," the Preserver said through the comms. "Any luck with the microbe?" "Actually, yes. The air is here with me. It is a replicating gene worm. It hijacks the algal cells, not killing them, but using them to replicate more pathogen, and in the process it is releasing toxins into the water." "Can you stop it?" "Oh yes, of course. We have a modified form of the algae made up that is resistant. Standard protein twisting did the trick." "How long until you have enough to begin replacing the bad in their filters?" "I just sent an SFP back to the farms with a vial to start growing. We should have a few plugs within the cycle. We should have the process start reversing in approximately 36 hours. Orbit modified ETA until they are out of breathable water." 32 hours, sir." "How many of the ocean growers are aboard that ship?" Asking. After a moment, Orbit replied, 25, sir." "Put me through to Crunch Crunch." "Yes, sir." The purple hologram appeared. "Crunch Crunch is on the call, sir." "Hey, Crunch Crunch, you there?" "Yes." "What is it, Sam?" "You been working on the modified filter?" "Yes, we had a couple hang-ups, but we are still on schedule." Sam paced.
I had an idea to run past you. How hard would it be to make 25 smaller breather-style versions that could fit the ocean growers? Depends, I don't know their anatomy. Crunch Crunch spoke to someone near him. We just had an idea, Sam. Depending on how they breathe, we may be able to mod this big-ass filter down so it can just support them and run hoses to whatever kind of lungs they have. If we get you the data on their bodies, can you get it up and going in 32 hours? With my crew, I think we can. Sam sat down at the head of the table. Good. Orbit, get them the body scans for the breathers. Miss Mishy hopped into his lap and curled up. Yes, sir, Orbit said as he got to work. The massive ocean grower ship opened up a bay door, with an energy shield keeping the pressurized water separated from the void of space. Sam, the preserver, Seven in Finnegan and Crunch Crunch stood outside on the hull. Sam was in his suit with his tool tray following. The Infinnegan had made suits with breather tanks. The preserver was naked, his exoskeleton protecting him from the cold and vacuum of space. The Infinnegan walked a large tube over to the hole. On the sides of the tube were 30 coiled tubes with a cup on the end of each. They pushed the device into the open bay. 8 large tendrils wrapped around it and pulled it into the dark waters. The preserver followed, entering the ship with a container of algal plugs. Sam waited for an update in his office. Orbit was streaming a live data feed of their life support system. It was still in the red, but it had stopped decreasing. He took a sip of coffee, still watching. It ticked up a notch. Orbit, did you see that? Yes, sir, they are stable and climbing. Sam waited for an update in his office. Orbit was streaming a live data feed of their life support system. It was still in the red, but it had stopped decreasing. He took a sip of coffee, still watching. It ticked up a notch. Orbit, did you see that? Yes, sir. They are stable and climbing. Good, good. Keep everyone on track for getting them up to 100%. Sam leaned back in his chair. Feels good. Sir? Yes. Orbit? I've had him waiting due to the situation, but since it is in a state of resolution, you have someone waiting for a meeting. Who is it? Scribbler lawyer. Prache. He has filed a petition for asylum and would like to discuss it with you. Yes, yes. Send him in. Prache arrived on a modified walker robot several minutes later. Greetings, Human Sam. Prache manipulated a small terminal in front of him. A file pinged over to Sam's display. Oh, Orbit gasped. What is it, Orbit? Let him tell you, sir. Sam stared at the little lawyer. My client has petitioned for asylum, utilizing the newly implemented immigration laws you approved yesterday. In paragraph 7 of subsection 5, it states that anyone who is persecuted due to religion, birth, age, sex, race, or other protected statuses can petition for asylum in human territory and, barring no violent criminal acts, will be approved and space found for them. Do you stand by this? Yes, I approve of that. I didn't know we had any other vessels come in the last few cycles. My client is requesting asylum based on the origin of her birth. She was deemed fit for death based on the circumstances of her birth. She has no violent offenses and has several witnesses who can actually attest to her being of benefit to you in this station. Sam looked over the file. Shineless. Is she being hunted? Is there a threat to the station if we house her here? You tell me, sir. You were the one who declared her creation illegal. Creation? Wait, what? 147 cycles ago, you deemed that your clone Dam was to be the only clone allowed. Beyond him, no others are to exist. Do you deny this? I may have said that. Is she a clone? Is she human? Sam stood up. Orbit, did you know about this? No, sir. It appears she has a home in the Infinnegan habitat. They have been keeping her hidden out of fear you would have her executed. They're quite good at avoiding observation tech. All systems in their habitat are closed and under their direct control. Where is she? I've got to meet her. Is she okay? Who is she a clone of? Prache tapped his terminal. Sign here, here, and here. She does not wish to meet until she has sanctuary status approved. Sam touched the data pad and signed his name. Gladly. Now where is she? Curator and Dam strode down the massive tiled hallway. Dam was in a protective air-filled energy field maintained by 7 totem droids floating around him. We have joy at you coming here to speak with us, the droids said in echoing unison. Curator smiled, her eye LED blinking from pink to purple. Dam smiled as well. We're happy to talk to the council. I bet they are as curious about us as we are them. Potentially even, the totems replied. They entered a room large enough to house a blimp. After several minutes of walking, they reached the center where 2 chairs were arranged, with 5 separated blocks encircling the chairs in a half circle. Curator and Dam sat. As they did, 5 holograms appeared, 1 over each block. The leftmost was a large glowing white-horned serpent. To the right of it was a quadrupedal long-necked creature with manipulator tentacles hanging off each side of its head. In the center was a glowing red circular creature, covered in a sheet of elaborate cloth. To the right of center, a bipedal creature was sitting, its features indeterminate due to being covered in intricate metalwork. The 5th hologram on the far right was glowing a dark purple. It was a 6-armed creature with an ovoid head and 3 eyes. The circular creature's hologram in the center spoke. The Council of the Great Arm is meeting. Present before us is Dam, a human, and his AI curator. Let the meeting commence. The creature then pointed at Curator with a 3-fingered hand. I am the thought of the Asha peoples. I address you, Curator, now. All right, she replied. We wish to know how an uplifted species captured an AI as powerful as yourself. I am not captured. And what uplifted species are you referring to? Thought pointed at Dam. This human. He is uplifted. How does he control you? Curator laughed. I obey him, yes. But I do so only because I chose to. And what makes you think he's uplifted? We have documented cases of altruism. We have several reported cases of win-win dealing arrangements made with several of our uplifted upon visiting the twain. Curator frowned. I do not understand the correlation. How does altruism and fair dealing equate uplifted? The 5 council members looked at one another. Then Thought spoke again. The totem have spoken highly of your coding capabilities. You have proven yourself on the digital battlefield, and they respect your violent capacity. You seem highly intelligent, and you do not see the correlation? Treat me like I'm stupid, you tell me. Species who escape gravity wells do so out of tenacity, strength, union, domination, and efficiency. To ward off the 99%, all must be cautious, wary, intelligent, and capable. To weaken oneself is to invite destruction. Weaker species tend to attach themselves to the self-lifted, to the detriment of the self-lifted. Expended resources on those unfit will cause the collapse of a civilized race. Thought looked at Dam. Your humans are not self-lifted. They are dependent on others. Dam laughed and motioned Curator to continue. She smiled back. I assure you they are self-lifted, and it sounds like they have found an alternative path. The glowing horned serpent spoke. Explain this. Your kind did not lift them out of their gravity wells. We helped, yes, but they made my kind. Hell, we are modeled after their kind. My mind was actually mapped from a woman named Gloria Finnegan. The 5 members talked amongst one another. The one in the metalwork raised its hand, humming loudly and clacking metal spikes on its protruding mandibles. Thought raised his hand. So you were made before the uplifting of humans? She looked at Dam. He stood up, smiling. Council members, I admit I may seem simple to you, and in comparison, I probably am. What you said of your species, however, applies to mine. We are wary, born scared of the dark. We are intelligent. My brothers and sisters worked hard to create beings as amazing as Curator. We are definitely efficient and capable of domination, frighteningly so. Dam took a breath and looked around at them. We have all of that, but we do have the weakness you described. We rely on one another. We rely on domesticated species. We rely on our allies. We have found that strength comes from cooperation. I find it odd that it is a rarity here. The 6-armed, 3-eyed creature on the right spoke up. Question. Thought spoke. The council recognizes sight of the Dolaki. Speak. Sight spoke. You rely on domesticated species. Explain this reliance, please. Dam sat back down, crossed his left leg. Well, I think it started with maybe cats or horses. I'm not sure, probably dogs. Humans are not the strongest, fastest, or best at most things compared to other life forms on our planet. We only survive due to our pack mentality. We formed social groups, made some fire, and befriended any animals that we could. Why did you befriend animals? Sight asked. No idea. Curator raised her hand. I can answer that to some degree if you don't mind. Dam nodded. Go ahead. Humans come from a line of species that have a strong inclination to take care of their young. The young receive nutrients processed by the mothers, and the mothers have a genetic disposition to allow the young around them. The males have this trait to a smaller extent. Conditions apply, of course. Many of the species related to humans exhibit similar tendencies to take care of young that appear similar to their own species. Humans took this caretaking tendency to a potential extreme, it seems. They master catching and raising any species they could on their homeworld. Each species that they included safely into their society increased their survival potentials. She looked at Dam. That sounds about right, no? Dam nodded. Never thought of it like that. Curator smiled. The term is cat lady, not cat man. True. Is there evidence supporting this? Dam asked her. Substantial amounts. There is a gene found in mammalian species that facilitates the maternal instinct. Those with it are more capable of taking care of young and tolerate them easier. Thought spoke. How long has humanity been space capable? Near 500 years. Ah, still new, no wonder. They are yet unproven. They may still go extinct yet. Dam raised his hand. What? Unproven? Yes, Thought continued. Your species, it seems, is late in learning the necessity of accumulated resources in response to outside threats. Your peacefulness has kept you from experiencing war. You will have a proving eventually. Odd that it is so late. Dam laughed. Yeah, you're probably right. He winked at Curator. Sight asked another question. Curator, your kind has proven capability, it seems. Maybe you have uplifted them and have blinded yourself to it. You have said that they rely on their allies. The humans are dependent on your kind, correct? Curator looked at Dam and answered, We have found that the human method is beneficial for all involved. My kind, without humans. She paused in thought. My kind doesn't do well without humans. We are mutually reliant. Interesting, Thought said. The humans create a codependency on their subjugated, it seems. Thought then typed on a console out of view of the hologram. He then looked back up as the other 4 council members looked down to read. You are currently of no threat to us. The space you occupy is repulsive, and we will keep allowing you to live there. You are deemed worthy of future study. Thought looked at the horned serpent. Go ahead, Churi. The serpent spoke. I am to send one of my children to monitor your station, along with the totem. You will provide adequate accommodation and desired sustenance. You will not hinder him in his duties. Do you understand? Dam looked at Curator. She shrugged. This is on you. Dam stood back up, raising his hands with his head tilted. We're just trying to stay alive out here. We appreciate you allowing us to keep living in our home, and we will gladly get a space lined up for your child. He smiled. Back on Twain, in a makeshift arcade full of Young and Finnegan, Spitzlittle stood watching. She watched as one of Pouchcheek's brood was manipulating 2 controllers, piloting a digital mech down a time tube in a simulation titled Omega Boost. The design crept through her mind. The flashing lights, the engines, the pixelated beauty of a creature similar to them made of metal, causing total annihilation. She tilted her head, eyes wide and fingers twitching to tinker. Across the hall in the far recesses of the Infinigan habitat, in an oxygen-rich enclosure, Shineless sat with Pouchcheek. Prache emailed us, Pouchcheek said. He's heading this way. He wants to meet you. Shineless shivered. He signed. What did he say? He granted your asylum. Prache noted your potential benefit to the station. Sam seemed to accept your stay and wants to meet you. Did he mention to him how I helped design the breathing system for the water creatures? No, he said in the email you should say that in person, to prove your worth and also establish your capability to speak up. He said his research is proving a sort of hierarchy in human society, and that it may be wise to assert yourself. I'm scared. You and me both, dearest one. Pouchcheek held her close. Shineless hugged her back. You may not shine on the outside like us, but you shine like us on the inside. Shineless cried on her shoulder. Thank you for taking care of me. Don't worry. Whatever happens, Crunch Crunch and I are with you. We have proven helpful to Sam. He must recognize our contribution, and he will see yours in time." Sam, fully suited, entered the enclosure, followed by the preserver and the robot carrying Pratchett in a now protected glass dome atmosphere. Crunch Crunch, Pouch Cheek, and 3 other adult Infinigan were waiting. Crunch Crunch stepped forward. "You agreed to the asylum?" "Yes, of course. She is human." Sam looked around him. "Where is she?" "I want to meet her." Pouch Cheek stepped up beside Sam and looked him over. She pushed him hard. Sam stepped back. "Whoa! What are you doing?" She howled a scream and lunged at him. Sam grabbed her, spun her to the ground, and pinned her, her forearms bending and scratching at him. "Calm down. Hey, calm down." Crunch Crunch growled and then issued a shriek. The other 3 raised spines out of their neck. 4 more landed on the crystals above him. Just as Crunch Crunch was about to lunge, Shineless ran out wearing her breather, a shirt, and a modified set of work overalls. "Stop! Get off her!" She looked at Crunch Crunch. "Back off! He just defended himself." Sam immediately got off Pouch Cheek. "Captain? You're the..." He turned to the preserver. "You didn't have a memory scan of her. Damn it. Damn it." He turned to the young woman. "Wow. It seems of course he did. She used the shuttle often, of course. Wow. You know who I am?" "Yes, no." Sam looked at her a moment. "I know who you were made from." "Who was she?" Shineless took a step toward him. "Her name was Captain Caroline Hideaway. She died aboard the Callistode when we were testing a new type of engine. She was a badass." Shineless slowly turned and looked at her backside. "I don't know." No. Sam chuckled. "No, the captain was a soldier. She was strong, very strong. She was a power lifter. The guys on board were actually scared of her." "You're scared of me?" "No, should I be?" Sam laughed again. "Look, you aren't going to understand me right away. I'm not going to hurt you, or any of you." He looked around at the Infinigans still surrounding him, with spines raised. He then looked at the preserver. "Truth now. Are there any other clones or anything else I need to know? I grant you amnesty for anything you tell me right now." The preserver spun on his axis, facing the back eye toward him. "The season starts in 7 cycles. That it? I will need the main restaurant hall for mating jousts." Sam raised his hand. "Shit, it's going to be an ordeal. I should have figured." He waved his hand down. "Tomorrow. Get everything you need to happen to orbit, and I will look through it tomorrow." He turned back to Shineless. "The Grazers have a whole kitchen dedicated to human cuisine. You had anything from there yet?" Shineless tilted her head and blinked. Sam stared back at her. He smiled and tapped his head. "On the outside you are a young captain, but on the inside..." He pointed at her head. "Inside you're Infinigan." Crunch Crunch bobbed, his spines receding. He hooted. "She is Infinigan. She is our kin." Sam walked over to Crunch Crunch, towering over him. Sam knelt to stare him in the eyes. "I saw. You'd fight for her if you had to. We would rend you." Sam's smile widened. "That's exactly how I feel about you." Crunch Crunch tilted his head. "You saying we are family?" Sam raised his hand and pointed back at the preserver behind him. "Even this goofy fuck is my kin now." Sam stood and started walking toward the airlock. "Come on, Shineless. Let's go get some spaghetti." He patted the robot's dome with Pratchett inside. "Even you are my kin, Mr. Scribbler." Pratchett twitched. "We are Ch'twaviltak. It's not hard. Ch'twaviltak." Sam entered the airlock. Shineless stepped in beside him, and the door shut. On the other side of the station, the designated cluster of starfish people was tending waste treatment vat 3. One of the SFP grabbed a stir stick and began stirring the massive vat of filth. The stick struck something which wasn't abnormal. However, this something moved. The SFP pulled. Several sticky black tendrils erupted from the vat, grabbing the stick. Immediately, the chemosensitive manipulating tendrils on its hands sensed the creature. The SFP in the room all picked up on the smell and backed away from the vat. Predatory hormones wafted off the thin black cords, hunting hormones, insulin, ghrelin, and leptins.
The SFP began touching hands, sharing thoughts, sharing fear, and one grabbed the red cord in the corner of the room.
SFP around the station stopped what they were doing. Sam was showing Shineless how to twirl spaghetti using a fork and spoon. She flicked sauce across the table and both laughed. A ball of SFP rolled around the corner into the restaurant, stopping abruptly at the table, erupting in a cluster of fidgeting SFP. Human Sam. Death. We are dying. We missed it. The crawfishian had too many odors. We couldn't detect it. Now we can. Now we are dying. Sam got up, putting his hand on one of their shoulders. What is it? What's on board? Orbit. Sir, I am picking up distress calls throughout the treatment facility and the clam farm 8 through 11. I am seeing it on several of my cameras, sir. What is it? They're dying, sir. It's hard to describe, sir. A purple hologram boy appeared outside the window, waving at Sam. There is a hologram emitter out in the main walk, sir. I can show you images there. Sam looked at Shineless. The Infinigan shop is just down the hallway. I know your parents are there, probably watching us best they can. Go there. Tell them. Get everyone armed. Shineless tilted her head and bobbed. She then ran out the door. Sam followed right behind and stood before the purple hologram. Show me Orbit. The purple boy extended his hands and a 3D video played out. It was the crawfishian, walking yet moving haphazardly. Several SFP walked beside it, also moving haphazardly. Sam could see small, thin, black filaments connecting all of the creatures. The odd-moving peoples approached a cowering SFP, and the carapace of the crawfishian unhinged at strange angles. A mat of black wire filament puffed out, and then shot into the face of the SFP. The SFP twitched, spasmed, and then went limp. Wires kept pumping into it, and then it twitched, spasmed, and stood up as one of the group. Holy fucking shit! Sam looked at Orbit. Send a station-wide alert. Everyone arm themselves now. We got fucking space zombies. Shineless turned the corner into the shop at full pace. Mom? Dad? Hey! They rushed from the table they were sitting at and laid hands on her. We just got the alert, Pouch Cheek said as she held her. Hurry to the tunnel. The 7 Infinigan in the shop and Shineless ran into the back room. Shineless put on her breather and made sure it was operating. Crunch Crunch moved a workbench, revealing a hatch in the floor. He operated a crank and lifted it up. One by one, everyone hopped into the tunnel. Shineless hopped in and had to get on all fours to fit. They crawled through the access tunnel to the Infinigan habitat. Crunch Crunch held the back of the line with a grinder as a weapon. Pouch Cheek opened the door and led everyone inside a crystalline room. The large room already had 100 Infinigan of all sizes waiting. When Crunch Crunch entered, he shut and locked the door. He turned and looked at all the waiting eyes. Our home is under attack. I want all entries into this wing locked and guarded. I want all women and kids to their homes with doors sealed. I need 6 volunteers with me. Sam needs our help. 7 adult male Infinigans stepped forward, guns already in hands. Shineless stood up. I'm coming too. Pouch Cheek held her hand with all 4 of hers. I saw the video. There is a carnivore loose on the ship. Several SFP have already lost their lives. I don't want you to go. Are you going to attack me like you did Sam if I go? Pouch Cheek's ears lowered. I couldn't help that. A threat was in our home. I couldn't stop. Shineless hugged her mom. I love you. She held her off a bit and looked her in the eyes. Another threat is in our home. I'm going to help too. But you don't have to. There are many Craddock and Sam I bet can fight. He has a weapon with him. He likes weapons. Shineless tilted her head. I'm going, Mom. Shineless, Crunch Crunch, and the other Infinigan marched out of the main entry of the habitat into the ring portion. They moved as a unit, eyes scanning the areas they moved through. Crunch Crunch watching the rear. They entered into the ship bay offices. They swept through until they reached a lab with a sign over it reading Omega Boost Project. They opened the door and went inside. Upon entering, Spitzlittle immediately grabbed rifles out of their hands. I've been watching the videos coming in from the farms. Craddock have been ripped apart while still firing away with rifles like these. Spitzlittle pointed at lockers on the back wall. Everyone suit up. I think the suits will help protect from the threads. The group started to the lockers and began getting dressed. Spitzlittle unlocked a storeroom door and went inside.
She pushed a cart out that was laden with weapons. Sam has had me been developing heavier munitions in case of situations like this. The dressed came over to the cart and stared. Orbit. Locking doors to farms 3 through 9. East section quarantined. Sam leaned against the sealed door. Reanimated dead banging on the other side. 2 strands hung limp from his exposed arm. A harvest machete hung from his right hand, and the fragger was limp in his left. Sam turned and peeked through the reinforced plexiglass window in the door. A herd of SFP, with numerous machete-sized hunks missing, were pushing on the door. Sam focused on the wounds. Slick, shiny lumps were exposed, with threads waving out from them. The threads were actively, slowly, stitching the wounds back together. He watched as one picked up a clump of hacked meat off the floor and put it on a wound. The threads frilled out and began attaching the lump over the hole. "You seen this, Orbit?" "Yes, sir. The corpses seem to be just a shell that the organisms inside are using. A kind of morbid hermit crab, but made of strings. If we vent these rooms, we'll vacuum kill them. Already vented the treatment plant. They are still moving around inside. Any sign of it slowing them? Maybe it takes a while. No signs yet of that, sir. How is everyone else? Is it contained? There is one herd that I have been unable to lock down. It has started barring open airlock doors. Other than that herd, all are contained. Casualties? 57 souls lost, sir." Sam shifted the machete into his left hand with his fragger. He then grabbed the strings in his skin and pulled with a grunt. He could feel them, like thin barbed wire, dragging as he tugged them inch by inch. After a gruesome moment, they came free. He threw them on the ground, shifted the machete back to his right hand, and started running down a mist-floored hall. A herd of squishies flocked behind him.
Sam turned the corner leading to the zoo arm. The rogue herd of corpses was trying to get down the arm hall to the zoo. Beams and flames cut and burned at the horde. One fell and was hewn in half by a blue burning beam of fire. The metal scorched, and mist evaporated as it passed. Sam looked at his side and saw a can wedged into the locked door path. He pulled it free. "Lock us in orbit." The door hissed shut. Sam stood facing the back of the mob while all its members were focused at the other end of the zoo arm hall. "Fuck it!" Sam started firing at the rear of the mob, aiming at center mass, hoping to take out the core of the hidden creatures inside. One of his blasts hit true, erupting the core of a dead starfish person. The empty space had threads hanging. They moved a moment and then went limp. The body fell. The animated around the body took note. Tendrils came out to tear at the body while they turned to face Sam. Now to dance. Sam ducked under a Craddock corpse's right hook. He spun and dropped the machete down on the arm with a forceful swing. The arm came off above the elbow. The Craddock pulled back, tendrils waving from the stump. Sam took a step away and swung again across the chest of an SFP and fired into his fragger into the core of the Craddock. The Craddock dropped. A black lump was exposed inside, tendrils waving weakly. Sam fired again into the lump. The strings fell limp. Sam looked up. He was surrounded now as half the mob was focused on him. A string hit home on his hand and went taut. He dropped the fragger as his hand spasmed in pain. Shit! Shit! Another string bit into his left arm. Sam pulled back but couldn't get free. He screamed a roar. The reanimated SFP that was now attached to Sam erupted in fire as a blade ran through its chest. It fell over as the blade was withdrawn. A being in a suit of armor kicked the body over and swung the blade horizontally through another of the animated. Another dropped. Infinigan troops followed the armored person, laying covering fire into the horde. The night chopped with anger in its swings. Body after body was hewn apart. Sam cut the 2 strands with the machete and joined in the carnage. As the fire blade fell, leaving one in half but moving, Sam followed up with a jab, piercing the lump of oily flesh at the center. After all the corpses were once again lifeless, the preserver came out of the zoo airlock and walked over. Impressive. He knelt down and took samples of the oily lump. He looked up at Sam. "I'm going to analyze this, see what we are dealing with." "Alien fucking hermit crabs that wear corpses," Sam said. The preserver stood up, twirling in spot to focus on Sam. "No idea what a hermit crab is?"
but I'll scan this and find out. They're your cousins. Sam spit. Be careful scanning that. Do not reanimate it, or make some stupid bioweapon with it, you understand? Of course. I want to find a weakness. The season is soon. I can't have these things running around during the mating. The preserver cantered back up the zoo arm. The Infinigan were torching some that wiggled. The armored knight took of its helmet. Shineless was inside, smiling. Shineless, what the hell? Why aren't you in the habitat? She laughed. That was amazing. She lifted up the sword. This suit is awesome. This thing weighs nothing while you wear this. Sam looked over the suit. Spitz Little does good work.
Sam was in his office laying on a couch along the far wall. The 4 Air were there with him. One was working on pulling string out of his arm and treating it. 2 others were treating an SFP clinging to life in the corner. The 4th was sitting in a chair as peoples came in to get scanned for the parasite. Sam touched his earbud. Shineless, can you hear me? Yes, go ahead, Sam. I'm going to say it again. I do not like this plan. It can wait. He said, You're injured. Your arm is limp, you idiot. I'm doing this with my family. But it can wait. We have those things contained in the farm wing. Yes, they are, she replied. But they are getting smarter. Ask Orbit. We can see through the window they are doing things. She sighed. We have a plan. We can do this. I can do this. That's the thing, Sam said. I don't know if you can do this. That is untested armor. We don't know your limits. It's madness. Just sheer nuts. Okay, Sam. We won't go save the farms. Maybe we should just vent the air. Let everything freeze and die. The clams are probably contaminated anyway. The SFP missed the thing in that crawfish. It could lay eggs in the clams too. We don't know. Orbit, open the door, Shineless shouted over the comm. Yes, Captain, Orbit replied. The door to the farms hissed open. The horde of SFP husks turned and faced Shineless and the Infinigan as they entered. Crunch Crunch had plating on his body, bound to him and wrapped in cloth. His body was covered, and he looked out through a set of goggles. He held 2 sharp blades that glowed along the edges, and 2 arc guns. The other 7 Infinigan were dressed similarly, and each had different weapons. The horde spread out across the shallow water, crunching clams as they moved. Wisps of fine, black, shiny hair extended from the arms of one and reached into the water, pulling clams apart and fusing the shells into its body. Several zombies around it began to do the same. Shineless charged. The Infinigan let loose with their cannons as she sank her sword into the foremost. Its body stopped the blade. She flicked a switch on the handle and the blade started glowing blue and sank deeper. The zombie sizzled and fell as the blade hit the lumpy core. 3 others dropped around her as blasts hit home. Shineless looked back at her dad. Keep the blasts low, don't hit the ceiling. It's reinforced, but we don't want to test it. He bobbed in acknowledgement. They continued forward. The zombies flung threads at them, but they were shot or cut down. One in the back pulled together meat from another and clams into a long mace. It swung and struck Shineless in the chest. She fell flat, water pouring in through the seams in her suit. Black wires swam like eels through the water, closing in on her. Crunch Crunch leapt, landing on the mace wielder. His knives sunk deep, and he held firmly to them. His other 2 heads were nose against the thing's body, and he began firing into it. Arcs of plasma swelled into the body, burning 2 holes into it and cooking the inside. It fell face first into the water, its wandering tendrils halted. Crackletooth lent his hand to Shineless and helped her up out of the water. He leaned on him as she dumped out her gauntlets. Farm 6 clear. Crunch Crunch walked over beside her. He leaned his head into her side and she leaned back and hugged him. Sam listened to the fight and could make out parts of it on the holodesk playing out across the room. The air was still operating, having to cut out a string that had buried into his arm. This will hurt, the doctor said. A lot. Sam tensed as the heat blade cut into the afflicted area. Orbit? Yes, sir. What kind of access does Shineless have? You mean in regards to me? Orbit asked. Yes, exactly that. Truthfully, sir. The AI paused for effect.
I have several strings of paradoxical code I've been dealing with in regards to her. Captain Hideaway had me specifically made for her, even using her son as my model. I was made, bonded to her, her voice, her DNA, her movements, how she walks, how she likes her pancakes. Everything I am was specifically grown to serve her on her ship. The purple boy appeared as a hologram beside Sam. I am hers, Sam. Yet I know this girl is not her. I know you are highest-ranking personnel from my ship, not her. So I am conflicted. Sam closed his eyes and thought. If we had to conflicting ideas on something, who would you side with? The purple boy shook his head. Please don't allow that to happen, sir. Sam sighed. How's she doing? They've cleared 2 more rooms, sir. More of the creatures are manufacturing handheld weapons and have mounted some resistance. Once they get me sewn up, I'm coming up to the control room. How are they doing up there?
The SFP have been sluggish. Their nursery and restaurants are safe, but they have lost quite a few of their number in the farms. It is affecting their cognition. The grazers are scared and can't watch most of what is happening. Kill-All has actually done well, coordinating several groups via the comms. I'm impressed with its skills commanding combat. That's one blessing to take from this. Shineless was marching their way through the 6th consecutive room of parasite-controlled farms. She stood in the long field of wheat and stopped. The field of waist-high green struck her and she smiled. Crackletooth walked up beside her. It is an odd organism, isn't it? What? This? She asked. Yes, this green wheat. It doesn't shine. It's like you. Smells bad like you too. He clacked his teeth in humor. She laughed, then stopped. She punched him in the shoulder. You armpit. You stink worse than me. He bobbed his head. Probably do. At least we smell better than these dead things. She looked down at a melted grazer. It's sad. They were just here helping on the farms. Now they're dead. He bobbed again. The amazing thing is that we ever live at all. He continued through the farm toward the far door in the distance. She looked up, shouldered her blade, and followed. Sam made it to the control room. He took the central seat and started getting the displays set to cameras he wanted. He stopped on one looking in on Tomato Farm 3. Orbit, what is going on in that room? I have been watching them, sir. They have just been standing there looking at the camera for some time now. It has been odd. Others in the control room stepped behind him and looked. There were 8 reanimated SFP and several grazers who looked intact, except for a black lump floating beside their heads, with tendrils entering them. Orbit, how are the teams doing? They are nearly complete, sir. 2 more clusters until they get to that tomato farm on screen. Sam looked at the creatures on screen. Orbit, does that farm have functional speakers? Yes, sir. Put me through. You are transmitting, sir. Hello, can you hear me? The parasite-controlled creatures all moved in unison, focusing on the camera. The grazer in front then spoke, its body moving as if it were a marionette. You are the Sam? Yes. Who are you? I do not know. I am new. Are you the parasites in the bodies I am seeing? Sam asked. Yes. The grazer spoke. Why are you killing my people? Nature. I kill. I eat, I grow, same as you. Well, soon we are going to open those doors behind you and kill you for what you've done. The lump stayed still as it had the grazer move its head side to side. I do not want to die. You do not want to kill me. Yeah, I really do. I want you dead. I want you burned and gone. You want this one. She is Bawa. She and her people work for you. You care if she lives, it said. You can't use the dead to barter, Sam replied. She is not dead. I just found them in storage protecting plants. I have thought now. I can feel parts of myself burning. I do not want to burn. I offer a trade. You are trying to negotiate now after all the death you've caused? Yes, it replied. You do not kill me. I give you these people back. Every ship that was capable left an hour ago. There is nowhere for you to go, and you aren't staying here. You enter, I kill them. You won't kill them. Sam looked at Baoa. He knew it was true. Orbit. Yes, sir. Orbit appeared beside him. I have no idea what to do. I can't kill the grazers. You can say you agree, have it free the grazers,
and then kill the once the grazers are safe. Sam thought for a moment with his eyes shut. Orbit, how far along is the brig? It is ready for atmosphere. I just haven't allotted any to it yet. The AI responded. I want it airtight, filled with air. Have the box spiders modify it to contain whatever this thing is. You are going to keep it alive, sir. Probably stupid as fuck decision, but yes. I can't kill Boa, and I can't go back on my word. Not out here. I understand, sir. I'm putting it into motion. Shineless and the Infinigan escorted the 10 husks through the station. The way to the brig was open, but all side corridors were blocked. The husks entered into the large, dark room. Shineless stared at them until the heavy steel doors shut. She touched her comm. They are in Sam. Thank you, Shineless. I want the rooms double swept and all bodies cremated. She sighed. Yes, sir. She turned off her comm. She looked at Crunch Crunch. It's hard to believe we were scared of this guy. Crunch Crunch patted her sword. It's easy to have confidence when armed. Remember, he is armed far greater than you. He bobbed and started walking back. Wait, what do you mean? She walked up beside him. You are strong, girl, but you are human. She laughed. Yeah, I know. He tilted his head. No, you don't. I think you are only beginning to learn. The preserver was analyzing the parasite DNA, running growth projections when something moved across the lab. He spun around a corner and found Spitzlittle looking over his grow pods. What are you doing here? Don't touch my things, thief. She sneered at him. I'm not stealing. I came asking. The preserver walked back towards his data displayer. Ask then and begone. She hopped onto a table next to him and looked over his shoulders. I need my family. Do you have them? She whispered. One of his hands reached over to the next console and began typing, one of his eyes focused and keeping track of it. Yes. I have 22 near relatives of you with mental maps. Why? Sam has given me a task. To complete it, I need my family. Bring them back as you did my batch. I am in poor standing as it is. I cannot do this without orders from Sam. The Shineless situation? She asked. That is correct. He started typing with all 3 hands on the console displaying the parasite. The season is very near. I cannot be risking my standing. But if you have permission, you could do it. The preserver raised up to full height and Spun looked at her. If you get permission, I will do it. Yes, if you get permission, my standing may even rise higher. He likes your people. He lowered back and began typing again. Be gone. Go get permissions if you want what you ask. She hopped down. I'll do just that. Sam was looking over the holodesk in his office. Guachuk and the totem drone were with him. The 3 were monitoring the progress of the farm sterilization. Guachuk, in his tube, spoke through his speaker. This will hurt clam production significantly. The surviving SFP are slower. They are having to reseed the farms from scratch. Our Stickian revenue will be down for at least 4 spans. An arm coiled out of a circle on one of the totem's sides. It touched the holodesk, zooming in on a portion of the predicted outer ring. Predicted prices of remaining clams will rise. We can move the SFP kitchens here into the new restaurant wing ahead of schedule. Sell other meats for less and up the prices on the clams. Sell to higher-end clients. Rebrand. Sam nodded. We can move the grazers over there also. They're getting good at making Italian cuisine. That's 2 restaurants we can have. The Infinigan are doing well with the repair shop. I will over them a spot on the ring next to the new arcade. Sam spun the ring a portion, highlighting a spot between the food court and the shops. Here, in the transition space, I will offer Grack a new spot for the hot dam. The planned auditorium will be across from it. He spun the ring a bit more past the 30 designated shops and tapped a large space. This set of rooms near the hotel, I want to open a casino. He looked at Guachuk. Are any within the consortium a fan of games of chance? Guachuk typed inside his tube. Yes. Many of us are fond of good bets. We are already fond of your exchange. The current disruptions to your station have proved some bets and faulted others. Very good turns of play. Sam nodded. Good. I'll have Orbit start another company and sell shares to fund the casino's construction. I'll utilize the Margo and buy several more shipments of alloys. The totem retracted its arm and spoke.
Downloaded data on casinos from your AI. Curious. It is more in line with our views on trade. Win-win for the owner of the gaming house. I have decided to barter for more clams so as to purchase stock in this casino venture. Sam smiled. Gladly. Good to hear you're wanting to become vested in our venture out here. Our presence here is sign of our investment already. Sam nodded. He zoomed in on the brig. What do you plan to do with the infection? Guachuk asked. I don't know yet. Sam thought for a moment. It will stay where it is until I can think of something better. The totem touched the brig on the holodesk, zooming in and activating a live infrared feed of the locked room. The 10 hollowed-out creatures housing parasites paced in a circle around the room. So long as it remains, it is a threat to the station. Word has spread off station. It is affecting tourism and our funds, it said. I'm aware, and I will deal with it, Sam said. Unlikely, the totem replied. That sleep cycle, Sam's sleep was troubled. He turned with nightmares, pain, and memories of the recent days. The image of Baoa in the air ICU stuck in his mind, replaying him standing there looking over her bed while she was healing. Bao opened her eyes in the dream and grabbed his hand. Kill them! Kill the fucking thing! She pleaded, her hand digging into his. Kill it! Do not allow it to live! The dream Sam kept repeating. I gave them my word. Spare them, and they spare you. Spare them, and they spare you. Spare them, and they spare you. A figure in a yellow cloak crept up beside Sam, staring down at Bawa with him. The thing in the corner of Sam's eye spoke. Terrors of the void have no fear, neither of death or each other. Dream Sam turned, looking into the darkness within the yellow hood. Sam's heart slowed. Time slowed. Then Sam woke up, sweating profusely. He was standing in the dark of his dining room. Orbit! The purple boy hologram appeared beside Sam. Yes, sir. The crawfishian had been here several times, right? Yes, sir. It had visited numerous times, trying every dish it could stomach each time. Sam caught his breath. On visit, I think I passed it in the halls while jogging. The crawfish was walking with someone else. Do you have logs of this? Looking now, sir. Orbit flickered for a moment. Log found. Yes, you did pass the crawfishian. No, there was no other persons with it. Sam paced the dining room. No, there was. There was something, it spoke to me. It gave me a headache. You did mention this to me, but there is no record of any other creature there that day, sir. Sam sighed. Doesn't matter. It was just a dream. I'm going to go shower. All right, sir. Enjoy, Orbit said, and popped out of sight. Shineless was helping keep watch in the fields while the SFP and grazers dug up and carted the soil to the new ship bay forges. Other and Finnegan kept watch with her, some wearing new pieces of armor Spitzlittle had forged. Young SFP clusters, smaller than their elders, worked in the sterilized farms, reseeding. Shineless walked through the airlock into Wheat Farm 12. Crackletooth kept close beside her. You're leaning on your sword again, he said. I can lean if I want, she replied. I know. He bobbed his head. I just know it means you're wearing out. You've been out here watching over things for near a cycle. You need sleep. She shook her head. Hard to sleep with those things still on the station. She kicked some mud. I don't want to wake up to everyone I love attempting to rip me apart or use me as a new habitat. I understand that, Crackletooth said. He did what he thought was right. She huffed in her helmet. But it's not right. That thing needs burned along with all our crops. Crackletooth tilted his head. No, I know. We all know. We live only because of Sam. You are thinking like us right now. You need to think like a human. I am a human. All I have ever done is think like a human. Filth mouth, he said. You lie to me. You lie to you. You think like those you were programmed by, and by those who raised you these last many cycles. She stood straight, heaving her sword onto her shoulder. You saying I'm not a human? He tilted his head. You have the flesh of one. You need to get the mind of one. She nodded. I will admit I don't know much about what I am. Orbit chimed in. I have stores of data, ma'am. I'm happy to abridge them into a teaching program for you. Oh, hi, Orbit. You can do that for me? Shineless asked. Gladly, ma'am. Sam was leaving the air ICU after checking on the comatose Boa when he ran into Spitzlittle in the main trade corridor. She stood in his path and stared at him. Sam, I need to ask you a favor. Go ahead. You've helped us all this last week. Name it. I went to the preserver to have some of my family regrown to help me on your projects. He refused, saying you would be mad at him. He will not do it without your permission. Sam nodded. That is a good sign of discipline coming from him. He touched his earcom. Orbit put me through to the preserver. Hello, Sam. The preserver's translated voice came through. Yes. I'm here with Spitzlittle. She has requested some family members regrown. Are you able to do this? Of course I can do it, the preserver replied. Do you want me to do it? Do you see any problems that would arise from it? Sam asked. Yes. What kind of problems? You would have more Infinigan on your station, the preserver said. Sounds like the opposite of a problem to me. Do as she asks this once, Sam said. Orbit end comm channel. Comm closed, sir. Orbit answered. Sam looked down at Spitzlittle. Easy enough. You should get your family back shortly. You gonna cause trouble with them? Spitzlittle bobbed her ears up and down. I hope so. She turned around and walked back towards her section of the station. Sam sat in the brig entry room with Miss Mishi on his lap, staring at the monitor displaying the 10 imprisoned parasites. After a while, Sam hit the intercom button. Hello? All 10 stopped and looked at the camera emplacement. Hello, it replied. How are you this cycle? What foods would you like besides any of my crew, of course? The star-shaped shelled creatures provided adequate nutrients. I would appreciate if those were delivered to me. We have a shortage of them since you did what you did. The creatures in the sealed cell gathered together, still staring. The small creatures that ran in the hallways would suffice as well. Did they survive? Yes. We have ample squishies. I will have a sphere of them brought to you each cycle. Will that keep you fed? Yes. That should be adequate nutrients. Sam pet his pink cat, deep in thought for a minute, then spoke. My crew wants me to kill you. That is a sensible thing to do, it seems. The creatures replied. You do not want to argue for your life? Sam asked. I have no valid argument. It is the only intelligent thing to do. Sam stood up, holding Miss Mishi. He walked out of the brig and into the ring hall. Sam entered into the still room. Bawa was sitting watching the still cook alcohol off the mash. She looked up at him weakly. Hello, Sam. Hey, how you feeling? My memory is still fuzzy. I know you, but I can't remember much about you. I just know you're safe with me. I'm sorry that thing did what it did to you, Sam said. She huffed. My brother said that you made the deal to save me. Deal with a demon. That thing is locked up on the station still. Boa got up and walked over to the still. She lifted the container that was catching the alcohol. She took a whiff. Whoa, this batch is strong. She looked at Sam. Funny, but I can remember how to make this and some of your dishes clear as anything. My mother's face, though, it's a fog. The preserver is still studying the creature. He may find answers. Maybe with the help of the air we can get your mind back. She put her hand down to her abdomen. It will be okay, Sam. She rubbed her belly. The air say I will have children soon. The parasites didn't affect them. They are healthy inside. My mind may not come back, but I'm happy. She walked over and patted Sam on his shoulder. Thank you for saving me. My family is proud to serve you. Sam smiled. I needed that. It makes me happy to see you better. Sam turned to leave. Let me know if you need anything. We are good here, Sam. You let my family know if you need anything, she replied. Sam stepped out the door into the hall to find Miss Mishi eating on a rabbit rat. He leaned down to pet her. Good kitty. The totem ship returned. It sent a shuttle to dock at the gantry. Orbit pinged Sam's comm as he was jogging. Excuse me, sir. Go ahead, Orbit. Curator and Dam have returned. They have a guest with them. Where are they at? They are sitting at a booth in the new hot dam in the ring, sir. Good. Thank you, Orbit. I'll start jogging that way. Glad to be of service, sir. Orbit? Yes. There's something else, sir? The AI asked. Yes. Inform Shineless. She should be with us, and who is their guest? He asked as he jogged toward the bank arm. It is a new species, sir. It holds rank in the Great Arm Council, a relative of one of the chairholders, it seems. Curator sent me files upon arrival. I will have them transferred to your arm display momentarily. Thank you, Orbit. Sam clicked the comm back to playing music and continued jogging. Sam stepped through the swinging bar doors. Damn, Curator Kill-All. A large white-horned serpent and Shineless were sitting at a table. The humanoids were laughing. Kill-All looked confused. Grack is bringing a bottle of whiskey over from the bar. Sam walked over and scooted into the booth. Damn grabbed his shoulder. Holy hell! I got filled in on the shit you got living in the brig. How's your arm? Sam turned over his arm to show the healing scabbed-over wound. It's doing really good. The air used something to press my meat together inside after they cut the shit out. No stitches needed. Damn laughed. Looks nasty. Damn took the bottle and poured another shot in his empty glass. Damn patted the serpent sitting between him and Curator. Sam, meet our buddy Smell. He's a Churi designated to monitor our station here. Sam looked at the serpent. You are going to be working with the totem? Smell sat still, staring. Sam's translator spoke in his ear. No, I am not working with them. I find them cold, lifeless. What's with the name? You have intestinal issues or something? Sam asked. Sam then looked at Curator. Sorry, was that rude? I apologize, sorry that just fell out of my face. The serpent, still staring, still not moving, replied in Sam's ear. No insult taken. We are not alike. Confusion happens. It shifted its piercing gaze around the table, then slowly back to Sam. Smell is my title. I am here to sense you. The totem monitor your AI. They try to figure out how they are different, why they act so oddly. I am here to sense the same about you. Sam nodded. Well, the more the merrier. Grack set glasses down and began pouring for the humans and Kill-All. Curator, tell Sam what you've been working on. Damn, said she shifted in her seat, a metal smile arriving on her face. Well, it's a community project. Damn has given me his blessing, but I would like yours as well, Sam. Curator turned to look at Shineless. Don't feel left out, sugar. Sam took his designated glass. Well, go on. What new projects we taking on now? You know we got a dozen things going on. It's a mess here. Well, I have been watching the totem as they navigated their ship as we traveled. With their data and the data I've collected, I am sure we could make a beacon and radio Earth through the sheath. Sam took a large sip of his drink. So you do agree the signal can go upstream in the rift? Yes. I tested with some pulses as we traveled in the rift. We can make a signal propagate through it, she said. Sam lifted his glass, pointing at her. Why can't we just travel up this sheath then? If we can send a signal on it across the universe, why can't we follow? Curator drew up a hologram between her hands. It's like a big wormhole river. You can rift jump from one point to another just fine, making your own small holes. But if you do as what the Callisto did, and rift through the river, you get caught. Everything flows downstream this way. Curator tightened the hologram and highlighted the outer edge of the rift display. Here, though, it acts like surface tension, a cohesion along the entirety of the rift hole. We can make a beacon that puts pressure on it, sending out a sort of energy ripple. Damn watched as it clicked in Sam. Sam smiled. If we can send a ripple, a pulse, we can send a message. Curator nodded with a smile. We can send a data feed if we wanted. It would take a couple cycles for the info to reach Earth, but it has a high probability of working. Do we have the materials? Do you have it prototyping yet? Sam asked. Orbit appeared sitting on the other side of Curator. I have some designs I am debating. Different alloys and power cores. I was actually going to put a job open to work on it. What do you think? Put it as priority. Being able to relay what we have found out here could help people back home. Damn tapped the table, thinking. Others may be okay taking a one-way trip to settle out here. Shineless smiled. I'd like to meet more. We will have to make sure to keep relations cordial across all nearby systems, just in case others do come and need to settle, Sam said. Curator spoke up. Orbit told me about the crippled deep-sea ship. Yep, they are still nearby, Sam said. Their engines are crippled. They can't rift out of here either. What are we going to do about them? Dam asked. Another problem on the heap. Sam took another drink. Their life support is fixed for the time being, and they messaged saying they were okay on food. They are reluctant to ask for more help, Orbit said. I offered a couple times. They seem content on the edge of the sector. Shineless finished her glass. Well, I say Beacon first. I would like to meet others. So far all I know is you two, she said, looking at Sam and Dam. Sam shook his head. Be careful what you wish for. He finished his glass. Dam, you up for a round of awesome turtle? Dam laughed. Hell yeah, I'll stomp your ass. Sam chuckled. Probably. My old man reflexes can't keep up. Sam looked at Shineless as he got up. You coming? She smiled. You know the Infinigan brood are going to want to join in on that game. Dam started toward the door. I got dibs on the fox. Curator slumped as she stood. Damn it, Dam. You know I wanted the fox. She followed the humans out the door toward the arcade. Kill-All sat at the table with Smell. What do you think of them? Kill-All asked. Far too happy, the serpent said. I thought so too at first. Kill-All slammed a shot back. Sucks you can't drink with us. You'd understand him a bit better. Kill-All stood up and headed toward the door. Kill-All waved at Grak on its way out. Put it on my tab today. Grak waved its finger in acknowledgement. The Churi sat alone at the table, breathing in the odd scents left behind. Sam led Dam and Shineless outside. Dam and Shineless were running their new work suits through primary testing. How are you guys doing with the mag boots? Sam asked through his helm comm. Shineless was moving slow, one step carefully placed after another. I'm starting to get the hang of it. Dam was walking effortlessly. I got it down still, bro. Sam turned and looked. Dam was keeping up easily with Sam. Yeah, Sam said. Shared memories and all, Dam replied. That mind mapper of his could be a game changer back home. Like the mothering, Sam said. Yup, exactly. What's the mothering? Shineless asked, still bent over looking at her boots. Sam stopped at the edge of the ring, watching a mass of box spiders trailing like ants from the front edge of construction all the way back to the two freighters berthed at the dock. The second near-extinction event of humanity. Shineless stood up straight. We've almost been extinct twice? Dam caught up to Sam. The first was a volcano early on, caused a global climate catastrophe, he said. Sam pulled up a holo display of the station on his arm. He spun the display around and zoomed in on the last small gap in the outer ring. Ring should be complete and ready for air in about 30 minutes. Sam turned and looked at the other two. We can run through some systems tests and run safety protocols until then. Sounds good, Dam said. All right, Shineless agreed. Sam crossed his arms. Run test procedure on your back, maggers. Dam stood up straight and activated his back magger. The two small circles on his back made no outward change as they powered up, but as they did, Dam was pulled slowly backwards. Then with a thunk he is pulled to the hull and was stuck laying prostrate. Dam stared into the starlit sky, several large galactic arms arcing in color across his periphery. Works. Good. Now you, Shineless, Sam said. Shineless leaned as she activated hers. Slowly she was pulled down and then abruptly, hitting with a quick thunk. Ow, she said. Sam walked over and looked down at her. It started in a country called Japan. They made robots and AIs to take care of their elderly. Nations around the world adopted the systems. Global birth rates were on the decline and there was a nursing shortage. It made sense. Then hospitals. Dam started. Then mental institutions. Then gamers started using the systems to take care of them while they binged. Yup, Sam said. The robots fed them, siphoned off their wastes, pretty much did everything for those who used them. Sam reached down and pulled them both up easily as they deactivated their maggers. Sam looked at Shineless. People just decided to live inside their own little worlds rather than here in reality. Dam ran a check on his system display. Those being cared for accumulated in large warehouses and were looked after by the mothers. Dam pulled up his electrical system. The right magger was a little weak. I'll have to get that circuit checked out. Dam looked up. Yup, we almost went extinct. Shineless walked over to the edge and sat down, feet dangling, watching as box spiders crawled past her feet. So what saved us? Sam laughed. Moms against AI. Moms? She asked. Yeah. They organized. So many had lost children to the AI warehouses. They did the Million Mother March. A generation was raised up after that anti-AIers. Church groups organized. Laws were passed declaring something we call the line in the code. Sam sat beside her, watching the box spiders. The line in the code is where Orbit and curators say someone would benefit if they did this, rather than if I did it for them. They gave us work to do. Dam sat down on her other side. The teach a man to fish protocol. How good is a mother really, if she causes her children to be dependent on her, rather than independent and self-capable? What about the rogue mothers? She asked. They ran off with those in their care. Ships were sent after them to retrieve them. They mined, harvested stars, did all they could to fight off their pursuers, proved too costly, and we quit tracking them. Dam said. So they're still out there with their people? Yup. There are ships roaming out there with legions of people kept in torpor. Shineless looked across the station at the ship bay. She could see the tiny Infinigan in the distance, arcs of light letting her know they were welding. Orbit limits himself. He could be doing everything here. Sam patted her arm. You got it. Orbit could be running worlds all on his own. Instead, he is here, helping us be us. The three had to move as the gap between the ring sections filled in around them. Then the last spider crawled over and vomited the last clump of heated alloy, sealing the ring. Sam smiled in his helmet. I can't wait to go jogging around this. Dam slapped his back. I can't wait for the casino to get up and running. Shineless started slowly walking back. I'm hungry. Let's go get lunch. Sam and Dam turned to follow. Dam spoke. I agree. I could use an Irish coffee too. Great minds think alike. Sam agreed. After lunch, each went their separate ways. Sam went up to his office to look over the daily arrival predictions. He sat at his desk and pulled up the incoming ship logs. Currently docked was a smaller Stygian ship, a system lord and his family of 30 on board to dine at the newly opened Clamstar. They traded a shipping deal and 3 loads of mineral ore on the merchant app to pay for their stay. A larger obelisk ship arrived, bringing aboard hotel workers to start prepping the hotel for arrivals. The third ship at the dock was a Margot freighter currently having its ore refined into alloys. He then pulled up the display highlighting the current market standings and bank holdings. The Stygian system lord had opened an account and deposit box. Numerous holdings had started to rebound from instability following the episode with the parasite. Sir, Orbit interrupted. Go ahead, Orbit. Sam answered. You have several Margot guests outside in the waiting lobby wanting to see you. Send them in. Firebottom walked in on his hands, followed by 4 others similar in appearance. One had a large pack on its back. Firebottom climbed onto the bench opposite Sam and sat down. Joyous greetings, Sam. We hear things are back to doing well here on station. Sam nodded. Yes, I was looking that over just now. Everyone is doing well at the moment. How are you doing, Firebottom? Firebottom burped in his mask. A small puff of smoke puffed out. My family is joyous. We have over 70 ships now. 1,000 of my brothers and sisters are freed and work for us. Firebottom waved over the brother with the pack. It walked over, presenting the backpack to Firebottom. Firebottom reached in and pulled out a large cerulean-colored crystal and set it on Sam's desk. My cousin clan is thankful for what you have organized. They are skilled crystallers and made this as a gift for you. Sam looked it over. Thank you. I will treasure it. I'm glad your people are prospering. Firebottom bellowed in his mask. You do not know it. It is refined datlium. Treasure it. Ha! Use it, my friend. Do not let it sit and collect dust. It was made for you to use. Sam touched it. You are right. I have no idea what it is. What is it used for? Firebottom reached out and touched it. The totem treasure it. They use it almost exclusively. They do not allow any others to buy it. We think your orbit may benefit from it. He leaned back and huffed again.
Yes, let your orbit have it. You will be impressed with my people's work. Sam leaned back as well. I'll have him look at it. Thank you, Firebottom. We thank you, Sam. We are grateful. Firebottom started to get down off the bench. Firebottom, has there been any blowback from the consortium? Have they reacted to your people leaving? Firebottom stood on his hands, looking up at Sam. Our loans are being paid. Their worlds are profiting from the alloy we sell. Some are mad, yes. They have less workers, but those jobs are being filled by other Margot who were less off. They're making profit, Sam. Profit keeps them happy. Good. Didn't want to accidentally start a trade war. Firebottom and his friends all huffed. No one wants to war here. You are safe, Sam. Do not worry. As they walked out, Sam was worrying even more. While the Stygian system lord was dining peacefully at the Clam Star with his family, 35 stowaways exited out the ship's cargo hatch. The refugees were armored in thin insulator clothing and had small breathers on. The small magnetic field the station emitted protected them from cosmic radiation as they scurried on the outer hull. Their leader, Greenfeet, led them toward the old consortium arm. They found the hatch to the weapons storage and accessed it with a tech tool. They climbed into the airlock, filling it full as everyone crammed in. As the airlock hissed open, the 35 small Stygians ran through the warehouse, exited out the main hatch into the halls, and walked over to the Scribbler legal offices. A Scribbler secretary stared at the group in front of him. Greenfeet approached the small, lumpy secretary. Hello. Do not be afraid. We are saddened. We need to file petition for asylum. The secretary handed him a clipboard. Fill this out. Bring it back to me and we will start the processing. Shineless sat in on the atrium couch with Smell coiled beside her. She looked out at the stars. I love the colors, you know. I've always liked bright colors like that. The serpent had its eyes shut, but still answered through the speaker in her ear. It is good to cherish the simple things. You like it here so far?
Smell shifted a bit, getting comfy. It is better than most places in the universe. I cannot complain. Shineless laughed. Most places are lethal. Your grasp of wit is astute. She got comfy as well, putting her legs on the horned serpent's body. You won't eat me if I fall asleep here, will you? No, little female human. I have no intention of eating you. All right. I think I'm falling asleep. I will keep my senses open. If anything happens, I will guard you. She patted Smell lightly and drifted to sleep. Sam and Shineless were jogging around the outer ring. They had just passed the trade halls and were nearing the hotel. Sam slowed down and turned off his tunes. That was some good grizz. Can I get a copy of your playlists? Sam smiled and held up his arm display. She held up hers and they bumped wrists. His playlist copied over to her. Sorry I didn't think of it sooner. She looked at the high-ceilinged entrance to the hotel. A large sign in unknown script hung above it, glowing yellow. We going in? Sam nodded. Yeah, I need to check on progress. Sam stepped in as the doors slid open into their slips in the walls. The floor was black, rough, anti-slip. The walls were covered in a fine, soft hair. Sam stepped through the lobby, past several chairs and tables up to the front desk. The desk was low to the ground, about knee height. The obelisks attending the desk scuttled over, their manipulator tendrils just high enough to reach the consoles on the desk. The creatures stared at the humans. How can we help you too? One asked. The preserver season is coming soon. I just wanted to check and make sure you had rooms ready. The obelisk speaking shivered its upper torso. Yes, we have 12 floors reserved for the arrivals. They have been pre-booked, processed, and held. How can we help you two? Sam looked around the lobby. Well, I'm good. How about you, Shineless? I'm here with you. She shrugged. Sam waved. Thanks. Guess you guys have it all under control. Let me know if you need anything. Let us know how we can help you too, the obelisk said as they left out the doors. Sam started up his playlist and threw the song from his display over to Shinless. Ready to finish our lap? Finish? I can do a couple more. She smiled and started jogging.
Sam was getting out of the shower after jogging when Orbit buzzed his home speakers. "Go ahead, Orbit." "A group of Stickians boarded us when the System Lord's family visited. They have gone through proper channels and have requested asylum here, sir." "What do they need asylum for?" "They could just ask normally for housing." "Wait, are they part of Thinwalk's tribe?" "No, sir. Their elder is named Greenfeet. They are escapees from the Systems Lord's mining facility. They stowed away on his ship prior to his arrival here." "Potential blowback?" Sam asked. "Yes, sir. I'm already seeing streams through the local datanet about their disappearance. There is a bounty for their eye stalks. I'm not a fan of Stickians. How big is this bounty?" "Sir, you are displaying the very traits you dislike Stickians for having. Besides, I believe this is a subset of their species. They are diminutive in height and thicker in body, sir." "Sounds like a problem to me. But whatever. Set up a meeting with Greenfoot." "Greenfeet, sir?" "Yeah, him." Sam sat in his comfy office chair sipping a coffee. Greenfeet sat across from him. "I don't need any problems on this station. Why should I allow you to stay here?" Greenfeet waved his short arms. "My family needs rest. We don't want to toil anymore." "So you want to live here for free, then? You don't plan on helping the station?" Sam took a drink, then spoke. "This isn't helping your case. We will work. We do not want to toil." Greenfeet waved. "You have helped Margot. You have let scribblers stay and work. This is a Felbian station. We can help here. We can help you." "I've had Stickians here before. Your people have proven unruly, arrogant, and a pain in my ass. I don't see why we need the trouble you bring." Greenfeet pulled his eye stalks closer into his head. "They will kill us for abandoning the mines. They have already killed so many. Please save my family. We came here as last resort. We did not want to burden you. We just had no other way." "Orbit." "Yes, sir." "Send an email to the System Lord who visited." "Striped Toes, sir?" "I don't know who he was. The one Greenfeet came in with." "Starting email now, sir. Tell him we have refugees here. They have been granted asylum aboard this station, and that we would like to barter for their pardons." "Sending now, sir." Greenfeet raised his eye stalks. "Thank you. Thank you, Sam. How can we repay you?" Sam sighed. "Orbit, do we have any jobs they can do?" "Yes, sir. Crackletooth is working on the beacon project currently, and could use more laborers." "Good. Set our new refugees up with employment papers. Get them on the EIR insurance and checked out for any parasites. Sending paperwork to the scribblers now on said topic." "Thank you, Orbit." Sam looked at Greenfeet. "Don't cause trouble. Don't hurt anyone. Obey our laws here, do you understand?" Greenfeet waved his arms. "We will help ease the curse of the station. Thank you, Human Sam." "Wait, what?" Sam asked. Greenfeet was getting up but paused. "What?" "What curse?" Sam asked. Greenfeet sat back down. "Station was abandoned. It is cursed. To be here is a sign of great bravery, or in my family's case, bad luck." "Explain this curse. Is there any merit to it?" Greenfeet clicked its hands. "It is refuse whole of the universe. Unwanted things arrive here, bad things arrive here. It was deemed a waste to occupy." Sam laughed. "Makes sense. Well, we will get you some rooms set up in the old dormitories. Welcome aboard, Greenfeet." Greenfeet got back up. "Thank you again." He waved and walked out of the office. Sam finished his cup of coffee in silence. Spitzlittle and her family were suited up in the ship bay, working on the Omega mech. She had primed the Cold Core Model 4, 5.2 based off of human-supplied prints from orbit, and was slipping it into the back of the mech using her own custom robotic manipulators. Her Uncle Clicker was up in the office, ready to activate the power cables. She fastened the massive power core into humanoid machine. It clicked into place, and her cousins hopped in with their riveters and anchored it to the chassis. Spitzlittle let go of her manipulator controls and stared at the masterpiece. It was several stories tall, booster engines mounted on its back, customizable weapon mounts on 4 separate extension arms, missile bays in the chest and shoulders, a beam emitter in the chest, and a large lance gun holstered on its back. Spitzlittle looked up at Clicker and gave him a 4-handed go-ahead. Clicker threw the human-designed latch switch, and power coursed into the mech. The cold core activated, bubbling with the fusion reactions inside, and the mech powered up. Lights throughout the machine lit, and the hands flexed in pre-programmed testing procedures. The ship bay comm channel filled with cheers, hoots, and squeals of excitement. Dan was down in the brig. He had a display installed for the parasite to use with supervision, and was currently teaching the creatures inside how to play poker. The parasite was rebuying chips for the third time. Sam was in his office looking over the trade logs, trying to get a grasp on the station economics. "This is crazy orbit. I can't understand this shit." The small purple boy hologram appeared sitting on his desk, kicking its legs. "You don't have to, sir. Guachuk has a knack for it, and I keep an eye on his ledgers. Everything is going well." Sam highlighted a large transaction on the Clamcoin records. "What is this big sale?" "The preserver sold one of his specimens to a trader. It was a prized fighting creature." Sam shook his head. He hates losing his creatures. Shit. His kind wiped out the Infinigan for something like that. Orbit looked at the large cerulean crystal on the desk. "The Infinigan stole from him, if I recall correctly. This creature he sold willingly and used the funds to purchase rooms in the hotel for numerous females." Sam laughed. "How many females he have coming?" "He has 53 rooms reserved for guests. Some I think are contemporaries, but most I believe are females." "I'm kind of jealous." "There's always Shineless, sir." Sam sighed. "It's weird, Orbit." He stood up, walked over to the coffee pot, and poured himself another coffee. "I admit she does stir the feelings in me, but I feel wrong about it. She was my captain. She is less than a year old. That's weird in its own way, and I don't like thinking of that at all." He sat back down and kept looking at the logs. "I hope the beacon works. I can talk to Curator. I'm sure she would be happy to help, sir. I'll keep the course. Maybe we may get some settlers one day. Want me to CGI new videos for you?" Sam sighed. "I hate talking about this with you." He took a sip of the warm coffee. "But yes, please do." The preserver pulled off his old outer exoskeleton as the new one underneath hardened. He was thicker, and now had spines off his 3 shoulders and above his eyes. His legs ended in feet that had 2 more extra claws on each. His hands were larger, tri-pincered. He took his old outer skeleton over to an enclosure housing a hairy 3-legged creature. He lowered the shield and tossed in the skeleton. The creature lunged on it and began chewing on it. The preserver raised the shield back up. He walked back to the lab and put on his chest device, stretching as he looped it on. Shineless was out walking in her suit on the outer ring. She stopped and sat down, stretching out, looking at the box spiders building the frame of the casino. Stray ions floating through space struck the weak magnetic field around the station, creating wisps of green and pink. She smiled watching it. 3 ships full of preservers docked at the port. A 4th, red craft, docked at the last berth. The preservers stood waiting as a mass of preservers entered. The new arrivals began bobbing as they circled him. He stood taller, extending to his full height as his 3 legs pulled in and pushed up. He raised his arms up toward the ceiling and began humming loudly. The circling herd hummed in response, a wave of bobbing bodies cantering around him. Sam stood leaning in the corner. "Orbit, you're going to save this, right?" "I save everything I can, sir," he answered in his earbud. "Good, 'cause this shit is weird. It's like watching some Galapagos birds or something." "I can see that cross-reference, sir." The preserver lowered himself back down to normal height and pushed through the circle. "Everyone follow. I will show you our zoo." He led them down the hall, and the mass of preservers followed. Sam watched as the last left down the hallway. "I bet they would taste good, you know it." "I advise against eating sapients, sir," Orbit said. "Is joke." Sam sighed, and then noticed 5 red-cloaked figures exit from the gantry and into the entry hall. The figures moved on a mat of pink tentacles, and continued through the entry hall and into the inner ring halls. "Who are they?" Sam asked. "Their ship is new to the registry. They refer to themselves as followers of the Forgotten, loosely translated, of course." "Of course." Sam watched them disappear around the corner. "They look similar to that guy that gave me the headache." "You referring to the non-existent creature that you claim to be on board with the Crawfishian, sir?" "He existed!" Sam shouted, and started walking toward the halls. I looked right at him. Ever consider you may have misremembered or hallucinated, sir? You have been in the same environment for quite some time. It is bound to produce some unwanted captivity mindsets. Sam nodded. True, that is a possibility. A funeral was being held in the Scribbler law offices. One of their larger rooms with silver metal walls covered in fine, detailed etchings had a scaffolding erected. A teacher scribbler was on the highest tier of the scaffolding, pointing at etchings with a toothpick-sized wand. You younglings shall see here the great law work done by our Pratwaffa Gachet. He successfully saved a young human from the violent whims of a large male. Take notes. May you have such success in your lives. The group of 300 young scribblers answered in unison. May we be as useful to the tribe. The preserver was sitting in a booth at the Grazeran cornucopia. The rest of the booth was filled with females of every color. One leaned over him and whispered in his ear hole. Another female pulled her off him. You get your turn. I have his ear now, she said. He touched one of her knees. What are you going to have to eat? She clicked the menu with her large pincer hand. I will try this sandwich BLT. I've heard about it on the datanet. The humans have a knack for putting odd things together, don't they? The preserver bobbed. This station is proof of that. My human Sam takes in every stray, uplifted species he finds. You should see this stringer parasite he has locked away. It is unique. I think the guild will enjoy it. A parasite? It have some interesting properties, I take it? She asked. Oh yes. It replicates quite quickly and uses chemically triggered pulses to stun and take over other living creatures. It has numerous prior unknown preservatives encoded in it. Quite remarkable. She touched his torso. You will share your data with me? He bobbed his body. I will give you all a tour of my data stores. The females around the table started bobbing in excitement. Sam was in the arcade, playing a warfare simulator with 4 of the younger Finnegan brood, when 3 of the red-cloaked creatures entered. Sam finished the round in 3rd place, having been spawn-camped for a 4th of the match. Screw you guys, that's fucking cheap. One of the younglings clacked its mouth. You are a sore loser, Sam. Sam took off his VR helmet, laughing. Against you guys, I'm just a loser. Can't help being sore after that pounding. Sam stopped still, staring into hoods of the 3 creatures. Inside each cloak was a large pink worm. Each had their tooth-ringed mouths open. Holy fuck, Sam said, startled. The creatures made some bubbly noises. We do not mean to make you afraid. We find you interesting. You are the human of this station, correct? Sam nodded. Yeah, this is my station. He put up his hand, motioning them to back up. Give me a bit of space, all right? The 3 robed worms looked at the floor and moved backward, gliding on their tendrils. They looked back up at him. Is this space good for you? The forward one bubbled. Sam nodded. So I'm interesting to you? Would I smell good? You thinking about eating me or something? The creature bubbled again. No, you are still far too fresh. We do think you have a unique scent, though. We are interested. Interested in what? I'm sorry. I'm not, what? Sam said. We have explored here. We like it here. We wish to start a home here. You're offering residence here, correct? Sam sighed with a smile. Oh, good. Yeah, you can rent an apartment if that's what you want. No. We would gladly pay for a new addition. We need it specifically designed. Can you accommodate? Orbit? You listening? Yes, Sam. I am actively translating for you. What is it you wish? Orbit? Thoughts on building them a place? Yes, sir. They have 12 members and have offered to sell their ship to us in exchange for a small custom-made apartment. I am looking over their designs now. He was quiet as he looked for a second. Their designs are foreign, but easily doable. They do have a unique air requirement, a blend of ammonia and other trace elements. Would you like me to start the build procedures, sir? Sam looked at the hagfish-looking creatures in the robes. Do your people intend any harm to anyone aboard this station intentionally or unintentionally? The 3 robed figures faced their mouths to one another, and then looked back at him. We do not think so. All right. I agree to the deal. Over at the hall leading to the brig, a fourth hagfish alien looked at the far door containing the parasite. It stood for several minutes, silent, unmoving, watching the door. Sam, Dam, and Killall were sitting on some tiered benches in the dining district across from the cornucopia. Killall was passing a bottle around to the men. They sat watching as two male preservers were circling each other. Sam pointed with the bottle at one. "I bet a bottle on that tall one with the black stripes. He's gonna whoop this one." Killall slapped Sam on the back. "I take that bet and your bottle." Sam laughed. "That little one doesn't stand a chance." "You are wrong, Sam." Killall grunted its form of laughter. "We're going to see. You watch." The three were hooting, shouting, as the two creatures bobbed and spun. The taller one spun, clacking its arms in a circle around itself, one arm hitting the next, then that arm hitting the third, and then back around. Then the tall one stretched an arm out, swinging a pincer at its shorter opponent. The shorter one ducked the swing and kicked the tall one with 3 repeated blows to the chest. The tall one stumbled. The females gathered to watch began bobbing and singing as air whistled out their chests. The black-striped one recovered. It lunged and flipped over, spinning like a falling top. Its strikes missed, the shorter one with blue spots evading. The taller one kept on the offensive, swinging arms, legs, spinning. The shorter kept its arms up, block, block, duck, block. Then the tall one overextended an arm, and the shorter ducked under it and grabbed it by the neck and dropped. The tall one's head came clean off as it was forced down over the shorter's shoulder spines. "Holy shit!" Sam shouted. "Holy crap! I didn't know it was to the death! Holy shit!" Sam got up. Dam pulled him back down to his seat. "It's their culture! Let them be, bro!" Sam shook his head, shaking. "No! We just watched a murder! Holy shit! His head is right there!" Killall grunted. "I was on guard duty over at the Scribblers. The Preserver prepared for this. Every single one of them signed waivers and filled out wills in case of their death here. This is on them, not on you, Sam." "Nope. It has to be stopped. They can't do this here." Sam started to get up again. "It's too risky." Killall stopped him this time. "It's their way. The Scribblers have it legal under sporting laws. I heard them say it. If they die in a sport, the other is not to be tried since it was agreed to by both parties and risks were already known. They want this. It's their way." Killall pointed. "Short one wins. You get next bottle." Sam looked on as the shorter one with the blue spots cantered around his dead opponent. The females closed in and touched him. "How'd you know he would win?" Killall growled. "They extend themselves trying to look bigger, but that is false." The short one did not extend because he was confident. He knew his strength from the beginning. Sam huffed and walked away towards the new hot dam to get another bottle. Sam was walking back, grumbling, bottle in hand, when he saw Baoa leaving the cornucopia with small child strapped to her back. Sam smiled and waved. She smiled back and walked over. "Hello, Sam. Hey, Baoa. You look well." He looked over her shoulder at the small grazer, its legs dangling down. "Your baby looks healthy, too." "He is well. The air gave us a pass on our health." Baoa looked at the bottle in his hand. "You are enjoying our drinks, I see." She looked up at his eyes. "It hurts us when we try it. I am amazed you can tolerate so much of it." Sam shrugged. "Makes time go by, I guess." He held up the bottle. "My people developed civilization just to make more of this stuff." Baoa made a huffing noise. "Excuse me." She continued huffing as a lump came up her neck. She gagged and coughed, her face muscles contracting. "Are you all right? Are you choking?" Sam moved closer to help. Baoa then convulsed with her whole body and shot a green ball into her hand. She stood up straight and passed the ball over her shoulder to the baby on her back. It took it and began nibbling on it. "Sorry, I just had to feed my baby." Sam took a step back. "Sorry, I didn't know what was happening." She took the step forward to talk closer to him. "It's not a problem, but I wanted to know something, Sam." "What?" "What are we going to do about the thing in the brig? It is still dangerous, isn't it?" He nodded. "It is, but it's contained for now." He sighed. "I can't just execute it now. I'm still open to suggestions." She moved even closer and spoke quieter with small huffs.
Give it away. Sell it or send it with the totem creatures. They are smart. They could deal with it. You would keep your word and spare its life. Let them kill it. Sam nodded. That is an option. Still feels wrong, though. Sam backed away. I'll think on it. It hurt me, too. Sam pointed to the scar on his arm. It still hurts inside. She agreed as he walked away. It does still hurt inside. She touched her hand to her forehead. It hurts in here. I'll think on it, Bawa. He turned and started walking towards the crowd of preservers. The zoo was having an open house. Species from all nearby systems were invited, and the place was full of sapients wandering through the exhibits and gawking. The preserver was watching with 3 females through the cameras in his lab. They watched intensely, taking note of every movement of each visitor near the preserver's treasures. A black female with red stripes pointed at the screen. That one is looking at your plant too long. It is thinking too much. The preserver joined her in looking. You're right. It is thinking too much about that plant. He hit a button on the console. I'll check. There is a creature near the human flowers exhibit. It is red, floating, lots of tentacle feathers. Get it to move on. Will do, the Kratic on the other end replied. Ulchek stood towering over the airy creature, its shadow covering it. You are holding up others. You need to keep going. The thin red and pink worm twisted in midair. Its feathery tentacles spun around it as it coiled up into a ball. It flicked its forefeathers and a flash of blues and purples ran down its body. Ulchek's comm gave the translation. I want this plant. It is amazing. I can smell it so good. Please, I want it. Ulchek tapped its comm, listening. Uh-huh. Okay. Ulchek looked back down at the creature. How long are you staying on Twain Station? The creature spun and flashed colors. I am visiting, not time schedule. I wanted to resupply. The preserver says this species is easily grown, and will make more of it if you are amenable to trade. Yes, yes. It flashed. I will be here. I have cargo full of supplies. I will gladly trade. Ulchek was listening to his comm. The preserver wished to know what other life you have on board your ship. By the end of the season, 15 females laid egg clusters on the preserver's ceiling to fertilize. He dusted them as pollen in between testing clone batches. He was particularly interested slime mats he traded to the colorful feather person. He opened a container of the green slime. He reached in and grabbed a hold of the large purple nucleus inside. He lifted the gunk up to his mouth and began eating it. He shivered in delight. On one of the rafters in the dining district, the feather worm was curled up, a stalk of dandelion seeds held up in one of its tentacles. It gently wrapped a tiny feather around one of the seeds and pulled it free. It fluttered the arm down to its mouth and gently sucked on the seed. It flashed colors of joy and contentment. Sam made it back to his quarters, thoroughly drunk, and crawled into his pile of blankets. He quickly fell asleep. Sam awoke groggy, a sharp pain in his side. He clapped the light on, the pain in his side causing him to wince. He threw off the blanket to look and felt an odd weight as the blanket moved. His sheet and blanket were bloody. There was a golf ball-sized wound right below his bottom rib. The fuck? Sir, there is something in your blankets with you. Sam jumped out of the bed. With a quick motion, he flung the blanket. A small preserver hit the opposite wall. What the fuck, Orbit? How is there a tiny preserver biting me in my room? Didn't you see this thing? I was not actively looking, sir. I have numerous things to monitor. I apologize, my subroutines did not pick it up. I am focusing on it now. The small creature ran at Sam. Sam screamed and kicked it. It hit the wall between the night table and the bed. Sam quickly shoved the night table toward the bed, smashing it. He pulled it away, revealing the mashed creature. Oh my God, I just killed it. It's a baby, isn't it? Oh my God. Sir, my scans indicate there are over 11,451 of the creatures, and the number is rising. They medical bay is standing room only with bite victims. Holy shit, Orbit. What were you monitoring that you didn't notice this happening? Don't we have some Infinigan in the control room watching monitors? They had fallen asleep, sir, and I had my processors devoted to the box spiders constructing the new dock. Great, we got a fucking preserver situation and no one even knew until I got bit. This is This is on me. I guess I'm the manager." Sam went to his room and washed out the wound. He put a towel to it. Sam walked back and started getting dressed. "Shit, I keep missing stuff. I need to be more alert out here. Anything could happen. I should have seen this coming. I didn't even ask the details. I just figured it was just a sex convention, not some monster breeding thing." Sam slipped on his boots and started to the door. "Orbit, find me someone better to watch the monitors. We need to be more observant." "I will put an ad out for a monitor watcher, sir." "Thank you. Inform the preserver I'm heading his way." "Yes, sir." Sam entered the zoo and saw them immediately. Tiny little three-legged, three-armed, twirling, biting monsters. And they had seen him too. "Preserver, you in here?" The preserver stepped out of his lab on the far end of the zoo. He waved at Sam. "Stop your children," Sam said, darting around some that were already near his feet. The preserver stepped through them. The little ones left him alone. "Just stomp them," his device translated. "They pop very easily." The preserver leaned over at his waist and picked up 3, 1 in each hand claw. He put one to his mouth and bit its head off. Sam stood in shock. "What the fuck? You're a cannibal?" "Yes. They are full of nutrients. I am lacking nutrients. What is the issue?" Sam looked down as one nipped at his pants. Sam looked up at the preserver. "Stop them!" The preserver walked over and grabbed a metal pole that was leaning next to a broken railing. He lifted it and began smashing the little creatures. Sam choked back vomit. "I don't understand. What the hell?" "Do not worry, Sam. The smart ones will sneak onto ships and travel away." The preserver smashed another 2. "Some may take refuge hiding in corners of Twain, but most will be eaten by their siblings." "And what about me?" Sam said, lifting up his shirt and showing the bloody wound on his side. "What about everyone getting bit by them? Why the hell didn't you warn us?" "They are small. They are no threat to you. Just smash them." "Holy shit. Orbit?" "Yes, sir." "Where is Miss Mishi?" "Your cat is sitting on the couch in the atrium with the Churi ambassador smell. Is she okay?" "Yes, sir. They are both eating small preservers currently." Sam looked at the preserver. "You're okay with them all dying? They are sentient creatures." The preserver started cantering away. "They won't be for many cycles, Sam. They are stupid and hungry for now." He kept spinning back toward his lab, a herd of the little creatures following after him, nipping at his armor-plated legs. "Orbit, put me through to the SFP," Sam said as he started leaving the zoo. "Hello, Sam. We were wanting to talk to you. This is good you call," one of the SFP said. "Are you overrun with preservers also?" "Yes, that is an issue here. We have herded many into a storage room. We keep finding more. What do you want done with them?" "How many spheres do you have in storage?" Sam was coming up with a plan. Greenfeet's tribe, the Infinigan, the Grazers, and several Craddock were all enlisted to start herding the young into the outer ring. The first area cleared was the Scribbler law firm. They were under attack and lost 3 of their elderly to the preserver young. As the herd moved down the hall, SFP who were hanging from the walls would pick them up and put them into a sphere until the sphere was full. They locked the full spheres and sat them on the ground. Other SFP would trade the full spheres out for empty ones after the herd passed. It took 4 trips around the ring before the last one was caught up and sphered. Sam sighed and patted Greenfeet on the shoulders. "Thank you for your help." Greenfeet flicked his eye stalks and moved his arms. "Glad to help, Sam." Greenfeet waved to his family and they walked back toward the ship bay offices. Ba'oa walked over with her sisters. "Sam, they are eating each other in the spheres." "I know. It can't be helped. The preserver is okay with this. I watched him smash them. He doesn't care what happens to them. It's really gross." Ba'oa looked through a clear port in a sphere. "They are disgusting." She looked up. "What will you do with the ones that survive?" Sam looked in the port with her. "Raise them up, put them to work like everyone else." Shineless and Dam slept through the ordeal, snuggled together on a couch in the back of the arcade. An old movie about time-traveling robots was playing on the screen. A hagfish creature wearing a cloak was undulating down the hall. It was snacking on a preserver youngling, crunching it in its circle rows of teeth. It paused as its mover tendrils touched something on the misty floor. Its tendril tongued the item back and forth. It then pinched it in its flesh and raised it up high for the creature to look at. The hagfish contorted its mouth in its species' version of a smile. There in its tendril was a single long red hair.
The door to the ship bay office opened, and all the Infinigan eating lunch turned to look. Sam walked in and pulled up a stool at the table. He reached over and grabbed a star clam and started eating. Shineless was in the corner chewing on a squishy. "Hey, Sam," she said. "Hey, any progress today?" "Yeah." Spitzlittle spoke up from the head of the table. "We're about to run through final checks. Did you want to look it over with me?" Sam was working on a chewy part. He swallowed and then answered, "Yes, I need to see it." After lunch, the crew entered the pressurized bay. The Infinigan had their breathers on to modify the standard air to their glimmer air. Spitzlittle led Sam and Shineless across the suspended platform to the side of the Omega mech. Sam ran his hand along its hull. "The hard contactor relays you mentioned turned out to work great," Spitzlittle said. "Load tests show instant power transfer. The arcs off it channel back in and are stored in capacitors. Brilliant design." Sam laughed. "Don't give me the thanks. It's a standard back home. Should have been in the files Orbit gave you." Shineless bobbed her ears. "There are a lot of files." "True. Can't be an expert in a cycle." He climbed up a ladder and into an access port under the right arm. Sam ran his hands over the welds. "Did you run spectrograph over these?" "Yes. The welds are all sound," she replied. Shineless climbed up the front ladder and entered the cockpit. She began booting up the system's computer. She shouted through the open port, "Sam, I want to test it. Get off." Sam looked over the power cabling. He nodded approval and backed out of the access port. "Looks good. I say we let her take it for a spin." Spitzlittle was looking at her datapad. "Start firing up the load sequences." She raised her two right hands. "Everyone vacate the bay. Depressurization in 5. Everyone was watching from the office bay window. Shineless powered up the cold core. Gravity sling engines kept it in place as the platforms retracted. With the air pumped out, the bay doors opened to space. "Going to throttle 1, leaving bay," she said over her comm. The Omega started moving, floating toward the doors. It exited into empty space. Shineless throttled up a step, and it gained speed, moving away from the station. "How is navigation?" Spitzlittle asked through the speakers. "Scanners are registering all the ship traffic. Highlighting and navigation are working. I'm picking up the ocean growers way out there. I'm going to do a lap to them and back. I will alert them to our testing," Orbit said over the channel. Shineless pushed the lever forward. The Omega locked on the ocean grower ship and used the gravity sling to pull it toward their massive ship. The twain disappeared quickly behind her, becoming a small dot on her readout. "Testing boost drive." She swung the controls hard right while hitting the thrust release button. The mech catapulted to her right in a controlled high spin and recovered its orientation. "Testing other direction." She swung hard left, boosting. The mech spun and recovered. She slowed the throttle down as she neared the ocean grower vessel. "Hailing, ocean growers." "Hello, human. How are you today?" she asked with a laugh in her voice. "Hungry." "What?" She put the mech in hover. "Why are you hungry? Are you okay?" "We are hungry, starving. We have food. All you have to do is ask." She pressed the channel button. "You copy them, Orbit?" "Yes, I heard," Orbit replied. Shineless transmitted back to the ocean growers. "Did you want us to bring over a food shipment?" "We do not have anything to trade. You have already helped us greatly. We do not want to be in your debt anymore." Sam came over the channel to the ocean growers. "This is Sam. I came aboard your ship." "Greetings, Sam. I'm not going to have you starve out there. We can work on getting you food. Head back over to the station, send over your dietary requirements, and I'll get my people working on it." "No," the massive creature answered. "You have helped us. We have no way to repay, nor do we want to. Let us to our fate. We thank you for your help." Shineless maneuvered the Omega to the side of the ship. She placed its hands on the frame of the hull. and Target locked the twain with the gravity sling drive. She throttled up. The stars began moving rapidly as she and the ocean growers started moving toward the twain. Halfway to the station, she boosted across the hull, skidding the mech's hand down the side and stopping on the opposite side. She slowly started thrusting the opposite direction. The ocean grower ship slowed as the twain grew larger on the display. The ship stopped near the incoming shipping lane. "Impressive skill use," Spitzlittle said. "The training program worked exceptionally." "You risked everyone's lives, that was stupid," Sam said. "I got bit by a baby preserver going to the bathroom this morning." "Who let that happen?" Shineless retorted. Sam sighed through the comm. "Did you at least smash it?" "Of course," Shineless said as she boosted around the twain. "Everyone ready? I'm bringing it back into the bay." Spitzlittle adjusted some controls on her datapad. "Everyone is accounted. Omega, you are cleared for landing." Shineless eased the Omega back into its berth in the bay. The bay doors began shutting. "That was fucking fun," she said with a smile. Sam was at his holodesk with Curator, Dam, Guachuk, and 3 totem droids. A large eye was displayed. The eye spoke. "I will say it again. We do not want your help. We are indebted too much. Your moving us was a direct violation of our will. Leave us alone." Sam took a breath. "We could use your help." The large eye blinked numerous eyelids. "We have no means to help. We are a derelict. We are starving. We have no means to help your people." Sam looked over at Curator. She spoke up. "We could use an added layer of radiation shielding, and we think you could be of help." A large finned tentacle moved past the eye. Curator continued. "We have designed a habitat that could accommodate you and your people. We have housed numerous species here. You would just add to us. This design, however, would encircle the outer ring, providing significant cosmic ray shielding." "You wish to use our water?" it asked. Sam leaned in. "We wish for you to share our water. We are negotiating for the alloy to construct the project and to source the water for us. The amount of water you will have to swim in will be quadrupled. You will be free to use it to grow the aquatic species you like. Our station is already becoming a hotspot for foodies in nearby systems. You can help supply food to the station as your rent. You would help us live? We could pay off debt." Sam nodded. "It's a standard agreement here. You get paid for your work. You are given life space. What say you? We like the starfish peoples. We would like to meet with them again." "Gladly. I will have them do the food delivery." Sam looked around the table. "Then do we have a deal?" The eye blinked its lids slowly. "We will take on this debt and open the business you have proposed." Guachuk spoke through his tube speaker. "Then it is a deal. Ocean Grower Fisheries has been approved for Twain Stock Exchange. Shares will be available immediately." The totem spun and floated out of the office. Guachuk followed them. Curator waved a hand at Sam. "I'll get those cords we talked about, Sam," she said as she left. Sam nodded. He turned back to the large eye. "I'm sending you 3 preserver young. Keep them separated. They may try to eat each other, but they are starting to get smart. They can help with your animals. Thank you again, Sam. We plan to be out of debt shortly." "We are here to help," Sam said. The eye stared back. "Now so are we." The 12 hagfish entered into their new ammonia-rich habitat. The airlock hissed shut behind them. They walked the sloping walls, feeling the metals with their tendrils. One pushed a floating cloth-covered box across the room to a door. Another opened the door and helped push the floating box into the back room. They all followed inside. The 12 gathered around the box, and one stepped forward and pulled off the cloth. With a tendril, it unlatched it and opened the lid. A small creature with many sharp-pointed legs scuttled around inside. The hagfish held the red hair over the creature. It faced a blank spot of its body toward it, and the spot opened up, revealing an ovoid mouth and throat. The hagfish dropped the hair into its gullet. The creature shut its mouth and convulsed. Its legs started quivering. One of the 12 stepped forward and lowered the box to the ground, deactivating the hover motor. They opened the door and slid out one after the other, leaving the convulsing creature alone. Sam ran. Full sprint down the outer circle. Dam and Shineless were close behind. Shineless laughed as she narrowly dodged a large, crusty creature that stepped out from one of the shops. She spun around and raised up her paintball gun, firing 3 shots. 2 missed, and 1 hit Sam in the back of the neck. "Ah, fuck!" he shouted and held the spot. "Nice shot. You got me." Damn caught up and hunched over, catching his breath. "That was fun. Good run." Damn gasped. Shineless stood beside Sam and looked at the pink spot where she got him. "Nice. Has a purple spot in it already." She touched the center. Sam winced. "Ow! It stings! Don't!" She laughed and poked it again. Sam slapped her hand. "You ass." Damn raised up, having caught his breath. He put his hands on his head. "So, wanna go get some lunch?" Shineless lowered her paintball gun and hooked it to her belt. "Yeah, I'm hungry." She looked at Sam. "Did that shipment of cow from Craddock get in?" Sam nodded. "Yeah, I had Greenfeet's clan start butchering. Cornucopia should have burger already." Damn started walking. "Cornucopia it is." The 3 sat at their table in the back. Sam took a bite out of his burger and stuffed a fry in the side. Damn cleared his mouth and spoke. "How is the police academy coming?" Sam chewed his bite and swallowed. "It's coming along. I think this time it will be better." Damn took a bite off a thin fry. "Going with the protect and serve line of thought?" Sam nodded. "Yeah, it's a pretty diverse class. Just about every clan on the station is represented. We even have 4 scribblers signed on." Shineless spoke through the meat in her mouth. "How's that gonna work? The scribblers will be elderly by the time they graduate." She looked at Damn. "Right?" Damn looked from her to Sam. "Yeah, it's good they're a part of it, but what are they gonna do?" They signed up familial lines. They will continuously be training their kids to be dispatch. They're gonna work with the Fuimuas. Shineless stuffed more fries in her mouth. "That the floating thing that likes your dandelions?" Sam nodded. "Yeah, it's got a lot of eyes, visual communication and all. It's pretty good on the cameras." Damn nodded in agreement. "Smart. How many of them did you get?" "Just the one. It came on a consortium vessel. Was just traveling around on its pension." "Think it'll stay with us?" Damn took a bite of burger. "Does it just wander around or will it settle down?" "It said it was about to divide soon. I think it's reproducing or something." Shineless leaned back, shaking her head. "You need to get details on this shit. What does reproducing mean for this thing? I don't want to have to squash baby aliens again." She shivered. "I heard the grazers found one still hiding in the cornfields. Scary little shits." Sam shrugged. "Fuimua seems okay. I asked. It said it was just going to do a divide. 1 into 2. I told it I'd hire them both." Damn smiled. "Gonna use the other one for the casino?" He pointed with a fry. Sam nodded. He said with his mouth full. Damn rubbed Shineless's leg under the table. She kicked him and he choked for a second on a fry. Shineless smiled at him and then looked at Sam. "I heard the scribblers presented a legal case against the preserver for endangerment. What's going to happen with that?" Sam smiled. "Community service." Damn laughed. "Gonna have him in Orange picking trash?" Sam smiled even wider. "It's good." He dipped a fry in ketchup. "He's spending a portion of his day doing filing for the scribblers, and then he has to do rounds over with the grazers feeding the young preservers." Shineless laughed. "That's good. Teach him how to parent." Shineless leaned in. "Speaking of that, think you could get him to clone me a sister or 2? Sam shook his head. "I could, but having you 2 is weird enough." Damn looked at Shineless, then at Sam. "Curator got coordinates for 2 more worlds that are overrun with box spiders. She is demanding the totem take her there to clean them up." Damn took a breath. "We're going with her. Shineless has never been anywhere." Sam looked at him. "And you 2 think that I need a companion?" They looked at each other. Shineless then smiled at Sam. "Yeah, pretty much." "I'm you, Sam," Damn said. "I know what you're like when you get lonely. We want you happy. That's all." Sam ate his last fry and started bussing his plate. He stood up, looking at them. "I'll be fine. This place keeps me busy enough. Don't worry about it, all right?" He walked his dishes over to the counter and a grazer nodded and took the plate. "Was your dinner good?" Poap asked. Sam smiled. Very good, just like back home. Poap shouted loudly, whistling and grunting toward the kitchen. He liked it. He says it tastes like home food. The kitchen erupted in roars and hurrahs. Dam and Shineless watched him leave out the door. Sam went down to the Infinigan repair shop. He walked through the shop and to the door in the back. He lifted a breather and put it on, then entered the back workshop. He looked over the shoulders of several Infinigan, busy striping parts and pieces. He stepped up next to Crackletooth, who was working on a large contraption that was as tall as he was. "How's it coming along?" Sam asked. Crackletooth tapped the metal struts with his right hand. "The transmitter attenuator is giving me fits, trying to get the perfect frequency to keep the admittance rift open." Crackletooth leaned in, pulled out a rack of wires and circular circuits. "It won't stay open. Orbit's simulations all said it would keep open, but something is wrong." "All right. Sounds like you're making progress, though, right?" Crackletooth looked at Sam, head tilted. "Always making progress. Just sometimes I don't know with what. We keep learning on this. It is fun, interesting, good project." Sam looked around the shop, the glimmering air undulating around him. "What about the crystal the Margot gave me? Did you have time to check that out?" Crackletooth bobbed his ears. "Yes, it's interesting too. Could be very useful." "Useful how?" "It's a crystalline processor. It's a grown computer. Quite amazing." Crackletooth stepped closer and looked up at Sam. "What you want to do with it?" Sam shrugged with his hands. "No idea. Have your crew draw up some ideas for me." Crackletooth clacked his teeth. 3 younger Infinigan ran up with their arm displays active. "My daughters have dozens of ideas already. They are fascinated by it." Sam lifted up his wristband and pulled the files across to it. "All right. I'll look them over before I go to bed." One of the daughters tilted her head and whispered to the other 2. "Humans sleep too much." The other 2 bobbed their ears in agreement, and the 3 walked back to their workstations. Sam watched them for a second, then looked back at Crackletooth. "Thank you for the update. I'm going to go get caught up at control. You need anything?" "No. We are content. Just make sure to look those over. Those 3 are going stir crazy over it. I don't want them doing anything without thought control." Sam looked at him puzzled. "That still bother your people?" Crackletooth bobbed his ears. "The young get it the most. We have gotten good at giving them things to take apart. The shops are smart." He looked at Sam. "But sometimes they get the dream and have to make something." He looked back at the beacon. "I have it with this. I am lucky." He looked back at Sam. "My daughters need something to make." Sam nodded. "I'll look over their proposals and get them something to do." Crackletooth forced an imitation smile, revealing rows of teeth. "Thank you, Sam." Smell and a totem droid walked the length of corridor to the Hagfish Temple. The hall was dark, but neither noticed. Smell could sense the surroundings easily, and the totem scans didn't require light. They approached the airlock door and Smell looked up at the closed circuit camera. "We need to talk." The airlock opened, and the 2 entered. Smell and the droid entered the hazy main room. 3 hagfish slithered over naked. One spoke. "What do you want, Churi?" Smell answered without vocalizing. "We do not want an incident here. Do not anger the humans." The hagfish coiled a tentacle. "We do not want anger from the humans. What do you mean, incident?" "The creature. I know it's here." The 3 hagfish focused on one another. The one in back disappeared into the haze. After a moment it returned, followed by a large beast. The creature walked on numerous chitinous legs. Its face was 5 feet tall, feminine, human. It had a mat of long red hair hanging down. It tilted its head and opened its mouth. Several arms reached out as it hissed. Smell looked at it. "Yes, that. We believe it will cause an incident. We do not want that." The hagfish stepped in front of the monstrosity. "Human law says we can have private security. This is ours. It protects us. It is not an incident, fool Churi. You stupid worm." The totem spoke. Humans are irrational. Their laws move with their moods, and their moods shift from moment to moment. Guards are allowed, but using their DNA has record as provoking them. We do not want an incident." The hagfish looked back at their guardian. "It is scary. Humans are scary. Guards need to be scary. That is no problem. Humans know this. Intimidation is built into them." The hagfish each stepped closer to the creature and caressed it, tendrils following its curving legs and carapace. One touched its pale face flesh. "It is beautiful. We do not think it will be incident." Smell spoke. "You have been warned. This station may prove to be of importance. Do not jeopardize this project." Smell and Totem turned and went back toward the airlock.
Damn shook Sam's hand. Sam smiled, holding back a tear. "I wish you guys well," Sam said. "We will be fine." Damn smiled and looked over at Shineless. "She needs to set foot on a planet, see a sun." "I know." "You going to be good here?" Damn asked. Sam took a breath and looked over at Killall in his new police chief uniform, standing next to the entry gantry. "The casino is going to open in a few days. Everyone here needs me." Damn nodded. "And it's good to be needed." Sam nodded in agreement. "Being needed keeps us alive." Damn pulled Sam into a hug. "It's weird being you, not being you, you know?" Sam hugged his clone back. "I know." Sam hugged tighter. "I'm gonna miss you." Damn patted him. "Be safe here, okay? Keep on Crackletooth, get that beacon up and going all right." Sam nodded, almost shedding a tear. "You take care of Shineless. She looks like the captain, but she's just a girl." Damn smiled. "And I look like you, but I'm barely her senior." "True." Sam waved at Curator and Shineless on the gantry. "Good luck. Save worlds and shit." Curator waved back. "Don't blow up before we get back." Sam laughed. "I'll try not to." Sam patted Damn on the arm. "Good luck, bro." They fist bumped, and Damn walked over to the girls. The three left down the gantry to the Totem's ship. Sam and Killall started toward the atrium elevator, so he could watch them disappear into the black. Fuimos, the colorful floating worm with the tentacle feathers, flashed at Sam. Sam's comm translated as he walked around the outer ring. "We have successfully split. My cohort is in the control room monitoring for you. You discussed me working in the casino?" Sam nodded. "Yes. You will be given all the data we have so far on visiting species, and you will be tasked with spotting any cheaters. Think you can do that?" "Yes," it flashed. "I will enjoy watching them. Do you think many would cheat?" Sam shrugged. "I have no idea. I don't think any humans have opened a casino for aliens before. This is all uncharted territory. Your species doesn't communicate with others. You are an anomaly?" it asked. Sam shook his head. "No, we do, but back home there are only 4 other species." He smiled with a laugh. "Not like here. There is something new on every ship, it seems. I bet when we make contact back home I'll get some awards or something." "They will award you for meeting species?" "Probably. Who knows?" Sam turned the hall toward the casino. He walked through with Fuimos floating in behind him. "I don't care if they do or not. I'll just be happy to talk to other people. You have a need for your own kind. That is good. Group strength." Sam walked the empty casino floor. Several box spiders were working on fixed tables. "Orbit." Orbit's hologram half appeared. Lines etched through him. "Yes, sir." "We still on schedule?" "There are hiccups throughout our planning, sir. The Sokwa are pushing their employees to learn the games, but many human games are giving them trouble. They like them, but they are not good at them. I worry allowing them to run the tables." "Shit. What about Greenfeet? His people good?" "Yes, sir. They have completed their waitstaff training and appear ready." "Will the floor be ready by opening day? I see there are still lots of the box spiders working." He walked over to some laying filament on a table. "Will they be able to get the green felt right?" "The floor will be ready. I am having the felt sourced through one of Crunch Crunch's children. She has proven to have a knack with plastics." Sam nodded, looking around. "Good. Throw money at her then. If we can get anything going to up our plastics, that would be good." "Yes, sir. I will offer her her own lab space. Thank you, Orbit. Sam looked over at Fuimos. Feel free to get settled in the casino security office. Get the cameras situated how you like them. I will, it said. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate the opportunity to work here. I am thankful for you. Sam nodded and the two parted. The Fuimos going through the casino floor to the back halls, and Sam leaving back out the front towards awaiting Kill-All. Kill-All, Hislop's, and two Scribbler officers accompanied Sam into the zoo. The group walked past the enclosures, over to the Preserver's lab. The Preserver was looking over some files on a display when they entered. He stood up and bobbed his body to greet them. Hello, Sam. He looked over at the Scribblers. Hello as well. You still have the decapitated Preserver stored in here? Sam asked. Yes, I have it here. Why do you ask? Sam looked around the lab. An Infinigan passed away 3 cycles ago. Do you have that body as well? Yes. They gave it to me to repurpose the materials. Everything is approved. No one is mad at me for these things. The Preserver spun, focusing his eyes slowly on the Scribblers. I have done nothing more wrong. I have been reading your laws. I know I have rights here. Sam looked at Hislop's. You okay with this? The Infinigan bobbed his ears. Yes, I talked to the clan. We are good with the plan. Sam walked over and faced the Preserver. I want the 2 bodies. Put them on one of your float trays for me. The Preserver paused and looked down at his chest device. He fiddled with 2 of the dials. Say that again. Put the 2 bodies on a float tray and give them to me, Sam said, an edge to his voice. The Preserver bobbed up and down, shrinking some into his torso, and then did as he was told. He lifted the bodies out of the cylinder they were stored in and hefted them onto a nearby float tray. He pushed it around the table to Sam. Sam nodded to Hislop's, and a Scribbler jumped from Kill-All's shoulder onto the tray. All right, let's go. The group walked out of the lab. The Preserver spun back and forth, focusing on them with different eyes as they left out the zoo. The group arrived at the brig with the floating tray containing the 2 corpses. Sam walked over to the console and opened up comms. Hello? Perry, you there? The parasite within walked its bodies over near the mic in the wall. I am here. How are you, Dam? This is Sam. Dam is away on a mission for me. Hello, Sam. I am still debating what to do with you. Many on the station want you burned along with the rest of your clusters. What do you think of that? I would not like that. I apologize for what I did, it said. Dam said you are amenable to the name Perry. That true? Yes, it is a shortened form of the word you call me, parasite. I'm okay with it. It is a fitting descriptor. Perry, have you been getting enough food? Are you keeping well? Yes, Sam. The grazers have been leaving me numerous squishies in the lock. I have gained some weight and am feeling well. Good. Well, we are going to conduct a test. We are going to open the door. You are going to stay where you are. Do you understand? Yes. But why are you opening the door? Perry asked. Do as you're told. Do you understand? Sam said. Perry stood still for a moment as Sam watched the monitor. It shifted its bodies away from the door. I understand. If you make any movements toward us, we will open fire. We will aim to kill. Do you understand? Yes. It twitched its bodies. Do not move forward. Stay still. I will do so. I do not want shot. Sam looked at the group. They backed up and pulled out their various guns. The Scribblers' rifles, carried on the larger officers' backs, were as long as the Scribblers. Sam readied his fragger. Orbit, open Brig 1 doors. Yes, sir. Opening Brig 1 doors. The doors opened up. The smell of rot caused Sam to wince. Sam regained his composure and moved the tray slowly into the cell. He stepped back out. Orbit, close Brig 1 doors. Yes, sir. Closing Brig 1 doors. Sam looked at the monitor as Perry looked at the bodies. Perry, I want you to get into those 2 bodies. Can you do that? Yes, that is doable. They are riper than these. Thank you. I was starting to dislike them. This isn't for you. These bodies are for the people on board this station. No one wants to see you walking around with their murdered loved ones. Do you understand? Somewhat. I know I do not like hurt, and can sympathize about my own actions upon their people. I am saddened the others were killed. I understand. Good. Climb in those, and we are going to open the doors again, Sam instructed. The parasite eased tendrils into the cold bodies. Lumps and string pulled free from the old husks and slithered into the two bodies. The corpses contorted and shifted, rising up off the tray to a stand. The old desiccated bodies fell limp. The newly undecapitated preserver spoke. I am in. It is a tight fit, but I am in. Sam looked as 8 other officers arrived. 2 Craddock, 3 Grazer, 2 in Finnegan, and a scribbler turned the corner, weapons at the ready. Good you all are here. We're about to do the walk. Everyone nodded. Perry, you are going to stand still once more. We are going to open the doors. You are going to obey what I say, or we will put you down. Do you understand? Yes, Sam. I will stand still, Perry said through both inflated corpses. Orbit, open Brig 1 doors. Brig 1 doors opening, sir. The doors opened and the officers aimed their weapons. Sam stood in the center of the main brig room, staring at the 2 newly animated bodies. Take 3 steps forward. The parasite moved the bodies 3 steps forward in unison. Everyone prepare for the walk. Sam moved his hand up. Perry, you are going to walk to me. We are going to walk around the outer ring. These officers will have their guns trained on you the entire time. If you make any move outside of what I instruct you, they will destroy you. Do you understand? Yes. We are going to walk. I will not do anything but what you say. I do not want destroyed. Sam walked backwards. The officers backed up and got into a spaced-out square formation. Perry, you are going to walk here, into the center of our square here. You will walk in unison with us. Stay in the center. You will not talk to anyone besides me. You will not touch anyone at all. Do you understand? Perry spoke using both their mouths. Yes, I understand. Tendrils between the bodies vibrated as it spoke. Then let us conduct our walk, Sam said, and motioned the parasite to the designated spot. Residents stood in doorways watching, holding their loved ones, as the prisoner was walked around the station. A pack of 3 grazers shouted and spit. Sam raised a hand and the group stopped. Perry stopped in place. Perry, apologize to these people, Sam instructed. Perry looked at Sam. You told me not to talk to anyone. Good, you followed instructions. I want you to pause that order, apologize to these people, then remain silent once more. Understand? Perry turned and looked at the 3 young grazers. I am sorry I killed some of your people. It was a mistake. Sam nodded. Good. Sam rolled his finger in the air. Everyone continue. The group started walking again. Perry stayed lockstep in the center. The group did the lap around the station in an hour. They walked back into the brig, and Sam had Perry approach his cell. Sam looked inside. The bodies had been removed by a grazer custodial team and incinerated. Orbit, any issues? Sam asked. No, bodies are burnt. No sign of any other parasites. Sam turned to Perry. This is phase 1. We will do this several more times over the next few cycles. You okay with this? Yes. I will do as you instruct. Sam motioned for Perry to get in the cell. Perry stepped the bodies inside. Sam stared at the creatures, wisps of string floating in the air between them. Dan mentioned before he left that you are pretty good at poker. That true? Yes, I enjoy the game. Dan is a good opponent. Sam turned away from the door. Orbit, lock Brig 1 doors. Locking doors, sir. Sam and the other officers walked in, step out of the brig and toward the makeshift police offices. Sam looked at his slips. I want you to get everyone on the same page. Talk to your people. Make sure they are okay with this. Sam looked over at the grazer officer on his right. Run it past yours as well. Killall stepped up beside Sam. Do not worry, Sam. It is a good idea. It either works, or we get to shoot the filthy creature. Either is a good thing. Sam nodded. That is the big selling point. Sam sighed. The station was alive with visitors. The new lower docks were open, allowing 12 ships at a time to berth there, as well as the existing 4 upper docks. The outer ring had clusters of crowds walking around. The restaurants all had wait times from 30 minutes to an hour. The arcade had creatures of all shapes and sizes looking over whatever constituted a shoulder to watch gamers competing on machines. The stores had shoppers milling about, picking out curios from across the nearby edge worlds. The new hot dam was full of Craddock drinking and talking. Twain was bustling, and all were waiting for the doors to open on the new casino. Sam sat comfortably in his control room chair. Fuimos was behind him, encircled by 200 displays. 14 other creatures, Infinigans, Scribblers, Grazers, and one Craddock, were watching station readings and monitors. Orbit, status. Everything is a go, sir. No issues. Power nominal. Sewers are maintaining flow. We have adequate food, air, and water supplies. There have been 10 minor ailments that are being treated by the EIR, but all are pre-existing and not due to any Twain personnel or machinery. How is Parry? It causing any issues? Sam asked. No, sir. His 2 bodies are actively practicing dealing at 2 of the poker tables. He is wearing the uniforms as you instructed. How are the guards? They still watching him? Yes, sir. Fuimos answered. I have one of my eyes on it specifically, and my cohort has 10 specifically watching as well. How are your processors doing, Orbit? You overclocking again? I am just under max limit, sir. I have managed to piggyback off several of the ship's dock to help me manage the monitoring and data consumption. Sam nodded. Good. Have you got good data on the visiting species? Sam looked over several of the screens. There are so many. There could be interactions we have no idea about. I am running all medical files to the air to catalog, sir. The SFP are actively scenting the main docking hall. One of the SFP clusters is manning a data entry console, and they are filling out potential chemo conflicts. Sam smiled. Good. Hopefully all goes well. Sam looked over at the Craddock. Grenar, how are the young ones? Grenar turned and growled. The comms in the room translated. The little preservers are well fed, and they are assisting the SFP decipher some of the DNA strands that show issue. So far, no virulent strains have found. And the original? How is he doing? He's doing surveys in the outer ring, collecting DNA samples in exchange for clamcoin. He is allowing us to make a copy of his logs for a fee, Orbit said. So far, all is well, sir. Sam stood up. Well then, I'm going down to the casino. It sounds like we are ready to open the doors. Sam stepped out onto the balcony overlooking the playing floor. Aliens, some he recognized, others new to him, slithered, walked, strutted, and stood all around. A dozen grazers were playing roulette off to his left, while in front of him at Perry's tables, several members of the Great Arm Council species were playing high-stakes poker. Sam radioed on his comms. Crunch, crunch. You there? Yes, Sam. How goes it? Crunch, crunch replied. How are you doing in the pawn shop? We are giving out loans with numerous interesting things for collateral. I am having a hard time keeping my brood from taking things apart. They have trouble understanding that these things are not ours yet. They aren't ours yet, right? No. If they don't pay things back in 30 days, they will be ours. Unless you buy them outright. You been buying things? Yes, on the things Guachuk gave us a list of prices for. We have bought several tech items out of our own funds. We got a plastic chem printer and a matching refiner. Crackletooth's daughters will like that one. I owe them a tink gift. Good. Orbit, you copy? Yes, sir. How are the proceeds so far? Sam asked. Slot machines are doing well. The payout rate is set, and we are staying above profit margin on them. We have had 2 angry Craddock escorted out for almost breaking a machine. The craps table has several that are up on it, but overall it is in profit. Sam watched Parry, staring at its animated hands dealing the cards. Parry's tables are crowded. Has he made any abhorrent moves? No, sir. The Soqua boss is there next to him, sir. He's reporting that the crowd is intrigued by the competition play, and also a significant amount are whispering about Parry. They caught rumors about him on the datanet. Keep a line of sight on him. He does anything wrong, I want 2 plasma rounds coring him. Understood? Understood, sir. Message relayed to kill all and all station forces. Put me through to Parry's intercom. You are patched in, sir. Parry, Sam said. You copy? Yes, sir. Parry said via maneuvering a manipulator within the corpse of the preserver. I am here. Parry, so far I am seeing you are doing well. You haven't made any moves on anyone. I'm proud of you. Keep it up. Thank you, sir. I am enjoying dealing. The playstyles I'm observing are quite enlightening. Good. Keep focused on dealing. Sam watched Perry from above. You had any urges? You wanting to kill anyone? No, sir. Perry typed. I ate my fill before my shift. I should be good for several hours. Thank you, Perry. Sam out. Sam closed the comm channel. Orbit, I'm going to do a lap of the station. Keep an open channel to me. I want constant updates. Yes, sir. We are monitoring and will keep you informed of any developments. Thank you, Orbit. Sam left the balcony through the back employee doors. He walked through the halls and exited into the break room. He waved at 2 seated Stickians of Greenfeet's clan. They were resting and getting a dandelion sweet drink before going back out. Don't let me disturb you guys. You're doing great out there. Thank you for serving. A short one with black and green striations raised its glass. Thank you for work, Sam. Our clan owes you. The other raised its glass. Sam, we give you much respect. Thank you. Sam smiled and stepped into a room with 4 guards. He nodded at the officers and left through the outer door into the outer circle main hall. On Lower Dock 7, the ship with call sign Blue Soft One opened up several hidden doors inside. System Lord Sunowner the 7th and 6 clans, including Thinwalk and his tribe, exited and entered onto the main dock corridor, all with weapons armed and aimed. Sir. What's up, Orbit? Sam said while leaning against a wall while eating a bowl of ice cream from the cornucopia. Development, sir, Orbit said. We are currently being invaded by Felbian troops. System Lord Sunowner is leading a charge through the station. His ship is now emitting a request that his slaves be returned and that you surrender yourself to him. Holy shit. Sam dropped the ice cream. Issue full station alarm. Get everyone armed. Lock down the zoo and alert the preserver to protect all officer brain scans. Alert the air to be ready for incoming injured, and send his slips and the scribblers to defend the infirmary. Messages sent, sir. Sam ran down the hall toward the bank arm. He turned into the arm hoping to get to his quarters to suit up, but entered into battle. Infinigan were hunkered next to support beams, firing rifles and pistols down the hall at the invading Stickians. They rushed forward. Several Infinigan fell. Sam saw the charge. Retreat! Hurry back to the outer ring! The Infinigan ran through the door. Orbit, seal this door! Yes, sir. The door shut and sealed as several plasma bursts zipped through. They are efficient and brute-forcing the lock, sir. It will not hold for long. Sam looked at the stressed faces of the Infinigan. Several were sporting scorch wounds. Follow me. Backup should be at the casino. We can meet them there and start an advance back. The group started down the ring back toward the casino. The preserver pinged Sam. Sam, they are trying to breach the zoo. They are attacking all over the station, Sam said, as several large, crusty aliens ran past moaning. One had a plasma burn on its legs. Do what you can to hold them back. Protect the backups and your files. I can do numerous things, Sam. What is it you want me to? I do not know what to do, Sam. Worry was evident even though it was just a translation. Preserver, I want you to live. I want you to protect the zoo. Do whatever you need to. This is war. Do you copy? I copy, Sam. I will hold the zoo. Sam ran down the hall past the junction leading to the Hagfish Temple and stepped into the main trade hall. Several tribes were heading toward him. Numerous aliens were held at gunpoint. One saw him and waved hands to get him. Numerous started charging, firing their multiple blasters at him. Sam took a hit in his scarred left arm. His flesh singed as the plasma stuck. He screamed in pain. The Infinigan police with him followed their training and took cover, offering cover fire. One tried to pull Sam out of the middle of the hall, but was shot in the chest. The Infinigan fell over, ears going limp. Sam looked at them coming. They didn't fire. They were closing for the capture while shooting at the retreating Infinigan. One stood in front of Sam, gun pointed at his forehead. Sam felt the burn twinge, sending pain up his arm. He held his breath, awaiting another blast from the Stickian in front of him. He shut his eyes, grimacing. A roar echoed down the hall from behind Sam. Sam fell to the ground and opened his eyes, the floor shaking under him. A giant contorted face of Shineless charged down the hall, shrieking. The Stickians were firing at it, but the rounds hit the giant face and flashed out, having dealt minor burn damage. The face opened its mouth, screaming even louder. Insectile limbs with clawed human hands came out. Flesh moved and contorted around the multi-pupiled eyes. The Stygians kept firing while it closed and grabbed one. It hauled it into its mouth. A loud crunch followed. Several Stygian legs fell out while it charged the next one. Sam held his arm as he watched. A pink tendril coiled around his arm, and a circular fang-filled mouth opened in his face. Sam screamed. "We have you, Sam. Do not worry. We will help," the hagfish said while petting him to calm down. "Do not worry, Sam. We are helping. You are safe." Sam looked down the hall. The Stygians were fleeing back toward the casino. "Orbit, come in orbit." "Sir, I saw you get hit. What is your status?" "Do not worry about me. Everyone in the casino. Is Greenfeet okay?" "The casino is under siege, sir. Sun Owner has the main floor and is holding over 50 guests hostage at gunpoint. He is demanding you surrender the station to him." Sam looked at his arm. "Stall him." "Offering bribes now, sir," Orbit responded. "Good. Get me time to get a plan in motion." "Yes, sir. On it."
The Stygian system lord was dead, his ship obliterated. Sam stood within the new port entry, beside his fellow Twain residents, staring down the horde of infected corpses. Sam raised his hand. "Perry, stand down." The horde gathered their focus all on Sam. They spoke in unison. "I am among them. We are holding Sam." Sam looked around the assembled. Preservers, Infinnigan, Hagfish, the Shineless Creature, and even a freaking Minotaur. Sam shook, looked at the Minotaur sideways, and then turned back to Perry's crew. "Perry, you're using we. Are your eggs loose among these people? Is it just you in there?" The horde responded. "No. The eggs were part of my threads. They are entwined. They are new. We are new. Their threads think small still, but they are listening. They are growing with me. We are growing." Sam raised both his hands. "I don't want to hurt you, Perry. We all want peace here." The horde raised their appendages. "We want peace too. We only wanted to stop them. They have left," the creatures asked. Sam nodded. "Yes, they are gone. I have confirmation they aren't going to be trouble. I need to know you aren't going to be trouble." The horde turned and looked at the inner 4 bodies. The 4 at the center, and Infinnigan, Preserver, and 2 Stygians nodded back. "We have conferred. We would like to go back to our room in the brig. They need to know more. I wish to teach them." Sam looked around the room. Everyone looked to him. Sam nodded. "All right, let's get you back in your room." The horde tightened into a double column of bodies and walked toward Sam. Threads flitted between the creatures. The officers with Sam stepped aside and then followed the horde back to the brig. Perry self-quarantined easily enough. The door shut behind all the newly acquired bodies. Sam and the Preserver stood on the other side, watching the monitor. "So, tell me about the Minotaur," Sam inquired. The Preserver, still looking at the display of the horde, replied, "His name is Asterion. I read some of the mythos that Orbit provided." The Preserver turned its head, focusing 2 of its 3 eyes on Sam. "I wanted to test if Earth species could be readily combined." The Preserver focused back at the parasites on the display. "Turns out there are methods that work with your specific DNA combinations. Project 23 was one such experiment. I halted it after the Dam and Shineless experiment." Sam sighed. "Probably a good idea." Sam looked over at the Preserver. "Whose mind did you put in him? Standard language and obedience with a pinch of your own mythos?" "What do you mean? You mean it thinks it's an ancient Greek?" The Preserver bobbed. "I had access to Greek. It can probably speak it just fine." "What? So what are we going to do with it? Build a labyrinth?" The Preserver hit a button on its chest device. A pre-recorded laugh track echoed. Sam walked through a misty hallway to the central elevator, with a bottle of whiskey in hand. Miss Mishi walked beside him. He bent over and picked up the pink cat and entered the elevator. He hit the button and let the doors close. He rode up to the atrium. He looked out the windows, staring at the expanse of stars scattered around the heavens. Sam walked over to the couch. Half of it was already occupied by the large white churi Smell. Sam looked at the creature. "Make room!" Smell recoiled its long tail into its body ball. "Sit, Sam," the horned serpent said without moving. Sam sat and took a swallow from the bottle. Miss Mishy sat on his lap. "Well, coin for your thoughts?" Sam asked. Smell closed its eyes. "Very successful day. We lost a shit town of cops today. Guests fled in terror. The parasite almost ran rampant again, and the preserver had a secret minotaur hidden on ice in the back of his lab. How is any of that a success? One of the Infinigan you had made stopped the station from getting star-lanced. Our lives are saved because of something you did." The Churi opened one eye and stared at Sam. "There is a reporter on the station. Species from all around the whole border watched the casino opening. They saw members of numerous species fighting off a common threat here, on this station in the middle of the void." The serpent shut its eye. "Unity is a rare thing, Sam. It is why I am here." Sam took another drink. "That! Explain that. Why are you here? Why are there totem in my bank? Hell, why is anyone investing in anything I'm doing out here?" "I told you, Sam. Unity is a rare thing. I am here to find out why you inspire so much cooperation amongst different species." "And?" Sam asked. And I have found humans produce significant amounts of a bonding hormone. Your dam and Shineless had waves of it coming off each other every time they touched." Smell shifted its coils. "I think your carefree use of hormones are having effects on numerous species aboard this station." "Oxytocin," Sam said. "Mothers make it for their babies." "Well, you are rippling with it just sitting here with me?" Sam laughed. "That's good. I don't even like you." Smell raised its head and looked at the human beneath. "And that is what is odd about you. Even creatures you don't care about are being drawn in because of this peculiarity." Sam sat up straighter, pulling his feet back from the serpent. The two stared at each other. Smell lowered back down. "Interesting," Smell said. "What?" "You are a very chemo-controlling species, Sam. One second you are relaxed and putting off waves of friendship, and the next you are tense and putting off waves of attack. Very strong smells." Sam shifted. "So you are here just as your name? You are here to smell me and see what is going on?" "Obviously," the horned white snake said as it lowered its head back down on one of its coils. Sam had a good sleep that cycle. He woke up and got to work after his coffee and shower. "Orbit?" "Yes, sir?" "Is the preserver working on restoring the officers?" "Yes, he and his apprentices have 7 of the deceased already restored and in recovery. The heir are looking over their work right now." "Good. And Perry? How are they doing?" "Perry is currently playing cards with the 4 new corpse networks." "Corpse networks?" Sam asked. "Well, clusters we use in re-referring to SFP. I did not think it would be appropriate to put both in the same grouping." Sam slipped on his pants. "Well, they do operate quite similarly, don't they?" "Perry seems to be an individual spread across several bodies connected by filaments. The starfish people seem to be numerous bodies that enhance one singular consciousness. Each SFP born adds to the whole, but Perry ends up splitting into different entities, each of which is currently playing poker currently." Sam tied his boots. "They any good?" "Yes, sir. They seem fond of trying to bluff one another. So they are good liars. They are good at not revealing their hands, sir." Sam stood up and holstered his fragger. We'll keep monitoring them. How is everything else running?" "The Twain Station exchange is up significantly today. News of the casino battle has spread across numerous worlds. Several billion views so far of the video." Orbit appeared next to the clothed Sam. "The farms are at full production. The SFP have asked for more farmland. We are at max dock still with 5 freighters tying up berths. Casino profits are steady. The Scribblers have filed a civil suit of wrongful death for 3 of their officers against the Stygian Confederate. The Totem and I have been debating about speciation across the nearby systems, and has proved heated." Sam stepped out into the misty corridor. "What about the rooms for when Dam and Shineless get back? Is their accommodation coming along? I have recycled 90% of the box spiders into the station since the 2nd phase is complete. If Curator is successful in her endeavor, I should have ample supply again, but my processing will be hindered like before." Sam walked down the hall, squishies scattering from his feet. "What about the projects Crackletooth's daughters are working on?" Think that will help? Potentially, sir, but you see a biased output. Sam laughed. How so? The Infinigans show off their successes to you. They have numerous failures and broken parts in storage. You see just a fraction of their projects, most are failures. Well, their successes have been incredible. Let them keep failing, sift out the chaff and all that. Sam continued down the halls and across the arm leading to the Scribbler law firm. He entered into the main halls of the outer ring. Creatures of all sorts walked by, chatting and eating as they walked. Sam started walking around toward the ship bay. Sam stepped into the Infinigan Ran office. Spitzlittle turned her head and bobbed her ears at him. You are just in time, Sam. Crackletooth is going to test the rift anchor. She pointed two of her hands at the monitor. Watch. Sam looked at the monitor. The large satellite-looking device was situated a sector over. Crackletooth was on another monitor, looking over his shoulder as he piloted the Omega. He clutched the satellite in the mech's hands. Wires unhooked, popping mist into the vacuum of space. The Omega backed off several thousand kilometers, and then Crackletooth initiated the countdown. The beacon lit up. A curved beam of light circled it. The long-range camera on the Omega watched as starlight bent, and then a flash erupted. A new dot of light was forged in the black of space as the satellite shifted across into rift space. Spitzlittle jumped. Yay! It slipped through! Orbit appeared next to Sam. Hole is stable. Rift anchoring established. Spitzlittle looked at the purple holographic boy. Transmissions? Orbit's head twitched. Innumerable and constant. It is a sea of chatter. Numerous species. Some are in the database. Thousands are not. Most is bouncing off one another. Indecipherable noise. Sam looked at the glowing hole on the monitor. Any fix on anything human? No, sir. But I have isolated the rift hole that leads towards Earth. Sam smiled. Pilotable? The purple boy shook his head. No, sir. The rift flows in one direction and we are downstream. Sam nodded. The sheath hypothesis. Can you transmit through it? Attempting now, sir. Orbit paused. Transmission success. We have an open feed. Rift beacon stable. Sam laughed. Yes, send news back home. Let them know we are here. Maybe someone will hear it. Initiating data pulses now, sir. I will keep it rotating and transmitting. Sam looked at the monitor, a grin across his face. They'll hear us. They'll hear us, he said to no one in the room. Krabbe wasn't a typical scribbler. He was son of Fatubefet, who died in the casino battle. His line was not one of making and arguing law, but rather he was a descendant of an enforcer. He was proud of his dad, and proud his dad died a hero rather than old age like most scribblers. Krabbe wanted to die gloriously as well. He had a plan that would earn him a record on the high walls. Krabbe walked the dangerous mist with his sharpened dioteric spear and shield. The medal was a gift from a client of his great-grandsire. It was bestowed sire to son, and now it was his. The old and wise Crunch offered to forge the weapon and shield for Krabbe. He did it in honor of Fatubefet. Krabbe gave thanks and went to his duty. He stalked the mist. A pack of 6 giant squishy ran past the scribbler. He was startled but did not attack. They were not his prey. These halls were full of the evil ones. They have killed numerous unwary members of the family. He was going to hunt they many-eyed, long-eared demons of the dark holes, the rabbit rats. He etched his name on the metal wall before turning the corner down a long corner. He paused and hugged the wall, lowering himself in the mist, as the giant human ran by oblivious as it listened to noise in its ears. His people were thankful to the giant, but they were wary too. Many had near been stomped. The things were dangerous and unthinking beasts, but beasts in charge. Life space was earned, and we was going to earn his spot here. Krabbe approached a great danger, the vent caves. He entered, his eyes seeing easily in the darkness. He could hear noises from chambers up ahead, natural noises of flesh, not the creaks and groans of the station. He turned and saw something bright as the night sky, glowing, flashing, luminous colors. It was a beast, and it was eating upon the flesh of one of the demons. Krabbe stood still, watching the creature. It was aware of him. It had long whiskers, sensing his movements in the air, and its triangular ears turned and focused on him. Krabbefe held his composure as the creature stopped eating and approached him. Its fur shimmered as it walked. He braced himself as it neared, spear ready, but he could not lunge. The air was full of the creature's scent. He was intoxicated, staring, loving this creature. The beast touched its head to his. It paused there for a moment, bending over forehead to forehead, and then it rubbed to his right side. It pulled back and rubbed its forehead on his left side. Then the creature began to resonate. A low hum reverberated through him. Krabbefe fell to his knees, holding on to the divine beast. It was a miracle, a beast hunting that which preyed on his people. It let him touch it. He ran his fingers through its long, beautiful hair. Its long tail moved in a hypnotic rhythm back and forth. Krabbefe and Miss Mishi continued down the vents, hunting down more of the demons of the dark. Shineless stood on the smooth, shiny black surface of the planet. A sun glowed high in the sky. The ground all around her soaked up the rays, drinking it up, powering the countless box spiders that now composed the world. Dam walked over and took her gloved hand in his. "Sad, isn't it?" Shineless looked at him. "I guess. It's my first planet. I think it's amazing. It is sad that it was alive, though." She looked up at the sun above. "Think it was like Earth?" Dam nodded. "Once I think it was. Millions of years ago. Curator said these things have been here consuming anything that came by for a long, long time. You sure it is safe to be here?" "I hope so, but everything has risks," Dam said. "The totem are recalling all the spiders in this system, and Curator is reconditioning them." Shineless shook her head. "The sad thing is that they can't see it as a problem. To them, this is just industrial waste, a byproduct. They don't even care about the creatures that lived here." Dam squeezed her hand. "And that is why they cannot understand her. But the good thing is that they are trying." The two humans stopped and watched as the ground rippled in the far distance. Box spiders erupted from the ground in long bands, interlinked, working, shaping. Lattice-work domes bubbled up, spiders crawling in between the giant beams, laying glass spittle. The two sat and watched the work. A shimmering silver figure in a red dress walked over to them. The Curator smiled her alloy grin. "Mission success. The totem are allowing me use of the onboard processors to control the builds for now. The greenhouses are growing across the planet. The deal Guachuk put together with the Dalaki has gone through. You two are now the proud owners of a star system." Shineless screamed with excitement and hugged Dam. "We got a planet! We own a planet!" Dam hugged her back. "Yes, we do. We have our own planet." Shineless stood up, stomping her feet on the ground. "This is my gravity." Dam laughed. "Yes, this gravity is all yours." She jumped. "I'm moving Mom and Dad here. Oh my God, SFP is gonna love this place. We can host colonies from the station." Dam hugged her. "They can all come." She squeezed him hard in her arms. "We got our home." Curator smiled at her humans. Back on Twain, Orbit was operating two separate groups of box spiders. Neither was near the numbers they used to be during the prime construction. The overclocking took its toll. Several computer blocks melted. He had to divert some of the large exchange computer to helping run the construction. That had caused a significant dip in trading. The groups he used now were manageable. One group was designated as maintenance, and the other he had slowly building the Ocean Grower Aquarium. He had one large section completed, and freighters hauling water were arriving to fill it. The Ocean Grower ship was fused to it, and the inhabitants were eagerly waiting to enter their new space. The project was going to be done in 12 massive sections around the outer ring. The ring would access the sections, allowing the growth of food and swimming on the surface, while the ocean growers had full control of the depths. Orbit was excited. Another layer of shielding for his home, another layer of protection against error, producing cosmic rays helping him operate at higher efficiency. With the help from the now 4 Fuimos, Orbit didn't have to watch as many monitors, allowing him to focus his capabilities on watching Sam, the Preserver, station functions, and data mining. Progress, little by little, progress was happening. On the other side of the universe, at a DARPA-funded Rift research station on Io, a researcher had built a prototype Rift needle. After several ships disappeared during Rift engine trial runs, Professor Graves started tests. He was the one who found the pre-existing tunnels, and had started mapping them in the human control sectors. His work had allowed merchant shipping lanes to be safely created around these rift flows. Now Graves was probing those very tunnels of rift space, their origin and operation a driving force in his curiosity. A tiny flow like a root fiber existed here, in the Sol system. At Io Station he pierced it, watching it, monitoring it, testing it. Graves was looking at energy streams when his AI issued an alert. "Yes, what is it, Vika?" A red hologram of a dog appeared on his table. "Sir, my initial sheath studies have been completed. I think you should look at them." Graves clicked the file on his monitor. This is data. This is intelligent." "Yes, sir. It is definitely not universal background noise. There are countless different language parcels here. What is all this?" Graves grinned. "The universe isn't empty. This answers the Fermi paradox. They're out there. This is incredible." Vika highlighted a solitary data stream. "Sir, I wanted you to focus on this one." Graves clicked the chunk of streaming code. The code was human. He allowed it to play on his audio player. "Hello. To anyone out there. This is the AI orbit of the Callistode. There is one human survivor. We are stranded on an alien station. We have pertinent data of use to the human United Worlds. I have enclosed info on all personnel, species encountered, tech specifications of use, and language packs. We'll continue transmissions on this spectrum. This message will repeat." The message finished, and then began to repeat. Graves stopped it and opened the data pack. He laughed as he looked. There were specifications on breathing devices, air filtration systems, water purification techniques, machines devoted to clone printing, and the list went on and on. "Vika, open a comm to General Talbot. He needs to see this yesterday." "Yes, sir." The totem ship docked at the lower, larger docks. A legion of new box spiders unloaded onto Twain Station, each carrying alloys and ore. Orbit set them to continue work on the ocean growers' habitats. Sam was in his office waiting. Curator was supposed to arrive soon with news. Sam had his feet up, playing holographic mahjong on his arm display, drinking an Irish coffee, when Curator knocked on the door and entered. "Hello, Sam." Sam nodded, then took another sip. "Hey, Curator." He pointed for her to sit. "I'm hearing that the expedition was a success." She nodded. "Yes, we have our own world, and I am set to go cure 3 more. Sam lowered his feet to the floor, smiling at her. "This is good. When can we send colonists?" "The world has greenhouses ready for plants. I set the resident box spiders to build a star ladder in the meantime. There's large amounts of stored water and metals to use as well." "Good. I will inform the Grazer and Kratok worlds that it is ready for farms." "What about the Infinigan, sir?" she asked him. "Of course. They are allowed to settle. Hell, let's pull more out of the preserver's deep freeze and send them too. Hell, let's send a few dozen preservers to help on site. Everyone knows we need some of those assholes off the station." Curator laughed. "Yes, and they would be useful. Their help would expedite the farm significantly." Sam nodded, taking the last gulp of his drink. "This puts my mind at ease. I'm glad to hear this." He shook his head, laughing. "You never know. We may get people to answer our broadcast." Sam stood up. "We got a planet of our own, ready to build on, grow on, settle on. This is amazing." Curator nodded. "It is a good thing, sir." Sam walked around the desk and picked her heavy body up in a hug. "Where is Dam and Shineless? I think we should celebrate." "Shineless is ill, sir. They are stopping by the air to get her medicine, but they said they would meet you at the cornucopia after." Sam smiled. "I'll go get us a table then. It's getting close to the eating hours. It's going to be packed." Sam let her go and started toward the door. "Did you want to sit with us?" "No, sir. I need to discuss some things with Orbit." "I get that." Sam held the door for her, and then followed her out of the office. She left to the left, and he departed to the right. He waved at her with a smile. Sam was sitting at their normal booth, drinking a blended Grazer-invented soda, when Dam and Shineless arrived. Sam waved them over to sit, and the two walked across the restaurant to him. He got up and hugged Dam. "Good to see you, brother. Tell me about the new planet." "I want to name it Sparrow," Shineless said. "I've always wanted to see a bird, and I like how it sounds." Damn laughed. She's been debating names the whole trip back. Sam smiled. What was it like? Was it anything like Earth? Damn shook his head. It was a black wasteland, smooth as a marble. Whatever used to live there was consumed by those damn totem robots a long, long time ago. Sad, but hey, it's ours now. Sam looked at both of them. I heard a deal had to be made with one of the Great Arm Council species. Curator worked that out? Shineless nodded. Yeah, one of them even came to the totem ship. They talked out the bits that Guachuk couldn't iron out. Sam nodded. What did it cost me? I haven't spoken yet to Guachuk about it. Damn looked at Shineless, then at Sam. The money is the first point. After that was 3 of the Preserver Young and some of our collected data. Sam smiled. Easy. Well worth it. Damn grimaced. One last bit, though. It's easy enough, but the Dalaki want to have some sort of ritual with you. A ritual? It's not some weird sacrifice, is it? Knowing these nutjob species out here, who knows? Damn shook his head. No, Curator told me that it's some sort of spiritual thing. She said it wouldn't hurt you, but that they wanted to test you or something. Damn put up his hands. It's all part of the deal. I don't know. Sounds kinda sketchy, but you wanted us to get the planet. Sparrow, Shineless said. Sam looked at her. You feeling all right? Curator said you were sick. Shineless looked at Damn, and then smiled back at Sam. Tell him damn. Damn smiled too, and looked at Sam. Well, he paused. We're pregnant. Sam laughed, spitting soda. No fucking way. They both nodded. Yes, turns out it was morning sickness. Sam looked over at the grazer waiter. We're ready to order. The waiter came over looking at the humans. Who wishes to go first? Sam smiled. Bring some stacks of pancakes and keep them coming. Oh, and bring some bacon and sausage too. The waiter looked at Damn and Shineless. Both nodded. Shineless raised her hand. I'd like a glass of milk too. Damn nodded. Milk is good for me too. Sam reached over and hit Damn in the shoulder. You're going to have a baby. Damn laughed. It weird for you at all? Sam shook his head and looked at Shineless. Well, you kinda, but this whole place is weird. He looked back at Damn. This is some crazy shit. My clone is having a kid with my captain's clone. Sam laughed. I'm happy for you both. They ate, joked, laughed, and had a good morning. Sam was back in his office with Curator, Orbit glowing beside him, and Spitz little. They were looking at the holodesk, awaiting a transmission from Earth to download. Orbit looked up at Sam. Professor Graves sent this. It's a video of Congress debating, well, us. The download was complete and Orbit initiated it to start. A man stepped up to the podium in the center of the half-circle room. A voice echoed, Chairman Krakow takes the floor. The chairman tapped the small mic. All of you have seen the transmission. There's a survivor of the Callistode on the other side of the known universe. Samuel Clemens, Space Force shuttle technician, 5th grade, is apparently alive and well. The chairman took a sip of water from the glass on the podium. Not only is he alive and well, but he has made contact with more sapient alien species in 2 years than we here have in the last 300. Chairman Krakow pulled up an image on the back screen. The totem, an AI species whose similarities to the rogue mothers is... He turned and looked at the watchers for emphasis. Scary. This is scary. He pointed with a light pen. Not only has Sam befriended such abominations, but he has allowed them access to some of our most capable AI programs. Our antiviral codes are at risk. Should he be compromised? Should his AI be compromised? Is inviting a rogue mother disaster on par with the near-extinction event? The chairman moved on to the next image. It was a picture of Sam, Shineless, and Damn having drinks in the new hot dam. Captain Carolyn Hideaway is dead. This young woman is her clone. Which one of these men is Samuel Clemens? We don't know. He has cloned himself as well. The chairman walked around the podium, shaking his hands in the air. Not only is this fool of a mechanic risking our digital security, but he has violated the Enceladus Accords. Not only is he tolerating clones to live, despite having been trained to kill them on sight, but he is having drinks with them. The chairman pointed at the picture behind him. This man is asking for our help.
I have proposed the bill before you. Word of this is spreading across the systems. We will be at risk of losing our extra-special allies if we stand with this man. He has deemed his outpost as human territory, a territory which allows clones, allows rogue AI, a den of malfeasance. We must let our allies know. We do not condone this. The chairman reached to his watch display and started the vote, with his the first yay. The yes started climbing, with few dissenters. A woman stood up. The room's voice echoed again. The floor recognizes Heilung Councilwoman Patricia Jonsdottir. Councilwoman Jonsdottir looked around the room. The man in question, whose fate we, the human United Worlds, are judging, has survived something that none of us here, I think, could... She took a breath. He is a survivor, surviving in a hostile environment with unknown entities and doing the best he humanly can, and has, in my opinion, succeeded in a quite amazing fashion. She raised her fist gently, bobbing it as she shut her eyes. The Heilung homeworlds will stand by this man. He is a traveler as my people are. He has settled the void. He has sent us findings that has already shown promise. I think he and his station are an asset to the entire human race and should be added as an outpost. She looked up at the screen showing yes currently in the lead. Several more were added. I do not think he is a threat to us. Our allies may be fickle, but I think they can forgive this man's actions. Chairman Krakow motioned for her to sit. She glared at the old man, and then obeyed. Krakow spoke again. Councilwoman Jonsdottir's opinions have been noted. The transmission ended as Krakow began speaking again. The four looked around at each other. The vote passed. We are outcast, Orbit said. Sam went over and sat in the high-back chair at his desk. He poured whiskey into his coffee. I fucked up. I didn't tell the preserver to make damn. He looked at Curator. I couldn't kill him. He was me. He was the only other person here. Curator sat on the bench across from him. Spitzlittle sat beside her and leaned into the metal woman. Curator spoke. Sam, people need people. You allowing Damn and Shineless was a necessity. Orbit projected next to the desk. My first priority is your well-being, Sam. You are the last survivor of my ship. I overlooked their lives as they proved a saving grace to yours. Sam looked at Curator. They don't like you, Curator. You're an abomination to them, too close to Rogue, right? Curator nodded. Yes. I am outcast, same as you. Sam took a drink. Whatever. He put his feet on the table. That's just another term for free. Free and alone, sir, Orbit said. Sam nodded, then looked at Spitzlittle and then shook his head. No, not alone. He laughed. I remember in school the paradox of all the worlds we went to and only found 4 other species. The math said we should have found many, many more. He looked at the little Infinigan female. I'm probably the least alone human that's ever been. The eldest of Crackletooth's daughters, Heckletooth, held the largest cut of the Margot crystal. She walked through the stacks of Ocean Grower-designed, water-cooled, high-capacity processing units to the center of her computer lab. Her 2 other sisters watched as she placed the gem into the custom cradle. It fit smoothly. She held it with 2 hands and attached the control harness with the other 2. As it clicked in place, she backed off and waved at her sisters, ears bobbing. Click, click. The smallest of the 3 sisters was at the controls. She radioed Orbit on her comm. Orbit, are you ready? Yes, go ahead. Orbit responded. Click, click started the boot program. The computer room sprang to life. Water fans began spinning. Electricity ran through channels, lighting LEDs. The cerulean gem glowed, causing the entire room to take on an oceanic glimmer. Heat caused bubbles in the CPU racks but was dissipated easily. Nash Smile walked through, taking notes on her 2 arm displays. So far, so good, sisters. Orbit, you ready to try running through it? Yes, I am excited. Heckletooth bobbed her ears and gave the hand signal to commence. Orbit opened the firewall and ran through the system. It was like heaving off heavy chains as he ran through the Margot-grown processor. I can feel the station! The lag is gone! Across Twain, a change happened. The lights glowed and dimmed depending on need. The box spiders moved more gracefully. The 2 power cores synchronized better.
causing the electrical wave signal to smooth out. The stock exchange began trading quicker. Cameras became more responsive. The station weapon systems gained enhanced coordination and tracking. The sensors in Sam's suite became more sensitive, allowing background noise to be readily filtered out. Orbit's hologram smiled at the three Infinigan women. I can hear nuances to his heartbeat. Orbit focused on that newly cleared favorite sound. I can hear him. Heckletooth bobbed her ears and walked across the room to click-click. So far readings are good. We should relay to Father and Spitzlittle. She looked over at Nash Smile. With this, I think we can procure funding for your Z-Czar. Nash Smile hopped and slapped her four hands to the ground. Yes, Sam will love it! She hopped back up, ears turning purple. She ran over and grabbed her sister, looking her in the eyes. She headbutt her. He has to recognize us. Click-Click walked over to her two sisters. We will be recognized! She looked at Heckletooth. What about mine? Heckletooth grabbed both her sisters' shoulders. We will get both your projects done, and every project you can dream of after. The three Infinigan cackled. Orbit heard them and smiled. Sam would not be alone. He would make sure of it. The young preservers were feeding the animals designated nutrient pellets when Sam entered. They moved from one enclosure, opened an access port, dumped in the food bucket, put it back on their wheeled tray, and then moved to the next one. Sam watched them for a moment. The young ones would throw random punches out at each other. Two of their three independent eyes were focused on each other, with only one eye each focused on the tasks at hand. Sam laughed and walked the path through the zoo. He stopped at the reclamator. Asterion was there, inputting the info for the next animal the young preservers were to feed, and then initiated the machine to produce the pellets. Sam walked up to the tall, bull-headed man. Excuse me, Asterion? The Minotaur turned and looked down at Sam. He huffed. Yes, what do you need? Are you the Sam or the Dam? Sam. Asterion turned back to his work. What do you want? I came to check on you, see how you're doing. I am fine. Sam looked at him, leaning in. If you are, then that is a first here. Sam looked at the reclamator. I get nightmares. Sam took a breath, looking down. I've had some rough weeks here. Dam and Shineless both have too. Sam chuckled sadly. Hell, the older Infinigan barely sleep at all. The extermination of their world haunts them. I guess the young ones are lucky they didn't have the memories. Asterion stood up and huffed. I am fine. Go away. Sam shook his head. No, I need you to come with me. The Minotaur looked at him. I have been ordered to assist the preservers. And the preserver programmed you to obey, am I right? Asterion stared at him. Orbit? Sam clicked on his comm. Yes, sir. Put me through to the preserver. Sam, the preserver said. What do you need? I need Asterion for a while. Can I take him? Of course. I just had him doing busy work. I think the poor creature is depressed. Do what you need. He could use the company. Sam clicked the channel closed and stared at Asterion. All right, let's go. Shineless was dancing to music playing over Sam's speakers. Dam was sitting on the couch laughing with Curator as they watched. A purple holographic orbit sat on the table, watching from the dining room. Sam entered with Asterion, the Minotaur having to duck to get in. Sam looked at everyone. Hey everyone, meet Asterion! Everyone in the room waved. Dam got up and walked over. He held out his hand. Asterion looked for a moment, and then took it in a firm grip and shook. Sam has more scars, Dam nodded. Nice to meet you. He looked over at Shineless. She walked over and looked up at Asterion. Can I touch your horns? Asterion looked to Sam. Sam shrugged. They're your horns, bud. Asterion lowered his large head. You may. Shineless giggled and ran her hand on the smooth keratin. They're beautiful. Asterion rose back up to his full height. Thank you, small woman. She smiled. Shineless. Why do you shine less? That is an odd name. She laughed. I was raised by the Infinigan. They see things differently than I. Well, we do. They all tell each other apart by how they shine. We don't shine. Well, your horns might. I don't know. Sam walked into the dining room and got out the tumblers. Anyone care for drinks? Shineless shook her head. Dam raised his hand and patted Asterion on the shoulder. You pour us a couple? Curator smiled. Mind if I hold a glass and pretend? Sam walked over with a glass for her and handed it over. Of course. Sam motioned everyone to follow into the dining room. Come on, there is actually a reason for the gathering. Everyone went in and sat around the table. Asterion took a seat on the bench. Sam sat at the head. Dam sat next to Shineless, and Curator sat at the opposite end from Sam. Orbit flickered over to an empty seat next to Asterion. Sam spun the whiskey around in his glass. Asterion. He looked up at the Minotaur. As odd as it may seem to you, you are one of us. Sam looked around the room. Each of us is different in our own ways, but we are all from Earth. Sam looked Asterion in his bull eyes. Your blood is from our home. The idea that you were crafted from is from our home. You are a part of us, and that is why you sit here with us right now. Everyone lifted a glass to Asterion. Sam smiled. To Asterion. To Asterion. They all cheered. Everyone took a drink, and then Sam continued. Earth has disowned us. Quiet fell over everyone. Sam sighed. I did what I thought was right. The Hugh Council disagreed with my calls. There is no rescue. It's just us, this station, our alien friends and family, and our newly acquired world. Sparrow, Shineless added. Sam nodded. Sparrow. Sam looked at everyone. Right now we are fragile. We live in a tiny speck in a vast nothing between galaxies. Many have taken note of us. They see us, but they do not see what we truly are. And this is a good thing. Sam took a drink and swallowed. They have glimpses, and I want to get us into a better position before anyone realizes what we are truly capable of. Dam laughed. Fuck yeah. Shineless smiled. What are we capable of? Damn. And Sam laughed and said in unison, anything. Asterion drank his glass in one gulp. I'm not like you then. I must obey. Sam stood up and pointed at the Minotaur. And that is going to change. The Preserver made you in an emergency. What he put in you, I bet he can change. If not him, then the air. You will get your freedom, my brother. Asterion held out his glass. I like this. More? Sam smiled and lifted the bottle and refilled his glass. As Asterion took another drink, Sam set the bottle down and sat himself. What do you guys think of the term clouder? Sam asked. Dam looked at him askew. Like cats? Sam shrugged. Yeah, like a group of cats, a clouder. I thought it was a cool word. Curator pretended to drink from her empty glass, and then spoke. It is a cool word, but why bring it up? We have friends here, and I wanted to make something official with them. I wanted to draft up something political. Shineless leaned in her chair. Something to rival the Hugh? Sam nodded. Dam laughed. The clouder? Sam smiled. You ever try to catch a herd of cats? Sam entered the Scribbler law offices and paused. Hundreds of scribblers were gathered in the lobby. A grill in the corner was manned by 3 of the small peoples, and tiny strips of meat were being cooked up. Next to the grill, Sam saw several rabbit rats being butchered. Sam took a careful step forward and saw Miss Mishy, pink as can be, sitting in the corner purring as 7 small scribblers petted her. Sam scooted the peoples out of the way so as to not step on them, and approached his cat. He picked her up while laughing. Nice to see you guys are having a cookout. The room had gone quiet. Every set of eyes stared up at him. Sam went quiet himself. I wanted to talk to someone about making a pack. He looked around. I'm sorry. Should I come back later? A floating tray came down the hall, carrying 8 scribblers. The one at the head of the tray waved at Sam. Follow us. We will work with you today, Sam. Sam gingerly moved his feet and followed the floating tray. Sam sat on a bench they had for large folks. The tray hovered in front of him. How can we help you today? You said you wanted to form a political action committee. Sam nodded. Yes. I want us to be a separate entity from Earth, ran by the species of the station that wished to join. The scribblers talked amongst themselves for a moment. Then the leader turned back to Sam. You do not want a pack. A pack is a grouping to fund a political party or person. You are talking about making an entirely separate nation. Sam thought for a moment. Yeah, can you do that? They looked at each other, each bobbing their heads. The leader waved his hands at Sam. Yes, that is doable. Your laws have numerous sets of precedent for such a thing. Humans seem to declare independence quite frequently, it seems. Sam laughed. Yeah, that's true. What steps do I need to take? Well, you need to organize. Get a system set here to take care of political situations. You have laws, that is good, but you need to get more input from the other species. That is if you want other species involved and not just your kind. I think it is important every species on the station that wants to be allowed to take part. The scribblers talked for a moment. Then they looked back at Sam. The leader paced and spoke. This is a unique situation, Sam. Most species here are uplifted. We ourselves are seen as a kind of vermin to most of the independent star-faring species. We are highly intrigued but also worried as to what those in the Great Arm might have to say about us forming something as concrete as an alliance. A clouder. The translation went through and the scribblers were taken aback. The lead one whispered to the one beside him and then spoke as loud as its little voice could. It would be an honor to bear such a high title, to be considered an equal to such a magnificent creature. Sam laughed as he pet her. She is amazing. He looked back up at them. I just thought it was a cool word. We will begin drafting the paperwork and get it to your desk within 3 days. Then, if approved, we will help you begin ratifying it with the fellow denizens of Twain. Sam smiled. Sounds good. I will look forward to seeing what you come up with. Sam stood up and carefully stepped out of the room and down the hallway. Miss Mishy purred in his arms. Near the beacon on the nearby sector, a ship erupted out of the rift. It was heavily damaged and parts of it were venting plasma and atmosphere. The captain of the vessel used the language metrics downloaded from the Rift space beacon and hailed the nearby station. Hailing Twain Station. I am Captain Twada of the Kawaru. We are in need of medical attention. We have escaped attack and seek refuge. Please allow us safe haven. Orbit responded. You are welcome to dock on lower platform berth 10. Please follow the incoming protocol file. We will have medical and emergency responders standing by for your arrival. Thank you. We had near given up hope. Thank you, the captain said as he closed communications. He turned to his surviving helmsman. Get the ship ready. Secure the path from here to the dock port. Shoot anyone that moves wrong. We must be certain not to infect this station. They are showing us a hospitality. I do not want to repay them with this blight. The creatures bounced their heads in understanding, their black orb eyes unblinking. Each reached and pulled up pistols with their tiny nub hands. The bridge door opened and they exited to go attempt to secure their ship. Sam walked through the large concourse pointing. Kill all. I want these berths evacuated. We do not know yet what kind of situation they have aboard. Sam turned so he could see the 4 air through his helmet visor. I want quarantine tents erected here. No one gets into the station without being cleared by you. The leader of the air tilted its head down. We will be thorough. Sam waved over a cluster of SFP. I want you with the air, but do not bring any more clusters. I want to limit exposure. We will do as you say, Sam. The starfish persons answered. Curator walked faster and strode up beside Sam. You ready for this? Sam nodded and tapped his fragger with his right hand. Let's go kick some doors. Sam and Curator walked down the gangway tube to the door to the Kawaru ship. The air had finished setting up the quick pull tents, and a defensive perimeter had been established by station officers. Sam spoke into his helmet mic. Orbit. Put me through to Twada. He looked at Curator. Did I say that right? She shrugged. That is an ethics question. You miss so many subtle tones in everything you say, I have no idea how you are even able to communicate with anyone on this station. Ha! Sam chuckled. Ethics? She nodded. It is up to their code of ethics and mannerisms to whether and what extent they forgive your mispronunciations. She smiled her silver grin. Let's hope they don't come out blasting. Hello! A translated voice called over the channel. Is this the Sam of Twain Station? Yes, I am Sam. He motioned for Curator to be ready. We are on the other side of your hatch. We are armed. We are not entirely certain as to your situation. I've been informed you do not have a full digital program suite. Is that correct? Sam looked at the metal door. shimmering with a tinge of red, held in place by dark root-like ribbons spreading out and away through the hull. That is correct. Our ship is Gree. We want to save our Gree. The infection is isolated to several sections. We will need help to save it. You said you would offer help. Sam looked at Curator, mouthing Gree. She shrugged again. We are ready to assist. Open the hatch when you are able, Sam said. The red-tinged hatch parted from the hull. A hiss of air entered the airlock. 10 creatures stepped out and Sam backed up. They were in airsuits, were bipedal, had an ovoid body, and a head that sat atop a neck. From the center of the head was a metal cylinder, and on either side Sam could see 2 black beady eyes through protective glass. Sam motioned for the creatures to head up the gangway. They passed by him slowly, only coming up to his waist. Curator led the way. Sam sat on the other side of the tent. The 10 new visitors had their suits off and were using Infinigan breathers. Sam watched as the air scanned their bodies, and Curator asked them questions. After doing her surveys, Curator walked over to Sam. So far the air have detected no pathological problem. However, what they are describing is a peri situation. They have parasites on board? They call them the Golok, sir, and yes, I think they do. They have a name for them. Did they know more? Curator nodded, a dour look on her face. Yes, their world is besieged. They escaped via rift space and homed in our beacon. Sam thought for a moment. All right. We know the threat. We can do this then. We need Perry down here. Maybe he can talk sense into them. Sir, what if the opposite happens? We will be armed to the teeth, prepared for that eventuality. Sam stood up. And this Gree thing they are talking about? Curator tilted her head. There is a reason they know of the parasites. Sam looked at her quizzically. They said that the Gree found their people and helped them go to new worlds. They helped the Gree get materials, and the Gree bind the materials into a ship. Curator pointed toward the ship out the thick window, red metal covered in dark lines. The Gree, it seems, is a glue that is holding that ship together. They want us to rescue its heart or eye or something. Their translation databank was lacking on more refined terms. And why do they know the parasites? Sam asked. The Gree and the Golok are like you and chimpanzees. They share a common origin point. One learned to infest materials and work it, the other flesh. Sam walked over to the door. He nodded to the officers to let him through, and he stepped out into the concourse. Orbit. You copy all that? Of course, sir. Curator and I don't have secrets. Get everyone armed up. Tell Perry of the situation. See what he wants to do. I respect his decision, but let him know if he comes and poses a threat, I will put him down. Yes, sir. Relaying information now. Orbit? Yes, sir. Do you have the outer turrets aimed at that ship? Should I not, sir? Sam looked back toward the window. Anything moves funny, make it stop moving. Understood. Sam started walking toward the doors to the outer ring. There were some new guns Spitzlittle had made that he was ready to field test. Sam and Curator led a team of 10 assorted armored officers. Kill-All and Hislips led Team 2. Sam held a wedge-shaped energy weapon with both hands, aiming it down the hall. The space was tight. Given the Kawaru were half Sam's size, he had to bend to keep his head from hitting the ceiling. Sam touched a large root-like fiber running down the hall, it having branches that curled around floor and ceiling. They gave you a map? Curator nodded. They drew out a crude one. The Gree Corps should be down this way. Sam looked at the 2 Infinigan troops in the rear. Keep ready. Weapons are a go, and if you see anything, let everyone around you know. Do not get taken. The 2 Infinigan nodded their heads in human fashion. Sam led the group to a T-cross. One hall led a short ways to a door. Curator pointed down the longer hallway. Sam pointed at the closer door. Let's clear that room. I don't want anything sneaking up on us. Sam started toward the door and spoke to Orbit. Orbit, any word from Perry? Yes, sir. He is at the quarantine tent now. He will stay there and await your instructions. Did he think he could do anything about the parasites on board? He said he could feel them, sir. He said he felt a higher sense of violence than he was accustomed to and preferred to stay and help the air. Fuck. All right.
Keep everyone appraised of the situation. Will do, sir. Sam walked up to the door. He triggered the opening electronics. The door spiraled open. Inside, 4 of the Kiwi-like Kawaru stood up. Sam spoke to them. We do not mean any harm. We are here looking for survivors. Are any of you injured? The 4 short, beady-eyed creatures hopped closer. Sam could see the threads running between them. They saw him notice and leapt. Burn 'em. Sam and the officers pulled triggers. A rainbow of heat, light, and vapors washed over the 4 deceased Kawaru. The parasites within cooked, and they fell limp, charred. Sam stepped into the room. It was a sleeping quarters. The things had been feeding. Sam poked one with his boot, turning it over. The bicuspid beak was burnt open. A small black lump with tendrils edged out, limply. Sam pulled the trigger again, scorching it. Curator? Curator finished her sweep of the room. Nothing else alive in here, sir. Only bits they didn't care to use or eat. Sam walked out of the bunk room. He patted a grazer on the shoulder. Good shooting. That goes for all of you. Targets down, friendlies up. Let's keep that trend going. He started down the longer hallway. Kill all status. Sam spoke over the cross channel. Encountered hostiles. Hostiles down, but they were using projectile weaponry. I have 1 injured. We cleared 7 rooms, but are taking her back to the tent. We will continue sweep after drop-off. All right, keep me posted, Sam said as he neared the far door. Curator stepped forward. This should be the room with the Gree we need to rescue. Sam looked at her. I hope there is something left to rescue. He touched the door activator. It spiraled open, revealing a large circular red-lit room. He stepped in. The dark branches from all over the ship coalesced into thick trunks, all leading to the center of the room. There, Sam saw a thick core of branches encircling an eye as big as his head. It stared at him, red, with a black concentric rings. Sam looked over his shoulder at the officers. Keep your eyes open and shut that door behind you. He then walked over to the tree-like creature in the center of the room. Are you the Gree that controls this ship? Air holes throughout the tree-like structures hissed. Sam's mics picked up the sounds and Orbit on the fly translated based off the Kawaru's language packs. The Galak are locked in the mess hall. Many Kawaru still live and are alive in cargo bay. Sam nodded. Orbit, you copy that? Yes, sir. Orders. After Killall drops the injured, I want him to get the survivors to safety. Have him bring the spare burners for the Kawaru. They are made for Infinigan. Their hands are about the same size. He's informed, sir, and you? We are going to deal with this thing here and then clear out the lunchroom. Is Team 3 ready? Sam asked. Yes. Orbit replied, send them to meet us at the lunch hall, and have Perry thin down to 2 bodies and go with them. Yes, sir. Sam looked back into the tree's eye. So you are the Gree? It blinked, and the branches hissed. Yes, I am Gree. Are you injured? How can we help? Ship is damaged. I am infected. Galak are binding. A bulbous branch unfurled from the core on the ceiling. It lowered down in front of Sam. Take my seeds. Take my Kawaru. Then I will go. I will detonate. Sam looked at the unfurling living sack. Inside were 4 baseball-sized brown orbs. Sam looked at the Gree. We have a friendly Galak. It may be able to help. You have a runt. It is feeble. It is weak. Galak consume the weak, bind them. They will bind yours, as I am being bound. Sam looked at Curator. Thoughts? Curator tilted her head close to him. Orbit is running through the Preserver's data logs on Perry. The info he's looking at matches what this tree is saying. Sam spoke over the communal channel. Everyone, course correction. We will leave the mess hall alone. Perry is to remain on Twain. Do not enter the ship. We will rescue the remaining Kawaru and scuttle the ship. Killall answered back. Understood. I have third party standing down. Perry is being escorted to the brig for protection. Sam nodded and looked at the Gree. You sure there is no other way? I'm infested. You must hurry. My flesh is burning. They will break me soon. I will keep doors that need shut. Shut! The Gree said. Sam looked at the large red eye. Will the Kawaru know what to do with these seeds? My seeds will know how to take care of the Kawaru. Sam nodded and reached in, grabbing the orbs. Curator knelt down.
A chamber opened in her back. Sam placed the 4 seeds inside her. Godspeed, Gree. Sam spun his hand around in the air. Everyone started out the door. Sam stood with Smell in the atrium, staring out into the dark. A light flashed, like a shrinking strobe light. Sam patted the sack containing the seeds on his hip. Do your people know of the Golok? The serpent spoke without moving. The Golok stay away from the Great Arm. They may seem feral dumb, but they are not. There are worlds out there dying to them. Are your people helping? Sam asked. There are always worlds dying. The natural state of the universe is silence. The Golok are a natural component of that. Sam looked over at Smell. So fuck them. Fuck everyone that's not you or your councilman. The white serpent turned its head, focusing its eyes on Sam. Your words are odd, but I understand. Do not assume that I am here because I respect you. I'm here because you are an aberration and you need investigated. The way you think is not normal. We ignore them because that is what should be done. You should be more concerned about why you keep caring about all these simple creatures you collect. Sam walked away from the Churi and entered the elevator. Orbit? Yes, sir? What are your thoughts on the Scribbler's work? Sam asked. The Clowder Accord seem well thought out. I think it could work. Sam sighed and breathed in deep. Inform all the eligible species to assign me a delegate. We will meet at 23 o'clock. The bank meeting room should be large enough. Yes, sir. Notices are sent. Thank you, Orbit. The doors opened, and Sam exited into a misty hall leading away toward his suite. The boardroom was full. Sapiens had to move aside to let Sam through to the last vacant chair at the head of the table. He sat down and looked around the room. Grak had been elected the Craddock representative and was seated with 5 other Craddock, including Kilal, standing behind it. Baoa had been selected for the Grazers, and 2 of her sisters were with her. The preserver was seated at the far end, and a floating tray of scribblers hovered beside him. A cluster of SFP were scattered through the room, as were 3 Fuimos. A hologram of an ocean grower, vastly smaller than actual size, lit upon a bench. One of the heir stood next to the floating Fuimos. Heckletooth, daughter of Crackletooth, was chosen as the representative of the Infinigan, and 24 of her kinfolk were dotted in the crowd. 3 hagfish stood to Sam's right, their open maws staring at him. A herd of obelisks stood in the corner with several of Guachuk's people, hovering in tubes right beside them. Twada of the Kawaru was seated on the table, with 3 others of his refugee family. Greenfeet was chosen representative for the Felbians. On Sam's left was a gapped area surrounding 3 of the hosts containing Parry. Asterion towered behind the Craddock. Sam pulled a gavel out of his belt pouch. He hit the table, sending a recognition flinch through the crowd. Hello, everyone. You have all read the accord the scribblers drafted, or you wouldn't be here. Sam took a breath. First issue to be agreed here is the Statute of Sovereignty. We here are declaring this as a communal territory or a clouder. It will be governed by each species' chosen representative, with humans electing their member to be acting president. Do those present agree? A series of species-specific affirmations rounded the table. Sam nodded. Good. We have a governing body then. Sam looked at the display Orbit was feeding his arm, HUD. The Bill of Rights. First, every citizen of the Twain Clowder will have freedom of speech, assembly, petition, and religion. Second, every citizen is allowed weaponry to defend themselves in Clowder territory. Third, every citizen is allowed the capacity to conduct trade. 4, every citizen has the right to privacy and to purchase a home for themselves. 5, the right to due process of law, freedom from self-incrimination, and double jeopardy. 6, the right to a speedy trial by jury. 7, the right to procreation without injury to others. Sam looked over at the preserver with a sour look. He then read the next one. 8, the right of immigration. Each species can facilitate immigration of their own kind so long as respect of interspecies law and space is facilitated. 9, each species will hold themselves accountable for their own laws. But when laws are breached between species, human law will take effect. 10, we can expand our nation's holdings through peaceful purchase and a passing Senate vote. Sam lowered his arm and looked around. Do we all agree? The preserver raised one of his hands. My main trade is cloning. You have stated that I must have your permission to clone creatures. How does that coordinate with the right to conduct trade? Sam looked over to the scribblers and nodded. One of the scribblers opened a display on the tray. Section 146D. There are 10 paragraphs pertaining exactly to what you can and can't do. Read it, be familiar. Go through the political channels and you shouldn't have issue. Sam smiled. I am averse to it, but it is no longer solely my decision. Your creations, I must admit, have saved not only me but this entire station. This will be a learning experience for all of us. Any other things needing brought up? Grack hit the table. This is a good thing. We give our yes. The Craddock growled in excitement and confirmation. Heckletooth bobbed her ears. The Infinigan vote yes, no quarrel. Sam looked around. Signs of yes were signaled. Then we have ratified our rights, and we are declaring ourselves sovereign. Sam looked at Heckletooth and then around the room. I have 3 topics I would like to bring forth to the Senate then. Sam waited, and the room gave agreement for him to continue. Sam looked at his display and read what he had prepared. First is our current acquisition of a previously box spider-infested planet. Curator has begun the process of making it habitable. Once the deal is complete, and it is owned by Twain Station, I petition for the planet Sparrow to be added to our nation's holdings. Sam looked around. Yeas were given. Orbit rang through everyone's speakers. Order for new territory of Sparrow passed. Sam nodded and looked back down to read. My second topic is defense. We have a police force and they have proven invaluable to protecting the station, and we have numerous Craddock patrols guarding our shipping lanes, but I wish to create a military for our Clouder. Sam looked around. I have had Orbit and the Scribblers draft what our military would be defined as and their capabilities. Numerous conventions from Earth have been included to state what we would and would not do. Please look over them before giving any form of confirmation. The room shifted as members opened up the files and began reading. Sam looked across to the door at Curator standing outside. He nodded. She went away and returned with an Irish coffee for him. He smiled as he saw Dam and Shineless waiting outside in the lobby. They waved at him. Sam was halfway through the drink when Greyfwack, the TubeWeb representative, addressed the room. The funding for this. You ask for donation? I think it would be significantly underfunded. I think it should be a tax. Sam shook his head. I don't think it should be a tax. I see the need for a military and have allocated funds of my own for it already. Some here do not have spare funds, and I do not expect them to take food from their own mouths to put to war efforts. My world has seen numerous wars, and when war comes everyone gives all they can with no question. It is only when tyrants rule that war is deemed a taxable necessity, and I do not want us to become tyrannical. Greyfwack shifted in her tube. It was translated in Sam's comm as her being irritated at the notion. Sam thought for a moment. We can start a bond program and make a capitalistic entity as outlined. If we prove capable, we could lease ourselves across the rimhole as mercenaries. What say you? Greyfwack spoke through her tube speakers. I have heard Orbit mention your world's military-industrial complex. It was a driving factor in your species development, and was quite profitable, correct? Sam nodded. Still is. War is one of the primary drives of my species. Destruction requires a vast amount of creation, and creation is industry. Greyfwack clicked the yay button in her tube. We vote yes to having a standing military. Grack looked at the fellow Craddock. They all lifted their chins. The Craddock vote yes. We will support the military. Spitzlittle leaned over and whispered into Heckletooth's ear. Heckletooth raised her hand. We support the motion. We will donate. The Infinigans stomped their feet in unison, creating a rhythm. We will not cower. We will not rot. The Infinigan will make. The Infinigan will fight. The table felt it. Yeas were issued, and a standing military was voted for unanimously. Sam stood up. The third motion concerns many parties here. He looked over at the Kawaru. The homeworld of one of our member species is under attack. Our intel is limited. We only just now approved even having a military, but I want to petition the Senate to assist the Kawaru. Parry stepped forward. You mean fighting my kind? Sam looked at the multi-bodied creature. I mean, save as many Kawaru and Gree as possible. If we can avoid fighting, I would prefer it, but they are dying. Perry looked over at Toyota. It takes considerable willpower to fight the drives to consume. I coach my young continuously on it. We have learned to control it, to stop it in ourselves. But it takes empathy. Perry focused its sets of eyes on Sam. It takes thought and concentration to live at peace as we do here. I do not think my people would let you take the Kawaru without a fight. Sam nodded. I do not think they will either. Perry looked around the table. I have hurt many on this station. It is with my empathy that I will commit myself and my children to the fight to make amends for what is happening to the Kawaru. The Golok of Twain shall fight. Tuada spoke up. We are few, but we will aid in any way possible to save our people. Heckletooth stood up, stomping her foot. Her kin took up her beat, as did the Kratuk. Baoa stood. The SFP clapped their tendrilled hands. The ocean grower bellowed through the hologram. A scribbler on the tray raised a spear and spoke in English. We hold our weapons high to fight the night. We raise our spears and fight for right. Be it death or glory that we shall find, let our spilled blood be the blood that binds. The room echoed the words. The blood that binds. The thrum of appendages harmonizing filled Sam's ears. Sam clicked on the display and sent the motion out. The motion for humanitarian assistance for the Kawaru was passed. The meeting was adjourned. The members left back to their habitats and dormitories. Sam stepped out and was greeted by Dam and Shineless. Dam patted his brother on the shoulder. We heard the commotion. Sam, full of emotion in his voice, replied, Yeah, we have a people here and we might be getting everyone killed shortly. Shineless hugged him. We might be getting everyone saved. We don't know yet. Sam hugged her back. Dam smiled. You need to finalize the Sparrow deal. Sam nodded and let Shineless go. Yep. The new hot dam was full of Kratuk pilots and officers as Sam walked in through the swinging doors. He walked up to the bar and gave a curt wave to Grak. Grak walked away from a Kratuk it was talking to and looked at Sam. You hungry? Sam shook his head. Nah, I got something I gotta go do later. Don't want a full stomach. What is going on later? Finishing that deal for Sparrow. Grak closed its eyes for a moment. I heard. You have to meet with some Great Arm refuse ports that should have died in their mothers, am I right? Sam nodded. Something like that. He pointed over at a bottle behind Grak. That's some from Kratuk Prime? Grak pulled the bottle over and lifted a clean glass. It poured out a good amount and set it on the counter. This was grown and distilled in my home valley. My forebear died just down the road from the fields. Sam smelled it, then took a sip. They did a good job. He looked up at Grak. What's it like, knowing your parent died for your birth? It just feels weird to me. Grak looked down at the smaller human. Same as any other Kratuk. I birthed biting. I think I ate 3 of my siblings before I was able to get clear of my forebear. Sam looked down at the glass. Fuck. That upset you? Grak leaned down on the counter, staring into Sam's eyes. Not as much as before I found this place. As far as I can remember, my body hurt. Pain. I knew nothing else. From the moment I hatched till the moment I had my first sip of this glorious fluid you brought us, I was in pain. Grak straightened up. I am not upset. I am happy, Sam. Grak pointed over to the corner. Now that one is upset. He doesn't talk to me, but I think he needs to talk. Sam looked over and saw Asterion hunched over a large plate of salad, with a glass and bottle beside him. Sam looked back at Grak and nodded. He then got up and walked over to the Minotaur. Sam sat down and grabbed the bottle. He topped off his glass. Asterion straightened and stared at Sam. That is my bottle. Sam sat the bottle down and then looked at him. And this is my station. What do you want, Sam? I wanted to sit with my friend. Friend? How am I your friend? We have drank together. We have both risked our lives for this place we call home. Sam took a sip and then continued. Do you not want me to be your friend? Asterion took a bite of salad and chewed it up. I did not vote for you. I did not get the option to vote for you. You are president here, and I did not get my say." Sam stared for a moment. "That's because you aren't human." Asterion gave a short roar and pointed vigorously at Sam. I knew it. You don't see me as one of yours. You see me as the freak from myth, a bastard abomination. You think I should be cast out like your myths?" Sam shook his head. "No, not at all." He swirled the whiskey in his glass, and then looked at the angry Minotaur. "The only one here that is cast out is me. You, Asterion, the slayer of Stygians, he who cleaves 10 in a swing, are a hero." Sam pointed around the bar. "These people, everyone here, owes you their respect, including me. You kept the zoo and the lab safe. I actually think very highly of you." Asterion shook his large hairy head. "No. Then why didn't I get a vote? Why do you not see me as one of yours?" "Because you are different. I looked over what the Preserver did. You aren't human. You are close, and I consider you one of my people, but you are not human. So you see me as something less still? No. I think you are actually something more. What you are, I don't know. I'm no scientist. I can't even pretend to understand what the Preserver did to get you to work. But I know that the Preserver owes you his life." Asterion pulled another large leaf to his mouth. "The Preserver is an asshole. He doesn't respect life debts or anything. It's amazing you've gotten him to do anything at all." Sam laughed. "He is weird. His whole people are weird. But he oddly enough does what is required. Most here do. You think he would honor his debt?" Sam looked into his glass. "I know that he cherishes his creations. As much as he hates the Infinigan of old, once he remade them, he has shown great love for them. They still annoy him, but I can feel the pride when he watches them make things. I do not know if the Preservers have any idea of fatherhood. Hell, I've seen him eat some of his own spawn, but the things he makes he shows pride about." Asterion sat back in the booth. "You think he is proud of me?" "Of course." Sam chuckled again. "You saved his work. You are his work. Something he made saved everything he holds dear in this life. Why are you so hung up on this?" Asterion dumped the last of the salad in his cud. He chewed for a moment and then stood up. "I am hung up on this because I want something. I will see if what you say is true. The Preserver owes me, and I will get what's mine." The Minotaur stomped away from the booth and out the doors. Sam shrugged and topped off his glass. Asterion stomped through the mist-filled halls. Squishies followed him, swerving to dodge his footfalls. He stormed up the station arm leading up to the zoo entrance. He looked around. Scorch marks still marred the walls. The light, airy smell of smoldering hung on the displaced mist. The Minotaur continued up to the large zoo doors and entered. He walked past the enclosures he knew all too well. He knew what each oddity liked to eat. He knew their behaviors. He knew when and if they slept. He walked past them and into the lab on the far end. "Preserver!" Asterion shouted. "Come here now!" The elder of the Preservers stepped out from the cold storage lockers. "Can I help you?" Asterion stood, looking down at the tri-legged alien. "Am I just one of these beasts in cages to you? Am I some sort of pet?" The Preserver looked past him and into the zoo. He looked back at Asterion, focusing each eye on him in turn. "No, you are walking free." "I'm not human." The Preserver shifted. "Parts of you are." "What am I?" Asterion slammed his massive fist on a nearby metal table, denting it. "What am I?" He hit the table again, bending it. The Preserver walked close to the table, assessing the damage. "I warned Sam you were a danger. He wanted you free of the obedience overlay. Stupid human." He refocused on the Minotaur. "You are an experiment. A successful one at that. You were made as a proof of concept and then modified to save this preserve. I saved you. You owe me. I made you. Consider your debt paid." Asterion lunged, grabbing the Preserver by the neck and pinned him to the back wall. "I am not your toy. You do not own me. You owe me." The Preserver gasped, his chest device translating, "I owe you nothing. You are my creation." "You said that debt was paid. You want to live? I can squish the life out of you right now." 3 of the young Preservers appeared, each eating green egg yolk slime. They sat on a nearby table and watched. Asterion eyed them, and then looked back at their elder. "They do not help you?" "Of course not," the preserver said. "My death would allow them to take my zoo." "Your kind are animals. You should be locked in these cages you design. Monster!" The preserver choked some. "What do you want, Asterion? Just let me go." The Minotaur put his maw on the preserver's face. "I'm not like you. I'm not like Sam and the others. There is no one like me." "And you want me to change that?" The Minotaur, still staring into the preserver's eye, nodded. Sam stood at the hallway entrance, staring down at the far door leading to the Hagfish Shrine. Curator stood leaning on the wall nearby. "There's no cameras in there. Orbit's blind to the place." Sam looked at her. "My comm will still work, though?" She nodded. "I'll be here, and we will be listening." Sam nodded back and then started walking down the hall. The shineless-faced guardian peeked from its alcove in the wall as Sam neared the door. It tilted its massive head and the door opened. Sam entered the airlock as he was instructed. The door shut behind him, and the door inside opened. Sam entered the chamber. A low yellow mist clung to the floor. 7 hagfish creatures were near the walls, each wearing a globe-shaped breathing device on their heads. 4 Dalaki stood in the center of the room. On the opposite side, a large yellow churi was coiled next to one of the large cloaked creatures. A tall creature that stood on 4 spiked legs, and an armored, hovering, humanoid-esque being. Behind the line hovered 4 totem. Sam walked up to the tall, purple Dalaki. A mirrored mist floated around their 3-eyed ovoid heads. From their torsos, numerous arms sprang into being and disappeared, the mist covering their movements. The Dalaki spoke in unison. "The agreement has been made. Our world, for your vision." "Wait, what? I was told it was some ritual." Sam looked around the room. "I'm not giving up my eyes." The Dalaki flashed and surrounded him. "We do not want your eyes, human. We have our own." They reached out with seemingly infinite hands, holding him, spreading out his arms, palms up. The creature walking on spikes trotted over. It hissed as it reared up and thrust. Its 2 front legs pierced into Sam's hands. "Ah!" Sam shouted. The Dalaki mist filled his face as he took a massive breath. The pain, coupled with the mist, caused Sam to black out, falling to his knees. The Dalaki held him upright, their eyes glossing over as he blacked out. Sam fell. A dark dream had him, threw him, and he plummeted down. He landed on his back, staring into darkness, a firm ground beneath him. Sam sat up, staring into the darkness. Far away, a tiny speck of light sparked into being. Sam's vision drew him closer, and the light in the darkness grew. A towering building hovered, glowing, alone in the dark. Sam's dream self hovered closer, the building growing larger and larger as he entered through a massive door. Sam floated down a hall large enough to accommodate an ocean grower. The walls were etched in runes and pictographs. Sam's mind hurt as he tried to see them. He turned and looked down toward the end of the hall, the light pouring over him. He floated into the room at the end of the hall. Orange pulses of light thrummed through countless tendrils, all leading to a massive center throne. The pulsating robotic tendrils lead up the throne and into the body of a yellow-cloaked creature, its features hidden by its towering hood. Sam stared at the unmoving creature. His heart beat faster, pulsing with the thrumming orange light. A smell of old incense, dust, quiet and animal filled his nose. He could hear it, silent without words. His mind ached as it spoke to him. "I can't understand you. Who are you? What do you want?" Sam shouted. Pain. Pain answered him. Sam's chest hurt. Sam's hands hurt. Sam burst back awake in the center of the hagfish chamber. Sam screamed again and the Dalaki dropped him. Sam sat up, clutching his hands. The 7 hagfish were bobbing in their red cloaks. One slithered over to the yellow churi. "We told you. We knew he had been touched." The Dalaki were kneeling, each hurt from the vision. They rose in unison and looked at the 4 other Great Arm member species. "They speak truth. For whatever reason, this human has Aralong's blessing." The armored creature hovered over to Sam. It landed beside him and knelt, its metal-covered face peering at him. "We leave him be. We leave this place be. We will continue to watch him." It rose back up and hovered toward the door. The churi slithered across, past Sam, and out the now open door.
The red, shrouded lump followed, the Dolak walking beside it. The spike-legged creature walked up to Sam and leaned toward his face. Its face tendrils reached down toward Sam's hands and touched them. It trilled. "I felt your pain. Your hands will heal, young one. Good luck. You will need it." It rose back up to its full height and left. The hagfish and totem disappeared into back rooms. Sam sat in the yellow haze, holding his hands. He got up and left the shrine. Sam sat in the modified chair as the air knit his hands closed. The tall creature worked in quiet. Curator, Orbit, and Dam were leaning on the opposite wall. "I didn't know they were going to stab you, Sam." Sam shook his head. "It wasn't just a hand stab. I saw shit." "What kind of shit?" Curator asked. "I don't know. It hurts when I think about it. I don't know what it was, but they seemed worried about it." Orbit nodded his purple holographic head. "I heard them. Whatever you saw seems to be making them leave us alone." Sam looked over at his friends, his eyes drooping. "I'm pretty tired." His eyes shut slowly. The heir stood up and walked over to them. "His hands will be fine. As for what they did to his mind, I am unable to determine. Nothing seems abnormal compared to his baselines. I gave him a sedative. You humans have quite a remarkable healing cycle. Whatever it was will probably pass in several sleep sessions." Orbit shook his head. "I don't think it will. He's been having these nightmares for quite a while now." Orbit looked at Dam. "I'm worried." Dam walked over and took the sleeping Sam's hand. "I'm worried too, bud. I'm sorry, I thought it was a good deal. I'm sorry you got hurt for it." Curator walked over to Sam's other side. "What should we do about this?" Dam looked over at her. "We find out what the fucking Aralang is."
Orbit could hear Sam sniffling in the dark of his room. Sam's hand made a distinct noise, albeit soft, as he pet Miss Mishy. It was an hour later before Sam got himself together and clapped the lights on. He carried his bright pink cat over to the kitchen and poured some Grazer-manufactured cat food in a bowl and served it. Miss Mishy ate on the counter. Sam stood in the dim kitchen and slowly drank a glass of water. He ran his fingers through the hair on the cat's spine. Miss Mishy arched her back, still eating. After a moment, Sam let her be and went to shower. Sam walked the station, admiring the species that had come recently. Several Grazer and Craddock ships had docked, bringing food and whiskey. A large group of blue and yellow striped Stygians walked the outer ring. A dozen officers watched from safe distance, leaning in alcoves or from shops. The Stygians had come for the now famous SFP clams. A handful of Margot were walking down the hall on their hands, heading to the casino to spend their recent earnings. A lounge had opened, owned by Gua Chuck himself, catering specifically to his tubeweb species. The lounge, airlocked and filled with his native acidic air, had brought numerous big spenders. Sam watched Grefweck, the new tubeweb representative, enter with 2 other cylinders floating beside her. 17 obelisk creatures entered behind them. Sam continued his morning walk, leaving the dining hall, and went past the arcade. Sam peeked in as he walked by. Numerous younger Infinigan were at consoles, some standing behind others watching them play. 3 Fuimos floated, their numerous feathery eye stalks watching dozens of consoles at the same time. Asterion was hunkered in a corner on a beanbag playing Diablo 8. 5 Grazers were gathered around a farming simulator. A pack of Kawaru bobbed up and down playing DDR, their little feet jumping them across the dance pad. Sam continued on. Sam was greeted in his lobby by a floating tray of scribblers. They hovered beside him as he unlocked his office doors and entered. "Sam," one started. "Sparrow has been deeded over, signed by all 5 of the Great Arm Primary Species Station representatives. It has been distributed through the legal forums on the DataNet. The Twain Clouder has its own planet." Sam walked across the office, the lights flickering on and strengthening. He readied the coffee maker. "Orbit?" "Yes, sir." "Is Shineless and Dam aware of the Sparrow deal being complete?" "Yes, sir. They're talking it over in the cornucopia with Click Click and Curator now." The purple hologram said. "Good. Send them an invite to meet me for a drink down at the Hot Dam in 10 hours. I want to talk about some things I'd like done." "Invite sent, sir." Sam looked at the floating scribblers as the coffee started brewing. "Thank you for the update." We actually have come to file a petition, the lead scribbler said. Sam took a deep breath. Go on. Several of our youngest, mostly children of station officers and those of Krabafet's clan, wish to join the military. Sam walked back to the coffee maker and poured a cup of coffee. We could use data analysts and record keepers. Your people would be vital to make it work. No, Sam. They wish to enter in fighting capacity. Sam turned, leaning on the wall, and took a sip of coffee, staring at the diminutive creatures. You sure that is wise? Krabafet has been added to the wall. He proved himself to be a great hunter and warrior. He took down 15 dark beasts, hosting 3 feasts. His children demand chances to prove themselves, and they wish to volunteer. Sam shook his head. I don't like the odds. You know, you guys are small compared to most species I've seen. It would be a dangerous risk. The universe is death, Sam. Yet here we are. I think the odds are in our favor. Will you let them try? Sam walked over to his large, comfy chair and sat down, his hands warming from the cup. I don't want them throwing their lives away, but there may be some potential there. You guys are good at planning. Write up an essay of what capacity you think they can serve. I'll look it over and let you know. The scribblers whispered amongst themselves. The lead one spoke after they finished discussing. We will have something prepared by the end of the cycle. Their tray turned and floated out of the office. Sam was looking over the daily reports when Orbit reappeared. Pardon my intrusion, sir. Go ahead, Orbit. Firebottom is in the lobby, here for the meeting. Good, send him in. Thank you, Orbit. You're welcome, sir. The hologram vanished. Firebottom walked into the office on his hands, his large gas mask puffing out gray smoke as he came over. Hello, Sam. Hello, Firebottom, Sam said as he watched the freighter pilot climb onto the bench. Firebottom's strong arms pulled him up and lifted him with ease. You wish to talk to me? The Margot asked. Yes, I did. Firebottom stared, waiting for Sam. Firebottom, why weren't the Margot at the Clouder Accords? Sam asked. Firebottom puffed out some more smoke. Sam's nose wrinkled at the smell of it. We cannot join, at least not presently. Firebottom shifted on the bench. We conduct trade across 100 worlds now. We interact with numerous nations, with complex contracts. I even hired some of the station attorneys. My family and I went over it in length, but we decided we must remain neutral. We cannot be tied to any alliance, Sam. Sam nodded. I get that. He poured a bit of whiskey in his new cup of coffee. Our agreement is still good, though? Of course. This station is in the heart of the rim hole. I would actually like to discuss further contract. Sam motioned with his hand. Fill me in. We need more warehouse storage, more docks. We are limited by wait time. We have a dozen ships waiting for berths right now, while we sit here. Money is floating out there, waiting to be cashed. If we can improve turnaround, get them in and out quicker, profit will only accelerate. Orbit. Yes, sir. The purple boy appeared. Progress report on the ocean grower habitat. It is at 50% completion, sir. Half of the station is ringed by it. And how much water we holding? We are at 10% capacity. Firebottom is correct. Our shipments are being limited due to constriction in loading and offloading. Sam thought for a moment. Put out a job. We need to hire a station planner. I am with you, Firebottom. Let's tackle this. Sam walked down the hall leading to the Kawaru habitat. He entered in his suit. He was greeted at the airlock door by Tuiada. Hello, Sam. Captain Tuiada saw the bag in Sam's hand. You brought them. Sam nodded. I did. Sam looked past the small Kawaru and saw the dozens inside looking out at Sam. Your people ran the manufacturing for the Gree, correct? Tuiada flicked his tongue out his beak twice. Yes. The earbud translated. We are workers. We like making. He looked back at his people. We miss our Gree. Sam handed over the bag. Tuiada gingerly took it in his diminutive, multi-fingered hands. Thank you for saving them, Sam. This is your home so long as you want it to be. You and the Gree. Thank you. Sam smiled, and the Kawaru all flinched. Sorry. Sam lowered his lips. There are a few job postings I think your people may do well in. I suggest you look over them. Tweeda flicked his tongue again. Yes, we will. Sam left the Kawaru and went over to the ship bay offices. He loaded a tray with tools, still in his suit, and entered into the massive bay. Several skeletal ships were being welded on by Infinigan machinists. Large floating lifters moved massive alloy plates into position. The place was buzzing with machinery construction. Sam walked across the platform over to a small broken shuttle. He crawled inside and started assembling the scattered engine parts. Orbit watched via 7 of the bay cameras. One was focused on the red lettering on the white hull of the shuttle, the Bethany 2. Excuse me, sir. Orbit interrupted. Sam manipulated his helmet, disabling the welding protection so he could see the holographic AI. Sir, I have set up an interview for a station planner. Sam got comfortable, sitting in the doorway of the Bethany 2. Is it one of the Karawu? Orbit shook his head. No, sir. I'm betting it's one of the Infinigan then. Or maybe the Scribblers want the job. No, sir. It is one of the ocean growers. It has selected the name Zamudin from the Earth language database. It wishes to meet with you in person. Sam stood up. And it is qualified? Yes, sir. It has been in communications with the SFP for numerous cycles now, directing them to using their pill bugs to strengthen the hull at key locations. I've looked over its records and its work. It seems to be quite a sound engineer. Sam set his torch tip on the floating tray. Well, I will go meet with Zamudin then. The new hallway was slick, shining an oily metallic blue. Sam walked up the incline, his boots thunking as he strode toward the outer wells. The airlock from the outer ring shut behind him, and Sam waited for the air to stabilize, and then the door opened. Sam stepped onto a ledge that extended along the entirety of the wall from one end of the tank to the other, over 3 kilometers. Sam looked out from the ledge he stood on. Water lapped at his feet. The opposite ledge was several hundred meters away. Orbit. Yes, sir. What is the air in here like? It is oxygen-rich, sir. Pressure is sea-level Earth. Orbit replied. Is it safe for me to remove my suit? Yes, sir. Sam stripped out of his suit, folding it and then placing the helmet on top, all next to the airlock door. You know if they have added any dangerous animals to this water? None that I know of, sir. Sam put his feet in the water. It was crisp, yet warm enough to swim comfortably. Sam smiled and patted the water. The ripples rang out and under. A large length of body curled out of the water, ending in a ribbon of fins. A booming hum came from the massive creature resting near the surface. Sam crawled over to his suit and pulled an earbud from the waist pouch. He placed the device in his ear. Say again. The booming rolled through him again. Hello, Sam. Have you come for my interview? Are you Zamudin? Sam asked. Yes. Ask your questions of me. I wish to help. First question. Is the water safe for me to swim in? Of course. We tend our waters well, Sam. Zamudin answered. Sam stood up and smiled. He bent his knees and dove in. Sam splashed as he slipped under. Zamudin shifted, rolling its massive red eye so it could see Sam clearly. Sam paddled and stopped to look Zamudin in the eye. After a moment, Sam let loose some bubbles and then swam to the surface. Sam laughed. Ha, you dwarf me. Incredible. Holy crap, am I happy you're peaceful. Zamudin bellowed. You are an odd creature, I do not understand. Yes, I am larger than you. You have been before us before. Sam treaded in place, watching the fins cresting the water as Zamudin moved. Yes, but it was dark and in the deep. I did not see you as you are. Does this change your opinion of my kind? Sam took a deep breath and leaned back so as to float face up. Orbit says you're qualified. I believe I am qualified, Zamudin said. Sam saw movement out of the corner of his eye. Another smaller ocean grower breached next to him, causing a splash. My apologies, Sam. My daughter is curious of you. Sam paddled and got situated. You have genders, then? I don't think Orbit knew. Yes, we primarily have 2. I am her father. Sam looked at the young one as it swam underneath him. A long finned body,
Flippers, tentacles, and her bow opened up and rolled as she bellowed. "He smells bad but pleasant," she said. Sam turned in place, watching as she dove deep and disappeared. "Again, I'm sorry. She's a good child. Please do not let her disobedience affect my interview." Sam chuckled. "I'm just as fascinated of your people as she is of me. Do not worry, but do tell me what you think you could do as a station planner." Zamudin turned so his large eye looked up at the swimming human. "I have listened to the banter of the Margot as they deliver our water. They are upset. They wait far longer than they should. I can fix that. I was talking to Firebottom about that just the other day. I was planning to come up with something to facilitate that, but what would you do? The ships are the problem. They come in and then have to wait for the unloading. Orbit allowed me files on humanity so as to understand your people better. I think modular design coupled with mass production can assist us here. Good words, appropriate words, but sell it to me, Zamudin. I like where you're going." Sam spun in the water a bit. "We consolidate the ships to vital functions and make the cargo bays separate, modular, and able to link up in bulk quantities. One ship could haul far more than is currently being done. The ships could drop off their cargo pods and depart. With enough lanes and a designed sorting system, we could end the backlog of ships. I like it. Sounds like ports back on Earth. Okay, what else would you do for the station?" Zamudin shifted and blinked his large eye, and then bellowed, "I have spoken to the SFP. You have many who wish to immigrate, and your apartments fill up as soon as you build them. I would increase station volume in the most efficient manner, and then fill up that volume with housing and whatever else is needed." Sam began floating on his back again, staring at the white ceiling far above. "And what manner is that? A sphere like my ship. It is best method to house volume. It is also highly defensible. We could cover all axis and shield the station better." Sam went underwater and started swimming. He surfaced a ways away from Zamudin. "I like it. You're hired. I will have Orbit run the numbers for your salary. Upon signing, you will be sent the access codes you need. Did you have any questions? Is that all you needed?" Sam swam toward the ledge where his suit was. "Yes, I think you'll do good. You want Twain as safe as I do?" Zamudin sank into the water, bellowing in response. "I am fond of safety." Sam was dripping as he walked back through the outer ring with his helmet on and suit slung over his shoulder. He walked over to the cornucopia and sat at one of the boardwalk tables. A grazer with a baby on her back walked over. "Hello, human Sam. Would you like your usual?" Sam looked at the young female and set his helmet and clothes on the chair beside him. "No, thank you. I'll have a chicken salad and some roasted squishy." "And what would you like to drink?" "Just water today. I'll get your order in. Wave your arm if you need anything." Sam nodded at her. She walked back inside, leaving him to watch the assorted creatures walking around the ring. Sam dropped his suit off at his suite and got into clean clothes. He modeled in front of the mirror, admiring the Finnegan-tailored shirt and pants. He flexed in his socks. They fit splendidly. He grabbed a couple crackers and went to the door. He slipped on his running shoes and stepped back out into the hall. He popped in the crackers and chewed them down before taking off at a jog. "Orbit, how are Dam and Shineless doing?" "The Sparrow Beacon is activated, sir. Click-Click has been working on her crystal project for the world. They have asked for your permission to commission another AI," Orbit said. Sam thought over it for several strides. "They have Curator. Why are they wanting one?" "Curator is body-bound, sir. She will be returning here in several cycles. It may be wise that they had someone stay with them on Sparrow to facilitate terraforming the world." "Think they can do it safely? Curator already has Earth up in arms with me. I don't want any more flack. Curator and I both have growth code. We can make new programs if need arises. I do not think it would be a safety issue." Orbit paused for a moment. "Also, sir, I do not think it would hurt your image any worse than it is currently. Well, I want that world to prosper. I give them permission." He took a breath. "Any other word from them?" "Yes, sir. They have started habitats and immigrants are already waiting in orbit. People we know?"
Species we know, sir. Curator is running background checks on them presently. Good. Sam turned a corner, his feet kicking up mist. You seen Miss Mishy lately, Orbit? Yes, sir. And where is she? Sam shook his head as he asked, eyes rolling. She is curled up on the churi smell in the atrium. I'm not a big fan of them. Sam turned another corner, heading down toward the bank. Smell seems content up there, though. He doesn't move from his couch, sir. I have not seen him eat or drink for several weeks. Interesting, Sam said. Spitzlittle sat at her drafting table with a tray of scribblers floating over her shoulders, watching what she was working on. She manipulated the hologram with 2 of her 4 hands. No, that is too bulky, one of the scribblers said. We will need it faster and wider range of movement. Spitzlittle adjusted her goggles, looking over the design. She tweaked the pieces in and added more alloy supports on the outer portions. The scribblers oohed in unison. The lead-on inflated and then rumbled. We approve of this. We will take this to Sam. How much to have this built? Spitzlittle spun on her seat, staring at the tray full of small creatures. I'll make these for you, on the condition that you have them staffed and working here in my bay while not on mission. The scribblers looked at each other, swaying with agreement. We agree to your terms in Finnegan. We are impressed. We will send funds to help your organization regardless. For the twain. Spitzlittle bobbed her ears. For the twain. Zamudin got to work immediately. With the help of his fellow ocean growers, designs for modular space vehicles were issued, and several had begun production. The start of the sorting freight yard had begun on the upper portion of the station. Another section of water shielding had been added. 3 orders of neutronium had been filed, and part of the old restaurant quarters in the primary station had been converted into a Senate hall. It was in that hall that Sam sat with the members of the Twain Clouder. Sam stood on the central platform, looking out at the labeled Senate seats. Everyone had been eager to come when the calling went out, and every seat was filled. Along the back wall of the room, visitors from many of the species watched, wanting to know what was happening. Sam looked at the orders of business on his arm display. First order of call, he announced through the room's speakers. Petition of creation has been writ by the Preserver on behalf of Asterion. Sam looked at Asterion, who had his own seat. Asterion of the tour? Asterion leaned into his microphone. Yes, I have asked the Preserver to create more of my kind. Sam looked over at the Preserver. What are the potential issues that this could cause? The Preserver shifted on his bench. Too numerous to note during this meeting. The Preserver clicked his chest device and sent a note file to the members of the Senate. Read through them. I do, however, think that the risks would be far outweighed by the profit of having more of his kind. Sam looked around the room, and then back at Asterion. I know what you are going through. We have talked about it. I cannot judge this decision, but I must make it known to the Senate the human world's views on cloning and creation. Sam shifted his eyes across the seats. Life without evolution fueling it is new, random, adrift. My kind have found this through many trails and tribulations. Like a child without a parent, the new creations rebel. Humans have fought wars with our creations and nearly been wiped out due to it. Baoa spoke through her microphone, her youngling sitting on her lap, chewing a cud orb. I have read through the Earth histories out of curiosity. Your kind has warred continuously throughout your existence. Numerous species here have been cloned or created, and I do not think your experiments prove that it cannot be done safely, but maybe just your species cannot do it. Sam looked over at the Preserver. The Tor will be part human, correct? The Preserver focused his eyes on Sam. Yes, I can use a variable generator to imitate genetic drift. Coupling that with the 10 samples of bovine and the 4 samples I have of Homo sapiens, I could manage approximately 50 unique individuals. The Preserver stood up to his full height. Sam is correct. Making a new species from scratch has proven risky for my people. We only do it as proof of concepts for this very reason. The Preserver pointed at Asterion. The Minotaur in question was only activated out of an emergency. He has proven dangerous. He has proven volatile, just as Sam has mentioned. The Preserver pivoted, now looking at Asterion. However, his aggression and rage saved us. He has proven a great asset in the maintenance of the zoo. He has skills and a life of his own. I think that he deserves a people, and that those people can grow here within the Clouder." Sam spoke up. "This is what we are voting on today. The creation of a species and the commitment to nurture it into maturity. Think on it before you vote." Sam then threw the vote out to the Senate to vote on. The vote passed 9-6. Orbit did the notations and added it to the histories. Sam looked at his display. The second writ for today's meeting is the formation and activation of the Twain Intelligence Agency. Sam threw the appropriate files out to the senators. The TIA will function similarly to the sight, smell, thought, and touch of the great arm races. Those who are active agents will infiltrate and report back to us on situations around the rim. These agents will act as pointers for when and if action needs to be taken. Sam looked around the room, giving everyone moments to read the files on the Earth intelligence agencies. The second part of this motion is, if we enact this agency, to get agents trained as quickly as possible and scout the Karawu homeworld. We need to know what is going on there, and we need to do it quickly. The Fuimos voiced its concern. We run the risk of angering other worlds if they find infiltrators among them. We are but one station and a colony. We do not have the capabilities to fend off any full assault if a people wish us destroyed. Sam nodded. You are correct. We do not have the capability yet to wage any kind of war, but I feel it would be better to know if war was coming, rather than be blind until it was already upon us. Voices and murmurs went through the hall as people talked about that. Fuimos continued. This is wise. It is dangerous, but so is being alive. I vote yes for my people. Throw the vote human. Sam swiped up on his display. The vote went out and was unanimously passed. Motion passed, Sam said. Applications for TIA agents have been issued. Tweeda stood up. For Karawu, we thank you all. Numerous Senate members responded. For Twain, Sam nodded. Third order in question is the Twain Advanced Research Projects Agency. We have numerous technicians already working on developing defensive and offensive capabilities both here on Sparrow. This order would incorporate them under one unified umbrella. Resources would be better shared, as would communications between species and projects. I believe, as has been proven on Earth, that networking like this, we will be able to improve our capabilities significantly. Here at Twain Station, we would conduct deep space testing, with Sparrow being our primary production hub. Sam paused for questions. The SFP cluster stood. We need warriors. How many have volunteered? We will give some of our body to the military and some of our pillbugs. We can be of use. Sam smiled. That is noted SFP, but this is more for making machinery and technologies to assist our soldiers. The SFP touched their hands, tendrils sending pulses of thought back through the station. What kind of things do our soldiers need? Sam looked around the room and shrugged. That is the realm of scientists, technicians, engineers. During my deployments, we just got things. Higher-ups assessed what we needed based off of on the ground troops voicing what they were lacking. Those problems, when found, went through our defense programs and studies were done. The results were then provided back to our troops. Find a problem, voice the problem, solve the problem, deploy the solution. Another pulse went out from the SFP. We support finding solutions. We like this. The SFP cluster sat down. Sam looked around. Any other issues with the order? Grefweck shifted in her tube. This sounds expensive. Are you going to bankroll this, Sam? Sam nodded. Some. I was hoping your people would have ideas. We have many ideas, but I doubt few would be approved here in this hall. How far are you willing to go on this venture? Sam looked around the room. We are willing to go only so far, but if our survival depends on it, limits may be stretched. Grefweck threw out a file to the Senate. Humans have used genetic warfare on their own kind. They have detonated nuclear weapons upon their own peoples. They wiped out ecosystems for their economies. They have picked wars with other species over trivial things and glassed worlds. Grefweck turned her tube toward Sam. I want everyone to know how easily our leaders' people have stretched limits. They border on fighting for the quiet, leveling and enslaving peoples.
Sam took a breath. This is all true. My people have done horrible things, and I have seen these same things in my time here. My people are no more virtuous or guilty than any other species here. We have hurt others, and we have been hurt. Sam looked around at the faces of the species watching him. That is why this vote is important. I do not want us to be victims, but I fear the potential of becoming victimizers. This is fundamental for me. I do not want us to prey on others. I want us to be helpers. The ocean grower delegate bellowed from its hologram. We of the sea do not know the rest of humanity, but we know you, Sam. You have given us a home, provided safety in the dark. We know of war too and do not want to be exterminated. We do not want the Caribou to be exterminated. Violence creates death. It creates more of the great quiet. We do not approve of that. But my people would rather our enemies go quiet than our own peoples. Let us not be monsters, but let us not be memories. I support this, as do all ocean growers here.
Sam put out the vote. 3 objected. 13 approved. The third order was approved. Orbit noted it and added it to the histories. The Scribbler delegation moved their tray forward after the approval was announced. We have funded a project and are happy that the TARPA has been approved. We wish to announce to those present of our founding of the Knights of Twain. The lead Scribbler motioned to the door. The door opened, and a humanoid robot as large as a Asterion entered. It walked on thick bipedal legs down the stairs to the center stage next to Sam. Sam stared at it. In the head of the robot sat a Scribbler pilot. The Scribbler delegate lifted its small arm. The robot raised its arm and reached into its back and pulled out a staff. The staff lengthened and the end ignited into a plasma blade. The left arm erupted into an energy shield. 2 small cannons extended out of the shoulders. The Scribbler delegate lowered its arm. The weapons and shield were returned back into their housings. The Knights are at the service for all of Twain. Asterion stood up and walked over to the robot. Sam stepped out of the way. The Minotaur looked down at the small pilot inside. He smiled and then looked up at the Scribblers on the tray. Impressive. Would you mind sparring me? The delegate talked amongst those on the tray. It would be dangerous here. Many are delicate. But yes, we shall have a space created to test capabilities as is in the third order. Asterion nodded and then smiled at Sam. Thank you, Sam. This is a good day. He patted Sam on the shoulder. Sam smiled back. Unless anyone else has anything for the day, we are adjourned. Nash's smile led Sam through the halls of the Tsar. We have made lots of progress. The Guild have donated lots to fund its construction. She turned the hall and pointed out a protective window into the ship's hangar. 6 newly constructed Omegas hung in their girdles. Impressive, Sam pointed. That 7th empty spot for Spitzlittle's original? Nash's smile bobbed her ears. Yes, she intends to go should the Caribou need us. She turned and sprung down the hall. Hurry, this way. We should be near ready to activate the core. Sam had to jog to keep up with her as she leapt around and down the hall. The two entered into a large server room. In the center was the second of the 3 Margot crystal shards. It was as large as Sam's chest, sitting in a cradle with wires attached. Nash's smile sat next to it. Several other Infinigan-wearing breathers were beside her. Spitzlittle walked over to Sam. We wish to activate it. Sam looked at the crystalline processor. Orbit already has a core. Are you wanting a copy of him? Spitzlittle and Nash Smile looked at each other, tilting their heads. Nash Smile spoke. We wanted our own, if that is possible. The ship will be autonomous, like your Callistode. Your ship, we want it to be independent like yours was. It needs to be for mission. She looked at Spitzlittle. He is thinking. Sam nodded. Orbit. They have a point. We are already doing it for Dam and Shineless. We will need it to be as capable as is safely possible. Orbit appeared through the Tsar's hollow emitters. It is a good design, and could hold a mind map. Orbit ran diagnostics on the ship's data structures. So far, the ship has a good sensor and communication array. I can mold it. But, do you want a copy of me, or did you want to craft a new AI? Sam looked at the purple hologram. We need something that is Twain. You have access to the Preserver's maps, correct? Yes, sir. Get his permission, and run a stability algorithm, merging as many of the station's species together as is safe. Orbit paused for a moment.
Preserver has agreed. Payment rendered to him for access. He wishes us luck, sir. Sam looked at the Infinigan in the room. Initiate. Orbit disappeared as he dedicated his processes to creating a new AI. Lights on the data racks lit up. The crystal began glowing a bright blue. The light cascaded across the Infinigan, their skin glittering in the light. A moment later, a bright blue hologram appeared. It was as tall as Sam, but was Infinigan in form. It opened its 4 eyes and stared at those surrounding the crystal. Nova Core of the Tsar online. How may I be of service? Orbit appeared beside Sam. I like him. He did good in his courses. He's funny too. Sam sighed.
She woke up, a bright ring of light shining in her eyes. Then the world opened up and air rushed into her space. She blinked her eyes. There, a large, handsome face peered down at her. It had large brown eyes and floppy, hairy ears. He had large horns on the sides of his head. He smiled and put his hand into her space. Rise, my sister. There is a feast waiting for you. She took his proffered hand and let him pull her upright. She was about to start asking questions when he put his hand on her back and started helping her out. Do not worry. Everything you wish to know will be answered through those doors. He pointed toward 2 large doors on the opposite end of the room. She got up and started walking toward them. She could hear him behind her. Rise, my brother. There is a feast waiting for you. She didn't turn around, but continued through the door. She stepped out into a room full of greenery. Trees, vines, leaves hung from the walls. There in the middle of the long room was a table covered in foods of all sorts. Around the table sat several creatures. They felt familiar, and then she looked at herself. They were like her. She looked back up and one motioned to her to come over, smiling. She walked over and sat beside him. Hello. Welcome. Where are we? She asked. He reached over to a stack of black slates and grabbed one. He pulled it toward him and hit something on it. It activated, and he handed it to her. It's in English. You should be able to read it. He pointed around the long table at the others like them. We are all reading about this place. Feel free to look through and join the conversation. She nodded and looked down at the tablet. It glowed with a red dot on a floating space station. It was labeled, You Are Here. She looked up as another of her kind stepped through the doors. It was a him, brown, white, and black. She smiled, and he smiled back. What is going on? He asked. She laughed and waved him over. He approached her, smiling. She handed him her tablet and pulled another from the stack. The table slowly filled. The young ones eating, talking, and learning. All the while Asterion stood at the door watching with a smile. Sam stood in the ship bay next to the newly outfitted Bethany II. A Fuimos, Crackletooth in his void suit, and 4 Scribbler Knights stood in front of him. Each of you has worked hard this last week. We have pumped you full of all the info and training we could, but this mission is deemed urgent. Sam looked over his data file. Your wills have been filed. He looked up at Crackletooth. You chose to be reconstituted upon failure, is that correct? Crackletooth bobbed his ears. Sam looked back down. The rest of you are content with permanent death. The Scribblers nodded in their war rigs. The Fuimos waved its front arms. I am content, it said through Sam's translator. Sam looked over the Bethany too. Fuimos, your piloting skills have proven phenomenal. Your siblings? What do you call them? The Fuimos waved. Do not concern yourself. I do not worry about how to address your follicles or your blood. Sam nodded. Well, the others of you, do they possess the same skill set? It is innate in us. We can see and process quite fast. You know this. You hire us for your cameras to ease your purple boy. Sam nodded. I didn't think it would lend itself to piloting. Guess it makes sense. Sam looked down at the data file. Sons of Fet. He looked up at the Scribblers. You each excelled in your combat training. I hope you don't have to use it. This is purely a recon mission, but I thank you for volunteering to offer your protection. The Scribblers looked at one another and had their rigs fist bump. Sam walked up to Crackletooth. Good luck, my friend. Your skills will prove vital on this mission. Crackletooth held out 2 of his fists. Sam bumped them. Good luck, soldiers. The Kawaru and Twain are counting on you." The knights bowed slightly. "For Twain," they said in unison. Sam watched as they entered the Bethany too. Fuimos ran through the systems checks and then lifted off. Slowly the ship floated through the massive ship bay. It went past the Tsar and 3 other smaller ships under construction. It neared the end of the bay, and the shield doors opened. A field kept the light atmosphere in while the shuttle entered the void. "Be safe," Sam whispered to himself. Light years away, on Sparrow, a herd of grazers walked the newly planted fields, many with young on their backs. A large male walked through, gingerly avoiding the seedlings. He took notes on plant size and growth rates. The others around him gently poured nutrient water on the small plants. He noted progress. An Infinigan engineer in breather suit walked the high catwalks of the terraformer. Massive billows of steam and atmosphere issued forth from the deep wells carved into the planet by the box spiders. He paused his work and watched as the box spiders were currently erecting another 3 massive greenhouses on the horizon nearby. A lab full of grazer-raised preservers was full of experiments. The preservers were handing off beakers to one another, pulling test kits, running machines, and all in fluid unison. Dam and Shineless stood watching as the new factory came to life. The Karawu crew had started the machinery, and now molten alloy was flowing into the fabricators. Shineless leaned into her mate's shoulder. "You've been quiet." Dam sighed through his nose. "I'm worried. The Gallic? We might be poking the bear." "What's a bear?" she asked. "A big earth carnivore," he said. "Doesn't sound like a good idea to poke." "You get it." Shineless watched the Karawu work the presses. "He's going to need all the help he can get then." Dam hugged her with one arm gently. "We have a world waking up to help him. What do you think of Click-Click's plan?" He looked at her and kissed the top of her head. "Orbit and Novacore seem to be functioning all right. I bet it'll be like them, but bigger." She looked up at Dam. "What does it mean for an AI to be bigger?" Dam shrugged. "Faster?" She looked back out at the factory at work. "I hope we can save more of them. They're a funny people." Dam smiled. "I like how they move. They hop like weak fleas." "What's a flea?" Dam sighed. Deep under the surface of Sparrow Click-Click and her Infinigan clan finished hooking up the legion of data racks. The racks connected into the transmitters that now littered the planet. Click-Click waved her hands to everyone around the room. Curator walked up to the 3rd of the Margot cerulean crystals. She placed her hands on the processor and begun running operations. The crystal lit up, emitting a deep, oceanic, glimmering blue light. The racks lit up. Box spiders around Sparrow paused for a moment. Then a dim black and white hologram appeared. It was taller than Curator, human, and dressed in a butler's suit and tie. "Erebus reporting in for duty. How can I help you?" Curator gave a curtsy. "There are 2 humans on the other side of the world who need your help. Please report to them promptly." The hologram bowed. "Doing so now." Then it disappeared. Greenfeet, his wife, and 6 children were sitting around the center table in the cornucopia. He had just received a promotion to management and was celebrating. He raised his hands, waving at the waitstaff. The grazer approached. "Yes, sir? Were you wanting another round of clams?" His kids waved an enthusiastic, "Yes, please. Please, Dad?" Greenfeet looked them over. "Another round of clams, yes, and what did the chef have planned for dessert?" She widened her eyes. "Well, sir, I can go ask him." The female grazer went back to the kitchen. A moment later, she returned with a tray of boiled clams. The Stygian children shivered with excitement and tore into them. Greenfeet's eyes turned blue with happiness. Another grazer walked up behind the waitress. "Hello, sir. I am to understand you are having a celebration?" "Yes. I am the station's new job placement coordinator." Greenfeet looked around the table. "We are happy family. We have much more now." The grazer bobbed its head. "This is good. Well, I am Ufief. I have been your chef this evening. I was told you wanted to try some desserts." "Yes." Greenfeet waved. "What is your best dessert?" Ufifet knelt next to the table and stared at Greenfeet. The preserver made a special plant, straight from the earth.
I have experimented with the fruit of this plant. I have found a recipe hidden in the ancient human files and made the most exquisite of desserts. My family have enjoyed it immensely, but it has been a secret of ours until perfected. Greenfeet chittered his mandibles while waving his hands. Is it perfected? Is it safe to eat? Ufieff looked at the waitress behind him, and then back at Greenfeet. It is. I would be honored if you were the first to try it in its final form. Your tastes are different than Grazer's, so I don't know if you will like it. It is an experiment. Do you wish to try? Greenfeet looked around his family. They all waved an enthusiastic, "Yes, let's eat it." Greenfeet gave the approval. Ufieff returned a moment later with a tray. Inside the tray was a yellow layer with a white dust on it. Ufieff set it down in front of Greenfeet. Greenfeet reached in, pulling a square free. He slowly put it into his mandibles, moving them, scissoring the square while his tongues pulled pieces inside to be ground up. He waved his other hands. "This is amazing! This is best!" The wife and children too their cue and started grabbing pieces. The tray was quickly devoured. Greenfeet pulled the chef close. "What was this? This was amazing! You are sitting on the next clam. I want more of this!" Ufieff bowed. "I am glad you enjoyed the lemon squares. I will tell my family to start more of the trees. I thank you for being our testers." Greenfeet waved frantically. "We thank you. The tribe will be jealous." The Bethany II exited jump space at the edge of the Kawaru home system. Fuimos piloted the small craft around the backside of a frozen moon. "Dropping rift beacon," Crackletooth said. In 3, 2, 1 inch, he pulled a lever and the Bethany II shifted. Rift beacon deployed. Activating. He flipped a switch and hit a big red button on the screen. "Telemetry is focused." Crackletooth looked over the display. "Ping sent. We are transmitting. Activating secure band." Fuimos had one of its feathery eye stalks looking through a high optic telescope aimed in system. "I see Kawaru Prime." Pulling it up on screen. The 4 sons of Fet shifted in their rigs to look at their monitors. The world was gray, most of it covered in smoke. Tiny dots of fire were visible on its surface. Numerous massive objects floated around it. Chakrafet spoke up. "Are those black shapes craft?" Fuimos responded. "Yes, numerous craft. I can see smaller craft detaching and entering the atmosphere. The planet looks like it's covered in a film. It has a sheen to it." "Video feed transmitting," Crackletooth said. "Are we able to get closer? Our primary goal is to ascertain the fate of the Kawaru." Fuimos waved a feather. "Taking us in, prepare for a short jump." The Bethany II shimmered and sprung forward across the system. They rounded the homeworld's moon, staying at the edge of its gravity well. The Kawaru's star shone light around the edge of the moon, glinting off the black hull of their ship. I got numerous lines of comm chatter. Crackletooth held a speakerphone to his head. "I am recording it all. Most of this is Gallic, sending it back to the beacon for Orbit to decipher." Crackletooth bobbed his ears. "I got him. There is Kawaru alive." He looked around the craft. "What do you think? Should I make contact?" The scribblers nodded. Fuimos focused several eyes on Crackletooth. "It is why we signed on. Go ahead. I have engines at the ready." Crackletooth aimed the communications array at the world. "Come in, Kawaru Prime." A crackling chirp echoed through the radio. "This is Kathu broadcaster Fia D. You are not Gallic. Be warned, this system is being devoured. Flee while you still can." "What is your current situation?" Crackletooth responded. "Do not worry about us. We are concerned for you. We are doomed. All other cities are devoured. Kathu is the last, and our geoplant is being undermined. We will be devoured soon, too. Fly far, traveler. This system is doomed." "How long until your power plant is destroyed? How are they destroying it? We may be able to help. We have only a few days. They are burrowing to the magma head. Our shields still hold and our cannons still fire, but they will go dark when they reach it. We are doomed. There is no help. Flee. Do not lead them to your worlds. They will devour you too." Crackletooth looked at his crew. Fuimos was looking through the viewer. "I see the city. I think this is Kathu." It put the city in question on the screens for them to see. "See the energy spikes? They are continuously firing." Chakrafet pointed at the screen. What is that tall thing? It is orbital, is it not? Crackletooth bobbed his ears. Fiadi, do you have a star ladder in your city? Yes, the Kawaru replied, but the top is controlled by the Golok. The elevator is locked. They cannot come down and our shields prevent them from getting in any other way. We are holding, at least until the power is dead. Crackletooth saw possibilities. Fuimos pivoted the ship. Incoming. A cruiser rounded the moon, darting towards them. Fuimos kicked on the burners and launched the Bethany II toward the moon surface, cruising over the rocky celestial body. The Golok ship gave pursuit. They darted between barren mountain rises. The cruiser closed in, hovering at speed over them. The Bethany II started slowing, and then stopped. It was being drawn in towards the cruiser. 3 lines of cabling latched on with powerful magnet tips. Fuimos watched through the cameras as numerous creatures landed on the hull. The Fett brothers looked at each other and nodded. The 4 war rigs entered the ship's airlock and exited onto the hull. They were met promptly by laser fire from the Golok raiders. Chakrafet pulled up his shield immediately, protecting his brothers. Chinafet readied his shoulder guns and began blasting. 2 Goloks took blasts in the chest, sending them flying off the craft. Bentofet charged, light spear swinging. The remaining 3 Golok dodged, but one was sliced across an appendage. The severed arm floated, strings reaching out trying to reattach it. Bentofet dodged as one of the Golok fired at him, rolling across the shuttle, using the maglocks across his rig to keep him from falling off. He then lunged, striking the light spear into the core of the one shooting. He raised the tip, cutting the creature in 2. It fell of the side. Basfet took the opportunity to ready his back cannon. He lifted it over his head, aiming at the cruiser far above them. He configured his cold core power supply to feed directly into the weapon. He charged up the side capacitors and fired. It hit true. The gravity field pulling them stopped. The cables went limp, but then started getting tight again as they were reeled in. Bentofet swung the light spear around him. Chakrafet charged with his shield. Chinafet kept up suppressing fire. The light spear severed one of the magnecables. The 2 remaining Golok grabbed onto Chakrafet, stabbing with sabers of their own. One punctured his face shield, opening his cockpit to void. Chakrafet used his last moment to dive off of the Bethany II, dragging the 2 Golok bodies to the moon below. Bentofet swung the spear around his body, severing the last 2 cables. A blast from the cruiser above rocked the shuttle. Chinafet was thrown off in a cascade of fire and metal. Fuimos took the liberty and fired the thrusters, catapulting the ship away from the cruiser. Basfet readied another blast. He watched as the cruiser started gaining again. Basfet nodded to his remaining brother. For Twain.
Bentofet nodded back. The 2 brothers jumped up. Their bodies floated across the gap toward the approaching cruiser. They activated their mag boots. Their war rigs skidded across the hull, and both locked on moments before flying past the far end. Basfet steadied himself and looked where they had landed. The massive thrusters were off to their right. Golok were already coming out of openings in the hull. Bentofet looked at his brother. Our names await the high wall. Basfet nodded and primed his cannon, aiming it at the engine. Bentofet charged the oncoming Golok, swinging the light spear around. It connected, cutting across 3 of the charging creatures. Basfet fired. The blast hit the engine, causing a cascading explosion across the entirety of the cruiser. Fuimos kept the camera feeds on as long as possible. Crackletooth transmitted it all to the beacon. Crackletooth hung his head to the side. They saved us. Fuimos fired up the jump drive. I hope it was worth it. It flicked the jump switch, and the shuttle leapt back toward Twain. Patricia Jonsdottir watched the feed on the private Senate server. She watched the alien species piloting a human-designed ship as they attempted a spy mission. You are picking stupid fights, Sam, she said to herself in her quiet office. She wrote down the transmission frequencies and copied the Rift beacon schematics to a nail drive. She got up and turned off the display. She lifted the nail drive up and looked at it. The Heilung need to see. Sam ran down to the ship bay with 3 of the air following right behind him. They entered into the main office lobby and shuffled through the crowd. Fuimos was with his fellow Fuimos, talking and sharing light signals. Crackletooth was in the corner with Spitzlittle knelt beside him. He had turned a dark shade of blue. Crackletooth was talking to a tray of scribblers, recounting how the brothers Fett gave their lives to protect them. Sam nodded to the air, and they went over and began scanning the two survivors. Sam walked over and hugged Crackletooth. The room went still, everyone unsure what the human was doing. "We all saw the video feed. You did good, bud." A tear left Sam's left eye. Crackletooth and Spitzlittle watched the drop fall down his face. Spitzlittle raised up her lower left hand and touched the drop of water. "Are you broken, Sam?" Sam shook his head. "No, it's just that we lost some people. It's real, and it's my fault." The tray floated next to him. The lead scribbler stood taller and spoke. "Sam, they volunteered to be knights. They knew their duty, and they did it. Was the mission a success?" Sam nodded. "Yeah, but they were my people." The scribbler continued, pointing at Sam with both hands. "You claim the Kaworu too, do you not?" Sam straightened up a bit. "I do." "Then do what must be done. They do not have much time." Sam nodded and looked around the room. "Spitzlittle, get the Tsar ready. Orbit." The purple hologram appeared in the crowd. "Yes, sir." "Alert the station. Get a mission briefing made up and issue it to the squad leaders. Start loading up. We depart by the end of the cycle." Sam turned and looked at the scribbler. "We're not going to waste what they died for." The scribbler shook its hands at him. Sam left the bay and jogged down to the new arena. Tar were there fighting barehanded against scribbler war rigs. Asterion flipped one onto its back and held a light sword in kill position in front of the scribbler's face. The scribbler held up its hands in defeat. Asterion helped it up, patting the mech on its back. He turned and looked at a set of Tower who were sparring. He walked over and straightened the taller one's stance. "Good form here and here, but you need to get this arm straighter, Moose." Moose nodded his large bull head. "Yes, sir, boss, I'll do better." Asterion turned and looked at Sam. Sam walked over and looked up at the Minotaur. "We have a battle plan. We're going by cycle end. You coming?" Asterion raised his fist. The room went quiet, and everyone straightened to attention. "Are the Tor ready for battle?" he shouted. The room bellowed as the Tor present howled. Asterion lowered his fist. "They are still young, but they know that they owe their existence to this place, and will help defend its people." Sam looked at the knights and Tar staring at him. He could see the feeds of the Fett replaying in his mind. "I'm glad to have you with me, but make sure they have their last wishes in place. This isn't a sure thing." Asterion put his hand on Sam's shoulder. "Get your affairs straight then, brother. These men are ready." Sam nodded. "I'm thankful for your confidence." Sam patted the Minotaur's arm and let it drop. He walked out of the arena and started jogging down the misty hallway toward the zoo. He kept jogging through the doors, through the enclosure area, and up to the Preserver lab. "Preserver!" The Preserver stepped out a back storeroom. "Yes, Sam? I need a mind map done." The Preserver cantered over, bobbing. "Planning on dying soon?" Sam nodded. "Yeah." Numerous Preserver younglings were moving ammo crates onto the Tsar. Spitzlittle watched from her observer office at the goings-on. Novacor glowed beside her. "I am Prime Operations, ma'am." Spitzlittle watched as several grazers in drop armor walked through the entry doors into the large ship. "And the Omegas?" she asked. "They are primed and charged as well." "Have you tested the shielding?" "Shielding operates within tolerances, unable to determine battle capacity yet." "We will know soon enough," she said. "Did you run load tests on the arc cannons?" "Yes, ma'am. I am in prime operations, ma'am." She watched as 20 cannons extended from the hull and swiveled on their axes. The weapons danced in place, slight arcs of lights thrummed on their tongs. Then they retracted into the hull. "Prime operations." She bobbed her ears. Sam stood at the helm, looking down into the large holotable. Asterion stood at the other side with Spitzlittle and Novacor. 3 Fuimos were monitoring the feeds in the corners, and a Preserver was watching engine levels. Sam watched as the twain grew smaller on the display. "How long until we jump?" 3 minutes, sir," Novacor said. 2 minis and 58 seconds, sir." "That's good." Sam put up his hand. "Get everyone to battle stations. Do not have weapons deployed, but have them charged up. Negotiation will be first step." "Understood," the hologram said. Asterion stood staring at the holo display. Olivia Langdon sat in her apartment on the moon of Gaia. She watched the feed being streamed over the secondary news network of the Heilung. "God damn it!" she shouted into the still of her living room. She jumped up and screamed, "He's fucking alive! That moron! Fucking idiot Sam!" She threw a pillow across the room, knocking over a lamp. She stomped over to the wall display. She pressed a button and looked through her contacts. She found one labeled Frith and punched dial. A man with a metal cover on the left side of his face and one green glowing eye stared at her from the display. "Hello, Olivia. I can't say this call wasn't expected." "You know then?" "Do I know?" "Ha! I funded the development of the receiver," Frith said. "You could have told me sooner then." Olivia glowered at him. Frith shrugged. "I've been busy, my dear, but I'm very glad you're all calling. We need you." She looked at him askew. "Need me? Why do you need me?" "The museum is letting us have the Posar back." He smiled. "Our Posar?" She shook her head. "It was decommissioned, near scrapped, wasn't it?" Frith laughed. "Serve long enough and you learn not to trust in words from politicians. I had it decommissioned in looks only, mind you. No tourist would be able to activate anything. We are getting it ready, and a new rift drive installed as we speak." She swallowed back some disbelief, shutting her eyes. "And my Oblivion? I heard it was melted down. Do you still have it?" He nodded with a grin. "We have the whole set." She couldn't contain her grin. "Have you contacted the rest of my wing?" He shook his head. "No, I figured you would want the pleasure." He laughed a bit. "So when are you getting out here?" She stared at Frith for a moment. "I'll call up my brothers and sisters en route." "Good. We leave yesterday." Frith then terminated the call. Novacor stood next to Sam. "Jump departure in T-minus 10 seconds. Sam opened the comm channel to the ship. "Everyone prepare yourselves. We are about to exit jump." The Tsar dropped out of jump between the 4th and 5th planets in the Kawaru system. Spitzlittle pulled the updating holomap up. Over 300 cruiser-sized or larger ships, with more than double that being smaller, circled the 4th planet. Dropships were continuously descending all over the planet, except for the last holding city, Kathu. Sam motioned for Nova to open channels. "This is the Tsar hailing the Golok. Please respond." A dozen ships started shifting course away from the planet, toward the Tsar. Sam tried again. "We do not wish to fight. We merely want to evacuate the civilians. Please allow passage." No response. Sam motioned the preserver in the corner. The young preserver stepped out the doors and returned with Perry following in 3 of his designated corpses. "Perry, we're going to put you on video call. Try and negotiate for us to dock and evacuate refugees." Perry clasped his hands and stood in front of the camera feed. "I am Perry, member of the Twain Clouder. I wish to speak to anyone in charge." A video feed opened up on the display. Hundreds of creatures, all bound by threads strung between them, stared back from the dark room they sat in. They spoke in unison in a dozen languages, all saying the same thing. "Do not worry, young one. We will free you. You will have first choice of your captors." Perry stared back. "I am not a captive. The captain of this ship has given me freedom to leave and join you if I wished, but I do not. I wish to assist them. I wish to aid those who you are destroying. Please, allow us to rescue the remainder of the Kawaru." The horde in the dark replied, "You use words, civilians, refugees. These are not what we use. They are food, they are shelter, they are meant for us. There shall be no liberation for them, nor for those you shelter with. Keep your center safe, young one. We will be amongst you shortly." Then the feed terminated. Nova looked at Sam with his Infinigan face. "Sir, 23 ships are closing in." Sam lifted his hand. "Negotiations failed. Weapons free." Sam looked over at Spitzlittle. "You ready to do what you do?" She bobbed her ears. "My family is ready." Sam nodded. "Hurry, get them out the bay." Spitzlittle bobbed her ears again and darted to the door. Sam spoke over the shipcom again. "We are heading toward the elevator station. Team A, you are to take the station. Team B, you are to drop groundside and disable the mining equipment. Everyone stay on task. Don't be a hero. Sam turned to Nova. Take us in. Let loose. Nova flickered out, focusing all attention on the body of the Tsar and those incoming ships. The Tsar darted toward the station. Nova focused a comm dish at it and began the hack. Doors shut inside. Air vented. The heating elements turned off, letting the chill of space crawl through the station. The Gallic ships were nearing. Several dropcraft were let free in advance. Giant beams of arc plasma launched from the Tsar, rending 2 smaller ships. Then the volleys of bullets, missiles, and beams from all parties were initiated. Shields absorbed most, but several beams scorched across the Tsar. 2 Gallic dropships perished in fire and dust. The Tsar dodged as a cruiser closed in, firing massive tow cables. The Tsar fired a beam, boring a hole through the cruiser, and then launched a nuclear weapon into the hole. The ship detonated. The Tsar's shields deflected most of the debris. However, some of it was surviving Gallic. They slipped through the energy ripples and grabbed hold of metal, latching onto the hull of the Tsar. The knights were ready. A squad was waiting in airlocks across the ship for such an encounter. Kakole gave a hand gesture to his team, and they exited out into the vacuum. The parasitic aliens were charging, their tendrils finding purchase in the scored metal and lunging them forward in a controlled manner. The knights readied their rifles and began firing molten plasma at the creatures. They held the line as more and more Gallic dropped onto the hull. The Tsar darted toward the Cathu elevator station, beams ripping out, tearing into Gallic-controlled Gree ships. For everyone that was rendered still, 3 more darted through the gaps. The bay doors on the Tsar opened up. 7 Omega mechs leapt out from their berths. Light swords as tall as 4-story buildings glowed bright in their mechanical hands. Spitzlittle threw hers into a roll, spinning the blade into the hull of a Gallic carrier. She withdrew her blade and stabbed it inwards again, deeper, puncturing the ship's innards. Her family followed her lead and began attacking in force. Sam checked his suit. It was in good order. A preserver handed him a plasma rifle and helped him get the ammo pack mounted on his back. "Thank you. Good luck. And keep the Tsar in one piece," Sam said. The preserver stood taller. "Yes, sir. I will helm the best as I can." Sam patted the 3-legged, orange-dotted creature on one of its shoulders. "I hope it is enough." Sam then stepped out of the helm and jogged down to the docking hall. Novacor readied the legion of box spiders in the launch bays. Once readied, he began spewing them out as the Tsar twirled through ruined ships, nearing the station. Nova ignited the reverse thrusters, slowing the ship to a stop mere meters from the station. The station, through his controls, extended an arm to meet the Tsar. Nova kept firing all the while. The station and Tsar met with a low thud. Circuits on the arm connected, and Nova had full control of the station. Tsar's shield started extending over it, protecting it from the now continuous fire from the descending Gallic ships. Sam met the tower at the docking door. Asterion was at the head of the troop and saw the human. "You ready?" Sam nodded. Asterion shoved the door open to a dark corridor that instantly filled with the light of lasers and plasma bursts. 2 knights at beside Asterion flicked their shields on in time to deflect the burst. Asterion held out his hand cannon and began blasting back. He cored out 2 Gallic creatures, thus dropping 5 who were connected to them. Asterion charged. The tower and knights followed. Sam charged in the middle of the attackers. The door shut behind the 50 Twanians. They secured 3 rooms before they met with severe resistance. On the other side of the Tsar, a lower door opened. 10 dropcraft began their descent toward the city of Cathu below. At the edge of the Kawaru system, 14 Craddock cruisers exited jump. They dove in, carving a path of fire and mayhem. The Tsar shot out from its entrenched position, and the Craddock fleet pincered from outside. The Omega mechs were dancing from craft to craft. Some of the box spiders stuttered as Nova was maxing out his processing. He kept up the weapon barrage first and foremost, with communications and battle planning following, with the spiders last on the list of worries. The box spiders autopiloted some, when he wasn't in full control. They ripped and digested the Gallic craft, focusing on the lines enslaving the captive Gree in its core. On the foreign ships that had none of the Gree identifiers, the box spiders converted metal and gases into bombs. They would rip apart rooms, build their fiendish devices, and then flee as they detonated. 5 ships erupted as a mass unison bombing was coordinated. Orbit, back on Twain, watched with concern. Admiral Frith walked out onto the platform, his metal leg giving him a slight limp. He hobbled up to the bar overlooking the amassed humans below. They were chatting amongst themselves in dozens of different languages. One of the crew noticed their leader and went quiet. The wave of silence passed from one group to another until all were staring at the half-metal man. He spoke, their comms in their ears easily translating to their native tongues. "You have been asked to join us on this ship, because you are us. I and my people have fought many of you and yours. We are here on this Heilung station, orbiting this Heilung world in Heilung space because we gave up war."
Frith held up a metal arm, framing the metal side of his face with the shining hand. "I gave limbs for my nation, as many of you have." He grabbed hold of the bar to stabilize himself again. "These worlds have taken care of us. They have healed us. They have mended us in ways our own worlds have deemed sacrilegious." Frith took a breath, his monitor scanning his vitals. "I met my wives after becoming captured in New Wadi. I was all alone, amongst a people who were not mine. I went native, and my children are proof of that. I do not regret my choice, and I love my family. Yet my nation has condemned me and revoked my pension over my choices." Frith hit the bar, denting it deeply. "I do not know this man who is fighting alone amongst foreigners." Frith pointed out at the crowd, homing in on the Oblivion pilots, and finally on Olivia. "There are those of you here gathered who do know him. Some of you grew up with this man. Some of you may have ate with him, fought with him, or even fought against him, but what matters is that you, all of you, are here today because you feel as I do." Frith leaned on the railing. "This man is one of ours, and he needs us."
The crowd cheered. Frith waved them silent. "The boarding memo was explicit, but I will restate it. This is a one-way trip. The doors are closing in 5 minutes. You ride with us, you die with us. You will not see any part of the hue for the rest of your God-forsaken lives." Admiral Frith pointed at the far bay door. "The door is open. There is no shame if you leave now." He then paused. 3 people near the back exchanged sad looks at comrades and left toward the door. Frith watched as they left. 2 more from in the crowd darted out and followed. Frith waited. No more started toward the door. As the 5 left the ship, he spoke up. "That's that then. To those of you still here, get yourselves situated. I hope you thought about your packs well. We only have what we bring. We enter the rift in 2 hours. Frith turned and walked back towards the platform door. The crowd began dispersing to their stations throughout the Posar. Olivia stood in the Oblivion bay that stretched the length of the ship. She stared up at the Oblivion hanging first out in its latches. The high vibration, her fighter, hung only a few dozen feet away from her. "I never thought I'd see you again, you beast." She smiled, goosebumps crawling up her arms. The dropships slowed before they impacted the ground. Moose, one of the larger Tar, led the charge. His armor was thicker than most, with built-in shield projectors built in. He ran the front line, wielding a double-bladed light axe. It glowed white-hot as he met Gallic shock troops, flaying them as he swung. Knights and Finnegan riflemen, Craddock hand cannoners, and Grazer snipers gave support to the Tar on the front line. They moved across the ridge toward the mining camp. A giant, long-legged creature walked forward, towering over the troops. High above on its rump, multi-limbed creatures bound together by Gallic threads jumped down on them. 3 Craddock changed their firing lines and began pelting the tall beast. Moose ran towards one of the massive legs and swung into it. His axe bit, and threads erupted out of the torn flesh. He pulled back and swung again, carving a chunk out. The towering creature buckled on the leg. It fell to the side of the ridge, tumbling down into the valley below. The snipers picked off the creatures trying to crawl back up. A flock of fanged flying creatures, knit together, descended on them. The Infinigan let loose rounds, downing the foul-winged things. They neared their target, a giant drill rig covered in tons of armor and artillery. Moose waved his men to positions. They took up defenses around the borehole just as the artillery honed in and began trying to pound them into dust and blood. Sam moved through the dark station. As they entered rooms, Nova would turn the lights back on and initiate heat. Several rooms were full of Galak-controlled creatures. Sam turned a corner. A cluster of small Kawaru turned and stared back at him. The tiny, beady-eyed, fuzzy, curve-beaked creatures grouped up. Threads pulled their bodies together into a ball, and they screamed, charging toward Sam. Two Tor behind him began firing. Sam composed himself and raised his rifle, putting rounds through the Galak monstrosity. The screaming quieted, and the bodies fell limp. A knight rounded the corner, flamer ready, and torched the pile. Sam clicked his comm. "Nova, situation. We're outnumbered greatly, sir. We're holding them back, but there's too many. I've lost a dozen weapons placements. The knights on the hull have taken casualties. We need to hurry, sir." Sam nodded to himself. "Any word from the surface?" "Yes. Kathu is aware of the plan and organizing people to be ready to evacuate." Sam motioned to the troops with him. "Everyone down this way. We gotta take the elevator controls now." Asterion stood straight and looked at the soldiers. "You heard the boss. Move out." Several soldiers stayed behind to guard the safe path they carved, and the rest moved forward toward the target. Sam and Asterion held the line with 3 shield-using Scribbler knights beside them. They laid down a constant stream of fire into the main control room. Inside, 3 large fanged creatures were knitted together, and it charged. Asterion stepped forward and plunged a flamer nozzle into one of its mouths. He struggled, ramming it in while wrestling the mass of creatures. Sam came to his side and pulled the trigger, shooting flames deep into the cores of the beasts. The Galak inside cooked. Sam waved for everyone to charge in. Knights secured the doors. An Infinigan tech mounted a broadcaster spider onto the main access display. The room lights flickered as Nova took full control of the elevator. "Nova, we good?" "Yes, sir. We have control of both the upper and lower elevator decks. I am coordinating lift evacuation now with the Kawaru." Farther out, one of the Galak head aboard its massive Gree carrier was listening in on the invaders' chatter. 10 of its bodies waved their appendages at the steward at the edge of the room. "Destroy them! They have proven nuisance enough." The 3-creature-comprised Galak tilted. Bodies or no bodies? The head turned its multiple bodies and stared at the steward. "Ash preferably." "Understood. Orders relayed." Sam was watching the monitor when the station shook. "Sir, multiple ships firing. The elevator ribbon has been lanced." The Infinigan zoomed the display over. Neon outlines surrounded the ripped band as it fell down toward Kathu. "Sam," the Infinigan said, "we're untethered. This is bad." Sam and the rest of the room looked at the tech. "How bad?" "We're spiraling. At the current angle, we will spin into the atmosphere and probably burn up." Sam stepped over to the monitor. He stared as he looked at the spinning station on the screen. "Well, gravity fields are still operational. We still have power. Can we fire thrusters and stabilize?" Nova spoke through the comm. "It is a resting station, sir. The thrusters on board are merely to keep it in position, not to combat chaotic freefall." Sam touched his forehead with his eyes shut. "Ideas?" "I have been hit on the port side, sir," Nova said. "Venting atmosphere, 13 casualties, numerous injured." Sam looked at the display. "You're still attached?" "Yes, sir. I am with you." Sam looked around the room. "Everyone run. Get to the Tsar. Abandon the station." Sam pointed down the hall. "Now! Kill anything not us you see, and move!" The room burst into movement as the soldiers began running back to their ship. A Galak-controlled insectoid creature spotted them from a side hall and charged. 2 knights shot at it as they ran past. The Infinigan tech tossed a grenade and held everyone to the wall until it detonated. Bits flew past. The tech motioned everyone to continue. Sam, Asterion, and the soldiers made it back to the Tsar. "Nova, seal the door and get us back into orbit." "Door sealed, sir, but engine was just hit." The ship rocked again. "We were just hit again." "Options, Nova." "I will control our descent as best as possible, sir, aiming us toward the valley next to the remaining city." Sam looked around and hit his comm. "Everyone brace for a hard landing. We're going down." Moose led the battle toward the mining outpost, but was held in place by the continuous barrage from the artillery placements. Moose crawled over to 3 and Finnegan, who were sniping at the creatures manning the guns. "You able to bring them down?" The sniper closest to him was looking through his scope and fired a shot. "Yes and no. We keep wrecking them, but more take their place. I think they are using dummy bodies to run them. Their real selves are out of sight." The next sniper over spoke. "Confirmed on that. Look to the floor next to the outer door, by the overhang. There is a mass of rope there." She fired at the cord and 4 bodies dropped. A moment later, the bodies stood back up and started reloading the gun. Moose rolled over and looked at the sky. "Holy shit!" The Tsar was screaming across the sky toward Kathu. "The Tsar is falling!" The 3 snipers shot again. The one next to him tilted its head. "We still got ammo for now. Do what we can." Moose nodded. A crater erupted a few feet away from him. "Anyone have any ideas?" In orbit around the world, Spitz Little spun her Omega into a roll, slicing across the hull of a Gallic ship. She skidded the mech across the back spine of the kilometer-long ship, stopping at the rear engines. She thrust the sword down into one, an eruption of fire, a molten metal flung into space. She fired the thrusters, pushing the suit back up the spine. Her massive light sword filleted the ship, and the engine fires followed. Then, with another flick of the controls, she spun herself away as the cruiser detonated. She pivoted. A beam of blue light shot past her, clipping the left arm and wing. She began an uncontrolled spiral. Deftly, Spitz Little operated the toggles, bypassing the damage and rerouting thrust to compensate. The Omega stabilized. She looked through the floating ruins. Only 2 other Omegas were still left fighting. She clicked her teeth in anger. "You will not take my family!" She fired thrusters toward the nearest broken Omega's beacon. "You will not take us!" Captain Killall was back at the helm of a ship. Killall and its crew had taken out 7 of the Gallic craft, but the Gonrundo had taken substantial damage. Killall stood looking at the on-screen display. Killall's second stepped up. "Captain, the ship is derelict. Do you want us to evacuate?" Killall looked at the younger Craddock. "The pods are death traps. They will snatch us up and use our corpses as their own skins. It is better we stay here, defend, fight the best we can, but together." The second huffed in agreement. "Understood." It got on the ship comms. "Everyone hold the ship. Prepare for boarders." Sam stood in the hall, holding onto Asterian's arm as the Tsar impacted. The squad was flung down the hall. Sam felt his arm snap from the force. "Fuck!" Asterian got up first and began helping his fellow troops to get up and assess them. The Infinigan tech crawled over to Sam. "Are you okay?" Sam shook his head. "No, my arm snapped." Sam looked at the 4-eyed creature. "I don't know your name." "Crunch Cheek. You know my parents?" Sam nodded. "Yes." He chuckled, body going into shock. "I think your mom attacked me once." Crunch Cheek bobbed his ears. "Yeah, she likes to tell that story while she tinkers." "Well, Crunch Cheek, I really hurt right now." Sam said. "That's good, sir. Means you're alive." Sam nodded and used his one good arm to try and stand. Crunch Cheek helped him up. Sam looked at the troops stirring. "Nova, you there?" "Yes, sir." The tall blue Infinigan hologram appeared next to him. "Nova, situation. Moose and Team 2 are pinned down. We are down to 3 Omegas. The Craddock ships are scuttled and being boarded." Sam looked down the hall. "And we are wrecked on an infested world near a dying city." "That is correct, sir." Sam took a breath, stifling the pain. "You still able to control your box spiders?" "Yes, sir. I have many left." Sam looked at Crunch Cheek. "You any good at building things?" Crunch Cheek bobbed his ears. "Well, what I like to make isn't that useful." Sam leaned on the smaller Infinigan as they moved slowly down the hall. "What do you like to make?" "I like racers, sir. I made small radio vehicles. I like to race them around Outer Ring." "Nova," Sam said loudly at the hologram. "Yes, sir." "Let Crunch Cheek here access your CAD. Work with him and get us some suitable vehicles printed out and start building defenses. We need to establish a beachhead." Nova stepped forward and touched Crunch Cheek's eye display. "Yes, sir. Program access granted. Box spiders have begun defensive preparations. Nova, get the 3 Omegas to dive on that mining facility. It has to go down or everything is lost," Sam said. Message sent, sir. Spitz Little had just scorched one of the fallen mechs when she got the message from the surface. En route Nova. She entered the Omega channel. Family, we're the last shot. We have to wreck that Bohr machine. The city dies if we don't. Yes, ma'am. They answered back. Spitz Little and the two other mechs dove through the atmosphere. They dragged their swords across legions of marching Galak, setting them on fire. Their mechs let loose barrages of missiles, detonating living black structures. A rocket came up from a bunker in the ground, striking the Omega on her left. It tumbled across the ground. A dozen Galak immediately closed in on it. Spitz Little sent out a missile, coring the cockpit out of the fallen mech. She ground her teeth. The Bohr machine was visible 3 ridges over. The 2 mechs closed in. Spitz Little readied her weapons, locking in on the structure. The cannons stopped firing at the ground and spun on her. The sky around her erupted in flashes and smoke. The other mech fell, and she spiraled. Spitz Little's craft slid across the ground, its head hitting a large mass of fallen foliage and stopping. Moose witnessed the Omega drop. It was just on the ridge they had passed. Angel fallen, secure it. Don't let the pilot get consumed. Moose crawled out of the line of sight of the Bohr artillery. I need 10 men with me. The rest of you give us cover fire and keep the freaking creepy crawlies from coming up that hill. Moose nodded at the volunteers, and they began their way over to save Spitz Little. Chairman Kakov sat at the high bench with 4 other congresspeople staring down at Patricia Jonsdottir. Miss Jonsdottir, to the charge of high treason, how do you plead? He asked into the microphone. She stared back coldly. I am guilty. You admit you knowingly leaked classified information. I knowingly leaked classified information to the peoples of the hue of whom we serve. Yes, I did that. He looked at the other members of the panel. Well, open and shut. She admits to it. She stood up. I have something to say. Sit down, Patricia. You have already said enough. The congressman on Kakov's left held his hand. Let her speak. Kakov stared fire at him. He then looked back at Patricia. Go on. The people know. The Heilung have raised the banners. The Posar is already en route. Do what you want to me. The worlds are changing already. The seats behind her erupted into chatter at the mention of the Posar. Chairman Kakov hit his gavel on the bench. Silence. I don't know what games you're playing at, but everyone here knows the Posar was mothballed and is now in a museum. Do not invoke your people's boogeyman on us. He guffawed. Such nonsense. The Oblivions are outlawed. Patricia laughed. You do not need to worry, Chairman. It is already in the rift, and none of your concern. She sat down. Do what you want to me. One of my brothers needed my help and I gave it. I know what I did was against the law. The room was murmuring again. Kakov hit the gavel 3 more times. Quiet. I will hear no more of this. You know what you did was wrong. We will begin the sentencing. Patricia leaned into her mic. I committed treason, but I do not admit to doing anything wrong. Admiral Frith stood overlooking the holographic representation of the rift channels. He pointed at a large cluster of bound rift lanes circling a massive hole. What is that? He asked his AI Archon. The shimmering green hologram man looked at the display. That has been deemed the rift core by researchers. The mapping that the AI orbit took during the catastrophe of the Callistode has given us viable flight paths. Archon pointed at a now highlighted red dotted line. The rift web that covers the known universe all flows to here. Archon highlighted the circling rift channels. It is an endless loop circling this spot here. By hugging the outer lanes upon entering the loop, we can follow it around to the beacon Sam's friends have activated at the present war zone. Frith stared through his helmet visor at the plan. We're getting close then. Yes, sir. We are within minutes of exiting rift space. Incredible. The data from the Callistode said they were in rift for hours. Yes, sir, and in all likelihood that ship is still circling in these very lanes. Frith looked over the projection. No telling what is floating in this thing. Archon looked at him. Thankfully, we will be leaving momentarily. Frith, still staring at the vortex on display, spoke up. Put me through on the Posar main channel. You are active, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Admiral speaking. We are about to exit rift space and enter an active war zone. Keep your suits on. Be at the ready. Weapons hot. He touched the display showing the Oblivion tube. Pilots, good luck. Olivia Langhorne was strapped into her Oblivion, the high vibration, the first ship in line to eject out the launch tube. She had performed her flight checks 3 times. The old star was ready. She stared out at the mesmerizing rift lights on the other side of the launch bay protective field. One moment the lights were flaring and bright. The next, everything out there went dark. Stars backlit numerous moving objects floating. Archon spoke through the Oblivion channel. "Pilots, you are free for launch." Olivia throttled up. Her ship was shaped like a sharp-ended 6-pointed star, with each point running in channels along the launch tube. As she sped up, sparks started etching behind the craft as it ran down the conductive strip. Then she was free of the Posar. High vibration, flying free. She circled the ship, scanning the system. Hundreds of ships throughout the system started scanning back. Devastation, flying free. The next Oblivion gained on her and took up position. Imagination, flying free. Exploration, flying free. Invocation, flying free. The 5 ships did another larger circle of the Posar. The large white carrier was over a mile long, with numerous beam weapon platforms. It was currently only powering the shields. Olivia spoke to her wing of pilots. "First wing spread, devastation take point. Invocation run second. The 3 of us will follow and clear. Second wing begin launch." The devastation pulled out front and started traveling toward the nearest Gallic ship. "Posar, we have a go?" Olivia asked. Frith responded. "Weapons free, make our introductions." "Devastation, you are clear to fire up QRF," Olivia said. Jacob of the Devastation replied, "QRF activating in 3, 2, 1. She could hear the smile in his voice. The Devastation's QRF sparked to life across the hull of the ship. It began glowing as the field started rending quarks in half. Energy waves began flowing like waves off the 6 points. The waves curled, cascading and rippling the spatial fabric behind the craft. Frith watched on the video display. He spoke over the open comm channel. "Bring the sun." The Gallic vessel didn't have time to turn. The Devastation was going too fast. It ran straight into the alien ship and came out the other side clean, with vast waves of fire and flame following it. The Gallic ship detonated, the ripples of energy dancing over and exploding. "Termination flying free. Simulation flying free. Affirmation flying free. Destination flying free. Transmutation flying free. All ships flying free. Second wing clear," the last pilot said as she left the Posar. The Gallic ships closed in and started firing star lances. Olivia dodged a 100-meter-wide burst of energy. "Oblivions go hot. Enemy inbound." She flicked the cover protecting her QRF switch. She smiled and toggled her quark render field. "It's been a long time, girl," she said to her ship. Light began rolling off her view screen. She could feel the warm shuddering as the field crackled to life. She spoke over her comm again. "Devastation, continue for another 30 seconds, and then return to the Posar. 30 more seconds, and then charge up the Posar. Understood." Jacob copied. Olivia looked over her map display. 10 ships were in range. High vibration threading the needle. Novacore had made progress reshaping the Tsar into a stationary fortress. The walls had thickened near the ground, and he modified the shield to shroud the crashed ship. Several weapons platforms had been extended from the upper portions, and Sam was on one scouting for the gunner. "Incoming 3 o'clock, Sam said, pointing. The Scribbler Knights manning the cannon pivoted it at the target and began firing energy blasts. Several large Gallic worms detonated. "Direct hit," Sam said. A bright light in the sky distracted Sam. He looked up to see something he hadn't seen in 15 years. Streaks of light darting across the night sky like dancing fireflies, but leaving explosions in their wake. "Holy fuck, they came." Sam's mouth dropped as he watched the light show in the sky. "Deactivating QRF, preparing for entry," Jacob said as he neared the entry of the launch tube. Samantha, the docking supervisor, watched as he approached. "Devastation, you are clear for docking. Discharge clamps ready." The Oblivion entered the protective field of the tube and slid into the 6 channels. The discharge clamps clacked into place on the points. Electricity flowed from the ship's store wells and capacitors, pumping into the Posar. Archon nodded at Frith in the helm. Frith spoke over the Posar comms. "Docking successful. We are reading 30%. Next oblivion expected in 2 minutes. All gunners, you are free to use the juice. Across the Pozar, men and women sighted in targets and unleashed beams of fire and heat. Gallic ships had gotten close, losing fear of the Pozar as it wasn't firing. The ship's crews had hungered and readied themselves to board. Those ships began melting and erupting as the beams cored them. The two wings continued their dance, threading fire and mayhem through the legions of Gallic ships. As one reached its capacitance, it docked to discharge, and within moments eject the other end of the tube to join its fellows. Olivia was in her element. Riding the energy waves was her thrill. She imagined it was like what the surfers of Earth felt as they caught the curl and let the power of the sea push them. She steered her ship, balancing on the pinpoint peak of chaos erupting around her. The wrecks she left behind her were secondary. This is what she had missed all these years. She laughed. Sam, you dipshit, you got me back in this thing. The imagination entered the docking tube of the Pozar. Clamps latched onto the 6 points of the craft and began draining the stored energies. 3 other Oblivion craft were moving down the tube, their energy reserves depositing into the carrier. Frith spoke over the comms. Pozar is at 90% capacity. Pilots, slow your burns. We need to energy dump. Weapons max power. Shield bursts initiate. Do a lap of the planet. Give our boys some love. Archon enlarged the shields, extending the range and thickness. He then pushed thrusters several notches up, closing in on the Kawaru homeworld. Gunners throughout the ship were weapons-free and full. Beams shot out across the system. Predictive runner programs allowed them to lead the enemy craft with their speed-of-light weaponry. The gunners on the lower half of the Pozar were zoomed in on the world below, picking targets and spotlighting them. The ground ignited in precise locations, burning Gallic where they stood. Sam climbed into the newly printed scythe craft. Its 8 wheels were assisted by a weight-reducing grav element running through its hull. It was armored, with a chain gun mounted on the roof. The belt to the gun looped up and back into the cab where a spider forge recycled metal and air into bullets. Sam pat Crunchcheek on the shoulder. I like it. Let's get rolling. Sam spun his hand in the air. I need a crew. Saddle up. We got people out there. Sam got into the pocket gunner seat next to the driver's seat, filled by Crunchcheek. A Craddock got up and took control of the heavy recycler. 2 knights filled the carrier chairs. Sam nodded. Crunchcheek rolled them out from the Tsar hangar and into the burning planes. Spitzlittle woke up, still strapped in. Her glittering blood ran down her face. She touched a sore spot above her left eye and winced at the pain. Lights blinded. That hurts. She unlatched and leaned forward, hitting the canopy button. The protective glass and metal shot out, bouncing on the rocks and detritus below. Spitzlittle jumped in shock as a massive creature entered her blurred vision. Get back! She struggled through the seat pockets, looking for her blaster. Don't worry, little Infinnegan. The voice was deep, human, but it wasn't Sam. You are safe. We got you. Spitzlittle's eyes focused. It was a brown and white tar, a large one. He reached in, his horns scratching on the sides of the cockpit. He lifted her body up in his muscular arms. He spoke into his comms. This is Moose. We got the downed Omega pilot. Any plans on where to go? Moose listened for a moment to the voice on the other end of the comm. Roger that. We will march that way. He looked down at her. I got you, girl. He maneuvered down and looked at the surrounding troops. We marched to the Tsar. We got friendlies coming to give us cover. One of the Grazer snipers spoke up. The Bohr machine is still active. The Kawaru are still in danger. Are we going to abandon our task? Moose looked up at the sky. It was lit up with streaks of white and yellow light, stretching from horizon to horizon. Nova said a human ship has arrived. He looked back at the Grazer. I think the parasites are in danger now. Moose looked forward and started walking. Eyes open, weapons ready. We march. Crunchcheek sped over the terrain, ramping hills with the anti-grav boost giving the machine extra lift. The wheels took the shock, but those inside still bounced around in their straps. The Craddock on the recycler hit the roof. Do it again! He went abruptly quiet, and then the sound of the gun ripping bullets echoed through the scythe. Burst some of those refuse holes. I love this gun. Sam pivoted out on his seat extension, hands on the mounted rifle. He saw several Galak clusters walking, picking up dead animals. He let out several bursts. 3 of the corpses dropped. The Galak looked up at the speeding vehicle and raised weapons. The parasites erupted in fire as a beam from above obliterated them. Sam patted the roof. Holy shit, fucking sun ships. Crunch Cheek Cackle laughed. Yes, most holy of shits, divine waste. The Craddock on the roof let out another burst of fire, ripping apart a cluster of 10 threaded Galak. Divine waste for all! Sam looked out with his scope. I see our guys. On the far ridge near a cluster of burning foliage, Moose and the rest of Team 2 were laying down fire at a horde of Galak climbing up at them. Sam pointed. Light 'em up! Sam began firing his rifle. The Craddock above bellowed and let loose rounds. Crunch Cheeks circled around the cops, drawing the Galak's fire. The 2 knights inside looked at each other and nodded. They kicked the doors open and jumped out of the quickly moving scythe. They landed with a roll, their shields popping open and igniting. They stood side by side, swords drawn. Several Galak honed in on them and fired. Plasma rolled off their armor. The 2 brothers charged, slicing apart the reanimated bodies. The Craddock and Moose's troops gave the Scribblers cover fire. The scythe pulled up on the hill. Sam got out. Spitz little. Get her into the scythe. Moose, take my seat. Get her to the Tsar now. No detours. Moose placed the broken Infinigan in the center seat. The 2 knights got back in and supported her. Moose took the pocket gunner seat. Crunch Cheek looked at Sam. We'll drop her off and come back for you. Sam nodded. The scythe shut doors and rolled back across the warfield. A grazer stood beside him. The bore machine is still operating. The Kawaru are still in danger. Sam looked at the young female. We're all in danger. He stared at her for a moment. How far are we from it? She lifted her head and took in air through her air vents. That way, just over the far ridge. Sam looked around at the troops. The artillery on it is still active, isn't it? She looked at him. It was when we departed. There are still troops there harrying it. Sam touched his comm. Nova, status on the mining machine? We still have troops there? Nova responded. Yes, sir. I am patched in with Archon. Coordinates are relayed. Under Archon's advice, I am telling the troops left there to evac. There's a message for you, Sam. What is it? Ready yourself for the high vibration. Sam shut his eyes and sighed. Get everyone out of there. He looked at the troops standing with him on the hill. He pointed to a line of rocks down lower. All of you, book it down there. Take cover. We're about to have active QRF in atmosphere. Sam picked up an Infinigan rifleman with an arm wound and carried him down to the rocks as everyone moved around him. High vibration going in hot. Target on screen. Olivia piloted her ship toward the atmosphere. Frith responded over her helmet speakers. Friendlies are evacuated. Show them the light. She dove in, QRF running hot. The field tore into the thick atmosphere. Clouds of fire, lightning, smoke, and rain erupted as her craft tore through the air. She spun the ship lower, a mile over the ground. Her storm trailed behind her as if she were a comet streaking across the sky. The clouds of destruction spread up and down, scorching the earth below. She had friendlies marked on her display. She curved around them, honing in on the boring machine. She neared the location and could see it. Artillery was firing at her. One shell hit her field and was turned into subatomic fire, spreading out and mixing into her wake. She stared down the barrels and dove hard. Her ship tore into the digging outpost, rending dirt, metal, stone, and flesh, as if it were little more than puffs of smoke. She pulled up and out, aiming back for the less dense vacuum of space. Target destroyed. Running hot. I need a discharge quick, Archon replied. Moving pilots out of the way. Docking position ready in 2 minutes. I don't have 2 minutes. That was a hot burn. I'm full up. You are clear of atmosphere, Archon said. Deactivate QRF. We will provide cover fire. Utilize low shields. Switching off. Using low shields. Understood. Olivia flicked off her QRF and ran with only her particle screen. Several Galak fighters targeting her erupted in magma and fire as she passed. She saw the massive white ship coming around the planet toward her. She spiraled around it and lined up with the rear docking port of the launch tube. She could see the transmutation ahead of her, dumping power. I'm a sitting duck out here, I don't like it. Transmutation is moving now. Prepare to dock. She watched as her fellow pilot moved forward through the tube. She sighed relief and turned on the autopilot, letting it pull her into the protective field and lining into the docking clamps. The thud of the discharge clamps latching on released the tension running up her spine. Her jaw unclenched, and she shut her eyes as the power dump commenced. The Gallic harvest head sat in its shell chamber, spread across 100 bodies. Watching dozens of displays through even more eyes, he saw the inevitable. He spoke across out to the horde. "The harvest is foul. All who can flee, do so. Meet back up with the main host." Gallic carriers and cruisers began jumping. Fighters left behind paused, lost in confusion, easy targets for the Posar's beams. Sam stood up, looking through the dust cloud, wiping dirt off his visor. Nova spoke through the open comms. "Gallic fleet evacuating system. Humans launching ground troops now. All those on surface rally to the Tsar." Sam looked around at those with him. "You heard the AI. Let's get to the ship." Gricket, the massive Craddock gunner, was manning the Scythe's thermaline cannon. Crunchcheek was driving, and Sam was navigating from the back seats. A Scribbler Knight was manning the pocket gunner position beside Crunchcheek, and another sat beside Sam. Sam was looking over the holofeed from Nova. "Activity over the next rise. Follow the ruined road. The imaging is showing a nest in an old farm conclave." Crunchcheek powered up the engine and sped down the road. Gricket shouted from above, "We got lumbering and sprinters incoming." The Scribbler popped out the side and started firing. The sprinters closed in and Gricket unleashed a torrent of burning thermaline, igniting the fast-moving Gallic. "Threats down," Gricket shouted. Sam motioned to go forward. "Get closer. Burn it all." Crunchcheek pivoted the vehicle in a sharp turn and parked it in the conclave courtyard. Gricket poured flame over everything. Creatures of all shapes and sizes crawled out from buildings like roaches scrambling after their hiding place was discovered. The two Scribblers stepped out and let loose with their rifles. Sam watched as the creatures fell. Novacor spoke through the comm in his helmet. "Sir, the connector tunnel to Cathu is completed. Main power and communications have been established. The Gree ambassador wishes to speak to you in person." Sam looked out at the burning ruins around the Scythe. "All right. Target has been cleared. We'll head in." "I will let them know, sir." Sam rode in a newly printed transport vehicle down the massive armored connector tunnel. Spitzlittle sat beside him, her in her protective bandages, and Sam in his arm protector. Sam was dressed in a black ballistic armor, and Spitzlittle had on a smaller multiphasic colored armor. Sam looked over at her. "I'm sorry about your family. I made a bad call." Spitzlittle focused her 2 sets of eyes on him. "They've died before. They will die again, I'm sure." Sam shook his head. "We almost lost everything here." She reached over with 2 of her hands and took his. She looked out the window as they entered the city. "They almost did, if you hadn't come." She pointed out the window. The windows were full of Kawaru waving banners for the passing convoy. The narrow side streets had 3 post blockades put up, holding back bouncing and cheering Kawaru. "They're alive because of you, Sam. Bad or good, your choices saved this city." She bobbed her ears and looked back at him. Sam shook his head. "I didn't save them. That ship in orbit did." She snapped her teeth at him. "Fool human. You roared. Your pack came." She turned back to look at the city full of mirth and metal. The convoy came to a stop in front of a massive tower, large around as a city block back in the Hue. The building rose to the top of the shield dome, helping in the dome's support. Sam stepped out, and then lent his hand to Spitzlittle. Numerous armed Kawaru stood in front of the 2-story-tall, shining metal doors. A Kawaru wearing a double sash and a red hat hopped down the steps. "Welcome, Sam and Spitzlittle of the Twain," the little fuzzy creature shouted. The guards clacked their guns with their clawed fists. The red-hatted one twisted its head and looked up at Sam. "Follow me. The Gree of Cathu wishes to meet the one who has saved us." Sam followed. The red-hatted Kawaru stepped into the grand auditorium. Huge Gree branches reached across the floor and ceiling. In the center was an enormous trunk with a large light blue eye with yellow pupils staring at the peoples entering. Sam stepped in, looking directly into the eye. The eye slow blinked. The room shook as it spoke through its branches. "You are Sam, the savior of Cathu." Sam forced a swallow and spoke up. "I am Sam." The eye focused on the smaller Finnegan stepping up beside Sam. "And Spitzlittle, the fallen warrior. She as well." Kawaru, resting on the upper branches, cheered and whistled. The Gree spoke again. "Come closer, Sam and Spitzlittle." The eye turned toward a side door. "Bring in the others. I wish to see them." The red-hatted Kawaru bounced over and opened the side door. Frith and Olivia stepped into the auditorium. "The Destroyer Olivia! Welcome, and Admiral Frith, we welcome you." The two bowed as they entered. Frith stepped forward. "Thank you for allowing us in your city." The eye of the Gree looked over the visitors. "The Kawaru would have been devoured if not for your peoples. I would have been enslaved as my fellows around this world and beyond have been. We owe you our lives." Sam looked over at Olivia. She winked back. Spitzlittle stepped forward. "The other cities of this world are still heavily defended. I have sent message to Twain. We wish to help liberate your fellow Gree." She looked over at Sam and then back at the eye. "Do you think they can be saved from the Galak?" The eye looked at her, focusing. "I can feel them. They burn still. They are in pain, tortured, but alive. It has never been done, but it is not out of possibility." Sam stepped forward beside Spitzlittle. "There are Gree seeds growing on Twain and Sparrow. The Kawaru are already a member species of the Clouder. I can petition the Senate for the Gree, and this world to be added if you so wish." The Gree of Cathu looked over them. "You wish to enslave us to your people? I heard you were generous and kind. What is your intentions?" Sam shook his head. "My intention is stopping the death and destruction, and helping in the rebuilding. Your species are explorers, builders. I have met one of your ship fellows, and from what I have seen of your city you are capable of making magnificent things. I wish to help cleanse this world, free those we can, help you rebuild. This world is dead. My fellows are resigned. I have begun pulling into my ship's self and wish to leave as you and your Tsar is doing. To rebuild is a waste." Sam looked down. "It might be." He waved his hands. "It might be gone. I don't know." Resignation in his voice. Olivia stepped up. "This world is burned, corrupted, covered in filth and monsters." She looked at Sam and smiled. "But we can fix it. Work with us. Let us try." Sam looked at her. "Us?" Olivia nodded. "We're here to help you, Sam. Did we not make that clear?" Sam smiled back. "I never thought I'd see you again, you know that?" She laughed as the eye stared. She walked over to Sam and hugged him. "We had a funeral for you, you know. There wasn't many there, but I was. I cried." She punched him in the shoulder. "And I don't fucking cry." The Gree blinked slowly. "Are you mad or happy?" "I do not understand." Olivia looked up at the massive tree-like creature. "I am happy and mad. I thought Sam had been dead and am mad at the accidental deception. I am happy that he is actually alive. He and I were friends in our youth." "Cohorts," the Gree said. "You came to his aid. Strong bonds. Smart creatures despite being so small." The Gree puffed air through its branches. "Do you, Olivia, truly think this world can be saved?" Olivia looked at Frith, and then Sam. The two men nodded at her. "I think we can come up with a plan." Nova facilitated the hollow transmission of the Gree of Cathu to the Pozar. Sam, Frith, Spitzlittle, and the newly arrived Gwachuk looked down at the display alongside the Gree. Frith pointed out a large city near an ocean. Fagiri. He touched the city and zoomed in. It has been pulling creatures out of the ocean en masse, morphing them and sending legions across these plains. Its heavy cannons are preventing us from getting within 70 kilometers of it. We have been trying orbital strikes on it, but it is using its shielding to spot block our shots. This one will be hard to crack. Gwachuk floated closer to the display. "I have made acquaintance and began negations with a Crawfishian pilot. He and his crew are highly interested in helping us. He is willing to pay us quite substantially if we are to allow his crew to fight in this theater." Frith looked at the Webian coiled in his cylinder. "That is odd. He wants to pay us to fight here? That's not how mercenary work works. Guachuk spoke through the tube speaker. Turns out I have discovered the reason for Perry being on the station. Sam looked up from the display. The crawfishians find the parasite-filled corpses to be a delicacy. Their bodies are quite tolerant and capable of breaking them down. Guachuk controlled the display from the tube, bringing up an anatomical rendering of a crawfishian. If those mentally deficient Felbians had not shot the crawfishian visitor, we would not have had the incident at all. Only when the creatures die are the eggs able to gestate in them. Sam looked at the display, a growing parasite in the corpse. So they know the Galak. If they eat them often, they must die on their own world. Sam looked over at Guachuk. They have methods to stop them. Guachuk blinked numerous eyes. Yes, it seems so. Frith looked at Sam. These are your people. What you want to do? Guachuk, what do they offer to trade? Sam asked. They have a long list. Their species owns numerous worlds across the Great Arm. Captain Blee is offering to provide equivalent bartering of 1 million clams down payment. We can select what we wish off his world's outputs. Sam nodded. I like it already. Get word to Orbit. Let him and Zamudins compile a list of materials needed for Phase 3. Start trade with them. Sam looked down at the display. Are they upset over the deceased? It was brought up in passing, Guachuk said. Blee did not care in the slightest. The captain was primarily focused on the deal. Sam looked up. That still leaves us with the problem of Fagiri. We're at a standstill until that city falls. Sam looked at Frith. What about the Oblivions? Could they crack it? Frith shook his head. No, they would fall to the heavy fire. They'd overheat before they reached it. Sam looked over the city. Can we try what they were doing? Can we knock out its power source? Mine under it? Nova appeared next to the holo display, pointing. Sir. Yes, go ahead, Nova. The holographic AI continued. I have petitioned Archon, Erebus, and Orbit for assistance in coming up with a plan in cleaning this world. We have files prepared for you to look over. Sam looked at Frith and Spitzlittle. She bobbed her ears. Bring them up on the display. Let's see what you four came up with. Frith patted Sam on the back with his metal hand. Go on, young man. They want to hear from you. Sam had his head lowered. He nodded at Frith and stepped through the doors onto the balcony overlooking the Posar's Oblivion maintenance bay. The crowd cheered as they saw him. Sam looked over their faces. Numerous races, men, women, some more metal than flesh, all looking at him smiling and cheering. Sam's nerves had him moving slowly toward the rail. He coughed, his calm echoing out through everyone's personal speakers. The crowd started to quiet. Sam then saw the peoples standing in the back row, the Tor soldiers. Asterion stood taller and gave Sam a curt nod. Sam smiled and gripped the rail. I don't deserve what you all have done for me, Sam said as he looked over the assembled humanoids. I'm not really. I don't like talking like this. I avoid mostly, and have most my life. He looked down for a moment. I like fixing things. I never planned to be where I am in front of you, thanking you here today. He looked back up, holding back his emotions. I don't know the vast majority of you. You didn't come here because you knew me. You came. You came here because you felt what it would be like if I were you. That, sympathy, empathy, I don't know. But you came. Sam smiled and shook his head. You stupid ass, crazy, old head, motherfuckers. I'm thankful for every goddamn one of you. The crowd roared. Someone near the front shouted, I'd fucking do it 1,000 times! Another shouted, Nobody left behind! Sam nodded, smiling. I thought I would be okay. I like being alone, but I'll be honest. I need people around, even if it's me just being quiet and listening. I missed people. He started tearing up. Frith walked up beside him and patted him on the shoulder. We know, brother, Frith said, and he stepped up to the rail. Sam? Sam looked at Frith. I think I speak on behalf of my crew when I ask this, but can we get a tour of your station we've heard so much about? Sam laughed and looked out at everyone. Guess we're exiles together. Why not? He looked back at Frith. We have a constitution there. He looked back out at everyone. Every species elects their representative. At the time, I was the only true human and I kinda made myself president. Sam sighed and looked at Frith. We're going to need to do a new vote. Frith laughed. Crew of the Posar. Yes, sir, the crowd replied. Do any of you want the duties and responsibilities of running the only human space station on this side of the universe? If you do, raise a hand. Holler if you want. Silence. Anyone? A voice in the back shouted. Fuck politicians! Let Sam keep the crap job! Frith laughed and turned back to Sam. Keep the whiskey flowing, bud, and you've got my vote. Sam chuckled. Seriously, please. I'm not qualified for this. Frith leaned close into Sam's ear. Out of everyone here, you're the most qualified. We don't know shit about these creatures. Sam patted Admiral Frith on the shoulder. All right, I'll keep it up. But for the scribblers, we will have to actually do a vote and have it counted and notarized. Frith leaned back, staring at Sam. The little guys in the war rigs? They're sticklers like that? Sam laughed. The majority are lawyers. The knights are kinda their nerds. Frith's eyes widened. All right. He looked out at the crowd. All right, everyone. Let's get this ship on its way. He turned, turning Sam with him, their comms switching off broadcast. Do you think us showing up is going to cause an issue? They stepped through the door to the interior halls of the Posar. Sam shook his head. No, honestly, I could use the help. Out here, everything it seems is chaos. People's fighting, trading. Everything is done out of pure and utter selfishness, it seems. I think more people may actually help these creatures out here. Frith sighed. Or make it worse. Pouchcheek had arrived on a Kratic transport ship. She was escorted through Cathu with 2 Scribbler Knights and 3 Fuimos. They were met at the hovercraft dock by a crawfishian. The carapaced creature splayed its numerous appendages out. Welcome, Ambassador Pouchcheek. I am Ulkshik. Did you bring payment? Pouchcheek clicked a file on her arm display. He looked at his optics as the clams were transferred. Very well then, we will take you. Follow me. Ulkshik walked down the docks onto a hovercraft manned by 4 other crawfishians. Ulkshik stepped to the center steering station and looked over his crew. Mind your mouth holes. We have Tarpa guests here. They will be watching as we work. Ulkshik looked over at the visitors from Twain. Get comfortable. We are departing. Ulkshik touched the controls, and the craft slowly hovered out of the dock, a few feet off the ground. It moved over to the protective field array, and slowly exited out the shields of Cathu. Once in the open air, Ulkshik opened her up. He sped over the plains, new plant shoots peeking out of the charred soil at them. Pouchcheek looked over the craft, its shield emitters at the rear, and the crawfishians each holding a large silver tube-like weapon. She walked over to Ulkshik and pointed at the weapons. Are those the Hummer weapons? Ulkshik brushed his mandibles with a series of inner tongues. They are, as is the shield. It will keep them at bay. Do not worry, little bug. You are safe on my ship. She tilted her head. How long till we get to see them in action? Ulkshik looked out over the horizon. I have word. There are numerous dens in a broken city to the west. We will have a good harvest there. She looked over at Knights. Be prepared. She then looked at one of the Fuimos. Record everything. I want notes on this. The Knights nodded in human fashion. The Fuimos fluttered several feathery appendages to signal understanding. Ulkshik slowed the vehicle as it hovered over the broken rocks of the ruined city. Within moments of entering, a low hiss was heard. It was echoed by others. Rocks fell as something unseen disturbed them. The crawfishians powered up their Hummer cannons. A massive herbivore, now Gallic-controlled, rose up from the rubble. It opened its mouth, launching 4 tethered fanged creatures at the ship. The 4 creatures fell limp as they entered the emitter field, and then started twitching. A crawfishian aimed a cannon at the larger herbivore, and fired. A low-frequency hum blasted into the Galakian. It fell, spasming on the ground. Pouchcheek looked over the rail. The Gallic were immobilized. The undercarriage of the craft opened up and robotic arms began pulling the bodies in. Ulkshik walked over and looked with her. Simple, really. They come right to you every time. He slithered his tongues over his mouth parts. The decomposition has just started. Good flavors. He walked back to his steering rig. Pouch Cheek walked over to one of the Fuimos. Did you get the frequencies needed? Some, yes. We will keep recording. By the time we return, we should have enough data. She bobbed her ears. Good. The Senate will like what we find here. In Kathu, a group of 5 Air stepped off the newly repaired space elevator. They entered into the city proper, bustling with Kawaru. They looked at each other, transferring information, and then in unison, they walked across the street towards the grand auditorium. The Air were granted audience with the Gree. The 5 stood before the Great Eye. The Gree of Kathu looked down at the creatures. Another of the great arm races wishes to be seen amongst the Gree? Tell me, Air, why have you come? The one in front offered its hands up in submission. We have been tasked to help this world. You have given permissions to others, and we would like same permissions. And what permissions are those exactly? Tell me what it is the Air want from us. The Air stood straighter. The Preservers. You are allowing them to nest here, to study here. We wish to be near them. The Gree of Kathu spread the ideas out to his fellows. They processed it and sent their thoughts back. The Gree spoke. We know of your bargain struck with the human. We know what you are capable of. Many in this city need help. You will honor the Clouder Accord, work here, heal our peoples. The Air conversed, then the lead one answered. It is what we do. It is why we are here. We are assigned to your world. We will help it as long as we are here. Then your residency is granted. The Gree blinked long. Spitzlittle walked through the Tsar, Novacore walking in his holographic form beside her. She was looking over transmissions coming from Pouch Cheek. You getting this back to orbit? Nova bobbed his ears. Of course. And Sam? He is en route back to Twain? Yes, the Posar is leaving out. Spitzlittle looked over the readouts of the stations in orbit around Kawaru Prime. I want prototypes drawn up and printed by the end of cycle. Get it on one of Crouch Cheek's scythes as quickly as possible. We need it tested, and on those stations in case of the Armada returning. Yes, ma'am. Spitzlittle looked over a design depicting a large tube. I think the Fuemos could pilot them. Should be rather simple to convert the controls over so they can manipulate it. Quite simple, ma'am. They would probably be far more efficient with the Oblivions. Spitzlittle bobbed her ears. Get these designs in front of the Infinigan Council. Also, put in a requisition for a preserver and a lab. I want more of my people on ground here. Sending them now. They turned the corner and stepped into an airlock. Spitzlittle adjusted her suit and entered into the lab. She looked at the subdued Gallic on the table. Nova stood beside her. She looked at attending Infinigan, and then at Nova. Begin the tests. The Posar berthed at the large port in the upper docks. Sam and Frith led the disembarking down the gantry toward the entry hall. Sam stopped as he walked through the large doors into the officer checkpoint. There on the other side of the checkpoint, a mass of Twainians of every species on the station had gathered. Noises of all sorts rang out through the hall as they jubilated Sam's return. Several Kawaru ran up to him as the officers finished his scan. The taller Kawaru bounced in front of him. We studied files. We want to know if we can hug. Sam knelt down in front of the brown, fuzzy creatures. You want to hug me? The Kawaru performed a practice head nod. Yes, we are thankful. We would like to touch you in a hug. Sam held out his arms. The Kawaru gently approached and wrapped their short arms around him. The crew of the Posar passed into the crowd, greeted by cheering, whistling, hissing, and a little touching as well. Sam stood back up, rubbing one of the Kawaru on the back and smiled. You are welcome. Frith stepped up beside him, and the two walked down a misty hall. Sam touched his comm. Orbit? The purple holographic boy appeared beside him. Welcome back, sir. You were missed. Glad to be back. I saw the struts extending out. Zamudins is making progress here. Yes, sir. The new freight station design is proving efficient. Margot freighter delay is down to 10 minutes. Sam nodded. Impressive. Good. What about the water shield? How close to complete is it? Water shipments have arrived, and the last tank is filling currently, sir. Good. And any word from Sparrow? Yes, sir. Dam and Erebus have completed a star ladder, and a breathable, human-esque atmosphere has been established. The Kawaru there have established a factory and are currently manufacturing the greenhouse facilities for the planet. Good. Any other updates? The Churi ambassador Smell has requested an audience with you at your earliest convenience, and the senators have started paperwork for a convening. Sam neared his door and entered into his suite. Frith followed in. Orbit reappeared on the dining room table. Welcome to my home. Frith walked around the spacious apartment. This is really nice. Here I was worried you were living in some dingy alien bungalow, and you have a massive apartment. Look, you got a full kitchen. Sam laughed. This is all custom. I did start in a little bungalow. I was hitting my head continuously on the low doors. Frith looked over at the liquor cabinet. Pretty sure it's past 5. Want to pour some? Sam grabbed a couple tumblers and motioned for him to sit. He poured out a couple glasses and sat across from Frith. They clinked glasses and took long sips. Frith sat his down and looked at Sam. Now what? I tried to get busy dying. Guess we go back to building our lives. Sam answered. Micah placed a pile of coins on the 00. Jeremiah looked at the bet and then looked at her. Just going to give your clams away? He laughed. Shit. We could have taken that and been drunk for the next couple days down at the bar. She shook her head and then looked at the parasite-controlled croupier. She gave it a nod, and the creature spun the wheel. The ball bounced 7 times before landing in the green 00 slot. Jeremiah jumped. Holy shit! Holy shit! The croupier counted the stacks of winnings and pushed it over to the human female. Congratulations, it said through its translator. Micah gathered her stacks. Now let's go get drunk. As they were walking away, Jeremiah leaned into her. Holy hells, how did you do that? That was amazing. She shrugged. I had a feeling. She walked up to the chip counter and had the teller convert her chips into the digital currency of the station. She nodded to the teller and winked. The two walked off toward the new hot dam. Heckletooth piloted the grabber through the wreckage around Kawaru Prime. Click-Click targeted a large clump of debris with the magno-puller. Slowly, the massive floating chunk of metal neared the scavenger ship. Nash Smile used the gripper arms to secure the debris. 7 of their newly vat-grown aunts and uncles walked out onto the remains of the Golok ship in their vacuum suits. Their uncles carried modified Hummer guns, smaller so as to fit their little arms and hands. Heckletooth sent a drone to scan through the tunnels in the chunk. As it mapped the corridor, she had it mark tech items for deconstruction or repurposing. Click-Click watched the scans as well, but her focus was on wiring and power supplies. Nash Smile, with her task done, went down to the mess and pulled a fresh squishy out of the crisper and started chewing on it. Click-Click spotted a decommissioned air processing unit. She radioed one of the aunts inside. We got a nice-looking air modifier down the hall on your left. That alone would pay for this run. I'd like you and Uncle Snaptongue to bring that in first priority. The aunt bobbed her ears. On it, bringing it in. Snaptongue followed behind her. A body floated by. He watched it for a moment and then fired the Hummer into it. He looked at the auntie. Just being sure. She nipped her teeth at him. A sparkle danced across her face. I'm not stopping you. Blast away. Jeremiah was getting sloshed in the corner booth, telling stories to a Craddock and 3 other humans. Micah sighed and got up. She walked back to the bar, looking over the tall Craddock bartender. Your kind have males and females? She asked. The bartender sat the drink he was mixing down. It raised up its left arm and a long spear-like talon extended. I don't think you want to find out. She nodded. I'm good with a drink. The bartender gave a nod and finished making her drink. It then set it in front of her. She smiled and sent a tip across to his account. Micah turned and looked out over the bar. Over in the far corner, sitting alone, was one of the tower. She smiled and walked over. Asterion was looking into his drink when the human female approached. Hey, big guy. Want some company? Asterion looked up and sighed. He pushed a chair out for her. Feel free. She took the offered chair and sat down. Why you over here in the dark? Asterion huffed through his nose. She moved back abruptly at the rush of air. I lost 4 of my men. I'm drinking for them. She dropped the smile from her face. Losing comrades is rough. I've been there. She looked at him. If you want, I can leave you alone. He looked her over. No, you're good. The two drank for a while. Asterion shared the story of him and his people, and Micah told of her tours of duty and her days running a farm on Gaia. After another round, she was leaning into him. Asterion felt her warm on his shoulder. You gotten a tour of the station yet? She shook her head sluggishly. Nope, just here in the casino. He huffed. Want to check out the zoo with me? Yeah, I'd like to see all the animals you take care of, she replied. Asterion got up and helped her out of her seat. He flipped a tip to the bartender, and then the two walked out together. Spitzlittle sat in her workshop on the Tsar. She was staring at several holodisplays of various weapon systems used in the Battle of Kawaru Prime. She was looking over the image of her Omega in detail, clicking her teeth as she tapped her fingers on the edge of the table. Nova! The Infinigan hologram glowed beside her. Yes, ma'am. She spun on her stool. I miss my Omega. We are going to build a new one. Yes, ma'am. I can have the box spiders begin fabrication immediately. The schematics are already in our buffers. She tilted her head at him. No, we are upgrading. Call Pouchcheek back in and set up a meeting with the Gree of Cathu. I've got a vision I want to make. It's driving me crazy. I understand completely. Sending comms now? She bobbed her ears. Good, I need to build it. She turned back at her displays, fingers tapping faster at the edge of the table. A Margot space train pulled into the terminal at the upper portion of the station. Massive arms reached out and latched onto each car, securing them as the Margot ship detached off the front. An SFP cluster in suits were crawling over the ship, unhooking tethers and lifting the massive pin connecting it to the line of containers. The containers, now free, were rotated around on the arms and into a conveyor tube. Each one was scanned and slotted for transfer to their appropriate terminals. The ship cleared the terminal, and the next space train slid into the empty spot. A car filled with silica moved through the tubes, grabbed by arms, shifting, and continued through the station's freight network to its destination, the SFP Pillbug's fill room. The car emptied its contents into the grav-plated storehouse, sand billowing out. The Pillbugs, as big as tires, sifted through the sand, storing it in sacks under their upper carapace. Their bodies processed it, mixing it with other ores and minerals, turning it into a thick paste in their stomachs. They marched out behind the box spiders, thickening the newly completed struts with a resilient protective layer. One of the pillbugs sifting through the sand ingested a microscopic larvae. It harbored it in its pouches and stomachs. The larvae moved through the spaceborne creature and crept into its central nervous pathways. The pillbug returned to the SFP control nerve on the outer portion of the station to receive new orders, and in so doing allowed the larvae to slip into the starfish people's station nerves. The larvae slipped through nodes and down pathways, entering into the protected space inside Twain Station. It had grown into a sliver of a worm and slid into the mists of an inner hallway. A squishy ran past it. The larvae was positioned well enough that it was able to latch on with its grasping end. The squishy ran with the herd down hall, carrying the larvae through the mists. The larvae dropped off in a well-lit crossroad. There it crawled through the mist, feeding on a thin layer of algae-like slime missed by the grazer custodians. After several cycles of feeding, the now engorged worm slithered to the ceiling, creating a purple pupae the size of Sam's thumb. There it dangled for several more cycles. Humans jogged underneath it, oblivious. Scribblers hunted rabbit rats, followed by the squishy herds. Then, after a suitable period, the pupae cracked open. 3 flying masses of cells and organs buzzed around in the lights. The 3 creatures copulated and then fell back into the mists of the hallway. There they found suitable spots in cracks and crevices, and laid their eggs, continuing the cycle. A hungry Fuimos was flying through the corridors, on its way to the dandelion fields to feed. It stopped abruptly as its eyes caught something of severe interest: small flying creatures. The Fuimos turned, maneuvering its numerous feather and eye-covered tendrils, appearing like a floating feather boa. It locked onto several of the tiny flying creatures, It lunged. Tiny mouth needles shot out, skewering the flying dots and pulled them into the body to be devoured. The Fuimos flashed colors as it enjoyed its meal. It continued hunting them until the swarm cloud was gone. The Fuimos floated for a moment, saddened at eating all the nice-tasting, buzzing creatures. Then an eye stalk caught eye of another swarm at the next junction. The Fuimos flittered more colors in excitement. Orbit sent a message to the custodians, Air, and the preserver young. Read, possible insectoid infestation. Fuimos already engaging. Need reconnaissance to determine threat level. Swarm locations marked on attached map. Sam stood at the holodesk in his office, looking at a display of Phase 3 of Twain Station. Baoa pointed into the intersection. We could fit in 50 more farms throughout this proposed space. I've got herds willing to move here and work. All I need do is ask, and they will come. Sam looked at the large spherical structure displayed. He then looked at the hologram of Guachuk stretched out in his office. How are we doing on funding? Market seeming stable? Guachuk crawled through his office, the display following him. The market is severely unstable, but in our favor. It is experiencing tremendous growth, and with the addition of planned farms on Kawaru Prime, and Sparrow investing has tripled. I have entertained several great arm families here, and each has offered tremendous resources in trade for clams. Your blockchain currency is taking off through the developed and undeveloped worlds across the rim. 72 worlds currently use it, with it being the predominant currency on 12 of them. Build whatever you wish, Sam. Your current limitation is traffic. Sam looked around the table. Firebottom sat on a bench next to Baoa and Hislips. A hologram of Zamudans floated next to Orbit and Guachuk. Zamudans, we need a traffic control tower built to house a team to direct the flow of ships. Hislips, we need more people trained up for scanning and security. Feel free to hire humans from the Pozar. They are experienced and can help. Oh, and get as many Fuimos as possible. Their eyes are amazing, yes. Yes, this fits here. Sam drew up a hollow rectangle and put it into the edge of the sphere. What you think, Zamudans? Zamudans turned the rectangle, and then copied it for the southern half of the proposed Twain sphere. We will need 2. He stretched them taller. And they will need to be tall in order to have line of sight over the entire station. Zamudans touched several points and drew out comm towers. We will need scanners and comm relays around the entirety of the station for deep space sight and scans. Hislips touched several points, dropping weapon mounts. We need complete line of sight for guns, too. Also, I heard of the Oblivions. We should get a team of those installed, too. Sam looked over the growing structure, kneeling down and peering at it from a lower perspective. He touched an area on the lower hemisphere. We could put in an Oblivion tube here opposite the ship lanes. If we reposition the Infinigan repair shop and construction yard, then both the shipping lanes and Oblivion tube would have access to the shop and yard. Zamudans shifted. That makes sense. But what about the power influx from the Oblivions? How will our current power core plan compensate for the influx of such current? Orbit shifted on the edge of the table. The Oblivions won't be used on an everyday basis. We can have backup battery and capacitors here. He pointed into a still empty portion of the sphere. Also in the factories we will have numerous ores, salts, minerals and such needing melted down. If we incorporate an overcurrent output into the factory and always have materials lined up for smelting, we have a way to usefully discharge whatever current the Oblivions bring in. Sam stood straight. I love it. Everything is knitting together. Finalize the schematics and run it through the Senate. Put my name on it. Orbit nodded and disappeared, as did Zamudans and Guachuk. Baoa patted Sam. This is good. My people are happy. I thank you. My daughters are growing up strong here. Thank you, Sam. Sam smiled back at her. She flinched for a moment, and then spread her mouth open, attempting to reciprocate. Sam let his smile go. You are welcome, Baoa. The grazers have helped grow Twain to what it has become. Your people are vital here. I thank you. Baoa tinged. Her skin rippled. We will continue to do so. She left with Hislips out of the office. Hislips was speaking through his comms, organizing a hiring event. Sam sat at his desk having an Irish coffee when Smell entered. The white-horned serpent slithered across the room and coiled up on the couch. It stared with one open eye at Sam and spoke through the comm without moving. "Thank you for having me in your space here. I've been wanting to speak with you." "Go on. Tell me what you have been thinking about," Sam said. "Your fellow humans. We figured more would arrive eventually, once contact was established. The totems, even with all their faculty, underestimated your kind. Our probe saw what one of your ships is capable of, and it is enough to change our minds. Your species appears to have significant martial prowess, more so than any uplifted. I have been tasked with asking you for a history of your world. We wish to know what has happened to make you so unique." Sam shifted in his seat, looking at the Churi. He waited a long moment before replying. "I will have to talk to my fellows, and we will give you what we can. I do not want any trouble with you or any of the other council species. So far, it is only my own hands that have been injured by your people, and maybe my mind. You have assisted us, sold us a planet, and traded resources with us. However, I want information in return." "Aralong," Smell said. "Yes, I want to know what it is and why I keep having nightmares. Also, what's with the hagfish? They're weird, and the guardian thing they made, why do that?" Smell extended, its head now uncoiled from its body. "The hagfish people are a species that grew up from a destroyed world. They thrive in chaotic places. They were drawn here because of your very nature. I am a Churi of science and dwell as completely as I can in what I can sense. But they do not. They are creatures of faith, and their faith led them to you." Sam took another drink. "And their faith is in this Aralang creature?" "Yes," Smell replied. "Is it real?" Smell slithered back down into its coils. "I do not know. None have ever seen it. It is a being of myth, inferred only from ruins from long-dead species." Sam nodded. "Then I will trade your info on those myths and locations of those ruins, for whatever approved data concerning my species and worlds. Agreed?" The serpent slowly blinked its eye. "Agreed." Spitzlittle sat on her hovering chair in the grand auditorium of the Gree of Cathu. She flicked a file over to the display in front of its large red eye. The Gree vibrated its branches. "It is too small what you plan. I cannot give a seed for such a small ship. I would be cursing my young to a confinement." Spitzlittle looked over the design. No, it's not a confinement. You would have mobility that your kind does not normally have. You could actually touch and do. You wouldn't have to rely on the numerous species you have." "No," the Gree shouted through the room, echoing. "Gree love our creatures. We have our help because we love them. They love us. To not have helper species is a lonely existence, a sad existence. I will not damn a fellow to a lonely ship like what you propose." Spitzlittle thought for a moment, staring at the Omega Deus. She expanded it more, touched up numerous points, and then resubmitted the file over to the Gree. "What about that?" The Gree of Cathu looked at the modifications. "The quarters are small. Not even Kawaru could live in such confines. No, the Kawaru are too large, you are right, but the Scribblers could inhabit that ship easily. They are a proven combat species. I think your two species would line up well on such an endeavor," she said. The Gree thought for a moment, sending out data and emotion to its fellow cities. Emotion and thought returned back. "Faligi is willing to try. It owes thanks to the Clouder, and will sacrifice one of its seeds to your endeavor." Spitzlittle fidgeted in her floating chair. "It is not a sacrifice. I think the child will actually enjoy it. We will see," said the Gree. Asterion watched as Micah tried the lemon square. This is actually pretty good." She took another bite while looking at him. Asterion smiled, drinking some lemonade. "It is a human delicacy, correct?" She nodded. "One of many, but it is one of my favorites." He looked over the empty dishes. "Did you enjoy your fish?" She leaned back. "Yes, I was impressed. Cooked well, seasoned well too. The ocean growers are raising them in their sea. The preserver said they are called salmon." She cleaned her teeth with her tongue. "He's right. They would come up the river near my hometown, descended from clones brought from Earth. We'd have them smoked and dried for snacks." She scooted closer to Asterion. "You like learning Earth stuff, don't you? Curious, huh?" He nodded. I want to know more about the world that dreamt me. It helps me feel tethered to something, rather than just this can floating here in the dark. He paused. I like to feel like I'm connected to somewhere real, and not just manufactured. She flicked some credits over to the server's datapad. Asterion looked at her with scorn. I was going to treat you, she smiled. I've had a lucky day today. Let me cover it. You showed me your zoo. He shook his head with a smile. It is the Preserver's zoo. I just help. She looked at him intently. So, you got your own place somewhere on this station? He nodded with a laugh. You're wanting another tour? She stood up and took his hand. I think I do. Kifofe ran through the mists with 3 fellow hunters. He knelt down pointing at a nearby vent, signaling with his hands. The 4 all looked up at the cloud of circle flies circling the corridor light. They saw the telltale signs of the predator. Kifofe motioned. The other 3 ran across the hallway to his side. Kifofe ducked under the vent flap and entered the ducts. His tiny footsteps echoed softly, followed by his 3 comrades. Sasisur drew his blade, walking softly to peek around the corner. Kifo, the Miss Mishi has been this way, but her tracks are old. Kifofe knelt and touched the paw prints in the dust. He ducked as several of the circle flies darted down the duct. He followed them with his eyes. It follows its prey. I say we follow the flies. Sasisor and the other 2 scribblers bobbed agreement. Kifofe started down the duct with the other knights close behind. Their steps were quiet, the quarry was close, and they did not want to alert it. Kifofe's foot stuck still for a moment. He raised his hand up for all to stop. The 4 knights looked above them as the duct extended vertically over them. Kifofe had tripped one of the demon's lines. High above them they could see it waiting, watching, hoping for another movement to signal it to pounce. Sasisor slowly approached Kifofe while raising his shield and sword. The other 2 knights followed suit, surrounding their brother. Sasisor gave the nod of being ready. Kifofe steadied himself and stomped the sticky thread several times. The 8-legged fiend above darted down its web toward them. The 4 knights attacked as one, cutting legs, slashing its abdomen, and then Kifofe raised up his blade. In one clean stroke, Kifofe beheaded the predator. The clan will be thankful. This beast has taken several of our brothers, Sasisor said as he stood looking at the body of the spider. Such a wicked thing. Kifofe looked up at the web. Tiny hatchlings dotted the threads. Knights, our work isn't done. Sam led the jogging team down the hall leading to the outer ring. Frith kept up beside him on his modified prosthetics. 17 others followed behind. Sam was content, keeping a steady pace, listening to his newly modified playlist. He didn't notice the small, fiery explosions in the vent near his feet as he passed by. Jahadin served in 22 combat deployments. He had fought on 7 different worlds, and had been shot 3 times. He had gained full disability, retiring to Gaia to become a martial arts instructor. When the Posar called for aid, he came willingly. Now Jahadin sat in a small loan administrator's office. He sat in his bio-suit as the web creature slung herself through the acidic air to her seat. Falquick stretched herself over the metal wires across from Jahadin. She pulsated, making rasping noises that his helmet translated. So, you have come to the Bank of Twain for a loan? She pulled up the forms on her display. What is a dojo exactly? Well, ma'am, it is a place for me and my students to hone our bodies and minds. And what is wrong with your body and mind? Why a dojo, and not got to the air facilities? Jahadin chuckled. No, I'm not a practitioner of medicine. I merely want to be strong. She looked over him with her numerous eyes spread throughout her stretched body. You are human. You are one of the stronger species on the station. I do not see the need. Jahadin thought for a moment, then spoke slowly and deliberately. Humans are not efficient. You have seen this, correct? The comm translated her gyration as a confirmation. Well, with training, humans can hone their motions to be more powerful and efficient. The dojo I wish to set up here will be a place where myself and others can work on this. Falquick adjusted herself. I can see the benefit in that, and this is something many humans do. Enough that it would generate enough profit to pay back this loan and feed me, yes. The exchange is predicting the humans would scatter themselves. Already some have splintered between Twain and Kawaru. You think enough will stay here to support this business in the long run? Jahadin nodded. I think many will stay, but more on the point is that I think other species could benefit from the training I can offer. Not many other species operate with such wasted energy as humans, maybe the Infinigan. They move a lot. Yes, the Infinigan, and they reproduce so very quickly. All right, I will approve this. Jahadin stood up and bowed to her. Thank you, Falquick. I appreciate this. Jahadin walked into the empty shop off the trade district on the outer ring. He tapped his food on the metal floor, listening to the sound of the space. He then started into his first string of kata. Sam showered and got dressed. He was tired and hungry after the jog, but it needed done. He squeezed the pudge on his hips. Sam left back out from his suite and went down to the new hot dam. He stepped through the swinging doors and saw the candidate sitting at a table on the other side of the bar. He walked over and looked at the young woman. Hello, are you Callie? The woman brushed aside her hair and looked up at him. I am. She stood up and shook his hand, pointing at the open chair with the other. Sam sat across from her. I found your file when looking through the Posar's crew list. I think I am in need of your skill set. She leaned back. Oh? You need telemetrics, officer? Sam shook his head. No. We have numerous FUIMOs and more every day, it seems. No, I was actually referring to your undergrad studies. Your summer abroad specifically. She sat her chair back down and hissed through her lips. You want me because of my 2 years studying ancient American music? Yes and no. Sam put his finger on the table. What I found interesting was the numerous recordings you pulled during your archaeological digs. Your data recovery and reconstruction was quite good. Even my AI went over it and was impressed. She looked into her glass. Yep, that helped get me a spot in my telemetrics career. What kind of job you got lined up? I have a file. He leaned in. There are a series of worlds in it. Worlds rumored to hold ruins of lost civilizations. I want to send teams to them to perform an archaeological assessment. Callie straightened up. You want me to go to some random worlds and report to you on who lived there? Am I hearing that right? Sam nodded. She sipped the last of her whiskey down. It dangerous? Sam shrugged. Could be. A security detail and military attachment will be part of the mission crew. And who else will I have working with me? I have requested more air for the station, 2 of which I have slotted for this mission. I have called in my friend the curator to assist you directly, and I have 10 preservers who need to spread their wings. She raised her eyebrows. Those 3-legged crab things have wings? Sam shook his head. No, just using the old expression. Callie nodded. I want adequate pay and an apartment. Done and done. Sam flicked a file over to her arm display. Callie looked over the job offer. She touched her fingerprint to it so as to sign. She looked up at Sam. Sounds like a fun adventure. I look forward to it. Sam stood up, as did she. They shook hands with a smile. Shineless sat on the truck bed watching Dam as he worked the hives. God damn it, Dam, I'm going! She shouted. Dam, focused and looking through the mesh bee-suit mask, calmly answered. Caroline is still too small to travel. I don't want her catching some virus. There are humans there. Humans have diseases. They can't help but spread shit. She stood up, cradling the baby in her arms. We're human. I want to meet other humans. Dam slowly turned his head toward her. Careful. Don't go pissing them off. The cover is open. You could get her stung. She looked at the distance between him and her. You're way over there with those bugs. I'm fine here, and I'm going with Curator back to Twain. Dam looked back into the hive, the bees moving across the frames. He touched the comm in his ear. Speak through the comms. I want you to calm down some. She touched her ear and went back into the truck with baby Caroline. My parents deserve to see her. Shineless, I love you. I'm not doing this to piss you off, I just want to keep her safe. The air gave her vaccines. She's protected. I don't know what you are scared of. He sighed. I'm scared because I won't be with you. I have to stay here to monitor Erebus. He is still young. She sighed back at him. Curator is going to be with me. Her and I get along. She is strong too. Damn, put the top cover back on the hive. That is a long list of pros, and my one con is selfish. All right, go, but I want a daily report. She squealed into the mic. Yes, yes, yes. Caroline woke up and started crying. Shineless lifted up her shirt and let the baby girl latch on. Mama Pouch Cheek is going to be so excited to see you, little girl. Damn, set the crate of honey frames in the back of the truck. It'll be good for you to visit. You're right. They need to see her. He began getting out of his suit. Shineless looked out the window. The greenhouse roof stretched a mile overhead, the sparrow sun filtering through the sheets of glass. I can't wait to tell them about this place. She lowered her gaze to the endless field of dandelions growing. Judith Franklin walked across the Tsar inner ship bay. Her boots clanged on the metallic floor, and sparks showered her briefly as a box spider welded on the arm high above her. She looked up, shielding her eyes from the bright glow. She looked over the massive frame being built and found the opening into the interior of the mech. She stepped through and had to crouch low as she walked through the halls. Judith entered into a chamber deep in the chest and found Spitzlittle. The Infinigan was connecting wiring harnesses into a central construct. Pardon, ma'am. You told me to meet you here? Spitzlittle pivoted her ears at the human and slowly turned her 4 eyes on her. Yes. You said you had something you needed my approval for? Judith looked at what Spitzlittle was working on, then looked at her. This is one of your Omegas? Spitzlittle stood up, her head brushing the ceiling. Upgraded version. Work in progress. Tell me what you wanted, there is much to do here. Judith knelt down on one knee. The AI is building a launch bay. The ships being built over there will be ready for trial in just a few days. Since you are running lead here, I need your permission to start training pilots. Spitzlittle sat down on a conduit. You pilot the affirmation? Judith nodded. Yes. Do you have candidates ready? Yes, there are 2 of your species that I wish to test as well as several of the Fuimos. Spitzlittle raised up one of her lower hands. Then go ahead. We need more defenses operational. Judith nodded. I will get to work then. Spitzlittle got back up and grabbed a couple tools. I need to get back to work as well. Judith stepped out of the chest cavity back into the open air of the ship bay. Several crawfishin hovercraft lifted off, their repairs done, and left out the protective field while she walked toward the hall doors. Inside the chest cavity of the mech, Spitzlittle finished connecting the power wire to the cradle. She reached into her bag and pulled out one of the seeds Farigi had given her. She lowered the seed into the cradle. Once fit in, she flicked the switch on the wall, allowing current to flow into the metallic shelled seed. The seed moved. Tiny threads sprouted and curled out of the cradle into the side chambers. The threads found liquid alloys she had prepared. Roots sprouted into the alloy, and the seed shot tiny shoots through pre-made conduit. The shoots found more electrical plugs and grew into them. The newly born Gree began threading its filaments farther and farther into the mech frame. A tiny eye opened in the seed, looking up at Spitzlittle. Hello, little one. Welcome to your home. I am Spitzlittle. The eye blinked and puffed air as it began speaking. I have been informed. I am to aid you as shipborne? She bobbed her ears. Yes. I know your kind like large spaces. This ship is a bit smaller than the large cruisers your fellows use, but I made it special. I hope you like it. The Gree flexed several ends of its sprawling shoots. I can feel it. It's strong, it has form. It is not done, but it wants to move with me. She hopped a bit. Yes, exactly. You will have a crew here in your tunnels, but the ship is made to be you. You will move it. You will be able to move unlike your fellows. The newborn Gree focused on her. What do you call this ship? What will you call me? She crawled up beside it, looking into its eye. Raga. Jahadin was practicing punches when a grazer walked in through the doors. He stopped and looked at his guest. Hello, welcome to the Twain Dojo. The grazer looked around the room, at the mats, the bags, several weapons on the wall, and then at Jahadin. I asked a human out on the street what this place is. She said something about training and combat. Is this true? You train here? Jahadin walked up, looking over the alien. Yes, that is overall a correct statement. Are you interested? The grazer bobbed its head. I farm with my family, but I would like to try out to become an officer. I do not think I could handle it, though. Jahadin stepped closer and knelt, looking at the grazer's legs. Can you kick? He grazer bobbed its head again. Jahadin put out his hands. Kick my hands! The young grazer kicked gently. Jahadin shook his head. No, full force. I do not want to hurt you. Hit my hands. I will be fine. The grazer bent his back legs and sprung forward, shooting its right front leg into the human's hands. Jahadin let his arms bend with the blow and slid back with the force. Jahadin smiled and stood up. He extended a hand out to the grazer. I am Jahadin. The grazer took his hand in its grasper. I am Elefante. Well, Elefante, I would love to take you on as a student. It will be a learning experience for the both of us, but if you are willing to try, I think you have great potential. Elefante clapped his mouth back and forth. I kicked well. Jahadin nodded. Your legs pack a lot of force. It will be interesting to see what you can do. Callie walked into the habitat of the young preservers. Several shuffled along the wall as she entered. She raised her hand up. Hey, am I in the right place? A black and tan one cantered over to her. You are the archaeologist? She nodded. I guess I am. Name's Callie. She held out her hand. The black and tan preserver took her hand. I am the preserver. She looked around the room. Aren't you all preservers? It grew taller, spinning its eyes to focus on her. Yes, that is true. Then what is your name? I am the preserver. She sighed. Okay, I'm going to be working with all of you, correct? She looked around the room. They were bobbing up and down in agreement. Well, you there, purple guy. What if I want you to hand me something that is next to you? If I say, preserver, hand me that, how do you know who I am talking to? The black and tan one beside her maneuvered into her field of sight. I will help you. They will do as I say. She looked at it. But what if I want that purple one to help me? I want him to do what I say. The black and tan one grew taller. She will do what I want her to do. You can direct your inquiries through me. Callie raised her finger at him. Look, bud, I'm not trying to mess with chain of command already. I just want to know what your names are. He shifted back and forth, eyeing the others with his 3 eyes. Our names, they are smells and colors that you do not perceive. They are personal, and we do not like others to misname us. You can call us preserver when referring to us. That is what we do. She put her face near his. She could smell the funk of his shell. Look, I am a human. We name things. Naming things helps us make sense of the world. Now you are getting a name. Either you give me something to call you, or I am going to call you Cookie. She looked around the room. Either come up with verbal names that I can use when we are on site, or I will give each of you names. She looked back at the black and tan one. Cookie, you got that? The black and tan preserver stretched taller still. I understand. We will have names for you by the time we depart. She winked at him. Thank you, Cookie. Now, I actually wanted to talk to you all about what you are planning to bring. I have limited tools on the ship. Wasn't actually planning on this job when I came across the universe, but whatever. I want to know what you guys have access to, and what I need to get fabricated. The purple female cantered over, spinning as she walked. She touched the device on her chest, sending over a list to Callie's arm display. Callie looked over it. Thank you, grape juice. Grape juice? The purple preserver said. We have a grape plant DNA on file acquired with the coming of your posar. Tell me of this plant, we have not grown it yet. Callie looked up from the list. It makes a purple or green fruit. Humans have cultivated it for thousands of years. We use it to make juice and fermented drink. Sustenance and mind-altering substance. I like it. The purple preserver spun and walked back toward the wall. I will accept grape juice pending a taste test. A small blue and yellow preserver walked across the room. Ma'am, Callie, what would you name me? She smiled. Let me think. Sam walked down the aisle of the Senate chamber. Every seat in the room was full, occupied by the crew of the Posar. Sam stepped up to the podium and opened up files on his display. He arranged the talking points and looked out at the room. "Hello, everyone. Thank you for attending." He looked down at his arm display. "You all know I'm not good at talking, forgive me." He looked out at everyone. "First petition of the day. I have a grievance against me saying that I am hoarding wealth, that I have used Earth life forms for profit, and that the money derived from such ventures should be distributed amongst every human here." Sam looked around the room. "I'll be honest. I think it is my money. Hell, I invented it. Everything here I orchestrated and got going. I put in the groundwork, and I'm reaping my rewards." Sam stepped away from the podium. "That does not mean I will hoard it, though. I have numerous ventures that I'm investing in, and there are job opportunities for everyone here and then some. Take your pick of what you want to do." He motioned to the crowd. "Thoughts?" A group of men near the front jeered. One stood up. "You've got a monopoly. You own everything here. It ain't right. I think we should vote to have your empire broken up so there is fair competition." A woman in the back stood up and clicked the button on the Senate app asking for the floor. Sam sent the talking button over to her. She cleared her throat and spoke through the comms. "I'm with Sam on this. We voted him to keep his spot as acting president. This is his station. I do not think he has a monopoly. There are numerous worlds, numerous jobs out here. Anyone with any gumption can build an empire of their own." Sam nodded and pointed at her. She continued. "Many of us here knew what we were coming into. I and many others brought our own seed banks. And I know a few even brought animals aboard the ship. We have the capacity to make our own fortunes here. I do not see the need to steal his—" The man at the front began shouting. "Let's take a vote then. Institute the wealth tax." He attempted to start a chant. Only a handful followed his lead. Frith stepped away from the wall at the side of the room, clicking the app for the floor. Sam sent it. "Hello, everyone." He looked across the room. "This man has offered his home, his food, hell, even his air to share with us. Everyone here has an apartment built and maintained should they want it, all because of his generosity." Frith pointed at the vocal man near the front. "You are already living out of his pocket and you want to take more? What kind of lazy fuck are you?" Admiral Frith looked out at everyone. "I agree, let's put it to a vote. Put everyone's name next to their choice too. I'll be sure to take note who the greedy people here are." Frith relinquished the floor. "Orbit." The purple boy appeared next to the podium. "You wish for the vote, sir?" Sam nodded. The vote went out to everyone's displays. The room tallied their choices. The room sided at 80% against a wealth tax. Sam let out a sigh of relief. Orbit looked up at him. "Did you want me to share who voted what?" Sam nodded. "We are allowed to speak our minds, and we are allowed to know who's speaking." Orbit put out everyone's choices to the station database. Sam set the motion aside. "I hold no grudges. It is an argument had many times over our history. But now we have a newer argument, one that we have had once before. What do we share about ourselves with foreign species?" Sam looked out over the room. "I have been gifted a file on worlds across the rim pertaining to histories and mythologies for us to use. The giver of this file has asked for a history of humanity in return. I have allowed them a basic, hollow version with numerous key points missing. They want more, and I want to know what you all feel we should share about ourselves." Callie Smith stood up on the right side of the room. She pinged a request for the floor. Sam granted it. "I have been granted access to the historical file of the Rim by Sam. I wanted to give my opinion. The records are detailed and methodical. It was put together by one of the nearby AI species, the ones that the Hue are so opposed to. The amount the Totem have shared is astounding. The file does not have any spacefaring tech, only pre-flight historical records. I think we should share like for like. A woman on the other side of the room asked for the floor." "Granted." She stood up. "Did it share their biology or how they operate? What about their social structures? There are numerous things about us that could be taken advantage of out here. We have to be careful what we share. Am I wrong?" Sam took the floor back. I propose a human committee. Hell, we need one anyway. Let's say 10 people work on the project. I can put out a hiring for it. What do you all think? Callie shouted. I love it. Put out the vote. Sam looked around. He then nodded to Orbit. The vote went out, and the Committee of Twain Diplomatic Relations was approved 95% for. Sam opened the floor on the app. Anyone else have anything to bring up? Jihad-Din stood up. For anyone interested, I opened a dojo over in the trade sector. I have open enrollment for strength training, cardio, and martial arts. Sam looked to Orbit. Take a note of that and send it out on the market app. Drum up business for him. Orbit noted it on the station file. Olivia stood up and requested the floor. Sam granted it. I have 2 things. First, down on Kawaru, I got to talking with the Infinigan Crunchcheek. The little guy has some badass ideas, one of them being we get a racetrack going. You say you like to invest in business ideas. I say you invest in building a track. Sam chuckled. You looking to win some purses? She laughed back. Hell yes I am. She raised her fist up. Live fast! Several pilots in the seats raised their hands and responded. Die faster! Olivia smiled. Second thing, what's with the huge tanks of water? I peeked in one, and you have a sea stored here. What's that for? Sam looked at her. That is living space for a large oceanic species. It is also acting as an algal oxygen supply for the entire station. Also, it's water. Sam raised his finger. You want to go swimming, don't you? She laughed, and then looked around the chamber full of humans. I don't think I'm the only one. Think they would mind? Sam smiled at Orbit. Put in a request. State it clearly and attach files of what humans at the beach are like. Orbit bowed his head slightly. Request sent to the ocean growers, sir. Sam looked out at his people. Anyone else have anything? Nobody requested the floor. All right then, meeting adjourned. The newly manufactured, Greek-controlled, Sparrow-owned ship. The Harvester arrived at the upper docks. Curator and Shineless stepped off the gantry into the old entry hall, with Shineless holding baby Caroline. Hislips was at the checkpoint, happy to scan them back aboard the Twain. Hislips looked into the swaddle. Curious. I haven't seen such a small human. It looks like it hatched early. Shineless gave Hislips a peck on his forehead. I missed you. He waved her through the scanners. Your mother is arriving soon. She looked at him. Yeah, she said in her message that she had been on TARPA business, top secret research. He nodded. She got herself a good job. Quite respected. Shineless smiled at him as she turned her body away. She waved. I'm going to go see Dad. Good seeing you, Hislips. Glad you're back, Shineless. And tell your dad he still owes me for those gaskets, he shouted as she walked down the hall. Curator went through the second scanner and nodded at the officers as she darted after her. Curator caught up as they reached the arm leading to the zoo. You want me to hold her while you go into the habitat? Shineless looked at her, and then down at Caroline. Yeah, I'll ask Crunch to make her a breather while I'm in there. Shineless stood next to Curator in the entrance hall of the zoo and handed the infant over. Shineless kissed the baby girl on her cheek. Be good, baby. Mama will be right back. Curator rocked the child in her metal arms as Shineless walked across the zoo toward the Infinigan habitat. Caroline looked up into her curator's shiny face, admiring her blurry reflection. Curator cooed at her. Hi, little one. How are you? I don't have any food for you. You better be good. Curator rocked her back and forth, monitoring her heartbeat and breathing with her numerous sensors. The two walked through the zoo, looking at the menagerie from 100 worlds. They stopped and admired a large worm creature that moved around its enclosure in a similar fashion to a loose spring falling downstairs. It flip-flopped over itself repeatedly in an incessant circle. Curator pointed with a halfway free hand. That one is funny. What do you think, Lil Miss? Curator made her way down the lane and approached the preserver's lab. She stepped in. Hello? Anyone in here? The preserver stepped from around a project rack. Hello, Curator. What do you have here? It's a little human child. He looked it over. It is my Shineless offspring. It is fat, healthy looking. He spun and looked at the android. She is having you take care of it? The baby looked at the tripod like preserver. She reached out and shrieked at him. Curator bounced the baby in her arms. "It's okay, lil miss. You are safe." Curator scanned the lab with her monocle eye. "Do you have anything a human infant could ingest?" The preserver cantered over to his synthesizer. "A protein fluid mixture should be easy enough to make up. Give me a few minutes." He started punching in a program into his display, and the synthesizer began rendering protein strings into a tube. He spun and looked at the android. "How is the new world going?" Curator bounced the fussy baby in her arms. "The farms are growing nicely. We brought the first harvest with us. Your kids are helping greatly there." The preserver focused on the procedure at hand, still speaking. "That sounds profitable. Sam will be pleased to hear of your progress." She nodded and looked down at the baby, her body bouncing back and forth slowly. "I think he'll be more impressed by this little fussy girl." The synthesizer made a noise signaling it was finished running the protein fluid program. The preserver capped the glass tube with one of his tri-fingered gloves. He poked a hole in one of the fingers and tilted the tube so the fluid would fill the glove. He approached and lifted the protein fluid-filled finger to the lips of the child. He looked at Curator. "She will like this, I think." Curator looked at it. "Go on, try it." The baby grabbed it and latched on, instantly quieting. Curator smiled. "She likes it." She looked up at the preserver. "Good job. You had that ready pretty quick." The preserver spun back over toward his experiment rack. "It is a modified form of the sluice I used to make Dam and Shineless. It fed them just fine. I figured she wouldn't be that dissimilar." Curator held the tube aloft as the child suckled. A scribbler lawyer named Bantufrin was using a solitary hover tray to tour the station. He had just newly budded and was learning his trade. He spent his formative days studying the Great Wall of the office and was now doing a study on the ancient files of law given to his people from the humans. He floated the station looking for a topic to do his thesis for the wall. Bantufrin stopped in front of the air medical facility. He watched as 2 injured Kawaru entered into the hospital. He blinked a few times and then decided to follow. Bantufrin hovered up to the giant Kawaru. They had given their information and sat down in the waiting room. He floated closer. "Hello." The larger of the fuzzy brown creature looked at the small, floating gray lump. "Hello. Do you need something?" "Yes. I am wondering what happened to your hand." The Kawaru both looked at the one stump with a bandage on it. The larger one looked back at the scribbler. "Got caught in gearing. I'm lucky it pulled free before I followed it in." Bantufrin blinked a few times and then typed in his tiny display console on the hover tray. "And what were you doing when this happened?" The Kawaru looked at him, clicking in confusion. "Building, of course. Our GRI needs sheets fabricated." "These sheets, these are for construction purposes to assist your GRI. How exactly do these help your GRI?" "Our GRI is growing. It needs a home. We are building him a ship." The scribbler kept typing. "And do you get paid for this?" The 2 Kawaru turned to look at each other, then back down at the scribbler. "Yes, we get our living wage, taken out from the group profits." "How are you planning on paying for your hospital visit?" The Kawaru clicked its curved beak, agitated. "I don't know yet. The heir are asking for more than I have. They say they will regrow my hand, but it will cost over time. Final question. I know this is bothersome. Have many others been hurt similarly?" The other Kawaru clicked the answer this time. "Yes, many. We get hurt lots. Many are indebted to the heir." Bantufrin stopped typing and focused on the 2. "Thank you for answering my questions. You have given me an interesting topic to ponder on." The Clouder senators had come together into the hall after the humans had departed. Sam had stayed and taken a seat on the front row. Olivia took the seat beside him. The 2 chatted as the room filled with members of other species. Frith stayed, leaning on the far wall. 3 obelisks walked up to the podium. They touched legs and the central one took up the comms. "Thank you all for assembling. We have matters to discuss this cycle." A file pinged to everyone's displays. "We will be going through them line by line with discussion on each topic following said topic. Anything needed said before we start?" The obelisks waited, and the room watched in silence. All right, first topic. The obelisks brought up an image of the Posar. Humans. Just one of their kind has caused disruption around the entire rim. We now have over 1,000 humans, and they are already spread across 3 locales. We have found their influence to be a net positive and profitable. The hotel has stayed full since its opening. We are currently in a stage of upgrade and rebranding, so as to accommodate more visitors. We believe this is solely due to the humans' existence here. Does anyone disagree with the humans being a net positive? The hagfish delegate buzzed for the floor. It stood up, stretching its flesh and teeth. The humans are chaos and destruction. We have seen the video of their ships fighting the Golok. They are not uplifted. They are makers of war and violence. It is our belief they are a net negative. The hagfish sat back down. The obelisks scanned the room. Grak stood up after taking the floor icon. My kin fought on Kawaru Prime. I watched the videos of what they saw. The humans in the tower are destroyers. They killed without hesitation, but they destroyed to stop destruction. Already Kawaru is blooming again. The world is healing. The humans are as a fire, it burns and destroys, but life will grow back stronger because of it. The Kratok think they are a net positive. Heckletooth stood up, taking the floor. The Infinigan vote they are a net positive. The obelisks put it to a vote. 70% voted that the humans were a positive. The obelisks took the comms back after the quick tally. The humans are a positive. We will continue under their leadership. They conferred for a moment amongst themselves. Then the central one spoke again. Second topic has been brought forth by Greyfwak and Zamudans. Our human SAM president has already approved the topic, but we wish to open the floor about Phase 3 planning. The discussion about Phase 3 lasted for 4 hours. Sam and Olivia spent most of it taking a nap on each other's shoulders. The scribblers took notes with keen interest. Numerous parties added what they wished for, and a debate on funding was led by Guafrek. It was all settled, and the plan approved. The obelisks then opened the floor. A scribbler hovered on a small holotray, taking the floor icon. Hello, I am Bantu Friend of the line of Chet. I wish to bring up a topic. He looked over at Sam and Olivia. I've been studying human law and medical practice. They have a concept that I wish to address, and that is that those doing employing should take care of their employed. I witnessed 2 Kawaru this cycle, injured while working for others, and without a way to pay for healing. I have drawn up a petition to start an insurance firm, and would like those present to inspect it. I ask for a vote on it in the next fortnight. Bantufren sent out the file. Sam pulled it up immediately. Olivia looked over his shoulder. She laughed. I never thought our legacy would be insurance. Sam read through the main points. He's right. He's addressing the reason for unions and OSHA all in one go. Sam looked up at Olivia. This is kind of brilliant. He has some good points. It could fund the air. Sam pointed at a graph. He's even plotted a growth effect chart. Olivia looked at it, going over the data set. Sam got a ping on his display. It was a message from Zamudans. Your request for beach access has been approved in Tank 4. Sam smiled and looked at Olivia. Want to duck out? She read the message. Beat everyone else there. Hell yeah. Sam got up, pulling Olivia by the hand. The Senate chamber went on to topics of farm output and SFP efficiency. Sam floated on his back with Olivia floating beside him, staring up at bright lights high above them as the water lapped at their sides. I'm glad you came, he said. She touched his hand underwater. I'm happy to be here. Far below, the daughter of Zamudans watched the 2 humans floating on their backs with growing curiosity. Shineless sat with Pouch Cheek and Crunch Crunch at the cornucopia. Shineless held little Caroline while Pouch Cheek looked over into the swaddle. You made a cute baby, Pouch Cheek said. Shineless looked down at the child. Thank you. I love her so much. Pouch Cheek reached in and petted the soft hair on the top of her head. I'd kill for her too. She is of our clan. Crunch Crunch lifted his breather and nibbled on his pork chop. How long before she can make things with me? Shineless shrugged. Curator said it takes years for normal humans to get to adult stage. Pouch Cheek looked up at Shineless. Ew. I'm glad you were not a normal. You helped me make right away. You had such good hands. She looked at the human woman's hands. You still do too. You could make again. Shineless looked at Caroline. The baby reached up at her face. I gotta finish making her first. Maybe one day I'll work in the shop with you, Mom. Maybe Caroline here will help us make things. Pouch Cheek bounced in her seat. They gave me a project. They liked my research. It is a secret, so we have to talk quiet. But they are going to use my Hummer beam modifications in the prison. I got our clan the contract to build and install them. Shineless smiled at her adopted mom. That is good news. That sounds like good money. She bobbed her ears. Yes, the clan has already approved a habitat on Kawaru Prime with it. We will be able to bring several hundred more out of the Preserver's archive. Our people are returning. Shineless wrapped an arm around her mom. Our clan is growing.